Morning sunlight slipped through the gap in the half-drawn curtains of the dorm room and landed right on Liu Yibei's eyelids. The phone on the pillow kept vibrating, sending a muffled buzz against the bed frame, like someone drilling right next to his ear. Liu Yibei pulled the blanket over his head. The phone, being extremely professional, refused to give up on its wake-up call, just because he declined to answer. Eyes still closed, he reached out to pat the area beside him, but missed the phone and slapped the wall instead. His palm stung. Liu Yibei sucked in a breath, about to adjust his position and keep sleeping when the alarm suddenly announced. The time is 7:52. Liu Yibei's eyes snapped open. 7:52. Liu Yibei had an 8 o'clock class. He sprang up from the bed, almost hitting his head on the upper bunk's railing. He didn't have time to cry out in pain. He was already sliding down the ladder. As soon as his feet touched the floor, he grabbed a t-shirt from the chair and pulled it over his head, only realizing halfway through that it was on backwards. Changing it. Absolutely. At a time like this, the clothes fulfilled their basic duty as long as they covered the body. Front and back were just extra features. Pants, shoes, phone, campus card. Liu Yibei shoved his foot into his shoe while sweeping the desk with his other hand. Textbooks toppled to the floor, the charging cable wrapped around his wrist, and yesterday's half bottle of water rolled under the bed. Liu Yibei glanced down at it. Forget it. Whether he could make it into the classroom alive in 8 minutes was unknown. The fate of a water bottle was beyond his jurisdiction now. He grabbed his textbook and dashed out of the dorm. The moment the door shut, the time on his phone jumped to 7:54. Great. 6 minutes. From the dorm to the teaching building, a normal person walks it in 15 minutes, rides it in 7, and Liu Yibei had 6 minutes left. This was a seemingly unsolvable math, but the problem setter had clearly underestimated a college student's will to survive attendance. Liu Yibei sprinted down the stairs, scanned the code, unlocked the bike, and kicked off, all in one smooth motion. A classmate who had just bought breakfast by the roadside only felt a gust of wind whip past. When he looked up, the other student had already ridden more than 10 meters away. If Pingqing University ever hosted the early morning late 4 class extreme speed race, he could at least earn a spot on the school team as a substitute. Along the way, Liu Yibei overtook 3 slow riders, 1 person walking while eating a bun, and 2 other unlucky souls also racing against time. When it comes to an 8 o'clock class, no mercy. The attendance sheet speaks the real truth. At 7:59, Liu Yibei jammed the shared bike into the parking area and dashed upstairs, taking 2 steps at a time. As the class bell rang, he slipped in through the back door. The teacher at the podium looked up and glanced at him. Liu Yibei held the door frame, chest heaving, forcing a respectful smile onto his face. The teacher glanced at his watch, then looked at him again. Right on time. I try, Liu Yibei replied breathlessly. As a modern college student, punctuality is my core principle. Someone in the classroom couldn't hold back a laugh. The teacher didn't expose him either, just raised a hand and pointed to the back row. Liu Yibei clutched his textbook and walked in, finding an empty seat. The moment his butt hit the chair, he felt his soul finally catch up with his body. He had arrived physically, but his life force was still on the way. He rested his head on the desk for a while, until his heartbeat stopped, feeling like someone was doing jumping jacks in his chest. Then he slowly sat up. From the podium came the sound of flipping slides. A breeze blew in through the window, and the ceiling fan spun lazily overhead. Students in the front rows were taking notes. Beside him, someone was sneaking a phone hidden under their textbook, fingers swiping fast across the screen. Everything was ordinary. So ordinary that Liu Yibei sometimes forgot this wasn't the world he originally lived in. His name was Liu Yibei, and he came from Earth Village. Yes, that Earth Village that sounded like an international gathering place, but was actually a village with billions of people who didn't know each other. Now he was a sophomore at Pingqing University on Blue Star. As for how he came here, it wasn't complicated, even a bit casual. 1 year ago, he was still on Earth. That day, Liu Yibei had slept in for once, and when he opened his eyes, sunlight had already filled the room. He lay in bed playing on his phone for a while, then went through a fierce mental debate, eventually convincing himself to get up. He slipped on his slippers, yawned, walked to the door, and pushed open the bedroom door. Beyond the door wasn't the living room he knew. It was here. No car accident, no lightning strike. Liu Yibei had just opened an ordinary door and then changed worlds. He stood at the door for a long time, stunned. Hey, I've just been resting too long. I stood up too fast. Let me try again. It didn't work. The earth behind the door was gone. Liu Yibei opened it 3 more times. The first time it was the dorm, the second time it was still the dorm, and the third time it was the dorm again. It turned out transmigration didn't support back and forth jumping. What's more absurd, he had become younger. Although he wasn't young enough to need to relearn arithmetic within 20 at least, he was no longer an adult ground down by life, but a college student with plenty of time to waste. A college student's life, oh so good. Young, energetic, infinite possibilities. The downside, class at 8 in the morning. Liu Yibei glanced at the podium, then looked down at his own trembling hands. Half of the filter he had for youth shattered on the spot. But at the end of the day, this transmigration wasn't a loss. Look on the bright side, he really had gotten a restart. And the starting conditions weren't bad. Healthy limbs, a strong body, no deep blood feuds, and no one holding a knife to his neck the moment he woke up. Life here was highly similar to Earth. Phones, computers, food delivery, online shopping, short videos, internet games. Everything was there. College still meant classes, homework was still due, and the cafeteria lattice hand still shook with inexplicable precision when serving meat. When he first arrived, Yibei had worried that he'd expose himself because of different common knowledge. Later he discovered that was pure overthinking. People here also ate when hungry, slept when tired, and shared meme-like auspicious pictures before exams. Young people might say they want to lie flat, but when the alarm rings they still get up for class. Working folks talk about quitting every day, but when payday comes they decide the company can hold on for another month. No matter where they were, human's mental state was remarkably stable. He had spent 2.5 years, exactly one Kuan year, completely adapting to life here. Of course, when he first confirmed the transmigration, Yibei also had some bold ideas worthy of a transmigrator. For example, becoming a literary plagiarist. He couldn't make chips or engines, but had heard songs, seen movies, read novels right. He could just copy a few works that didn't exist on Blue Star and royalties would pour in. During that period, he even diligently prepared a notebook. On the cover were 6 big characters, the get-rich plan. Opening the first page, Yibei was full of confidence as he prepared to write down a legendary Earth song. 5 minutes later, he was biting the pen. 10 minutes later, he was scratching his head. Half an hour later, the paper had 3 lines of words that didn't know each other, connected like an undeciphered ancient spell. Yibei refused to accept it and decided to write a movie. He was familiar with this. He had forgotten the names of the male and female leads, only remembering they went through many things, and the ending was very moving. As for what they went through and why it was moving, he thought the whole night, and could only recall that making a movie seemed expensive. Writing a novel was even more out of the question. When he read books, he could skim through lines at lightning speed and catch every pleasure point. When he tried to write, his brain was a blank except for cliches like terrifyingly so, and this child cannot be kept. Even crueler, Blue Star and Earth were highly similar, not just in industries, but in many cultural works. Yibei had trouble recalling a complete story, searched for it online, and found it already existed here. He tried another one, it still existed. Another, different title, but the plot was basically the same. There were of course works that truly belonged to Earth and happened not to exist on Blue Star. The problem was he couldn't remember them. Other transmigrators had a splendid cultural treasure trove in their minds, pulling out timeless classics at will. Yibei's mind also had a warehouse. The door was open, the lights were on, but the administrator had run away. He racked his brain until it nearly exploded, but he couldn't find anything useful. In the end, he closed the notebook and admitted he wasn't cut out for this kind of job. You can't force a pig's brain to be a pig's brain. Forcing himself to copy would probably not lead to wealth, but to letting people from both worlds witness the lower limit of his cultural level. So he gave up. No system, fine. Can't be a plagiarist, fine. Life got a do-over. It couldn't just be wasted just because he didn't score a god-level talent. An ordinary person's days are still days. What college student's youth is still youth. At least this time he was young. The words in the textbook swayed gently in the wind. Yibei propped his chin on his hand, listening to the teacher announce the last knowledge point before class ended. People around him had already started packing up. The student by the aisle stuffed a pen into his backpack with a gentle motion, but the zipper was already half open. Someone in the front row quietly wore one earbud, phone screen showing a photo of the cafeteria window. This was the special battle readiness state of the last 5 minutes of a college class. The bell hadn't rung yet, but souls had already arrived at the cafeteria. Finally, the dismissal bell echoed from the hallway. As soon as the teacher finished saying, "Well, stop here today," the classroom immediately filled with the sound of desks and chairs shifting. Yibei closed his textbook and glanced at it. There were 3 new messages in the dorm group chat. Zhao Liyuan up yet? Zhou Shuhong, if he weren't, had have been marked absent by now. Chen Jiashu, the second cafeteria has sweet and sour ribs today. The last message was sent a minute ago. Zhao Liyuan brothers, arm up, time to eat. As soon as he put the phone in his pocket, a loud, spirited voice came from outside the classroom. Yibei. He didn't need to look to know it was Zhao Liyuan. Then Chen Jiashu's voice floated in, "Hurry up." Zhou Shuhang's voice came last, still in that flat tone. "To be precise, if you don't hurry, the ribs will be finished by Chen Jiashu." "That's slander. Swallow the bun in your mouth before accusing me." The corridor fell silent for 2 seconds. Zhao Liyuan laughed like he was going to pass out. Yibei slung his backpack over his shoulder and walked out with the crowd. "Here we go. Let's do it." Zhao Liyuan gave the order and turned to run. Chen Jiashu followed close behind, still chewing on his stuffed bun, yet moving just as fast. Zhou Shuhang remained where he was. Yibei glanced at him, not chasing after them. It's still 10 minutes until the cafeteria opens. Then why are they running? Maybe they want the cafeteria ladies to see their youth. The 2 walked downstairs unhurriedly. By the time they reached the second cafeteria, the serving windows had just opened. Chen Jiashu led the charge with his tray moving in one fluid motion. Grabbing food, swiping his card, grabbing a seat. Only when a serving of sweet and sour ribs landed safely before him did his tense shoulders finally relax. "We're safe." Zhao Liyuan sat down beside him with his own tray and glanced at his plate. "You ordered so much. Can you even finish all that? Are you questioning my professional ability? I'm concerned about your blood sugar." "Thanks, but my blood sugar is emotionally stable right now." Zhou Shuhang sat down, placing his tray on the table. "Don't ask." He ate a bun this morning not because he was hungry, but because he was afraid no one would save his seat before. Chen Jiashu's chopsticks froze midair, holding a piece of ribs. "Zhou Shuhang, your words are getting sharper these days. Thanks for the recognition." Yibei lowered his head and took a few bites of rice. These were his 3 roommates. One was responsible for making noise, one for ending noise with a single sentence, and one for treating noise as dinner entertainment. The cafeteria gradually grew crowded. Long lines formed at the serving windows, the clatter of trays' voices, and order numbers mixed together, and the air conditioning could barely hold back the heat of so many. Liu Yibei had barely eaten a few bites when Zhao Liyuan suddenly set down his chopsticks and nudged him with his elbow. Hey, look at the door. Don't turn too obviously. Liu Yibei picked up his soup bowl and pretending to take a sip glanced toward the cafeteria entrance. A group of people had just walked in. In the center walked a male student with carefully styled hair wearing a jacket that was clearly unsuited to the cafeteria's temperature. On his left hung a long-haired girl, on his right a short-haired girl, and behind him followed someone holding a phone stabilizer. The phone camera was pointed directly at the 3 of them. Every step the young man took seemed precalculated, making sure the camera caught his face without blocking the girls on either side, a semi-permanent smile fixed on his face. Brothers, good afternoon. Today I'm taking you to experience the cafeteria of Peng University. Everyone says the food at Peng University is great, so Brother Hai is here to try it himself today. Zhao Liyuan leaned forward, lowering his voice. See him? That jackass. Zhou Shuhang looked up. You have a grudge against him? No grudge, but the algorithm has a grudge against me. Zhao Liyuan covered his mouth with his chopsticks. It pushes his live stream to my feed every single day, blocking. Big data thinks I love watching it. I ask you, really? He tilted his chin toward the door again. This guy comes here every day to maintain his persona. Even coming to the cafeteria to eat, he has to have girls on both arms. And in the live stream, he says both of them are his girlfriends, the 2 department beauties of Peng University. Chen Jiashu finally took his attention away from the ribs. Do those 2 know they've been made department beauties? That doesn't matter as long as the live stream audience believes it. Zhao Liyuan's voice grew quieter. Actually, they're probably amateur actresses hired from some bar. Who knows if the allowance his dad sends this month is even enough to cover their wages for a few days. Liu Yibei watched them. You seem to know quite a lot. When you're surfing the internet, you're bound to sip some dirty water. Zhao Liyuan said, you guys wait, it's about to start. Start what? Zhao Liyuan put down his chopsticks, fixed his gaze on the entrance, and began a quiet countdown. 3. The live stream camera stepped back 2 paces, fitting all 3 people in the center into the frame. 2. Brother Hai raised his hand to fix his hair, and the girls on both sides simultaneously leaned closer to him. 1. Brother Hai suddenly raised his voice and shouted across the entire cafeteria, who is the most handsome in all of Peng University? The cafeteria went silent for a moment. The long-haired girl on his left immediately raised her hand, smiling perfectly. Brother Hai is the most handsome. The short-haired girl on his right, half a beat slower, also shouted, Brother Hai is the most handsome. The 2 leaned on his shoulders from left and right, their movements as practiced, as if they'd rehearsed. No, more accurately, they had rehearsed. Several tables around had turned to look. Some wore bewildered expressions, some lowered their heads to stifle laughter, and others pulled out their phones to record this sudden campus performance art. Liu Yibei's mouth twitched. This was truly absurd. In front of so many people putting on such a show, was this some kind of supreme confidence? Zhao Liyuan pressed his lips together, hard, shoulders shaking. See, I told you, not a second off. Zhou Shuhang picked up a piece of green vegetable. That proves you're his loyal viewer. Scram him, just knowing my enemy. Are you planning to fight him? I'm planning to fight feudal superstition. Chen Jiashu chewed on a rib and asked in a muffled voice, what feudal superstition? Zhao Liyuan put on a serious face. People's superstitious belief that he's handsome. Liu Yibei couldn't help it and let out a low laugh. It wasn't loud, but their table wasn't far from the livestream crew. The stabilizer operator, just turning his lens toward the dining area, heard it and instinctively swung the camera their way. Zhao Liyuan's smile vanished instantly. Head down. Liu Yibei asked, what's wrong? Don't let him film me. Weren't you just brave a moment ago? First rule of internet surfing, when commenting on others, always protect yourself. Among the 4, only Zhao Liyuan had his face nearly buried in his tray. Zhou Shuhang continued eating at an unhurried pace, and Chen Jiashu even casually pulled his remaining ribs a little closer to himself. The camera swept past their. Brother Hai had clearly noticed Zhao Liyuan's flinch from the camera and walked over with his 2 female companions. Bro, don't be shy. Zhao Liyuan raised his head, his face already switched to a look of pure innocence. No, I'm just looking for my chopsticks. Brother Hai glanced at the chopsticks in his hand. Aren't you holding them? Just found them. The live stream camera moved even closer. Brother Hai smiled and asked, you guys go to Peng University, right? Come on, say hello to the brothers in the live stream. Zhao Liyuan's eyes darted, ready to speak, but Zhou Shuhang spoke first. Hello. And oi. Goodbye. The stabilizer operator's hand trembled. Liu Yibei couldn't see what was happening in the live stream comments. But from the brief pause on Brother Hai's face, the bullet comments must have been laughing pretty hard. Brother Hai quickly recovered and turned his gaze to Liu Yibei. This bro looks a bit familiar. Are you a streamer too? No. Then do you usually watch live streams? Occasionally. Have you ever watched Brother Hai? Liu Yibei was about to say no, but a glimpse of Zhao Liyuan frantically winking at him caught his eye. That look spelled out 3 words. Do something entertaining. Liu Yibei thought for a moment, then said in a serious tone. Just watched you. How was it? Pretty impressive. Brother Hai's smile became noticeably more sincere. How so? Most people doing something like this would care at least a little about the people around them. Yibei looked around the room. You don't care at all. Spiritual richness is also a kind of wealth. At a nearby table someone couldn't help it, and choked on a mouthful of soup. Zhao Liyuan kept his head down, his entire body shaking like it was on vibrate. Brother Hai's smile froze for half a second. Bro is pretty humorous. They all say that. The short-haired girl turned her face away, her smile barely contained. The long-haired girl maintained her professional smile, but quietly unlinked her arm from Brother Hai's. Brother Hai clearly didn't intend to continue this topic, raising a hand to signal the camera to turn. Brothers, let's go see what's for lunch today. He had just taken a step when the long-haired girl suddenly asked in a low voice. So it's still calculated by 2 hours, right? Her voice wasn't loud, but the phone stabilizer was passing right by, and its sound pickup was quite good. Brother Hai's step faltered. The short-haired girl reacted quickly, immediately tugging at her companion. The stabilizer operator hurriedly swung the camera toward the serving windows, loudly introducing today's menu. The whole process was smooth, clearly a mature team that had weathered storms. Zhao Liyuan waited until they were far away before collapsing onto the table laughing. 2 hours. Ha ha ha. 2 department beauties billed by the hour. Zhou Shuhang said flatly, keep it down, don't disturb their payroll settlement. Chen Jiashu sent the last piece of rib into his mouth. So which department are they actually from? The technician department. Yibei said. Even Zhou Shuhang lowered his head and laughed at that one. On the way back to the dorm, Zhao Liyuan had already found a replay of the live stream in the campus group chat titled, Brother Hai's 2 department beauties exposed, actually from the technician department. See, the entire melon-eating industry chain forms in 1 minute. Zhou Shuhang glanced at it. They might have to work overtime then. The 4 of them returned to the dorm, exchanging mindless banter. After an early morning class and a cafeteria live show, by the time Yibei sat down at his desk, drowsiness had already taken. He set his textbook on the desk, kicked off his shoes, and climbed the ladder to his bed. Zhao Liyuan was still replaying the clip below, his laughter ringing out every 10 seconds. Stop laughing. Yibei pulled the blanket over himself. Let a guy sleep a little. Sleep, sleep. He'll wake you for afternoon class. Record that sentence first so you won't deny it later. Can't there be a little trust between people? Zhou Shuhang's voice came from across the room. No. The room bickered for a few more moments, the voices gradually fading. Yibei closed his eyes. Sunlight fell by the bed, the fan turned slowly. Occasionally someone passed in the hallway, footsteps muffled by the door. He had only planned to sleep for half an hour, just enough to recharge for the afternoon. As his consciousness began to blur, a cold, clear voice, one that definitely did not belong to anyone in the dorm, suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding! System binding successful. Moi. Yibei opened his eyes and stared at the bunk above for 2 seconds. He hadn't even fallen asleep yet. Did he sit up too quickly again? That voice from earlier, system binding successful, was crystal clear, ringing directly in his mind. There was no pretending he hadn't heard it. As Yibei was about to sit up, the voice came through once more. Crossworld network lag detected. Compensatory network lag gift pack is being issued. Open it. Yibei was silent for a moment. Crossworld network lag. So it wasn't that he didn't have a system, but that the signal was bad. A lag of 1 kuan year. He cursed inwardly. Damn it. The blue planet had high-speed internet everywhere. Was his system transmitting data via message in a bottle? But despite the cursing, he still had to open the gift pack. Alright, let's see what's inside. Network lag gift pack opened successfully. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 0.5 of Walmart Group shares. Yibei blinked. That's it. Just this. The moment the thought crossed his mind, a line of semi-transparent text appeared before. Reward transfer complete. All assets are legally sourced with complete procedures. They can be queried, held, sold, and inherited through normal. Related tax and custody procedures have also been completed. Yibei stared at those lines, his drowsiness slowly fading away. Walmart. 0.5. Individually, these words were ordinary enough, but together something seemed off. He pulled out his phone, shielded it under the blanket, and searched for Walmart Group's real-time market value. As the webpage loaded, Yibei looked at the string of numbers, counting the zeros once. Then, not feeling too sure, he counted them again. For the 3rd time, he opened the calculator and multiplied the total market cap by 0.005. The result popped up on the screen. Based on the current stock price and exchange rate, it was roughly 28 billion xia currency. Yibei stared at the calculator, completely silent. 0.5 wasn't much after all. Just a mere 28 billion small goals. Yibei suddenly felt that Brother Hai's act in the cafeteria wasn't so exaggerated after all. The guy had only hired 2 temporary actors. The real billionaire was already lying on the top bunk, calculating how many of Brother Hai's department flowers he could buy. The answer was that he couldn't buy them. Human trafficking was illegal. But if he were to hire them by the hour, it would probably last a very long time. Yibei glanced at the calculator again. System Daddy had arrived, albeit fashionably late. What did you just say? Zhao Liyuan's voice came from below. Yibei's heart tightened, and he pressed the phone against his chest. Nothing. I heard you say a lag of 1 kuan year. Just talking in my sleep. But you haven't even fallen asleep yet. Prefabricated sleep talk. Can I say it in advance? Zhao Liyuan was stunned by this explanation for 2 seconds. Your mental state is quite ahead of its time, Zhou Shuhang added calmly from across the room. Compared to his illness, it's still behind. Lu Yibei ignored them and looked back at his phone. 3 emails had appeared in his notification bar at some point. The first was from an international equity custody institution titled Notice of Share Transfer Completion. The second was a confirmation letter for shareholder information from Walmart Group. The third was from a private wealth management center of a domestic bank requesting him to confirm his contact information, name, ID number, share amount. Everything matched perfectly. At the end of the emails there were inquiry codes and an official verification portal. Lu Yibei followed the portal and checked. It was real. Not a fake website, not a scam link. His name was genuinely on the equity custody account. Lu Yibei put his phone down, then picked it up again. Put it down, picked it up. After repeating this 3 times, the 28 billion yuan still hadn't vanished just because he suddenly understood what wealth shock meant. It wasn't about shouting or jumping up and hitting the bunk. It was that his brain knew he was rich, but his body still felt like he had classes in the afternoon. The two systems just couldn't sync up. Lu Yibei initially wanted to ask his 3 roommates what they would do if they suddenly got 0.5 of Walmart shares. But the words died in his throat. This kind of question shouldn't be posed with what if. Zhao Liyuan's mouth could turn a simple dormitory matter into a school-wide drama. If he said what if today tomorrow the campus wall would post shocked a male college student claims to be a Walmart shareholder during his afternoon nap. It was better to keep a low profile. Lu Yibei pulled his bed curtain tight, dimmed his phone screen, and saved all the emails and inquiry codes. Just then his phone vibrated. The caller ID showed a local Pingcheng number. Lu Yibei didn't answer immediately. He got off the bed, put on his shoes, and headed for the door. Zhao Liyuan looked up and asked, "Where are you going?" "To answer a spam call." "A spam call you have to answer behind our backs. Afraid you'll get tempted and take out a loan on the spot." Zhao Liyuan flipped him off and went back to scrolling through video. Lu Yibei walked to the stairwell, confirmed no one was around, and then answered the call. "Hello, is this Mr. Lu Yibei?" The voice on the other end was a steady-sounding man. "Mr. Lu, hello. My name is Tang Zhangwo, Deputy Governor of Huashang Bank's Pingcheng branch, in charge of private banking and cross-border financial services. The custody documents for your overseas shares have been synced to our bank, and we need you to confirm some paperwork in person. Would you be available to meet this afternoon?" Lu Yibei checked the time through the stairwell window. He had classes in the afternoon, worth 28 billion yuan, and still had classes in the afternoon. Life could be so surreal sometimes. "I'm free after 3 p.m. "Very well. Also, the tax settlement for this quarter's dividends on your shares has been completed. The after-tax amount of 63.72 million yuan is expected to be transferred to your custody account within 10 minutes. You can check it through mobile banking once it arrives." Lu Yibei held the phone, not saying a word for a long time. "Mr. Lu, I'm here. Do you have any other questions?" "Yes." Lu Yibei looked at the fire evacuation map on the wall and asked seriously, "Do your bank transfers ever get delayed for a long time before arriving?" There was a brief silence on the other end. "You must be joking with us, Mr. Lu. It'll arrive whenever you want it to." "That's good to know." Shortly after the call ended, his phone vibrated again. A bank credit alert popped up. An amount of 637200000 yuan was credited to your account ending in 0718 at 1247. Current available balance 6372486. 31 yuan. Lu Yibei stood in the quiet stairwell staring at the string of numbers for a long time. Only when he heard footsteps from downstairs did he lock the screen and put the phone back in his pocket. Back in the dorm, Zhao Liyuan casually asked, "What? A loan sales pitch? How much were they offering?" Lu Yibei climbed back into bed, his tone calm. "Over 60 million. Zhao Liyuan laughed. "That scammer sure, you said it." "System. No response. Introduce your functions." Still no response. "What about quests? Or the status panel? Isn't there at least a beginner's guide?" The only sound in the dormitory was Zhao Liyuan's short video clips. Lu Yibei refused to give up and tried several other names in his mind. Buddy Bro System, Grandmaster Customer Service. He even yelled, "Transfer to a human agent" twice. His mind was as silent as a customer service hotline after hours. He finally understood. This system had no intention of communicating with him. It lacked personality, lacked emotion, and certainly wouldn't pop out to banter with its host. It would chime when it was time to give out rewards, then leave immediately. Its motto was essentially payment delivered, ask no more questions. The good news was its silence. The bad news was he didn't even have a user manual. Lu Yibei reviewed the equity custody email again. The shares were real, and so were the dividends. Although the system was like a relative who goes silent for ages and suddenly wires money, it was at least generous. Since he couldn't get any answers, he decided to put it aside. After all, the shares were already in his account. Even if the system continued to play dead, Lu Yibei could forgive it. The time on his phone quickly jumped to 1:40 p.m. Class was at 2 p.m. Lu Yibei sighed. Being worth 28 billion yuan didn't automatically grant him course credits. The rules of this world were indeed quite strict. He climbed down from his bunk, changed his clothes, and stuffed his textbooks and a power bank into his backpack. Zhou Shuhang was already ready, sitting at the desk. Zhao Liyuan was still in front of the mirror, styling his hair, trying to make every strand stand in perfect formation. Only Chen Jiaxu remained seated staring at his phone with a goofy grin. It was a pure smile, like a large dog finally seeing its owner come home on a winter's day. Liu Yibei slung his backpack over his shoulder and casually asked, "Has that classmate of yours agreed to date you yet?" Chen Jiaxu looked up, a hint of embarrassment in his smile. She said she needs to focus on her studies lately. The dormitory fell silent for 2 seconds. Liu Yibei glanced at Chen Jiaxu, then at his bright phone screen. At the top of the chat window was a message from Jiang Wanwan. "Jiaxu, I've been thinking I really should prioritize my studies lately and not consider dating for now. By the way, the books I ordered have arrived, 2 boxes. Could you help me carry them to my dorm building tonight?" The rejection and the request were written in the same message without even a line break. It was an excuse that would make a dog shake its head in disbelief, yet someone actually bought it. Zhao Liyuan put down his comb, his expression as serious as if he were about to convene an emergency meeting. "Jiaxu, let me translate that for you." "Translate what?" "She's not prioritizing her studies." Zhao Liyuan patted his shoulder. "She's just prioritizing you last." Chen Jiaxu frowned. "Don't talk nonsense. Wanwan is genuinely busy with her coursework." Zhou Shuhang didn't even look up. "Busy bossing you around. Those 2 boxes are heavy. She can't move them by herself. The school has a delivery cart. It costs money." Zhou Shuhang finally looked up. "So you're the free alternative." Chen Jiaxu opened his mouth, but couldn't refute it immediately. Zhao Liyuan seized the opportunity to continue his attack. "Bro, take my advice. Don't be a simp for a woman. In the end, after all that licking, all you'll have left is a I'm not licking. You've been carrying her bag since high school, and now you're hauling her packages in college. She's keeping a pond of fish, and you're the one in charge of the oxygen pump. If that's not licking, what is? We're classmates. Helping each other out is normal. What has she ever helped you with?" Liu Yibei asked. Chen Jiaxu was stumped. He thought hard for over 10 seconds. "She reminded me to wear more clothes when it got cold." Zhou Shuhang said flatly. "That function seems to be built into the weather app." Zhao Liyan nearly collapsed onto the desk in laughter. Chen Jiaxu's face flushed slightly, but he insisted, "She's just slow to warm up. Slow from high school all the way to your sophomore year." Zhao Liyuan's eyes widened. "The glaciers are almost melted by now, and she still hasn't warmed up. You're not in a relationship. You're witnessing a geological process." Liu Yibei patted Chen Jiaxu on the shoulder. "It's fine to like someone, and it's fine to help. But you can't turn yourself into a manual laborer." Chen Jiaxu looked down at his phone. Jiang Wanwan had sent another message. "If you're busy, it's okay. They'll just move them myself little by little." A pitiful emoji followed. Chen Jiaxu's fingers started typing immediately, but Zhao Liyuan, quick as a flash, slammed his hand down on the phone. "Don't reply. She can't move them alone. If you reply now, you'll be moving books today, desks tomorrow, and when she gets married, you'll be moving her dowry. It's not that extreme. Then give me your phone. What are you going to do?" "They'll reply with 4 words for you." Chen Jiaxu protectively clutched his phone. "Which 4 words?" Zhao Liyuan said it slowly, 1 word at a time. "Studies. Must. Come. First." Liu Yibei couldn't help but laugh. Zhou Shuhang closed his book. "Let's go. If we keep chatting, it won't be our studies that suffer, but our tardiness record." The group finally headed out of the dorm. Chen Jiaxu lingered at the back phone and handed the message still unsent. At least not yet. When Liu Yibei reached the bottom of the dorm building, he received a new message on his phone. "Tang Jingwo, Mr. Liu will be waiting for you at the Shenzhen branch of Huashang Bank at 3:30 p.m. The relevant team is fully prepared. Please contact me directly upon your arrival." At 3:20 p.m., the class bell rang. Liu Yibei put away his textbooks and told his 3 roommates, "I need to go handle some business. You guys head back to the dorm." Zhao Liyuan immediately leaned in. "What business?" "Sneaking off to a secret date without your bros. I'm going to get a bank card." "Why can't I come?" "Because if the bank sees you, my credit score might take a hit." Without giving him a chance to ask more, Liu Yibei slung his backpack over his shoulder and walked out of the classroom. At 3:08 p.m., he got out of the car in front of the Shenzhen branch of Huashang Bank. A man in his 40s was already waiting at the bottom of the steps. Upon seeing Liu Yibei, he quickly stepped forward and extended his right hand. "Young Master Liu, hello. My name is Tang Jingwo. President Tang, hello." Liu Yibei extended his hand and shook Tang Jingwo's. The smile on Tang Jingwo's face grew even warmer. "Young Master Liu is even younger than I imagined. Truly accomplished at such a tender age. At your age, I was still photocopying ID cards for clients in the bank lobby." Liu Yibei glanced at him. It was clear why this man had risen to the position of vice president of a branch. His way with words was distinctive. "You flatter me, President Tang." "Not at all, not at all. It's hot outside. Let's go inside to talk." Tang Jingwo personally led the way. The staff in the lobby turned their heads as he walked in with a young man. Someone moved forward to ask, but Tang Jingwo raised a hand to wave them off, even pressing the elevator. "Has young Master Liu been living in Pengcheng all this time?" "I've been studying in Pengcheng for the past 2 years. Pengcheng University is a fine institution. Plenty of young people, plenty of opportunities." Tang Jingwo laughed. "But with young Master Liu's insight, the coursework there probably just serves as a little diversion in life." The flattery was smooth and natural. It praised him while conveniently planting a justification for skipping classes later. The elevator door slid shut. Tang Jingwo asked as if casually, "Has young Master Liu spent time overseas before?" "No. Then do any of your family elders have long-term interests abroad? No. The share transfer you executed, young Master Lu, was handled through very professional channels. In all my years in banking, I haven't often seen such clean and efficient paperwork. Just lucky. Tang Jingwo nodded with a smile and did not press further. But Lu Yibei understood the subtext. This President Tang had clearly done his homework. It made sense. A university student barely passed 20 suddenly holding 0.5 of Walmart shares would make anyone want to check where on earth this person had come from. Yet the identity documents prepared by the system were immaculately clean. All Tang Jingwo could find was Lu Yibei's unremarkable life history from childhood to now. No wealthy family, no conglomerate, no billionaire, surnamed Lu. The less there was to find, the more the imagination ran wild. Tang Jingwo's questions circled back again and again, all leaning toward an overseas background. It was obvious he had already filed Lu Yibei into the category of mysterious young master whose family operates quietly abroad with domestic records deliberately obscured. Lu Yibei didn't bother to correct him. Let the misunderstanding stand. It was a beautiful one. The elevator stopped at the top floor. Tang Jingwo led Lu Yibei toward his office, rattling off the bank's expertise in cross-border finance, family wealth management, and overseas asset allocation. Young Master Lu, in terms of sheer scale, Huashang Bank isn't #1 in the country. But here in Pingqing, I dare say this, as long as it's within compliance, we will do our absolute best for our clients. We're not afraid of high demands. We're afraid of not being given the chance. A client like you choosing Huashang is a trust I, Tang Jingwo, will absolutely honor. Lu Yibei could see it clearly now. Tang Jingwo wasn't giving this 100% today. He was giving 120. From Tang Jingwo's demeanor, it was obvious he didn't see Lu Yibei as just another high net worth client. He saw him as a doorway to some. The background check came up empty. Fine. The shares were real, the money was real. One more powerful connection, one more path forward. The office door swung open, revealing tea and documents already prepared. Tang Jingwo didn't retreat behind his desk. Instead, he sat with Lu Yibei in the reception area. Young Master Lu, these are the share custody confirmation, the dividend settlement documents, and the cross-border tax explanation. Take your time reviewing them. If anything is unclear, I'll have the team explain it in person. Lu Yibei flipped through the papers. President Tang. Yes. If no major issues arise and your service stays this attentive, I won't be switching banks anytime soon. Tang Jingwo's eyes visibly lit up. Rest assured, young Master Lu. I will personally oversee everything concerning you at Huashang. This was no empty courtesy. With a net worth of 28 billion yuan, even a fraction of those assets parked at this branch would send this year's performance numbers through the roof. Tang Jingwo pressed the intercom button on his desk. Mingyue, come in for a moment. A knock at the door came promptly. A professional young woman entered wearing a well-fitted bank uniform with her hair tied back. She nodded to Lu Yibei first. President Tang. Young Master Lu, this is Li Mingyue, 23 years old, a finance graduate. She's excellent in professional capability, confidentiality, awareness, and execution. Tang Jingwo turned to Li Mingyue. Starting today, young Master Lu is your only dedicated client. His affairs take top priority. Report any needs to me immediately. Li Mingyue's expression flickered briefly before settling back into composure. She clearly hadn't expected to be assigned as a dedicated relationship manager for a single. Hello, Mr. Lu. I'm Li Mingyue. From now on, you can contact me directly for your bank accounts, fund transfers, and any daily financial needs. She handed him a business card with both hands. Lu Yibei took it and glanced at it. Thank you for your trouble. It's my duty. Li Mingyue's response was steady. No eagerness to impress, no hint of doubt about his youth. Lu Yibei's first impression of her was favorable. After the paperwork was confirmed, Tang Jingwo personally filed everything away and had Li Mingyue configure all the private banking accounts and contact details. Lu Yibei checked the time and suddenly remembered something. President Tang, do you happen to know any influential people at Pingqing University? Tang Jingwo immediately sat up straighter. Pingqing University. Huashang has quite a few partnerships with the school. I can get in touch with the university leadership, the foundation, and several of the colleges. Is something the matter, young Master Lu? Nothing major. Lu Yibei leaned back on the sofa, his tone casual. I don't want to attend classes on a fixed schedule every day. Tang Jingwo was momentarily taken aback. Given the asset plans he had laid out moments ago, he had clearly been prepared to handle massive fund movements. But the last thing he expected was that Lu Yibei's first personal request would be about skipping classes. What's the essence of going to school, eh? Lu Yibei asked. Tang Jingwo ventured a guess, acquiring knowledge. It's landing a good job. Lu Yibei pointed at the shared documents on the table. President Tang, with my net worth, do I look like someone suited for finding a job or for providing jobs to others? Tang Jingwo looked at the documents, then at Lu Yibei. The question didn't even require a moment's thought. He picked up his phone immediately. Don't worry, young Master Lu. He'll make the calls. With Huashang's connections, even getting to the university president isn't difficult. Tang Jingwo scrolled through his phone and quickly found a number. Before dialing, he deliberately glanced at Lu Yibei, a vice president at Pingqing University, surnamed Su, in charge of university enterprise cooperation. Our bank deals with him quite often. Lu Yibei nodded. The phone rang 3 times before the call connected. Old Tang, what brings you to call me today? President Su, there's a small matter I'd like your help with. Tang Jiangwo wore a smile, yet his tone had grown noticeably more formal. Erase the thing. We have a client of the highest importance at our bank, and their child is currently studying at your Pengda. Lu Yibei sat on the sofa, his brow twitching. A big client's child. That was a well-crafted cover. It explained his youth while concealing his true wealth. Even if someone investigated, they'd only speculate about some overseas family. Which student? President Su asked. A student named Lu Yibei, sophomore year. As he spoke, Tang Jiangwo shot Lu Yibei a questioning glance. Lu Yibei added, "He'll send you his major and class later." Tang Jiangwo relayed the message immediately. This young man has his own affairs to handle and isn't able to attend classes on a fixed schedule. Could you see if there's a way to make his schedule more flexible without affecting his enrollment status or graduation? There was a brief silence on the other end. Old Tang, you know the school has its rules. If we excuse every student who simply says they don't feel like attending, how would we manage things later? Understood, fully understood. I'm not asking you to break any rules. Tang Jiangwo chuckled. But aren't we encouraging innovation, entrepreneurship, and joint university enterprise training these days, eh? If a young person has the ability, the school should give them room to shine. This Lu Yibei, what does his family do? The question had finally hit the crux of the matter. Tang Jiangwo didn't answer right away. Instead, he picked up his teacup and took a slow, leisurely sip. After savoring the moment, he lowered his voice. President Su, I'm afraid I can't disclose the specifics. Banks have confidentiality requirements, you understand. All I can tell you is that this young man's family wealth is more than enough to buy 10 of your Pengda universities outright. Lu Yibei, upon hearing this, gave Tang Jiangwo a direct thumbs up. Perfect. Whether 28 billion yuan could actually buy 10 Pengda campuses was debatable, but the unwavering conviction in Tang Jiangwo's bragging was as if he had already walked into the school's finance office with a capital verification report to ask for a quote. The tone on the other end of the line grew visibly serious. Are you sure? I've handled this client personally. How could it be false? Is the person with you right now? Not convenient to say. Tang Jiangwo, looking straight at Lu Yibei across from him, didn't even blush as he said it. Tell you what, send me the student's information. He'll discuss it with the president and the academic affairs office, whether to route it through an innovation and entrepreneurship track or draft a personalized development plan. Alright, when you personally ask old Tang how could I drag my feet, then he'll leave it in your hands, President Su. Dinner's on me another day. The call ended. Tang Jiangwo set down his phone, his expression still composed, yet the tension between his brows had visibly eased. From the loosening of Tang Jiangwo's brow and his immediate action of sending the materials, Lu Yibei could easily tell that the man was taking this matter very seriously, determined not to fumble his very first personal request. Right in front of Lu Yibei, Tang Jiangwo sent his name and basic details to President Su, adding a follow-up message, strictly confidential. Young Master Lu, the moment the school gets back to us, I'll inform you right away. I appreciate your help, President Tang. You're far too kind. Lu Yibei glanced at his watch and rose to his feet. The formalities are done and the school matter is settled. I'll be on my way then. Tang Jiangwo hastily stood up just as Tang Jiangwo was about to see him out, the phone on his desk lit up and several subordinates waiting to report stood outside the door. Mingwe. Li Mingwe stepped forward immediately. See young Master Lu out for me and make sure he gets where he needs to go. Yes, President Tang. Li Mingwe accompanied Lu Yibei. Along the way, she proactively pressed the elevator button for him, introduced the bank's exclusive mobile banking services and emergency contact channels without forcing small talk to curry favor. The elevator reached the ground floor. After stepping out of the bank's main entrance, Li Mingwe looked around, but saw no driver or waiting vehicle. Young Master Lu, did you drive yourself here? I took a cab. Li Mingwe paused for half a second, then quickly said, then let me drive you back. President Tang instructed me to make sure you get there. No need to go through all that trouble. It's my job. Seeing her insistence, Lu Yibei didn't continue to decline. Then back to Pengcheng University, it is. Li Mingwe led him toward the underground parking garage. She drove a black BMW, clean on the outside with no unnecessary embellishments. Li Mingwe unlocked the car, initially intending to open the rear door for Lu Yibei, but saw that he had already walked around to the passenger side. The front seat is fine. Li Mingwe paused for a moment, then nodded. All right. The two got into the car. Li Mingwe buckled her seatbelt and started the engine. A stream of cool air flowed from the air conditioning. Gripping the steering wheel, she turned to face Lu Yibei. Young Master Lu, do you always take cabs to and from school? I live in the school dormitory, and I usually ride a little yellow bike. Lu Yibei fastened his seatbelt and answered casually, going to the bank today, I was afraid the chain would fall off halfway, which would tarnish the image of your Huashang Bank's esteemed client. Li Mingwe couldn't help but chuckle. Young Master Lu has a good sense of humor. So it mainly depends on who I'm talking to. Li Mingwe's hand on the steering wheel paused slightly, then she pressed the accelerator and drove the car out of the underground parking lot. The navigation showed it was 24 minutes to Pengcheng University. The evening traffic had already thickened. The black BMW merged into the main road. Li Mingwe drove steadily, though after two intersections, she noticeably slowed down. Ahead the lights were all green, yet she kept her speed low, maintaining a rather friendly parallel driving relationship with the bus on her right. Liu Yibei turned his head to glance at her. After leaving the bank, Li Mingyu's professional smile had faded somewhat, making her appear more natural as a whole. Her long hair was tied back with a few stray strands falling by her ears, catching the light from outside the window and shimmering faintly. Young Master Liu. Moi. From now on I am your dedicated financial manager. Li Mingyu looked ahead, her tone still professional. In the future, for account management, fund arrangements, investment products, and cross-border business, if you need any help or are unfamiliar with anything, you can ask me directly. Available 24 hours a day. Of course. Even at 3 in the morning. Li Mingyu's lips curved into a slight smile. If young Master Liu were considering asset allocation at 3 in the morning, I'd suspect my service was lacking somewhere. Makes sense. Li Mingyu glanced at the navigation on the center console. Besides financial services, I also need to understand your daily habits. Not to pry into your privacy, but to make arrangements more convenient later. Go ahead. You usually live in the school dorm. Yeah, 4-person room, bed above desk. No luxury sea view, but the snoring is surround sound. No off-campus residence. Not at the moment. What about a regular vehicle? Shared bikes. I ride whichever one works. A trace of amusement flickered in Li Mingyu's eyes. It seems young Master Liu's lifestyle doesn't quite match your financial profile. If you need housing, a car, or a driver later, I can help you select them. You just need to make the request, I'll leave the rest to me. Sounds quite convenient. Making things convenient for you is my job after all. Li Mingyu's voice softened slightly as she said this. The word job coming from her lips carried an inexplicable extra layer of meaning. The car came to a gentle stop at a red light. Li Mingyu tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear, adding, as if casually, actually, it's not just financial matters. If young Master Liu has any needs in your personal life, you can also come to me. Liu Yibei raised an eyebrow. For example, what kind of needs would count as personal life needs? Li Mingyu turned to look at him, not answering immediately. Their gazes met inside the car. A moment later, a car behind them gave a soft honk. Li Mingyu finally averted her gaze and pressed the accelerator again. For example, booking restaurants, arranging trips, choosing gifts, or attending occasions that are inconvenient to go to alone. She paused. If young Master Liu temporarily needs someone familiar with Pingsheng to accompany you, you can also contact me. Accompany. Liu Yibei caught the key point. Just accompany. That depends on what kind of accompaniment young Master Liu needs. Li Mingyu's tone was calm, but the last few words were spoken slower than the rest. The air conditioning in the car was set quite high, yet Liu Yibei inexplicably felt the temperature rise by 2 degrees. He leaned back in his seat and deliberately pressed further. Anything else? Anything else? Li Mingyu held the steering wheel, appearing to think seriously for a few seconds. As she changed lanes, she turned her head to look at Liu Yibei again. You know? Oh, Liu Yibei dragged out the syllable, looking as if he had just received a signal from the cosmos. Got it. Definitely. Really got it. Manager Li has explained it so clearly, it would be impolite of me not to understand. Li Mingyu didn't respond, but the smile at the corner of her lips was noticeably more pronounced. Liu Yibei didn't let her off easily either. Does this service have boundaries? Of course. Such as nothing illegal and nothing too dangerous. Just those 2 rules. Li Mingyu checked the rearview mirror and signaled to change lanes. As for the rest, it depends on the client and also on whether I'm willing. So this exclusive service is a 2-way choice after all. What else did you think? Li Mingyu chuckled. Young Master Liu didn't think that opening a bank card meant you got the account manager herself as a bonus, did you? I didn't think that. Really? Not just now. Li Mingyu pursed her lips, still looking ahead, but her earlobes were tinged with a faint red from the setting sun outside the window. Young Master Liu is indeed a quick learner. It's mainly because Manager Li is such a good teacher. Liu Yibei looked at her profile and suddenly asked, are all people in your profession this direct? Of course not. Then why are you? Li Mingyu didn't avoid the question. I just think that if you have a benefactor to help you, you can avoid many detours. She said this very frankly. Liu Yibei didn't mind. It was normal to want something in return. If someone had only met a few hours ago, claimed to expect nothing in return, and just wanted to serve the client, that would be treating him like a naive college student. Do you think him a benefactor? Li Mingyu gently pressed the brakes, following the traffic ahead to a stop. President Tang personally greeted you at the door. There aren't many in the entire Pingsheng branch who get that in a year. She turned her head, her gaze resting on Liu Yibei's face for a moment. What does young Master Liu think? Makes sense. Liu Yibei nodded. Then I'll be counting on Manager Li's service from now on. I won't disappoint young Master Liu. Li Mingyu looked back ahead and turned the steering wheel gently. Whatever young Master Liu needs, that's what it'll be. Having said that, she drove with a perfectly serious demeanor, as if she had just been introducing an ordinary wealth management product to a client. The car fell silent for a few. Li Mingyu's phone was connected to the car's system, and a message from a work group suddenly popped up on the screen. She glanced at it, but didn't open it. For contacting you, should I use the number I registered earlier? That works. That number will likely receive bank notifications and business calls in the future, so it's not very convenient for private chats. Liu Yibei turned to look at her. So, I have a personal number. Li Mingyu recited a string of digits for Liu Yibei to note down. A few seconds later, her phone resting beside the center console vibrated softly. Added. Liu Yibei asked. What's the note? Young Master Lu. Too formal. Then what should it be? Figure it out yourself. Li Mingyue didn't answer on the spot. She only picked up her phone at a red light, typed a couple of things, and then placed its screen down. Lu Yibei's phone vibrated right after. Li Mingyue had sent him a smiley emoji, and the note above the chat window showed only 2 characters. Yibei. He looked up at the driver's seat. Li Mingyue acted as if nothing had happened, staring intently at the red light countdown ahead. Managerly. Moi. You sure got into the personal service mode quickly. The client requested it. The light turned green, and she pressed the accelerator with a smile on her. Lu Yibei leaned back into his seat, unable to stop the corners of his mouth from turning up. She really did drive smoothly. It's just that for a young male college student full of vigor, the content inside the car was somewhat over the speed limit. The trip that should have taken over 20 minutes took nearly 40. The black BMW stopped near the gate of Pengcheng University. Just as Lu Yibei unbuckled his seatbelt, Li Mingyue had already gotten out first and walked around to the passenger side to open the door for him. Young Master Lu, please. Lu Yibei got out of the car and looked at her serious demeanor, almost thinking that everything said in the car was his illusion. Thanks for the trouble, Manager Li. My pleasure. Lu Yibei turned and walked towards the school gate. After a few steps, he looked back and waved. Li Mingyue was still standing by the car. She raised her hand and gave a little wave back, then pointed at her phone. Message me if anything comes up. After Li Mingyue finished speaking, she bent down and slid back into the driver's seat. A glimpse of black stockings beneath her professional skirt flashed by, then the door closed, and her black BMW slowly pulled away from the school gate. Lu Yibei watched the car merge into traffic. Just as he turned to leave, a loud, "Holy crap," rang out from behind him. He looked back. A girl stood not far away, clutching 2 books, her eyes wide as saucers. She froze for less than 2 seconds before darting over in her white sneakers. Zhang Zihan was Lu Yibei's classmate. She was easy on the eyes, with a high ponytail and bright features, and she always spoke and acted with a straightforward, no-nonsense attitude. Any gossip that reached her ears rarely survived the day. Zhang Zihan ran up to Lu Yibei, first glancing at the departing BMW, then fixing her gaze on him. Damn, Lu Yibei, you're a dark horse. So a gorgeous rich girlfriend, huh? Zhang Zihan didn't bother lowering her voice. A rich beauty personally drives you back in a BMW and even gets out to open the door for you. You two keeping it a secret. Lu Yibei glanced around. A few passing students had slowed their pace. College students might skip electives and miss career fairs, but they would never miss a live piece of gossip. She's not my girlfriend. Still acting. Really, she's not. Then why did she open the door for you? Just being polite. Not your girlfriend, yet she drops you off in black stockings. She wears them for work. Zhang Zihan latched onto a key word. Work? So an office romance. Lu Yibei's head began to ache. He realized that trying to clear up a rumor was like pouring water into a pan of hot oil. It only made the splatter worse. I'm still a student, how could I have an office romance? Then what does she do? She works at a bank. Zhang Zihan gasped. A high-flying bank executive keeping a male college student. What goes on in that head of yours? I'm just following the clues you gave me. I went to the bank on business and she gave me a ride back. What kind of business requires a black stocking beauty to show for you? Private banking. Private. Zhang Zihan's eyes lit up again. How private? Lu Yibei wisely shut his mouth. If he kept explaining, tomorrow's campus wall post would be titled, "The Untold Story of a Male College Student and His Private Bank Manager." Anyway, she's not my girlfriend. Then who is she? A client manager. What client manager personally drives a client back to school and waves goodbye at the gate? Zhang Zihan stood in his way, clutching her books with a stance that said she wouldn't let him leave without a proper explanation. Lu Yibei stepped left, she stepped left. He stepped right as she followed. They shuffled back and forth 3 times in front of the gate like 2 crabs engaged in a low-budget standoff. All right, Lu Yibei gave in, blurting out. She's an employee of my family, okay? Not my girlfriend. Zhang Zihan froze mid-step. She gave him a once-over, her expression even more shocked than when she'd seen the BMW. Well, what now? Master Lu playing the underdog, huh? Playing what? Your family's employee drives a BMW, wears black stockings, and opens doors for you, yet you still fight us for the 9 yuan meal deal at the cafeteria? Lu Yibei opened his mouth, then closed it. The claim did seem to defy the laws of energy conservation. Can't I be frugal? Sure, totally. Zhang Zihan nodded vigorously. I get it, rich folks slumming it. You don't get anything. Lu Yibei sidestepped her and headed into the school. Zhang Zihan called after him. Master Lu, when you hit it big, don't forget us. Forget it, please. They'll buy you a 9 yuan meal tomorrow. Then I thank you. Lu Yibei didn't take the misunderstanding to heart. But after walking over 100 meters, he glanced back and saw Zhang Zihan still standing there, her fingers flying across her phone screen. A sudden sense of dread crept over him. That girl was probably not looking up a word. Back at the dorm, as soon as Lu Yibei pushed open the door, he heard Zhao Liyuan. I'm so done. What kind of player is this? Keeping a backup and then treating that backup like trash. Zhou Shuheng sat nearby, his expression equally cold, more precisely using him for free. Chen Jiashu sat in his own chair, phone in hand, not saying a word. He was usually easygoing, but now he hung his head. Lu Yibei closed the door. What's going on? Zhao Liyuan turned around, still fuming. Jiashu said Jiang Wanwan claimed she needed to focus on her studies. I thought that was too lame, so I asked around. Zhao Liyuan was truly the dorm's intelligence chief. He started with classmates, moved on to club acquaintances, and then traced her high school alumni through them. In less than 2 hours, he had pieced together her romantic history over the past. And oi, Yibei asked. Zhao Liyuan handed over his phone. The screen showed a screenshot of a WeChat Moments post. Jiang Wanwan was leaning against a guy with a beach in the back. The caption read simply, "Happy 1-year anniversary." The date was last month. She has a boyfriend. More than that, Zhao Liyuan gritted out. They've been together for over a year. She blocked Jiashu from that post, and she's been having him carry her stuff, save seats, pick up packages, while spending weekends with her boyfriend off campus. Zhou Shuhang glanced at Chen Jiashu. You chased her for years and never even got into her moments. Zhao Lian chimed in. Where you couldn't get in, others have been freely coming. Chen Jiashu's face darkened further. Maybe. They're just friends. Zhao Liyuan nearly slammed the phone on the table. Just friends celebrating a 1-year anniversary. Maybe it's a joke. Her boyfriend's pinned post is also her with the caption "My Wanwan." What are they both joking with the whole world, but only being serious with you? Chen Jiashu fell silent. Zhao Liyuan continued scrolling. Last Qixi, she said she had a club meeting and had you save her a seat at the library. That same evening, she was having a candlelit dinner on the beach with her boyfriend. Another photo was pulled up. This year on her birthday, you queued for 2 hours to buy her a cake. She took it straight to her boyfriend's birthday party, and in the post, she didn't even change the cake box. In the photo, the cake Chen Jiashu had carefully chosen sat in the middle of the table. Jiang Wanwan and the guy were leaning close together, both with cream smeared on their face. Chen Jiashu's lips trembled. She told me that day it was just a few girlfriends. Yeah, her boyfriend's gender is quite flexible, Zhou Shuhang said coldly. Zhao Liyuan grew angrier. Last time you had a fever, she asked you to pick up a package for her on the way. You were burning at 39 degrees, and you still delivered it to her building. Where was her boyfriend then? Jiashu wouldn't know, Zhou Shuhang said. He's just the errand boy, not part of the main plot. Chen Jiashu lowered his head, his knuckles white. The little things he had once seen as her relying on me now took on a different meaning, strung together by those photos. Yibei didn't join the cursing. He just pulled up a chair and sat down. Her having a boyfriend isn't the problem. The others in the room turned to look at him. The problem is she knew you liked her, hid it from you, and kept using you. Yibei looked at Chen Jiashu. It's okay to like the wrong person, but don't keep lying to yourself. Chen Jiashu stared at the screenshot, his eyes reddening, his fingers still scrolling up and down, as if searching for excuses for Jiang Wanwan. Just then his phone rang. Caller ID Jiang Wanwan. The room fell silent instantly. Chen Jiashu gripped the phone, hesitating to answer. As the phone rang for the 6th time, Zhao Liyuan reached over and pressed a hand on his shoulder. Answer it. Zhao Liyuan pressed down on Chen Jiashu's shoulder and switched the phone to speaker. Chen Jiashu took a deep breath and answered the call. Hello. There was a brief silence on the other end before Jiang Wanwan's gentle voice came through. Jiashu, why did it take you so long to answer? She seemed completely unaware of the tense atmosphere in the dorm, letting out a soft chuckle. Were you asleep? I've already arrived at the delivery station, and those 2 boxes of books are really heavy. When are you coming over? They'll wait for you here. Chen Jiashu stared at the screenshot of the Moments post on the table, remaining silent. Jiashu. Jiang Wanwan's voice grew even softer. Are you feeling unwell? If you're not feeling well, it's fine to come later. I can wait a bit longer. Zhao Liyuan's temples pulsed with visible anger. Every word sounded considerate, yet she never once considered that Chen Jiashu might not come at all. No need to wait. Zhao Liyuan spoke directly into the phone. The line went quiet. Who is this? Chen Jiashu's roommate. Jiang Wanwan's tone turned wary. Why is Jiashu's phone in your hand? It's on speaker, he's right here. This is between me and Jiashu. What does it have to do with you? It had nothing to do with me originally. Zhao Liyuan sneered. But when you have a boyfriend yet string along my roommate using him as free labor, then it becomes my business. Silence fell completely on Jiang Wanwan's end. After several long seconds, she finally asked, what are you talking about? Stringing him along. Zhao Yuxuan, you've been dating for over a year. Do you need me to read out your 1-year anniversary photo caption? This time Jiang Wanwan didn't immediately retort. Clearly she hadn't realized just how much had been uncovered. You investigated me. Most of the gentleness vanished from her voice. What right do you have to pry into my private life? We were just bored, showing some concern for a fellow student's academics. Zhao Liyuan continued. After all, someone claims academics come first, yet manages to balance love and studies perfectly, while also hiring an unpaid porter on the side. Zhou Shuhang added, can't really call it hiring. An employment relationship requires at least payment. Jiang Wanwan raised her voice. I never forced Jiashu to help me. He did it willingly. We've been classmates since high school. Is there a problem with friends helping each other? Helping each other? Zhao Liyuan asked. What has she ever done for you? Reminding him to wear a coat when it's cold. A weather app does that too. Why do you have to be so nasty? Jiang Wanwan's voice began to tremble, as if she were deeply wronged. Jiashu, I've always considered you my best friend. Are you really going to let your roommates humiliate me like this? The conversation looped around, and the blame landed squarely back on Chen Jiashu. He gripped the phone, his knuckles turning white. Wanwan. He finally spoke. Were you really dating Zhao Yuxuan for over a year? Jiang Wanwan paused for a moment. My feelings are my private matter. I was planning to tell you, then why did you block me from seeing that on your moments? I was afraid you'd be upset if you saw it. And yet you still had me buy you cake, save you seats, and carry your things. Because we're friends. Jiang Wanwan answered, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Yuxuan is usually swamped with student council work and his family's factory often needs his help. I don't want to bother him with every little thing. Zhao Liyuan let out a bitter laugh. Boyfriend's busy, so bother the backup. So Zhao Yuxuan handles the romance, and Jiashu handles the after-sales service. Can you stop being so vicious? I'm just reciting your job description. Qin Jiashu looked up, his voice slightly hoarse. Then why did you always tell me before that you didn't want to date right now and that I should wait a while longer? When did I ever tell you to wait? Jiang Wanwan immediately retorted. I only said I didn't want to think about it for the time being. You chose to wait on your own. Jiashu, I always thought you were good to me because we've known each other for so many years. The way you're asking now makes it sound like I owe you something. Those phrases, we'll talk later, it's still early, let it happen naturally, had once sounded like glimmers of, but coming from Jiang Wanwan's mouth, they were twisted into nothing but Chun Jiashu's own wishful thinking. Zhou Shuhang spoke calmly. Never gives a clear answer, but never stops asking for help. Can enjoy the pursuit when it's convenient, retreat to being just a friend when it's not. Truly, she owes nothing. If you're going to twist my words like that, there's nothing I can do. And besides, every time you agreed on your own. I never forced you. Does that mean all the things you did for me before were just because you wanted me to be your girlfriend? Qin Jiashu was struck speechless. With a single sentence, she had turned her own deception into an accusation of his impure motives. Zhao Liyuan was about to curse, but Lu Yibei raised a hand to stop him. Arguing further was pointless. Jiang Wanwan. Lu Yibei spoke into the phone. Zhao Yuxuan is your boyfriend, right? Yes. Qin Jiashu didn't know before, right? I just hadn't had the chance to tell him. You knew he liked you, right? Silence once again filled the other end of the line. Lu Yibei didn't give her a chance to deflect again. 3 questions are enough. You're free not to like him, and you're free to date someone else. But keeping it from him while continuing to enjoy everything he does for you. That's just wrong. 4 of you teaming up to bully one girl, is that fun? Jiang Wanwan's voice was thick with tears. I haven't done anything wrong. Jiashu helped me of his own free will. Now you're digging through my moments and ganging up on me over speakerphone. Don't you think you've gone too far? Qin Jiashu closed his eyes. Have Zhao Yuxuan move your books. Jiang Wanwan sounded like she hadn't heard him clearly. What? And don't ask me for help anymore. With that, Qin Jiashu hung up the phone. The dorm fell silent once more. As the screen went dark, he seemed to lose all his strength, slumping back in his chair and staring blankly into space. Was I being an idiot? A little, Zhou Shuhang said. Zhao Liyuan shot him a glare. Is that any way to comfort someone? Continuing to let her fool him would be the real idiocy. Lu Yibei reached out and patted Qin Jiashu on the shoulder. All right, it's just one woman. You've got a bright future ahead. No need to dwell on this. Consider it a lesson learned. Qin Jiashu gave a bitter smile. Been learning it since high school, all the way to sophomore year. That's one long lesson. At least you're finally done with it. Zhao Liyuan deleted all the screenshots. Let's go out for a good dinner tonight. My treat. You said that last time, and we ended up this time we'll cover a little more. Qin Jiashu finally cracked a faint smile. Just then his phone rang again. It wasn't Jiang Wanwan. It was an unknown number. The 4 of them exchanged glances. Zhao Liyuan switched the phone to speaker again, and Qin Jiashu answered. Qin Jiashu. A young man's voice came through, not particularly polite. This is Zhao Yuxuan, Wanwan's boyfriend. Zhao Liyuan mouth called it to the others. What do you want? Qin Jiashu asked. Wanwan just called me crying, saying all 4 of you cornered her and yelled at her and went through her private information. Zhao Yuxuan said coldly. She's one girl and you're a bunch of grown men ganging up on her. Quite impressive. Did she tell you why she got yelled at? Zhao Liyuan asked. Who are you now? One of the members of the bullying gang she mentioned. Save the jokes. Zhao Yuxuan's tone grew heavier. I'm in the student council's public relations department. Be at the council office tomorrow at noon. Apologize to Wanwan face-to-face, and we'll call it even. Zhao Liyuan let out an exasperated laugh. Since when did the student council become a courthouse? Come, or don't, it's up to you. And if we don't? A muffled thud of a car door closing came through the phone. Zhao Yuxuan paused for 2 seconds, then said word by word, no need to wait until tomorrow. I'm already downstairs at your dorm. Come down. The call ended. Zhao Liyuan stared at his phone, laughing in disbelief. Since when does the student union's external relations department handle door-to-door enforcement? Don't be rash. Lu Yibei stood up. Let's go down and clear this up. The 4 of them headed downstairs together. Zhao Yuxuan was standing right at the dormitory entrance, a white off-road vehicle. He wore a printed short-sleeved shirt, a conspicuous mechanical watch on his wrist, and his hair was styled perfectly in place. Seeing the 4 emerge together, he didn't retreat. Instead, he lifted his chin defiantly. A dozen or so students had already gathered to watch the commotion. Some recognized Zhao Yuxuan and murmured among themselves. That guy from the student union's external relations department. Yeah, his family owns a factory. 4 against 1, this should be interesting. Several phones were quietly raised. Zhao Yuxuan's gaze swept across their faces, finally settling on Chen Jiaxu. So you're Chen Jiaxu? Yes. Wanwan already told me everything, Zhao Yuxuan scoffed. You couldn't win her over, so you brought your roommates to badmouth her and creep on her social media. A grown man acting so petty. Chen Jiaxu's face darkened. Did she tell you she's been hiding things from me all along? Why would she need to tell you? Zhao Yuxuan stepped forward. You don't actually think carrying a few things for her, or buying her a few cakes makes her obligated to be your girlfriend, do you? I never said that. You didn't say it, but that's what you were thinking, isn't it? Chen Jiaxu took a step forward. This has nothing to do with my roommates. If you have a problem with me, take it out on me. Don't insult them. Now you're pretending to be a man of honor. Zhao Yuxuan patted his shoulder, the gesture dripping with condescension. If you'd had this much self-awareness earlier and stayed away from Wanwan, none of this would have happened. Instead, you stuck to her like a plaster and then dragged your roommates into this mess. Chen Jiaxu brushed his hand away. I already said I won't contact her again. You'd better mean it. Zhao Yuxuan adjusted his wrist, then glanced towards the dormitory building. This is Peng University, not some place for a few broke students to run wild. The student union, the faculty. I know more people than you've ever heard of. Mess with me, and you want to even have a say in how your disciplinary action is written. Zhao Yuxuan's smile widened. People like you are just pathetic. Classic laborer mentality. You think putting in extra effort and running a few extra errands will make someone like you. Zhao Liyuan stepped forward. Watch your mouth. Zhao Yuxuan looked at him. Did I say something wrong? He pointed at Chen Jiaxu's plain t-shirt. No money, no connections, no class. A broke nobody. What else can he do besides being someone's errand boy? Isn't it perfectly normal that Wanwan doesn't want him? A few jeers rose from the watching crowd. Quit the yapping. Look at the student union vice-ministers, so tough. 4 against 1, are you fighting or not? Some eager for chaos had already turned their phones horizontally ready to record. Yibei frowned. Zhao Yuxuan, if you want to stand up for Jiang Wanwan, at least get the full story straight first. Continuing to hurl insults won't solve anything. And who the hell are you? His roommate. And his brother. So another broke nobody. Zhao Yuxuan's gaze swept over the floor, his tone growing increasingly contemptuous. A bunch of nobodies sharing a 4-bed dorm and eating cafeteria meals, thinking you're tough just because you stick together. Let me make this clear right now, a guy like Chen Jiaxu isn't fit to tie Wanwan's shoes. Say that again. Zhao Liyuan's voice dropped dangerously. Can't hear me. Zhao Yuxuan walked up to Chen Jiaxu and jabbed a finger at his chest. I said he's a spineless, good-for-nothing broke loser. Wanwan even acknowledging him is a kindness. Did he really think he had the right to be picky? That was the last straw for Zhao Liyuan. He lunged forward and slammed his fist into Zhao Yuxuan's face. You're the one who needs a beating. Caught off guard, Zhao Yuxuan staggered back, crashing against the door of the off-road vehicle. The crowd erupted. Holy shit, he actually hit him. Keep filming, keep filming. Go on, don't back down. Zhao Yuxuan wiped his mouth, then kicked out at Zhao Liyuan. Zhao Liyuan stumbled back 2 steps, but immediately lunged forward again. The two grappled. Yibei tried to separate them, but Zhao Yuxuan broke free from Zhao Liyuan and swung a punch at Chen Jiaxu nearby. Chen Jiaxu instinctively blocked, but still took the hit to his chin. Now no one could just stand and watch. Zhou Shuhang grabbed Zhao Yuxuan's arm from the side, while Chen Jiaxu, eyes red, charged in. As Yibei pulled Zhao Liyuan away, he took a punch to the shoulder himself, then shoved Zhao Yuxuan against the car door. The scene descended into complete chaos. Someone shouted, "Stop fighting," in a tone that sounded excitedly like round 2. Others were directing the fight while recording. He's open on the left. His left side is exposed. Dude, hold your phone steady. In less than 2 minutes, Zhao Yuxuan was bruised and battered, his printed shirt torn askew. Lu Yibei's group hadn't fared much better. Zhao Liyuan had a split lip, Chen Jiaxu's chin was red, and Zhou Shuhang's glasses had nearly been trampled. What's going on here? Stop it now. The dorm supervisor and 2 campus security guards rushed out of the building, and the onlookers quickly scattered. The fighters were finally pulled. Holding his nose, Zhao Yuxuan pointed at Lu Yibei and the others. Just you wait, this isn't over. He was helped away by 2 acquaintances from the student union, but not before turning back to glare at Chen Jiaxu. The 4 of them were also ushered back to their dormitory by the supervisor to await disciplinary action. The moment they got back, the video hit Pingcheng University's forum. The title was blunt. Shocking. 4 male students beat up student union cadre outside dormitory. The video started with Zhao Liyuan's first punch, conveniently omitting all the insults that came before. The footage only showed the 4 ganging up on Zhao Yuxuan, making it look like a premeditated, organized assault. The comment section was refreshing rap. 4 against 1, so proud of yourselves, eh? Regardless of the reason, throwing the first punch makes you wrong. Isn't that Zhao Yuxuan from the External Relations Department? I heard his family has some cooperation with the school. Those guys are probably looking at disciplinary action. Some witnesses at the scene tried to explain. Zhao Yuxuan was spewing some nasty stuff before this. The video didn't catch all of it. He was the one jabbing his finger at Chen Jiaxu's chest, and even hit him first. But these comments were quickly buried under a flood of 4 against 1, and throwing the first punch is wrong. No one cared about the full story. The first punch in the short video had already decided the narrative for everyone. To make matters worse, the forum post was quickly shared into class group chats and student union workgroups. Within 10 minutes, the video had over 10,000 views, and the names and majors of the 4 students were being dug up. As Liu Yibei was scrolling through the comments, a video call from Zhang Zihan came in. He answered, and Zhang Zihan's shocked face filled the screen. Damn, it really is you guys. You guys are insane. As Zhang Zihan spoke, another pretty face squeezed into the frame. Let me see. This is my roommate Chen Shishir, Zhang Zihan introduced. Chen Shishir stared at Liu Yibei on the screen, then looked at the forum video. Aren't those Zhao Liyuan and the others so fierce? She paused, her tone turning worried. But if they hit him like that, doesn't it make them look like the guilty ones? If the student union decides to pursue this, it could even affect their graduation. Besides, Zhao Yuxuan's family seems to have some influence. His dad's factory sponsored school events, and he knows a lot of people in the student union. Zhang Zihan finally dropped his amused expression. Right, are you guys okay? We're fine for now. What do you mean for now? Still waiting for the fallout. Liu Yibei hung up, and the dorm fell silent for a moment. Zhou Shuhang adjusted his glasses and spoke first. That was a bit impulsive. Zhao Liyuan touched his split lip. Listening to him talk like that, I couldn't hold back. I know, Zhou Shuhang said. That's why I joined in. Chen Jiashu hung his head. I'm sorry for causing you all this trouble. Enough, Zhao Liyuan waved his hand dismissively. We're brothers. Whatever happens, well, face it together. Just then, Chen Jiashu's phone rang. The caller ID showed it was their counselor. He answered, and the counselor's strained voice filled the room. All 4 of you get to the student affairs office right now. Zhao Yuxuan's parents are already here. After the counselor ended the call, the 4 exchanged a glance and headed to the faculty office area. A crowd had already gathered outside the meeting room. Student union members who had rushed over upon hearing the news, as well as students who had seen the forum video and deliberately detoured for gossip, were present. As Liu Yibei and his 3 companions appeared, the murmuring crowd parted and dozens of eyes followed them. One might have thought they weren't there to face disciplinary action, but to walk a red carpet after a tour. Their counselor Wei Jianya stood waiting at the meeting room door. In his mid-30s and slightly stout with neatly combed hair, Wei usually spoke in a calm, unhurried manner. When dealing with student conflicts, he'd first separate the parties and then reason with them slowly. Seeing the injuries on their faces, he sighed. Once you're inside, stay calm. Don't talk back, and absolutely no fighting. We understand, Teacher Wei, Zhou Shuhang said. Inside the meeting room, Zhao Yuxuan sat on one side with a bandage on his nose and a bruise at the corner of his mouth. Beside him sat a well-preserved middle-aged woman. Dressed in designer clothes with her handbag on the table, her expression was even more sour than her son's injuries. She was Zhao Yuxuan's mother, Fong. As soon as they entered, Fong Lin shot them a cold glare. These are them. Zhao Yuxuan nodded. 4 against 1. Quite impressive. Fong Lin crossed her arms, her gaze sweeping over Liu Yibei and the others, as if inspecting 4 substandard products. Wei Jianya quickly gestured for them to sit. Zhao Yuxuan's mother were still investigating the full story. These are just young people. Conflicts and minor scuffles are normal. Let's first get the facts straight before discussing how to proceed. Fong Lin's face turned cold. Teacher Wei, what do you mean by that? I don't mean anything else. A minor scuffle. Fong Lin pointed at the bandage on Zhao Yuxuan's nose. 4 people beat my Yuxuan like this, and you call it a minor scuffle? I'm just saying both sides acted impulsively. So you're covering for them. Wei Jianya was momentarily speechless. Zhao's mother, I'm just asking everyone to stay calm. I am calm. Fong Lin slapped her phone on the table, the screen playing the fight video from the forum. No matter what happened before, 4 people cannot gang up on my son. This isn't a simple conflict, it's campus violence. If you as a counselor can't handle it, then it'll go to the department head. The crowd outside the door was growing. Some stood on tiptoes to peek inside, others texted on their phones, and even teachers from the neighboring office came out to see what was happening. Wei Jianya had hoped to contain the matter at the counselor level, but seeing Fong Lin's intransigence, he had no choice but to call the department head. Within 10 minutes, a man in his 50s strode into the meeting room. Director Li. Wei Jianya rose to greet him. Director Li entered, spotted Fong Lin, first gave her a nod, and only then glanced at Liu Yibei and the other 3. The subtle order of attention wasn't lost on Liu Yibei. What exactly happened? Director Li asked. Wei Jianya was about to explain when Fong Lin thrust her phone. Director Li, see for yourself. 4 of them ganged up on my son, and the video is all over the school. Director Li watched the clip, his expression darkening rapidly. Who threw the first punch? Zhao Liyuan stepped forward. I did. You admit it readily enough. But he insulted Chen Jiashu first and shoved him. Director Li placed the phone back on the table. If someone insults you, you report it to a teacher. Who gave you permission to use your fists? No one did, Zhao Liyuan said. I just lost my temper. 1 lost temper and 4 of you end up beating a classmate. Zhou Shuhang adjusted his glasses. The video doesn't show the beginning. Zhao Yuxuan threw punches too. Chen Jiashu and Liu Yibei only fought back after being hit. So you think you're in the right? Director Li showed no intention of probing further for evidence. The school has repeatedly prohibited fighting. All 4 of you participated in an assault. The impact is severe and it's been posted online, seriously damaging the school's reputation. Zhao Yuxuan, sitting nearby, smirked. Told you, just a bunch of poor laborers. What do they know besides ganging up and fighting? Chen Jiaishi's head snapped up. Say that again. What, you want to fight right in front of the teachers? Zhao Yuxuan leaned back in his chair. Poor is poor. No wonder people look down on you. Doing a little work for a girl and thinking you've got a chance. If that's not pathetic, what is? Wei Jianya immediately barked. Zhao Yuxuan, shut up. Director Li merely frowned. We're here to discuss the fight, not other matters. Lu Yibei's brow. Zhao Yuxuan continued his insults right in front of the teachers, and Director Li brushed it off with a casual, let's not get sidetracked. But when it came to their side of the story, Director Li wouldn't even listen to a full sentence. This wasn't just favoritism anymore. Teacher Wei, take down their information, Director Li said, tapping the table. For participating in a group assault with severe impact, well reported as a major demerit. If Zhao Yuxuan's injuries turn out to be more serious, further action will be taken. Director Li, shouldn't we first gather eyewitness accounts and the full video? Wei Jianya urged. A major demerit right away would have a huge impact on these students. Isn't the video clear enough? But there's context. No context justifies 4 against 1. Director Li raised a hand to cut him off. Have them go back to their dorms and wait for notification. They'll submit written self-reflections tomorrow. The decision was made settled without further. Lu Yibei didn't argue on the spot. He could see that continuing to explain in that room would only add background noise for those who didn't want to listen. The 4 rose to leave. As they reached the door, Lu Yibei noticed his campus card had fallen by his chair and turned back to retrieve it. The others had already dispersed down the corridor, but the meeting room door hadn't fully closed. Fong Lin's voice drifted out. Director Li, this time you must give my Shanner justice. We can't let them bully him for nothing. Rest assured, Miss Fong, the school will handle this seriously. Good. Our old Zhao wants to invite you for a drink next week. Don't say you're busy then. 2 knowing chuckles echoed from inside. Lu Yibei picked up his campus card, his expression unchanged, and turned to catch up with his 3 roommates. What happened back there? Zhao Liyuan asked. My campus card fell. Lu Yibei paused. Also, the department head has ties with their family. Back in the dorm, none of them felt like talking. A major demerit was no joke. It would go on their records, affecting scholarships, graduate school recommendations, and employment. Severe cases could even cost them their degrees. Chen Jiashu sat on his chair, tears suddenly streaming down his face. He hadn't cried when he learned Jiang Wanwan had a boyfriend. But now, looking at the 3 roommates who had fought alongside him, he couldn't hold it in any longer. Guys, I've gotten you into trouble. He wiped his face, his voice trembling. A major demerit. Even after graduation, finding a job will be hard. It's all because of me. You wouldn't have had any problems otherwise. Zhao Lian opened his mouth, but couldn't find the words as easily as he usually did. Zhou Shuang took off his glasses and wiped the lenses in silence. The dorm was quiet for a long time. Lu Yibei leaned against the desk, recalling Fong Lin's words in the meeting room. A dinner and some gifts. That's all it took to buy the department head's favor. Connections really did come in handy. All right, Lu Yibei said, pulling out his phone. Connections? I've got a few myself. The 3 of them looked up at him simultaneously. They'll make a quick call. Under their expectant, puzzled gazes, Lu Yibei stepped onto the balcony and closed the door behind him. He found Tang Jingwo's number and pressed call. The phone rang only once before it was answered. Young Master Lu. Tang Jingwo's voice came through the phone. Lu Yibei leaned against the balcony, railing, his tone unhurried. President Tang, your most valuable client, is about to fly. Pingqing University is preparing to give me a major demerit. Lu Yibei gazed at the streetlights below. They'll have to pursue my studies elsewhere. Since I won't be in Pingqing, my resources and money will naturally have to go with me. I can't very well leave them here to pine over old memories, can I add? A brief silence hung on the other end of the line. Tang Jingwo clearly grasped the weight of those words. Young Master Lu, please don't be so hasty. His speech was noticeably quicker than before. Weren't we having a good discussion this afternoon? What exactly happened at the school? It's not complicated. Lu Yibei recounted everything. From Jiang Wanwan hiding her relationship, to Zhao Yuxuan coming to the dorm to hurl insults, all the way to the brawl downstairs. He didn't omit that Zhao Liyuan had thrown the first punch, nor did he deny his own involvement in the fight. For the fight itself, we do bear responsibility. If the school wants to criticize us, make us write self-criticisms, or even issue a reasonable punishment, he'll accept it. But when Zhao Yuxuan kept cursing in front of the teacher's director, Li didn't say a single word about it. He didn't even investigate the witnesses or the first half of the incident. He just walked in and prepared to give all 4 of us major demerits. Are you sure it's a major demerit? Tang Jingwo asked. I heard it with my own ears. Lu Yibei continued. As I was leaving the meeting room, I also overheard Zhao Yuxuan's mother telling Director Li that Zhao Yuxuan's father wanted to invite him for a drink next week. I have no proof of any exchange of favors, but this handling of the matter combined with that relationship makes it very hard not to suspect improper dealings. Tang Jingwo said in a deep voice, I understand. President Tang, there's no need to put yourself out. Lu Yibei said casually. If the school truly can't accommodate me, you'll just go somewhere else. It's a shame though. Huashang is a good bank. I was even thinking of placing some of the resources my family will entrust to me here. The remarks sounded like a casual afterthought, but having said that, Lu Yibei didn't give Tang Jingwo a chance to probe further. That's it for now. The call ended. Lu Yibei put away his phone and returned to the dormitory. His 3 roommates were still in the exact same positions as when Head left, all 6 eyes fixed on him. He found a comfortable spot to lie down, casually propping a pillow behind. Zhao Liyuan was the first to crack. Yibei, what's the deal? The call's done. I know that. Zhao Liyuan leaned in closer. Who is this friend of yours really? Can he actually influence the school's decision? Logically speaking, my friend has far more influence than Zhao Yuxuan's family. Lu Yibei stared at the ceiling. But whether he can pull it off, I'm not sure either. Let's just wait and see. We'll deal with the rest later. The dorm fell silent again. Chen Jiashu gripped his phone like it was his last shred of hope. Zhou Shuheng put his glasses back on, saying nothing, but the pace of his page turning had noticeably slowed. Zhao Liyuan wanted to ask more, but swallowed his words. All they could do now was wait. Meanwhile, at Huashang Bank's Pingqing branch, Tang Zhengwo stared at the disconnected phone, his face gradually turning red. Li Minghua stood before his desk, holding a client file she had been about. Hearing about Lu Yibei's potential transfer and asset relocation, her heart clenched. She couldn't be this unlucky, could she? She had only been Lu Yibei's dedicated account manager for less than a day, and before she could even get a firm grip on this golden opportunity, he was about to fly out of Pingqing, money and all. President Tang, are they really going to give young Master Lu a major demerit over this? Tang Zhengwo slammed his phone on the desk, unable to contain his anger. This isn't just a demerit for young Master Lu, this is blocking my path to advancement. He paced back and forth in his office. The man had a quarterly dividend of over 60 million yuan with a visible net worth of 28 billion. More critically, that phrase, resources my family will entrust to me. Who knew how much more lay behind it? If Lu Yibei truly left the city, taking his assets and future resources with him, the Pingqing branch wouldn't just be losing a client, it would be severing a newly connected. When the head office came asking how would he explain it? That a department head at Pingqing University had driven away the branch's most important new client for the sake of a factory owner. Fine, just fine, Pingqing University. Tang Zhengwo repeated the word fine with seething anger. He's not just issuing a demerit. He's erasing my hopes of being promoted to the head office from his little notebook. He stopped abruptly and looked at Li Minghua. How much in assets does young Master Lu currently hold with our bank? Li Minghua immediately set down her materials and opened the encrypted client system. This quarter's dividend of 72 million yuan has all been kept with Huashang. The domestic operations for his Walmart shares are handled by us, but the primary custody remains with an overseas institution. She quickly navigated to the risk assessment page. If young Master Lu leaves Pingqing, his cash accounts can be transferred out the same day, and his domestic service relationship can be changed at any time. The shares themselves are valued at approximately 28 billion yuan, and future dividends and other assets are currently impossible to estimate. The phrase impossible to estimate made Tang Zhengwo's temples throb. The 60+ million yuan currently on Huashang's books was just the visible portion. The real value lay in Lu Yibei's unspoken overseas background, and that casually dropped line about resources my family will entrust to me. Tang Zhengwo pressed the intercom. Compile all existing cooperation projects, credit lines, and campus financial services between Huashang and Pingqing University. Send them to me in 10 minutes. The office director on the other end was clearly taken aback. President Tang, are we preparing for the annual review? No. Then. We're assessing client. With that, Tang Zhengwo hung up. Within 2 minutes, several relevant departments of the branch had received urgent notices. No one knew why a college student's brawl would implicate 3 business lines: cross-border finance, private banking, and university enterprise cooperation. All they knew was that Vice President Tang's face was red enough to heat the entire office. Li Minghua reminded him softly, President Tang, since young Master Lu called you directly, he's probably still willing to give us time to resolve this. Whoever dares to block my path to the head office, I'll deal with them. Tang Zhengwo picked up his phone. So this has to be resolved before he loses patience. He immediately found Vice President Zu's number and called. When the call connected, Tang Zhengwo skipped the pleasantries. President Su, did you know that Lu Yibei is being given a major demerit by your... A major demerit? I don't know anything about this. Well, now you do. Tang Zhengwo took a deep breath. I'm not going to hint around this time. He'll be direct. Lu Yibei is the most important private client of the Pingqing branch. If he leaves the city because of an unjust decision, his assets and future resources will all be relocated. Vice President Zu's voice turned serious. Old Tang, spell it out for me clearly. He'll send you the full account of the incident right away. Handle the student fight as it should be handled. I'm not asking for any cover-up. But if someone, because they've had a few drinks with the Zhao family, decides to skip the investigation and slap a demerit on young Master Lu, then, if this isn't handled properly, they'll have to report the matter to my old superior director Huang. Tang Zhengwo's words grew increasingly blunt. Huashang is in a growth phase right now, and young Master Lu is the main artery of our Pingqing branch. If your school suddenly cuts that artery with one stroke, they'll have no choice but to explain the reasons to the head office and reassess all our cooperation with Pingqing University. And once word gets out how the clients who are served by Huashang and enjoy Huashang's resources will view Pingqing University, that will no longer be my concern. There was a few seconds of silence on the other end. Then came the sound of a chair being pushed back. Old Tang, don't hang up. Vice President Su spoke rapidly. I'm going to the college right now. Who exactly decided on this major demerit? In the dormitory, Liu Yibei lay on his bed scrolling through his phone. The fight post on the Peng University forum was still gaining momentum. Some cursed the foreknown fight as dishonorable, while others pieced together the cause based on eyewitness accounts. The comment section was more ferocious than the actual. Just as Liu Yibei was about to exit the app, a mechanical chime suddenly echoed in his mind. Task connections completed. This world isn't just about fighting, it's also about social. 3 random rewards obtained. Do you wish to open them? Liu Yibei sat up in bed. The system still didn't explain when the task had been issued or what the completion condition. It was like a boss who only handles payroll but never holds meetings, depositing the salary on time and leaving everything else unattended. Such a work ethic was commendable. Open them all. Reward 1 connection Lin Ziyuan. Reward 2 connection Meng Yi. Reward 3 asset 1 stake in Volkswagen Group. Connection rewards will be fulfilled through real-world causal retrofitting. The memories, communication logs, and social relationships of the host and related individuals will be synchronized and corrected. Asset rewards can be distributed at a time of the host's choosing. Do you wish to receive it now? No. Liu Yibei had only recently acquired Walmart shares and didn't want another massive overseas asset surfacing so soon. The system remained silent. The 1 stake in Volkswagen Group entered a pending state, and all the text vanished. The next second, a flood of unfamiliar yet familiar memories surged into his mind. Lin Ziyuan, 47 years old, the CEO of GG Group, typically lived and worked in Taiwan. 5 years ago, a teenage Liu Yibei had traveled to Taiwan with his school's technology research group. During the free time after the event, he encountered Lin Ziyuan, who was hiking alone in the eastern mountains. A sudden flash flood washed out the mountain road, and Lin Ziyuan injured his leg while dodging falling rocks. Liu Yibei first spotted an abandoned ranger hut on higher ground, then braved the rain to help Lin Ziyuan inside. The two were trapped in the mountains for 2 days, surviving on half a pack of biscuits and collected rainwater until the rescue team arrived. They had kept in touch ever since. Lin Ziyuan admired Liu Yibei's calm demeanor in a crisis and his refusal to leverage his help for favors, treating him as a cherished junior. Whenever business brought him to Pengcheng, he always made time to meet Liu Yibei, and they stayed in regular contact. Liu Yibei called him Uncle Ziyuan, but they weren't blood relatives. They were close friends who had weathered a crisis together. This Uncle Ziyuan spoke in a steady, composed manner, a perpetual smile on his face. The angrier he was, the more amiable his smile became. Those familiar with him knew that if you truly provoked him, it was better to hear him scold you than to wait for his smile to fade and see what you had left. Another memory belonged to Meng Yi. Meng Yi was a year younger than Liu Yibei, the son of a deputy mayor in Pengcheng. His father oversaw investment attraction, market regulation, and commercial affairs, wielding considerable influence in the city. Meng Yi and Liu Yibei had met 3 years ago. They got into a fight over a basketball game, then escaped by climbing over the wall together before the teacher arrived. Over time, through basketball and cycling, their bond deepened. Meng Yi knew Liu Yibei was broke back then, and Liu Yibei knew Meng Yi's family was influential, but neither ever sought favors from him. Meng Yi was bold and straightforward by nature, but he would temper his temper around Liu Yibei. He always called him Brother Bei, and would genuinely step up when trouble arose. As the memories merged, Liu Yibei noticed 2 familiar names added to his contacts: Uncle Ziyuan and Meng Yi. The chat app retained years of records, photos, voice messages, and mutual friends, all perfectly intact. Reality seemed like a page silently rewritten, leaving no trace of erasure. Liu Yibei tapped on Meng Yi's chat window. The last message was from 2 months ago. Brother Bei, when I'm back in Pengcheng, I'll treat you to a meal. Just as Liu Yibei was about to exit the chat, Meng Yi's avatar suddenly lit up. Brother Bei, that foreknown video on the Peng University forum. Is that you in it? 3 question marks followed the message. Liu Yibei replied with a single word. Yeah. The phone rang the next second. Glancing at his 3 roommates, Liu Yibei got up and stepped onto the balcony to answer. Brother Bei, who's messing with you? Meng Yi's tone suggested he was ready to hunt someone down. He'll be back in Pengcheng tomorrow. Give me a name and leave the rest. Don't jump to conclusions yet. They're about to give you a demerit, and you call that jumping to conclusions? The school is reinvestigating. I've already got people on it. Can they handle it? Better than you barging into the school for a second fight. Meng Yi clicked his tongue. Fine, I'll listen to you, Brother Bei. They'll find you when I get there tomorrow. If things aren't resolved, old man Meng will definitely sort it out. After the call ended, Liu Yibei stared at the now quiet phone. The connection reward had indeed taken effect. That years-long friendship wasn't just a cold identity profile. When Meng Yi saw him in trouble, he didn't even ask why. His first instinct was to come stand by his side. But there was no need to call in all his connections just yet. Tang Zhengwo had already stepped in, and the school's verdict was pending. Rallying everyone now wouldn't solve the problem. It would be a parade of connections. He'd hold them in reserve. He'd call on them only if truly needed. Meanwhile, at Pengcheng University's administrative building, Vice President Su hung up with Tang Zhengwo and made 3 calls to the university office, security department, and student affairs. All surveillance footage from the dormitory area, the original forum video, and the list of eyewitnesses. Send them to me within 10 minutes. Also find out who proposed the demerit and whether proper investigation and approval procedures were followed. His tone was measured, but the staff in the office quickened their pace. The pressure from the Huashang partnership was one factor, but more critical was Tang Zhengwo's statement about not asking for a cover-up. If Liu Yibei had indeed been involved in the fight, the school could handle it by the book. But if someone had bypassed the investigation and turned the disciplinary action into a personal favor, the situation was entirely different. The first file delivered was the dormitory surveillance footage. It had no audio but was more complete than the forum video. Zhao Yuxuan was seen approaching Chun Jiaxu and repeatedly poking his chest with his fingers. Chun Jiaxu then deflected his hand, and only then did Zhao Liyuan rush in with punches. Once the brawl started, Zhao Yuxuan also actively fought back multiple times, contradicting the unilateral beating described in the video title. The second file was the students' written accounts. Of the 7 eyewitnesses, 5 explicitly mentioned Zhao Yuxuan repeatedly using insults like pauper and laborer against Chun Jiaxu and his roommates. After reviewing the materials, Vice President Su set them aside. Both sides threw punches, so both share responsibility. 4 against 1 warrants a heavier penalty, but the verbal abuse, provocation, and the initial shove must also be addressed. A staff member from Student Affairs nodded. But the preliminary report from the college only mentions the 4 beating a student council member. It doesn't mention Zhao Yuxuan's insults or his fighting back. Who wrote that? Director Li decided it verbally. Teacher Wei Jianya hasn't signed off yet. Vice President Zu's expression darkened. A disciplinary action with no investigation, no college meeting, and no student defense. Who gave him the authority to decide a demerit in advance? A staff member then brought in a record of the Zhao family's collaborations with the university. Over the past 3 years, the Zhao family's factory had sponsored college events twice. The amounts were modest, and all contacts were routed through Director Li. On paper, there was no evidence of bribery, but it was enough to constitute a personal relationship requiring recusal. Vice President Su closed the file. Suspend the disciplinary recommendation. Director Li is recused from this investigation. Notify the security department to preserve all footage and contact all eyewitnesses for new statements. The edited video on the forum stays for now, but the poster must be required to provide the full footage. As the staff was about to leave, Vice President Su called them back. Also verify the situations of Zhao Yuxuan and Jiang Wanwan. After giving these instructions, he picked up his phone and called Director Li directly. The call connected. Director Li, bring all the evidence you've gathered to justify demerits for Liu Yibei and his 3 roommates. Vice President Su glanced at his watch. I expect you in my office within 10 minutes. 10 minutes later, Director Li, clutching a folder, pushed open the door to the Vice Principal's office. Vice Principal Su, you wanted to see me. Vice Principal Su didn't offer him a seat. Instead, he tossed a stack of documents onto the desk. Is this the evidence you plan to use to give 4 students a demerit? Director Li glanced at it, and his heart immediately skipped a beat. On the desk lay not only the college's preliminary recommendation, but also the complete surveillance footage from the dormitory building, statements from 7 students, and records of the Zhao family factory sponsorship over the past few years. Everything that should have come had arrived. Vice Principal Su, this incident has a very bad influence. 4 against 1, and it's caused a stir on the forum. Our college's main consideration was, I asked you for the evidence. Vice Principal Su slammed his hand on the table, making the teacup lid jump. You didn't review the surveillance, didn't question witnesses, skipped the students' right to appeal, and didn't hold a college meeting. What gives you the right to slap a demerit on them out of thin air? Zhao Yuxuan cursed first, shoved first, and threw punches during the fight. Not a single word about that in the materials you submitted. Why? Sweat began to form on Director Li's forehead. Perhaps the teachers below made an oversight when compiling the materials. Teachers below. Vice Principal Su let out a cold laugh and pulled out the disciplinary recommendation that Wei Jianya had refused to sign. Wei Jianya didn't sign it. The college office says you made the final call. Now that there's a problem, which teacher below are you planning to throw under the bus? The office fell silent. Director Li opened his mouth, but couldn't find words for a long moment. He finally realized this wasn't just someone casually putting in a word. Vice Principal Su had managed to place the complete surveillance testimonies and sponsorship records on the desk in such a short time, which meant the higher-ups weren't just focused. He had kicked an iron wall. But which iron wall it was, he had no idea. Vice Principal Su, is there something special about any of these students? Vice Principal Su stared at him for 2 seconds, his expression growing even darker. Is this how you approach your work? Students without connections can be disciplined without a proper investigation, while only those with backing deserve due process. Director Li's face turned pale as he quickly tried to explain, that's not what I meant. You'd better not mean that. Vice Principal Su pushed the documents forward. You are immediately removed from this investigation. The respective responsibilities of Zhao Yuxuan and the 4 students, including Liu Yibei, will be re-evaluated by the Security Department and Student Affairs Office. Also, write a complete report about your personal dealings with the Zhao family and your handling of the 2 sponsorship events, and submit it to the school's disciplinary committee. I want it on my desk before tonight. Director Li picked up his folder, his fingers stiff. Even after stepping out of the office, a single name kept looping through his mind. Liu Yibei. He had never heard of a prominent Liu family in Pengcheng. The next afternoon, Liu Yibei was lying on his dorm bed, playing on his phone, when it suddenly started buzzing. The first call barely ended before a second one came in. By the time he fumbled for his phone at the head of the bed, there were already 3 missed calls on the screen. Mengyi. A fourth call came through. The moment Liu Yibei answered, a booming voice burst out. All-nighter. 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 We're doing an all-nighter. At an esports hotel my friend runs. Hurry up, I'm waiting at the gate. Car horns blared in the background. Liu Yibei held the phone away from his ear, waiting until the outburst was over before replying, got it. 5 minutes. If you're late, I'm coming into the school to haul you out. The call ended abruptly. Liu Yibei got off the bed and changed into a pair of shoes. I'm not coming back tonight. I'm heading out with a friend to an internet cafe. Zhao Liyuan looked utterly bewildered. Dude, you've still got a demerit hanging over your head, and you're going to an internet cafe. You really don't sweat anything, do you? Zhou Shuhong, leaning back in his chair, didn't even bother to lift his head. Oh, give it a rest. With a brain like yours, he's obviously going out to sort things out with a friend. If you're so smart, why don't you go? Zhao Liyuan immediately protested. What do you mean by that? What's wrong with my brain? You threw the first punch, so what do you think? Zhao Liyuan was silent for a couple of seconds, then turned to Liu Yibei. Yibei, be careful out there. And if you really do an all-nighter, remember to log in for me and grab the daily first win bonus. Get lost. Liu Yibei laughed and cursed, waved at them, and left the dorm. Outside the main gate of Pingxing University, a black off-road vehicle was parked at the curb. Meng Yi, in a loose black t-shirt, leaned against the car door. Spotting Liu Yibei coming out, he raised his hand from over a dozen meters away. Brother Bei, over here. Once inside the car, Meng Yi tossed him a bottle of ice water. How are things at school? Want me to have a word with old man Meng? Someone's already looking into it. No need to add more. All right. Meng Yi agreed readily. You say no, so no? Let's game tonight. If there's no resolution by tomorrow, I'll go give them a lesson. What lesson can you give anyone? In school, I always sat in the back row, so I had a wide view. I've got plenty of teaching experience. Meng Yi made a gesture. A little department head. Easy to handle. The esports hotel wasn't far from the school run by a friend of Meng Yi's. The room had 2 computers, 2 beds, a fridge, and a snack cabinet. Everything you could need. Meng Yi switched on a computer as soon as they walked in. Brother Bei, what's the plan tonight? Win 2 games first, then we'll see. Funny, I was thinking the same thing. 10 minutes later, Meng Yi's mid lane Yasuo was 0 kills and 4 deaths. Liu Yibei looked at the black and white screen, then glanced at Meng Yi, who was still furiously clicking his mouse. When you said win 2, did you mean letting the other side win? An accident, pure accident. The enemy jungler kept ganking, so I had no room to operate. Their jungler didn't come once. It's psychological pressure. Even though he didn't show up, I kept feeling like he would. At the 25-minute mark, Meng Yi finally landed a flashy ultimate, then survived in the middle of the enemy team for exactly 1.5 seconds. The screen went black and white again. Liu Yibei couldn't help himself. Did you buy insurance for that, Yasuo? How come every time you land you're filing a claim? Meng Yi pulled off one earpiece. Brother Bei, don't say anything. We can still turn this around. In the end, they did turn it around. The enemy team pushed down the high ground and destroyed their base. Refusing to accept it, they started another game. This time Meng Yi obediently picked Malphite, while Liu Yibei took the jungle role. No flashy moves, no pro-level mechanics. Just ganks, dragon fights, and blaming each other. It was no different from any other all-nighter among ordinary college students. At 1 a.m., they ordered barbecue. At 3 a.m., Meng Yi slammed the table and shouted, last game. At 5 a.m., he slammed. Seriously, this is the last one. Liu Yibei glanced at the sky outside, already turning pale with dawn. That's what you said last time. This time it's real. That last one doesn't count. My teammates surrendered at 15 minutes, and I hadn't even finished my build. At 7 a.m., just as they finished their game, Meng Yi's phone rang. Seeing the caller ID, he instantly sat up straight from his slouch in the chair. Dad, done with your all-nighter. The voice on the other end gave nothing away. Meng Yi glanced at Liu Yibei, trying to salvage the situation. Strictly speaking, this was a cross-time zone esports exchange. Enough. Come home for breakfast. He'll catch a nap first, then come back. Bring your friend along. Meng Yi froze for a second, then replied, all right, we're on our way. At that moment, in a heavily guarded residence in Futian, Meng Huichuan sat at the dining table, holding a freshly delivered dossier. Early 20s sophomore at Pingxing University. Holds a 0.5 stake in Walmart Group valued at around 28 billion with a quarterly dividend of over 60 million just credited. The dossier was short, but its weight exceeded the full biographies of many entrepreneurs. Meng Huichuan flipped to the next page. This Liu Yibei has known Xiao Yi for 3 years now. They play basketball and cycle together, plenty of contact, but he's never once asked Xiao Yi for a project and approval or any political favor. With a fortune of over 20 billion and years of contact with Xiao Yi, not a single request for benefit. That's indeed a bit odd. Shen Xinglan was just setting a plate of freshly steamed shrimp dumplings on the table. Hearing this, she shot her husband a disapproving look. With a fortune of over 20 billion, you think he's after your lousy job? Meng Huichuan put down the dossier. I just think that when someone like this suddenly appears around Xiao Yi, we need to understand the situation. Enough, stop going on about it. Not all of Xiao Yi's friends are bad influences. We should be happy he has a good one. Shen Xinglan ladled out 2 bowls of porridge. He's never asked you for anything in 3 years, and even when he got into trouble at school this time, he didn't ask Xiao Yi for help. Don't act like you're running an internal audit. And don't put on that boardroom face when he gets here. Meng Huichuan picked up his teacup, but didn't respond. Half an hour later, the sound of someone entering the door code came from outside. Meng Yi walked in with dark circles under his eyes, stepping aside to let Liu Yibei in. Mom, I'm back. Shen Qinglan immediately waved him over. You must be Liu Yibei. Come sit down. The porridge is still warm. Your Uncle Meng has been waiting for you too. Liu Yibei sat down at the table. As he picked up his chopsticks, Meng Huichuan set the dossier aside and slid a basket of shrimp dumplings toward him. Eat first. After you're done, tell me the whole story about what happened at school from beginning to end. Breakfast was finished quickly. Liu Yibei put down his chopsticks, and just as Shen Qinglan was clearing away the empty bowls, Meng Huichuan picked up his teacup, as if asking Yibei, how is that matter at your school going? How did a small friction between classmates escalate to the point of a serious demerit being recorded? A university student with a serious demerit is no small matter. It will affect future awards, further studies, and job hunting to some extent. Liu Yibei glanced at it. He had only met Meng Yi last night, and it was only at 7 in the morning that he received the call to come over for breakfast. Yet Meng Huichuan not only knew about the fight, but also knew the school was preparing to record a serious demerit. It seemed he had a clear picture of how far the matter had progressed. How much time had passed since then? Was this the information network of the powerful? While he was still lying in the dorm waiting for news, the other party had already reviewed the background character relationships and plot progression. It's fine. Manager Tang from Huashang is, Liu Yibei said in a calm tone. I have a small amount of money deposited at Huashang, and they said they could help mediate. The school is also reinvestigating now, so there should be a result soon. Meng Huichuan was momentarily stunned, then laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. Yibei, don't blame Uncle Meng for being blunt. Walmart shares pay over 60 million in quarterly dividends, and you call that a small amount of money. Meng Yi, who was nibbling on a shrimp dumpling nearby, paused. He slowly looked up, glancing from his father to Liu Yibei, his face showing an expression like a computer screen freezing for the first time. Wait, is the Walmart you two are talking about the same Walmart I'm thinking of? Liu Yibei nodded. There shouldn't be another one. Share dividends over 60 million. Meng Yi put down his chopsticks and was silent for a full 3 seconds. What do you mean? Is Brother Bei a billion? Meng Huichuan looked at his son. To be precise, the shares under his name are currently worth around 28 billion. Meng Yi's eyes widened instantly. Holy crap. He suddenly turned to Liu Yibei. You rascal Liu Yibei. You've been deceiving me too, haven't you? I've been played so. Liu Yibei looked innocent. You never asked. Do I have to ask? Meng Yi clutched his chest in agony. 3 years. For 3 whole years. I always thought we were the combo of a poor official's kid and a regular college student, but here you are playing the hidden tiger in the grass, right? I really didn't have money before. And now I have a little. Meng Yi was so choked by this statement, he nearly passed out. He pulled out his phone and slapped it down in front of Liu Yibei. Come on, clear out my skin store for me later. Otherwise this isn't over. Our 3 years of friendship will face a severe— Do you want to buy out Riot Games while you're at it? That works too, I'm not picky. You sure are dreaming big. Well, at least you can get the skin store sorted right. My Yasuo went 0-4 last night. The skin stats must have been wrong. Give me an expensive one, and it'll be unstoppable. Liu Yibei recalled his Yasuo from the previous night, who had completed the death recap process 5 seconds after landing, and felt that this was probably not a problem that changing a skin could solve. Changing the player would be faster. At that moment, Shen Qinglan came out of the kitchen carrying a plate of cut fruit. Lao Ming, what are you doing? They finally come home for a meal and haven't slept all night. Do you really have to treat home like your office? Meng Huichuan smiled and waved his hand. These aren't mutually exclusive, we can chat while eating. He then looked back at Liu Yibei, his tone turning more serious. Yibei, you should know that Uncle Meng is currently in charge of investment promotion and industry and commerce in Pengcheng. Pengcheng has been trying to promote cooperation between local supply chain companies and large overseas retail groups for years. I wanted to ask, how much influence do you or your family actually have with— If there's a suitable opportunity in the future, could you help build a bridge between Pengcheng and those foreign companies? The companies get orders, the city gets more jobs, and you as a shareholder also benefit. It's a win. Liu Yibei didn't answer immediately. He only held 0.5 of the shares, which would make him a major shareholder in an average listed company, but for a behemoth like Walmart, it was far from enough to make decisions on behalf of management. However, submitting a document or arranging a formal meeting in his capacity as a shareholder wasn't entirely out of the question. Besides, he also had the unclaimed 1 stake in Deutsche Volkswagen Group. Resources like this would only become more abundant in the future. Directly deciding on cooperation is definitely not possible. I don't have that much sway. Liu Yibei stated clearly. But if there's a suitable opportunity later, I can try to help make the connection. Whether a deal is actually reached depends on the companies themselves. A smile spread across Meng Huichuan's face. That's enough. Investment promotion is always a matter of negotiation, and no one expects you to make decisions for others with a single sentence. I appreciate you being willing to help build the bridge, Yibei. We'll see in the future. Liu Yibei checked the time and stood up. Uncle Meng, Aunt Shun, I have classes this morning, so I need to get back to school. Meng Yi immediately stood up too. He'll drive, Brother Bei. Shen Qinglan shot him a glare. You haven't slept all night, and you want to drive. Go back to your room and get some sleep. Meng Huichuan took out his phone and made a call. They'll have my secretary drive Yibei. 10 minutes later, a black sedan stopped downstairs. Meng Huichuan's secretary opened the door for Lu Yibei, confirmed the school address, and smoothly drove out of the neighborhood. As soon as Lu Yibei left, Meng Yi chased after him to the balcony and yelled down, "Brother Bei, don't forget the skins." The car window rolled down halfway, and Lu Yibei extended his hand, flipping him the middle finger. Meng Yi was satisfied. If they could still joke around, it meant the 28 billion hadn't affected their brotherhood. At most, it would affect his brother's skin collection. Back in the living room, Meng Huichuan waited until the car had driven away before picking up his phone to call his office. Find out who is currently handling the student conflict at Pengqing. No need to interfere with the school's decision, just get an update on the investigation progress and the basis for any disciplinary action. The person on the other end immediately acknowledged. Understood. Naturally, anyone working closely with Meng Huichuan knew this wasn't just a casual inquiry. Half an hour later, the phone on the desk of the vice president's office at Pengqing. Vice President Su picked up the phone. Hello, Pengqing University. Hello, President Su. This is the general office of the Pengqing Municipal Party Committee and Municipal. The voice on the other end was polite, and the words were very official. We would like to inquire about the student conflict at your university a couple of days ago. The related videos spread quite quickly and have had a negative impact. Mayor Meng is also very concerned about this matter. Vice President Su tightened his grip on the receiver. Please go on. We heard that the school was originally planning to give several students serious demerits. We wanted to ask, what is the final disciplinary decision for student Lu Yibei, and how far has the investigation progressed? A thin layer of sweat instantly broke out on Vice President Lu Yibei again. Yesterday, it was the deputy head of the Huashang Bank Pengqing branch calling personally, and today, even Mayor Meng was asking about him. This person wasn't just a major client of Huashang Bank. Could he be a younger relative of Mayor Meng's family? No final disciplinary decision has been made. Vice President Su replied quickly. We have already retrieved the full surveillance footage and re-interviewed the students present at the scene. Our preliminary confirmation is that both parties share responsibility. Student Zhao Yuan engaged in verbal abuse provocation and initiated the physical shoving. The videos circulating online are not complete. There was a pause on the other end of the line. Mayor Meng is concerned about the facts and the procedure, not about having the school show favoritism towards any student. Good. Once the investigation results are ready, please have the school provide an official report. A disciplinary action has a significant impact on a college student. We must neither let someone off because of connections nor arbitrarily punish someone just because they lack them. Of course, we will handle this strictly according to university regulations. After hanging up, Vice President Su stared at the phone for a few seconds. He could rationalize Tang Zhengwo's call as the bank protecting a major client. But what did Mayor Meng's call mean? How many people were backing this student Lu Yibei? Vice President Su didn't dare speculate further and immediately called the security department. Bring all the responsibility assessments, the full video, and the student's statements. We'll hold a disciplinary hearing at 10 a.m. Then he dialed Wei Jianya. Notify Lu Yibei, Zhao Liyuan, Zhou Shuhong, and Qin Jiaxu. They should come to the administration building at 10 a.m. The school will give them a definitive result today. Lu Yibei returned to the dormitory with over an hour remaining before 10 o'clock. Having stayed up all night, and then having breakfast at the Meng residence, he now had only one thought. Sleep. Even if the King of Heaven himself descended, he would have to wait until he woke up. But as soon as he pushed open the dormitory door, 3 pairs of eyes fixated on him. Zhao Liyuan was the first to spring from his chair. Beiji, how did it go? Zhou Shuhang appeared to be engrossed in his phone, but his ears were already pricked up. Chen Jiaxu stood directly in the aisle, his face clearly etched with anxiety. Lu Yibei yawned and tossed his jacket onto the back of a chair. Rest assured, nothing major happened. Really? Chen Jiaxu pressed. Really? Zhao Liyuan leaned in. So what did your friend say? Is the school going to revoke the disciplinary action? The school never formally issued a punishment, it was just Director Li verbally threatening a demerit. Lu Yibei climbed onto his bed and pulled open the blanket. After the reinvestigation, the worst that can happen is writing a self-criticism. Now don't make a fuss and let me get some sleep. He spoke with ease, but the other 3 still harbored doubts. That was a major demerit. Just yesterday they had reviewed multiple times who threw the first punch and whether a foreknown fight could affect their graduation. Now Lu Yibei had stayed out all night and returned with a mere nothing major, which sounded somewhat akin to a doctor saying, "It's not serious," right before entering the op. As for how serious it really was, it was hard to say. Lu Yibei paid them no mind. The moment his head hit the pillow, his consciousness began to sink. He felt like he had only closed his eyes for 2 minutes when the dormitory door was suddenly knocked upon. Bang, bang, bang. Lu Yibei. Zhao Liyuan. Are you both there? Zhao Liyuan went to open the door. Wei Jianya stood outside, phone in hand, his forehead covered in sweat. Don't just lie around. Get yourselves ready and come with me to the administration building. Qin Jiaxu's heart tightened. Teacher Wei, is there a result? Vice Principal Su is handling it personally. There's a meeting at 10 and all 4 of you must be present. Vice Principal Su. Zhao Liyuan glanced at Lu Yibei, who was feigning sleep on the bed. Is the scale of this really so grand for a simple fight? I'd like to know that too. Wei Jianya looked at them with exasperation. Stop dawdling. Get Lu Yibei up now. The vice principal is waiting. Do you plan to stroll in right on time? The blanket on the bed stirred. Lu Yibei revealed half of a face that looked utterly devoid of enthusiasm. Can't you just send the result? Why make such a fuss? Shen Jiashu quickly patted the bed frame. Keep your comments to yourself, Beiji. The vice principal is personally convening a meeting and you're complaining about the process. Get up. You can sleep after it's over. 5 minutes later, the four of them followed Wei Jianya out of the dormitory building. Along the way, Zhao Liyuan walked as if he were heading to the execution ground, while Chen Jiashu looked extremely anxious. Although Zhou Shuhang remained silent, he glanced at his phone every few seconds, clearly waiting for the school's official notice. Only Lu Yibei lagged behind, his eyelids growing heavier and heavier. His head kept drooping like a fisherman who had stayed up all night watching his fishing spot. As he approached the entrance of the administration building, he nearly veered off into the nearby bushes to find a place to settle down. In the meeting room, Vice Principal Su was already there. On the table lay complete surveillance screenshots, witness statements, and the conversation records of both parties. Zhao Yuxuan sat on the other side. The injuries on his face had faded considerably, but his expression was even worse than on the day he was beaten. Once everyone was present, Vice Principal Su got straight to the point. The full situation has been thoroughly investigated. Zhao Yuxuan proactively came to the dormitory entrance, continuously used insulting language, and engaged in provocation and initiating a shove. Zhao Liyuan threw the first punch, and Lu Yibei, Zhou Shuhang, and Chen Jiashu subsequently joined the conflict. Both sides bear responsibility. Zhao Yuxuan immediately looked up. Principal Su, 4 of them ganged up on me. As I said, both sides bear responsibility. Vice Principal Su pushed a surveillance screenshot across the table. The words you said before coming to their dorm, your actions before the fight, and the statements of the 7 students at the scene along with the complete surveillance footage all corroborate each other. The edited video on the forum omits the cause of the incident. The school will release a full statement of the facts. If you have any objections to the investigation's conclusion, you may appeal according to the procedures. Zhao Yuxuan's lips moved as if to speak, but in the end he remained silent. Vice Principal Su opened the disciplinary decision. I will now announce the outcome of the disciplinary review. Lu Yibei, Zhao Liyuan, Zhou Shuhang, and Chen Jiashu, each of you will submit a written self-criticism, and your counselor will provide criticism and education. No formal disciplinary action will be taken, and it will not be recorded in your student files. The 4 of them raised their heads simultaneously. Write a self-criticism. That's it. Just yesterday, they were discussing whether a major demerit would affect their graduation, and today the severity had dropped from hellish difficulty to a mere language arts assignment. Zhao Yuxuan's face began to turn pale. Vice Principal Su continued, Zhao Yuxuan, for proactively instigating a quarrel and causing a negative impact, you are hereby given a minor demerit and will be removed from your position in the Student Union's External Relations Department. Furthermore, both parties must not escalate the conflict in any form. After the statement is released on the forum, the dissemination of misleading edited videos is strictly prohibited. This is the final decision. Zhao Yuxuan abruptly stood up. Why do they only have to write a self-criticism while I get a demerit? Vice Principal Su looked up at him. Because they didn't go to your dormitory to continuously insult and shove you, nor did they use their student union position and family connections to interfere with the investigation after the fact. If you are unsatisfied with the result, you can appeal. The meeting is now adjourned. Zhao Yuxuan's face was ashen with fury. He snatched the decision notice from the table and stormed out of the meeting room. The door slammed shut behind him. The serious expression on Vice Principal Zu's face instantly softened as soon as he was gone. Student Lu Yibei. Lu Yibei, who had been dozing off in his chair, snapped his head up upon hearing his name. Huh, it's over. Vice Principal Zu's smile faltered for a moment before returning to normal. I've been wanting to have a chat with you for a few days, but haven't found the time. It's been incredibly busy lately. Understood, no problem. Lu Yibei rubbed his eyes. Is there anything else? I'm a bit sleepy and would like to head back to bed. The meeting room fell silent for 2 seconds. Zhao Liyuan lowered his head, struggling to keep a straight face. Telling a vice principal that you're sleepy and want to go home to sleep, there probably aren't many people at the entire Peng University who would dare to say that. Vice Principal Su, however, didn't seem upset. That's all then. You can all head back. This matter is closed. Just as they were getting up, he seemed to recall something and added, Lu Yibei, please remember to convey my regards to Mayor Meng and President Tang. Okay. Lu Yibei responded, casually yawning as he walked out of the meeting room. Zhao Liyuan, Zhou Shuhang, and Chen Jiashu followed behind him, walking over a dozen meters in complete silence. The 3 of them were in a daze, the same question written all over their faces. What did that mean? Was there a hidden VIP in their dorm? A minor squabble between students had not only alerted a bank president, but also a mayor. Zhao Liyuan couldn't hold it in any longer. He threw his arm around Lu Yibei's shoulder. Beiji, you're so impressive. Lu Yibei stopped in his tracks. Can you find a better way to phrase that? No, seriously, this is the first time I've seen you this impressive. Shut up, you're making it sound weird. Zhou Shuhang suddenly asked from the side. Who is Mayor Meng? A friend's father. And President Tang. Chen Jiashu also inquired. A staff member who helps me manage my money. The three fell silent once more. They could understand each word of these explanations, but together they sounded like nothing a typical college student should be saying. Zhao Liyuan zeroed in on the key point. Helps you manage your money. How much money do you have that requires a bank president to manage it? Not that much. Tell us the amount first. Not telling, I'm tired. Yibei shook off his arm and quickened his pace towards the dormitory. The three of them chased after him with questions, but he didn't answer a single one. Back in the dorm, as soon as Yibei climbed onto his bed, Zhao Liyan dragged a chair over and sat down right beside it. Zhou Shuhang and Chen Jiashu stood on either side. Yibei paused in the middle of pulling up his blanket. What are you all planning? Zhao Liyuan pulled out his phone and opened the memo app. Sleep. Well, wait for you to wake, and when you do, would appreciate it if you, Master Lu, could reintroduce yourself. Yibei slept soundly. Zhao Liyuan had genuinely dragged a chair over to sit by his bed, preparing to conduct a serious identity interrogation when he woke up. After less than 10 minutes of waiting, he grew restless. So what do you think Yibei's real background is? Chen Jiashu lowered his voice. Didn't Vice Principal Su mention it? One's a Mayor Meng, the other's a bank manager Tang. That's exactly why it's suspicious. Zhao Liyuan analyzed, counting on an ordinary rich kid would at most get a college leader to put in a word. But Brother Bei didn't say a thing, and the mayor and the bank manager called on their own. What do you call that? That's a passive skill triggering automatically. Zhou Shuhang leaned back in his chair and gave his verdict. He's no ordinary rich kid. Then what is he, an ultimate rich kid? Just then, Chen Jiashu's phone buzzed. Zhang Zihan sent a message asking how the school finally handled it. Chen Jiashu replied. The four of them got written self-criticisms. Zhao Yuxuan got a demerit and was kicked out of the student union. The reply came almost instantly. Damn, did young Master Lu go all out? What young Master Lu? Don't play dumb. The vice principal handled it personally. For people jump one guy and they just get a written apology. And the connections Zhao Yuxuan's family pulled got investigated. Could an ordinary rich kid have that kind of pull? Then she sent another message. I told you he was living a normal life in hiding, but you guys wouldn't believe me. That hot girl in the black stockings last time was definitely his family's employee. Zhang Zihan had a mouth that usually only managed to be right about 3 out of 10 things on it, but this time the three of them looked at the chat log, and all fell silent. Bad news, she seemed to have guessed right. Good news, Yibei hadn't admitted it yet, so they could pretend not. They reviewed the situation for another half an hour, and finally reached a consensus. Yibei was most likely an ultimate rich kid with an absurdly deep family background, who was particularly good at pretending to be ordinary. As for how ultimate he was, they planned to interrogate him under duress once he woke up. Around 3 p.m., Yibei finally woke up on his own. He opened his eyes and first saw 3 people sitting neatly at the foot of his bed. Zhao Liyuan was on his phone, Zhou Shuhang was reading a book, and Chen Jiashu was holding a bag of chips. The three seemed busy with their own things, but the moment he turned over, they all looked up simultaneously. Yibei closed his eyes again. Am I still asleep? You're awake, young Master Lu. Zhao Liyuan's smile was unusually warm. Get lost. Yibei's mouth was dry from sleep. Ignoring them, he grabbed his toothbrush and cup and headed to the bathroom. Just as he squeezed out the toothpaste, his phone rang. The incoming call was from an unfamiliar number with the location showing Pengcheng. Yibei answered while brushing his teeth. Before he could even speak, a voice with a thick accent came through the receiver. Chairman Lu, hello? This is Alexander Kane, current president of the Walmart Group. I'm in Pengcheng for an inspection. Would you be free to have dinner together this evening? Yibei paused his brushing. The president of Walmart. Although the shares the system had given him had complete paperwork, he had only ever felt this asset through managed documents and account numbers. Now with the group's president personally calling that 0.5 stake finally stepped out of the screen and into reality. What projects are you inspecting? The group plans to continue investing in some supply chain projects in South China, including warehousing, procurement, and digital logistics. Kane spoke slowly, pausing occasionally to search for the right Chinese words. Pengcheng is a key city for our inspection. Knowing you were here, I wanted to pay a visit in person. Yibei remembered what Meng Huichuan had mentioned that morning about investment cooperation. What a coincidence. In the morning they said there might be a chance to build a bridge, and in the afternoon the bridge drove itself over with navigation on. All right. Add me as a friend. He'll send you the time and place in a bit. Certainly, Chairman Lu. He'll add you right away. The call ended. After rinsing his mouth, Yibei had just stepped out of the bathroom when his 3 roommates swarmed him as if they had rehearsed it. Zhao Liyuan cleared his throat and held up his phone like a microphone. Young Master Lu, care to formally introduce yourself? We're all roommates here. Be honest, don't make us bring out the lie detector. The so-called lie detector was the bag of chips in Chen Jiashu's hand. Answer too slowly, and you don't get any. Yibei put his cup back on the table, faced 3 pairs of eager eyes, and thought seriously for 2 seconds. Yibei, male. Your foster father. What do you think? Detailed enough. Zhao Liyuan's smile froze. The next second, a throw pillow flew straight onto the bed. Get lost. The dorm immediately erupted into chaos. They didn't find out his identity, but they almost confirmed a father-son relationship on the spot. After a few minutes of horseplay, the 4 of them sat back down. Zhao Liyuan wanted to press Lu Yibei about what his family did, but Zhou Shuhang spoke up first to cut him off. Forget it. He'll tell us when he's ready. Chen Jiashu nodded too. Anyway, whether Yibei is rich or not doesn't change anything between us. In their hearts, they were already certain that Lu Yibei definitely wasn't from an ordinary family. But being certain was one thing, their relationship remained the same. When Zhao Yuxuan came to the dormitory to hurl insults, Lu Yibei didn't stand by calculating the pros and cons first, nor did he wait for them to ask for help before pulling. Zhao Liyuan threw a punch, and he followed right in. That mattered more than how much money Lu Yibei had, or who he knew. Zhao Liyuan leaned back in his chair. Fine, I won't ask. From now on, I'll be the one starting trouble, and Brother Bei will be the one fixing it. Why do you get to start trouble? Because I'm more professional. Zhou Shuhang let out a cold laugh. Yeah, we can tell. Professional at causing trouble for others. They started bickering again, and the atmosphere in the dorm was no different than before. On the other side, Zhao Yuxuan wasn't having such an easy time. After returning from the administration building, he paced back and forth dozens of times at home, clutching his phone and complaining endlessly to Fong Lin. This is favoritism. 4 of them jumped me, and they just have to write a self-criticism. And the one who got beaten, and I still get a demerit. Why? Mom, didn't you say directorly could handle it? Now I've even been kicked out of the student union. Fong Lin was just as furious, but she didn't dare to storm into the school like she had before. Director Li still wasn't answering her calls. The school had also requested a re-explanation of the 2 sponsorships the Zhao family had handled. By now she could clearly see that Lu Yibei's connections were far more formidable than theirs. Just lie low for a few days. The full video is out now. If you keep making a scene, you'll only make things worse. Zhao Yuxuan was unconvinced. So we're just letting it go. Fong Lin's face darkened, and she didn't answer. She could refuse to admit it verbally, but reality had already slapped the answer right in their faces. Back in the dorm, Lu Yibei didn't bother with Zhao Yuxuan anymore. He opened his messaging app and sure enough saw a new friend request. Alexander Kane. The verification message was just a simple self-introduction. Lu Yibei accepted the request and sent Kane a reply. Wait for my message. They'll confirm the venue and send you the details. Kane replied quickly. Certainly, Chairman Lu. I await your arrangements. When it came to formal investment receptions, choosing the venue and deciding who should attend, Meng Huichuan was clearly more experienced than him. Lu Yibei didn't try to arrange things himself. He found Meng Yi. See if your dad is free. Meng Yi replied almost instantly. I'm free. Aren't I your dad? Lu Yibei held down the voice message button and starting from Meng Yi's disastrous 040 Yasuo game last night affectionately greeted him all the way up to his newly claimed family title. A full 60 seconds. The reason it was only 60 seconds was that 60 seconds was the app's limit, not Lu Yibei's. Less than 3 seconds after sending the voice message, Meng Yi replied again. Clearly he hadn't listened to a single word. My dad says he's free. What's up? Before Lu Yibei could finish typing his message, Meng Yi's phone call came through. He pressed answer, but the voice on the other end wasn't Meng Yi. Yibei, what did you need from Uncle Meng? Lu Yibei pulled the phone away from his ear and glanced at the caller ID. It was indeed Meng Yi. The kid had probably just handed the phone to his father and gone back to catch up on. Uncle Meng, you mentioned this morning that you hoped I could introduce you to some contacts at Walmart when the right opportunity came up, right? That's right. Well, as it happens, President Kane is in Pingcheng for an inspection. A sudden silence fell on the other end of the line. Meng Huichuan of course knew Alexander Kane was in Pingcheng. The global president of the Walmart Group was leading a delegation to survey South China. The Municipal Investment Promotion Department had long received word and had already attempted to make contact through Walmart's Greater China channels. The problem was knowing was one thing, getting a meeting was another. Kane's public schedule was packed, and the only people they could reach were the Greater China project team. Pingcheng wanted to sit down with him directly. They had sent 2 invitations, but had never received a clear response. The man was in Pingcheng, perhaps less than 10 kilometers away. But without the right connections, those 10 kilometers were harder to cross than the Pacific Ocean. Has President Kane contacted you? Meng Huichuan asked. Yeah, he just called me wanting to have dinner with me tonight. Lu Yibei leaned back in his chair and continued. He said Walmart plans to continue investing in some supply chain projects. I thought I could introduce you, and we could all sit down and talk. In a meeting room at the Pingcheng Municipal Government, Meng Huichuan sat up straight. The staff member who had been reporting quarterly investment data immediately stopped. Over a dozen people around the conference table simultaneously looked at the head seat. Even the sound of shuffling papers ceased. Yibei, go on. Meng Huichuan gripped his phone. How does President Kane plan to invest? What specific sectors? Is it a regional procurement center or warehousing and logistics? Did he mention the investment scale or site requirements? Lu Yibei was dumbfounded. Uncle Meng, do I look like someone who understands that? He just said supply chain projects including warehousing, procurement, and digital logistics. I didn't ask for more details. Besides, he's having dinner with me tonight, and I don't even have a decent place to host him. Do you have any arrangements? If not, I'll just find some hotel. Don't just pick any place. Meng Huichuan's voice rose. Come to my house right now, let's talk face to face. I'll arrange the venue, and we need to prepare relevant materials in advance. Don't confirm with Kane yet, you can do that after you arrive at my place. Alright. Come now. Meng Huichuan hung up the phone, his movements as quick as if he were afraid someone else would snatch this dinner away. In the meeting room, the staff maintained their composure outwardly, but inwardly they were tense. They had attended countless investment meetings with Meng Huichuan, but this was the first time they had seen him so excited after receiving a call. Liang Zhiqing, the deputy director of the Municipal Commerce Bureau, cautiously asked, "Mayor Meng, a new project?" Meng Huichuan placed his phone on the table, unable to suppress the smile on his face. "I have a nephew very close to my son. His family are shareholders in the Walmart Group. He just said that Walmart's President Kane wants to continue investing in the supply chain in South China. He's in Pingcheng and is having dinner with my nephew tonight. He's invited us all to join. What do you think?" Liang Zhiqing reacted the fastest, raising his hand almost instantly. "Mayor, count me in. He'll accompany President Kane for drinks. He'll drink him under the table. Once he's happy, everything will be easy." Several people in the meeting room looked at him with strange expressions. "You really dare to say anything? The multinational group's president hasn't even sat down yet, and you've already planned to knock him out." Meng Huichuan shot him a glare. "Stop it. This is a formal investment exchange, not a drinking contest. Besides, he might not even want to drink. No one is to pressure anyone into drinking tonight. Put away your tricks." Liang Zhiqing sheepishly lowered his hand. "I was just trying to lighten the mood. You are responsible for preparing the materials on Pingcheng's supply chain and logistics industry." Meng Huichuan quickly gave orders. "Also pick a few sharp and capable people from the investment and commerce departments to come to my house first. Keep the group small, but make sure the materials are top-notch. Don't waste time with dozens of pages of empty talk. My nephew will be here soon." "Understood." Everyone in the meeting room moved at once. Only Meng Yi was there on the side. "Dad, my phone. My phone. Give me my phone." Some were gathering files, some were making calls to notify project teams, and others were already contacting venues suitable for formal foreign affairs receptions. A name that had previously only existed in inspection reports had, thanks to Lu Yibei's single sentence, suddenly become someone who could sit at the same table that very evening. Back in the dormitory, Lu Yibei put down his phone and searched for Tang Jingwo's number. The call was answered after just one ring. "Young Master Lu. Manager Tang, you handled the school matter well." Tang Jingwo laughed modestly. "Young Master Lu, it was just a small favor. Mayor Meng personally intervened afterwards. What I did was nothing. I'm glad you're satisfied. Feel free to call on me anytime for anything." "All right, enough flattery." Lu Yibei cut him off. "Come pick me up from school now. They'll take you to Uncle Meng's house for a visit." There was a second of silence on the line. Uncle Meng. Meng Huichuan. Tang Jingwo's breathing became shallower. Of course he knew that name. After the school's decision was announced, he had received word that the city government had also looked into the matter. But he never imagined that Lu Yibei's relationship with Meng Huichuan was close enough for a direct visit to his home. "Young Master Lu, is there an arrangement for tonight? The Walmart Group's president is in Pingcheng inspecting supply chain projects, and we're having dinner together." Lu Yibei's tone was as casual as if he were talking about grabbing a table at the cafeteria. "You're allowed to bring 2 people. Choose whoever you need. If tonight goes well, you'll be in line for a promotion." Tang Jingwo gripped the phone, shooting up from his office chair. This wasn't just a chance for promotion. This was promotion, driving up in a car, honking the horn right outside his door. "Young Master Lu, he'll be there in 20 minutes. All right, see you at the school gate." The call ended and Tang Jingwo immediately pressed the intercom. "Li Mingyue, get the car ready immediately. We're going to pick up young Master Lu. Also notify Song Wenba from the corporate banking department. Have him bring the materials on cross-border project financing, foreign exchange settlement, and supply chain finance. Meet downstairs in 10 minutes. Li Mingyue didn't ask any questions. "Understood." Song Wenba was still a bit confused when he got the notice. He had just stepped out of a short meeting and was told he would be going with the deputy branch manager to meet the mayor and might even get to interact with the Walmart Group president that evening. That's how the workplace could be sometimes. In the morning, you're studying how to meet quarterly targets. In the afternoon, someone suddenly opens the door to the final boss chamber. In the dormitory at Pingcheng University, Lu Yibei changed into a clean black shirt. Zhao Liyuan sat nearby, his expression numb after listening to the phone call. "Brother Bei, you're going to the mayor's house tonight. And the bank manager is coming to pick you up. It's on his way." "You call that on his way?" Lu Yibei couldn't be bothered to explain. He grabbed his phone and left the dorm. 20 minutes later, a black business van pulled up precisely at the university gate. Tang Jingwo got out of the passenger seat himself. Li Mingyue followed behind him, with Song Wenba clutching a briefcase beside her. The 3 of them spotted Lu Yibei and walked over to greet him. Tang Jingwo opened the car door for him. "Young Master Lu, the team is ready. Now to Mayor Meng's house." That afternoon, Kane concluded his inspection and prepared to return to his hotel. Before the car even reached the entrance, several representatives from the Pingcheng Chamber of Commerce rushed over business cards. Some invited him to banquets, others to cocktail parties, but before they could finish their pitches, Kane's assistant had already cleared a path with his team. "I'm afraid, Mr. Kane has a crucial dinner engagement this evening and won't be able to attend your events. If there's an opportunity later, we will reach out proactively." The car door closed and the motorcade drove off swiftly. The group stood rooted to the spot, staring at the undelivered cards in their hands, wondering who had managed to secure Kane's company for the night. No one had any idea that the crucial dinner that night didn't even have its menu finalized yet. Over at Meng Weichuan's house, the atmosphere was no less tense than the scene outside. Shen Qinglan emerged from the kitchen, freezing for a moment at the sight of 7 or 8 extra people in the living room. What's all this? Is the living room turning into a field office now? Meng Yi lounged on the sofa, chewing on a slice of apple. Brother Bei said he's introducing the president of their group's company to Old Meng, and Old Meng got this excited. Meng Huichuan reached over and smacked him on the back of the head. Who are you calling Old Meng? Mom calls you that too. Can you compare yourself to your mother? Meng Yi rubbed his head and muttered under his breath, can't even complain about the family hierarchy. Just then the doorbell rang. Go get the door. Meng Huichuan shot him a glare. Meng Yi shuffled over in his slippers and swung the door open to find Lu Yibei standing there with Tang Zhengwo, Li Mingyue, and Song Wenba following behind, clutching 2 folders of documents. Brother Bei. Without a second thought, Meng Yi reached out and locked Lu Yibei in a headlock. You little. Lu Yibei, where's my skin? You promised to clear out the shop for me, and I wake up without even a skin shard to show for it. Lu Yibei countered by grabbing his arm in return. Hey now Meng Yi, you ambush me and still expect a skin from me. One thing at a time. Let go first. You buy first. Standing at the doorway, Tang Zhengwo watched the 2 of them wrestle right in front of Mayor Meng, gaining a much more visceral understanding of the bond between Lu Yibei and the Meng family. This wasn't just casual familiarity. This was the kind of closeness where formalities were skipped and roughhousing needed no permission. Meng, you were here for business. Meng Huichuan spoke with a stern face. Go help your mother with the fruit and stop making a scene here. Only then did Meng Yi release his grip. Brother Bei, you owe me an explanation when this is over. Li Mingwen noticed Shen Qinglan heading back to the kitchen and immediately followed her. Madam Meng, let me help you. No need, you're a guest. Just have a seat. It's fine, I don't understand the project details anyway. Let them talk. Li Mingyue took the fruit platter with a natural, unpretentious ease. Shen Qinglan glanced at her, then at Lu Yibei in the living room, and handed over the fruit knife. Everyone settled into the living room. Lu Yibei sat in the middle of the sofa with Meng Huichuan beside him. Several heads from the Commerce Bureau and Investment Promotion Department sat on either side, while Tang Zhengwo and Song Wenba took the outer seats. Tang Zhengwo perched on the edge of his seat, back ramrod straight. On a normal day, he was President Tang, the man everyone clamored to toast at the bank branch. But today in this living room sat the head of the Municipal Bureau, a deputy director, and a vice mayor in charge of investment. His position didn't warrant sinking too deep into the cushions. First things first. Lu Yibei swept his gaze across the room. I don't want word getting out about Kane's dinner with me tonight. If it gets too complicated, I don't want to see it. The moment he spoke, several staffers immediately flipped open their notebooks. Scratch, scratch, scratch. Every word Lu Yibei said they wrote down, making it look like he was the mayor in the main seat. His mouth twitched. Do you really need to write that down? Meng Huichuan waved a hand. Ignore them. Go on. Kane only mentioned that Walmart plans to continue investing in supply chain projects in the South China region. Lu Yibei leaned back into the sofa. Noted South China, not necessarily Pingcheng. This isn't my area of expertise. Uncle Meng, President Tang, you can discuss the specifics with him tonight. Tang Zhengwo's heart warmed at being named. Had originally thought he was just there for banking support. Sitting in and listening would already be a huge win. But with one sentence, Lu Yibei had thrust him directly into the formal conversation for the evening. For a split second, he nearly jumped up and shouted Godfather at Lu Yibei. If the project can land in Pingcheng, proceed with your standard processes. Lu Yibei continued. If it turns out Pingcheng isn't the right fit, it's still a favor. Passing it to another city in South China or recommending it to a suitable location beats letting the opportunity slip away. You all know this better than I do. Meng Huichuan nodded. That thinking is sound. Investment promotion can't be about trying to swallow everything in one bite. If the project conditions don't match, forcing it won't work. Keeping the channel open is a resource in itself. Anyway, it's about supply chains. I don't know the details. Lu Yibei spread his hands. The immediate priority is for you to decide on a venue so I can send the location to Kane. Meng Huichuan turned to Liang Zhiqing. What do you think? Liang Zhiqing had already considered this and spoke up immediately. Sir, I think hosting it outside isn't quite suitable. Hotels and clubs have too many eyes and ears, and formal reception venues tend to balloon in scale. Mr. Lu doesn't want word to spread, and President Kane is coming as a private dinner. Why not host a family banquet right here at your home? Well, file the proper reports with the city and keep the guest list tight. It facilitates communication without feeling too official. Meng Huichuan didn't decide immediately, instead looking to... He wasn't sure what kind of setting Kane preferred, and he didn't want to overdo the arrangements and change the tone of the meal. Lu Yibei, however, had no such concerns. Then it settled. He pulled out his phone and sent the Meng family's location to Kane. We'll meet here tonight. Kane replied promptly. Very well, Chairman Lu. I will arrive on time. With the venue confirmed, the people in the living room visibly relaxed. Liang Zhiqing immediately got up to arrange the menu and file the reports, while Song Wenba handed the prepared supply chain finance materials to Tang Zhengwo. One more thing. Lu Yibei spoke up suddenly. Those who had just started to rise all sat back down. I also have some connections with the Volkswagen Group of Germany. We can talk about that another time. Uncle Meng, just keep it in mind for now. There might not even be a project. Meng Weichuan's expression turned more serious. The Volkswagen Group of Germany. Liu Yibei turned to Tang Jiangwo. Expected a bit later 1% of the Volkswagen Group of Germany shares will be transferred to me from my family. For the overseas share custody compliance and capital arrangements, they'll keep them with Huashan. That's on you all. Tang Jiangwo's pen hovered in midair. He hadn't even warmed up the 0.5 Walmart stake, and now one of Volkswagen Group was coming his way. This wasn't just handing him an opportunity anymore. This was making sure he wouldn't fumble it, even throwing in a tray for him. Tang Jiangwo's nose tingled, and he truly wanted to kneel down and shout, "Godfather, I could never repay this kindness in a lifetime." He took a deep breath, flipped to a fresh page in his notebook, and wrote a single line in bold strokes. Cross-border custody plan for the one Volkswagen Group of Germany shares due today. After Tang Jiangwo finished writing that line, the conversation in the living room returned to the Walmart supply chain project. This time the speaker was Luo Jingming, director of the Pingqing Investment Promotion Bureau. If President Kane only speaks generally about the supply chain, we can't just impose a fixed plan. Pingqing can prepare 3 directions. First, a regional procurement center for South China. Second, a digital supplier management platform. And third, an intelligent warehousing and distribution hub. Liang Ziqing, deputy director of the Municipal Commerce Bureau, took over. The procurement center and supplier platform are suitable for staying in Pingqing. The city has a large number of electronics, home appliance, apparel, and daily goods manufacturers nearby, and a solid foundation in cross-border trade. If Walmart sets up a regional procurement center here, it can directly connect with a range of mature suppliers. But the warehousing shouldn't be forced into the city center. From the other side, Gu Haifeng adjusted his glasses. He is the deputy director of the management committee for the Eastern Port Area, responsible for industrial parks and logistics. The Eastern Port Area has an existing bonded logistics park with access to the port highways and freight rail. A large-scale distribution center could be placed there with more favorable land and transportation costs than the city center. Song Wenbo finally found his chance to speak. Huashan can provide cross-border settlement project financing and supply chain finance. Once a core enterprise like Walmart is established, upstream and downstream suppliers will generate significant settlement and working capital needs. The bank can offer credit based on real orders, alleviating the financial pressure on small and medium-sized suppliers. Liu Yibei sat in the middle, listening for a while. The procurement center in the city, the warehouse in the port area, the bank handling the money. Though he only half understood the professional details, it wasn't hard once translated into plain terms. Meng Weichuan made the final summary. Tonight, let's first listen to Kane's real needs without rushing to propose solutions. If the directions match well, negotiate based on one procurement center, one digital platform, and one port area warehousing and distribution node. Policy, site selection, and financial support all have dedicated people in charge. We don't want to be caught off guard by specific questions and have to go back for 3 days of meetings. The others nodded in agreement. While the living room buzzed with heated discussion, the kitchen had a different atmosphere. Shen Qinglan handed freshly washed fruit to Meng Yi and pointed outside. Look at Yibei, and then look at yourself. Learn from him properly. You barely study, play games all day, and just wait for your diploma. Holding the fruit platter, Meng Yi looked unconvinced. How is that the same? Brother Bei isn't normal. In the morning, he's a shareholder of Walmart with over 20 billion, and in the afternoon, a German Volkswagen Group shows up. How can I compare to him? Don't make excuses for yourself. I'm just not cut out for studying, Meng Yi said with utter confidence. He'll just go into business later. Old Meng handles investment attraction, he'll handle investing. Perfectly matched. Shen Qinglan raised her hand to smack him. First pass your courses without failing, then talk about being a perfect match. Meng Yi grabbed the fruit platter and ran. I can still deliver the fruit. Failing courses can. Li Mingyue, who was helping set the table nearby, couldn't help but lower her head and chuckle. Time quickly arrived at evening. Kane's motorcade entered the neighborhood and was guided by waiting staff to the entrance of Meng Weichuan's building. As the assistant got out of the car, he glanced around and lowered his voice. Mr. Kane, this appears to be the home of a city official, not a commercial reception venue. Kane adjusted his coat, looking even more pleased. Isn't that great? It proves that Chairman Liu has real influence here. We can meet the people truly in charge of the project, directly cutting out unnecessary intermediaries and nepotism. With fewer relationship costs, our project can save a lot of money. The assistant nodded and said no more. When the door opened, Liu Yibei was already waiting in the foyer. Kane recognized him at once, strode over, and extended his right hand. Chairman Liu, finally I get to meet you. Their hands clasped. Kane studied Liu Yibei for a moment, then broke into a smile. You are younger and more handsome than I imagined. Thank you. Liu Yibei, unaccustomed to being complimented on his looks by a foreign man in his 50s, could only offer a polite, and Mr. Kane looks more spirited than in your photos. The two completed a round of business pleasantries with quintessential Daxia flair. Liu Yibei stepped aside and first introduced me. This is my uncle Meng Weichuan. He oversees investment attraction and industry and commerce for this city. He's the vice mayor of Pingqing. Kane's eyes flickered, and he immediately extended his hand. Vice Mayor Meng, it's a pleasure to meet you. President Kane, welcome to Pingqing. Meng Weichuan shook his hand, then introduced the others in the living room one by one. This is Luo Jingming, director of the Investment Promotion Bureau, responsible for landing foreign investment projects. This is Liang Jiqing, Deputy Director of the Commerce Bureau in charge of suppliers procurement and commercial support. This is Gu Haifeng, Deputy Director of the Eastern Port Area Management Committee responsible for logistics parks, warehousing site selection, and infrastructure. We've assembled everyone who might be needed for this inspection tonight. Pengqing places great importance on Walmart Group's investment inspection. Whether it's site selection policy or supplier connections, we can communicate directly and reduce unnecessary middle steps. Kane shook hands with each of them, his smile growing wider. He had originally only planned to have dinner with the new shareholder and gauge Liu Yibei's attitude toward group affairs. He hadn't expected Liu Yibei to have directly assembled a team capable of executing the project. After Meng Huichuan finished introducing the city officials, he paused. Liu Yibei glanced at Tang Jiangwo, who was clearly getting anxious, and continued, "This is Tang Jiangwo, president of the Huashang Bank Pengqing branch. My shares and overseas assets are all managed by Huashang. If the project involves banking financing or cross-border settlement issues, you can go to him. He'll solve them, he'll coordinate." Tang Jiangwo perked up at those words. He immediately stepped forward to shake Kane's hand. "President Kane, how do you do? Huashang Bank can provide cross-border settlement fund custody, project financing, and supply chain financial services for the project. As long as it's a matter within the banking system, it'll solve it, it'll coordinate." Tang Jiangwo echoed Liu Yibei's words verbatim. Kane nodded with a smile. "Excellent. Chairman Liu has prepared an even more complete team than ours." Tang Jiangwo then introduced Song Wenba, and Kane briefly introduced his accompanying assistant and the head of Walmart's supply chain department. Everyone who needed to be there had arrived. The group moved to the dining room. Shin Qinglan had prepared an ordinary family meal, no extravagant plating, no crowd-pressuring drinks. Kane was clearly at ease in this atmosphere, starting with just a cup of tea. Once the dishes were served, Meng Huichuan didn't rush into policy talk. He first had Kane sample several local Pengqing specialties. When the mood had relaxed, Kane had his assistant bring out a project brief. "We're not just looking to build a warehouse this time." He placed the document on the table and spoke slowly in accented Mandarin. "Walmart hopes to establish a South China Regional Procurement Center, a digital supplier platform, and 2 large intelligent warehousing and distribution nodes. Pengqing is currently one of the candidate cities." Luo Jingming and Liang Jiqing exchanged a glance. The 3 directions they had prepared that afternoon had all hit. Kane raised 3 fingers. "If conditions are right, the initial phase investment budget is approximately 3 billion yuan in national currency." 3 billion yuan was only the first phase of the budget. The moment this figure was announced, the atmosphere at the table grew noticeably more serious. Luo Jingming presented the plan he had prepared that afternoon, outlining his thoughts on the 3 areas: the procurement center, the digital platform, and the Lingang warehousing and district. Gu Haifeng promised to compile a list of 3 alternative land plots within 2 days, while Liang Jiqing was responsible for the supplier list and local procurement data. Tang Jiangwo didn't interrupt, only adding a supplementary comment when funds were mentioned. "For cross-border settlement and upstream and downstream supply chain finance, Huashang can form a dedicated team to handle it." After hearing this, Kane didn't immediately decide to place the project in Pengqing, but he did give a clear response. The Walmart project team would conduct a site visit to the Lingang area. Within a week, Pengqing would simultaneously provide data on land plots, transportation suppliers, and policy details. Both sides would first establish a working group and only sign a formal cooperation agreement after the feasibility assessment was completed. This was already a substantial expression of cooperative intent. Meng Huichuan was in high spirits and stopped delving into serious business matters. Instead, he enthusiastically introduced the dishes on the table to Kane. "This is Pengqing's local steamed fish with black bean sauce. This roast goose should be eaten while it's hot. The skin won't be as crispy once it cools. And this soup is light, perfect for sobering up." Kane sampled a little of everything. Liang Jiqing had prepared several rounds of toast speeches, but remembering Meng Huichuan's warning from the afternoon, held back every single one. In the end, everyone simply raised their glasses together for a modest toast, with no one pressuring anyone else to finish their drink. Kane set down his glass, looking very relaxed. "I really like this atmosphere. No one keeps pushing drinks, and there are no complicated cost calculations." His Mandarin wasn't perfect, but his meaning was clear. "For me, a project only needs to answer a few questions. Is it feasible or not? Is there enough money or not? I also like the proposal you presented today." Kane looked at Meng Huichuan. "If Walmart approves the plan, you can find suitable people for construction and operation, while Walmart handles the investment standards and procurement. If we don't approve of the local execution team, then Walmart will find its own people to do the work. You would only need to assist with the approval process and coordinate resources. This way is very direct and efficient." He then turned his head to look at Liu Yibei. "I also want to thank Chairman Liu. You saved the group many tedious steps and allowed me to meet the people who can truly determine the project's progress." Liu Yibei raised his glass. "As long as we can talk, that's what matters." He didn't continue with pleasantries, simply tilting his head back and downing the wine in his glass. Kane smiled and took a sip to keep him company. The assistant sitting nearby glanced at the time, then leaned in to remind him, "Mr. Kane, it's getting late. We still need to return to headquarters tomorrow." "All right." Kane didn't delay, rising to take his leave. Liang Jiqing seized the final opportunity. President Kane, since everyone is here today, how about we take a group? Kane didn't decline. His assistant, quick to understand, took the phone and had everyone line up in the living room. Liu Yibei and Kane stood in the center, Meng Huichuan on the other side, with Luo Jingming, Liang Zhiqing, Gu Haifeng, Tang Zhangwo, and the others lined up in sequence. Click. The photo was taken. After Kane and his party had left, Liang Zhiqing retrieved his phone and looked at the picture with a sly grin. With this photo, even if the project ultimately falls through, none of our departments will have to take the blame. If it succeeds, this is the fruit of our collective efforts. Mayor Meng used his personal connections to invite a multinational supply chain giant to a local family dinner, showing great dedication to attracting investment. We can just put this in the reports later, and won't the achievements be right there? Everyone in the room winced simultaneously. Damn, Liang Zhiqing. One photo, and he's already scheming 800 different angles. Even Meng Huichuan was amused by his words. Keep the photo for now, but no one is to share it until the project is finalized. Also cut the empty talk in the reports and focus on what needs to be done tomorrow. Understood. Liang Zhiqing immediately put away his phone. Tang Jingwo also stood up to take his leave. He still had to rush back to the branch tonight to arrange the financial plan for the Walmart project and the share custody plan for the Deutsche Volkswagen Group. He couldn't afford to neglect either. Before leaving, he looked at Li Mingyue. Mingyue, stay and see young Master Liu out. Yes, President Tang. After Tang Zhangwo and Song Wenba had left, Meng Huichuan gave further instructions to Luo Jingming and the others. I have a report to give at the Municipal Party Committee meeting tomorrow morning. So please work late tonight and compile all of Kane's requirements, Pengcheng's preliminary plan, and the inspection plan for the coming week. Each department should arrange staff to work through the night and send it to me before 8 a.m. Yes. Several government staff members accepted the task and soon dispersed one after another. The living room, which had been lively all evening, finally quieted down. Meng Huichuan personally poured a cup of tea for Liu Yibei. Yibei, I must thank you again for this. If it weren't for you making the connection, I'd still be racking my brains over how to approach these multinational giants, build relationships, and win some projects to create jobs. Uncle Meng, you're too kind. Liu Yibei accepted the cup. If there's a chance we can work together, best if a deal is struck, but even if not, we've made an acquaintance. Shin Qinglan glanced at the time, and then at Liu Yibei's slightly flushed face. Yibei has had quite a bit to drink. Why not stay the night here? And Li Mengyu was about to chime in, but was silenced by a glare from Meng Huichuan. Yibei, what's your own arrangement? Liu Yibei stood up. I think I'll head out anyway. They'll come back for a meal another day. I have classes tomorrow, so I need to get back tonight. Li Mingyue grabbed the car keys and left the house with Liu Yibei. Pengcheng's night was brilliantly lit. After the car drove out of the residential area, Li Mingyue didn't immediately set the navigation to the school. Instead, she turned her head to glance at Liu Yibei. Mr. Liu, should I take you back to the dormitory? It's almost time for the dorms to close. Liu Yibei leaned back in the passenger seat, his voice a little lazy from the out. I don't have a place off campus yet, haven't had the time to get one. We could find a hotel if it's too much trouble. Li Mingyue held the steering while slowing the car down. You've been drinking and staying in a hotel alone, there's no one to look after you. She paused for a moment, as if finally making a decision. How about coming to my place? Liu Yibei turned his head to look at her. Li Mingyue didn't avoid his gaze. I mentioned last time that beyond financial services you can also come to me for personal needs. It seems your bank's after-sales service is indeed quite good. Only for you. The car fell silent, but the unspoken intimacy was more obvious than any words. Half an hour later, the car pulled into the underground garage of an apartment complex. Li Mingyue lived in a clean one-bedroom apartment. After entering, she first poured Liu Yibei a glass of warm water, then found a sealed set of men's toiletries from the cabinet. My brother bought these, they're new. You're well prepared. They really are new. Li Mingyue explained and laughed at herself. Neither of them mentioned the hotel again. By the time Liu Yibei came out after washing up, Li Mingyue had already taken down her hair tie, letting her long hair fall naturally over her shoulders. She had changed out of her professional work clothes and was now wearing a simple home dress. The distance between them grew shorter. It's not too late to back out now, Liu Yibei said in a low voice. Li Mingyue looked up. I have no regrets. Liu Yibei lowered his head and kissed her. Li Mingyue didn't pull away, instead her arms wrapped around his neck. The lights in the living room went out one by one, leading to... As the door gently closed, Li Mingyue reached out and turned off the bedside lamp. The next morning, Liu Yibei woke up to find Li Mingyue already sitting at the head of the bed scrolling through her phone. The curtains weren't fully drawn and harsh sunlight streamed through the gap, landing directly on his face. He squinted for a moment, then reached for his phone. It was 9:40 a.m. Don't you have work? Li Mingyue shook her phone, the screen filled with messages from the Huashang Bank. Isn't this working? She smiled, put the phone down and slid under the covers. Soon there was a gentle stirring beneath the sunlit blanket. This morning overtime wasn't within the scope of Huashang Bank's attendance system, and the specific details certainly didn't need to be filled into a daily work report. A dozen or so minutes later, Li Mingyue leaned back against the headboard, her long hair slightly disheveled, but a satisfied smile on her face. After a moment of silence, she spoke up proactively. Mr. Liu, rest assured. I don't want any title or status, and I won't use any of this to cling to you. Liu Yibei turned his head to look at her. Li Mingyu's tone was earnest. I'm sensible, and I know what I want. I'm an independent girl. If you could just help me a bit at work in the future and help me avoid some detours, that would be enough. Yibei was stunned for a second. She claimed independence, yet her goal was bluntly transparent. No obsessive romanticism, no scheming for a higher status, and no intention of trading one night's relationship for empty promises. What she wanted from beginning to end was a chance to move up. As long as you don't make mistakes yourself, just follow the routine. Yibei stated, "They'll put all my Huashang business under your responsibility. Your performance won't be low. If your abilities keep up, you should also get promoted quickly." Li Mingyu's eyes curved into a smile. That's enough. She didn't make exorbitant demands, nor did she seize the moment to ask for a house or a car. When I joined Huashang, I had already planned it out: first become a client manager, then join the private banking team. If there's a chance, I want to be a department head before I'm 30. That goal was a bit tough before. Without resources or clients, no matter how capable you are, you could only slowly wait your turn. Li Mingwei reached out to straighten Lu Yibei's tousled hair. Now you are my biggest resource. As long as you're willing to let me keep managing the accounts, I'll have endless performance to show. I'll walk the rest of the path myself. Lu Yibei looked at her. This statement was realistic, yet far more believable than claiming love at first sight. All right, you handle things for me, and I'll give you performance. We'll be even. But one thing: confidentiality and compliance cannot be compromised. Understood. Li Mingwei agreed without hesitation. I won't let a third person hear about your affairs from my mouth. Lu Yibei said nothing more, but made a decision in his mind. Claim shares of Deutsche Volkswagen Group. A mechanical prompt sounded immediately. Confirmed asset: claim 1 share of Deutsche Volkswagen Group. Asset distribution procedure initiated. Share source transaction records, tax documents, and cross-border custody procedures are being completed simultaneously. Distribution complete. The prompt disappeared. A few seconds later, Lu Yibei's phone received 3 consecutive emails. They were the notification of change for Deutsche Volkswagen Group's shareholder register, the overseas custody confirmation, and the key asset access alert from Huashang Bank. The documents, numbers, signatures, and historical records were all complete. Meanwhile, at Huashang Bank's Pingxing branch, Tang Zhengwo sat in the meeting room, his scalp prickling with anxiety. He had barely slept after returning from the Meng family's residence the night before. He spent the early part of the night with Song Wenba, organizing the financial plan for the Walmart supply chain project, and the latter part reviewing the custody plan for the Deutsche Volkswagen Group shares 3 times over. Though his body was exhausted, his mind grew more excited the more he thought. The initial 3 billion yuan investment intention for Walmart's South China supply chain. The 1% share of Deutsche Volkswagen Group. Tang Zhengwo had even planned the order of his report. Once the shares officially entered the custody chain, he would personally call his old superior Huang Long. He would first report Lu Yibei's newly added overseas assets, then recount the dinner at Deputy Mayor Meng's house the previous night, the Walmart project, and Huashang's participation. This wasn't about claiming credit. This was about keeping his leader fully informed of the progress at the grassroots level. At 9:42 a.m. a red alert suddenly popped up on the computer. Cross-border key asset custody notice: beneficial holder Lu Yibei. Subject: Deutsche Volkswagen Group common stock. Shareholding 1. Status: ownership confirmed. Custody chain activated. Tang Zhengwo stared at the screen, read it twice, and then jumped up from his chair. It's here. The few people who had stayed overnight in the meeting room were instantly wide awake. Tang Zhengwo grabbed the materials on the table and began issuing orders. Song Wenba: activate the highest level asset service protocol for key clients. Get the cross-border finance, legal compliance, and tax advisory teams in here. Complete the ownership document review today. No one is to contact Mr. Lu without permission. All external communication must go through Li Mingwei. The custody information is classified as the branch's highest level of confidentiality. Anyone who leaks it is out. Understood. Everyone sprang into action. Tang Zhengwo took his phone into his office, found the number labeled Old Leader, and dialed it himself. The call connected. Director Huang, this is Zhengwo. I have 2 important matters to report to you. Huang Long's voice sounded a bit surprised. So early. Go ahead. First, last night Deputy Mayor Meng Huichuan hosted Walmart Group President Kane at his residence. Both parties reached a preliminary intention on the first phase of the 3 billion yuan South China supply chain project, and Huashang has already entered the financial services team. Second, our key client Lu Yibei has newly acquired a 1% stake in Deutsche Volkswagen Group today, and the cross-border custody chain is now officially in effect. There was a few seconds of silence on the other end of the line. Both projects were brought in by that young client you've been in contact with. Yes. Tang Zhengwo didn't try to take the credit. I just did what Mr. Lu asked. Huang Long then asked, why did Meng Huichuan organize this dinner for him at his home? Mr. Lu has a very close relationship with Mayor Meng's family. Tang Zhengwo chose his words carefully. He calls Mayor Meng Uncle Meng and has been friends with Mayor Meng's son for years. President Kane also contacted Mr. Lu directly, and it was Mr. Lu who decided who would attend. Last night, people from the Municipal Investment Promotion Bureau, the Commerce Bureau, the Lingang area, and Huashang were all present. Without Mr. Lu's connection, Kane probably wouldn't have attended this dinner. Huang Long understood. A young man who could bring a multinational corporation president, a municipal government project team, and a bank team to the same dinner table had a value that far exceeded just 2 shareholdings. Huang long pondered for a moment. Get a formal document prepared on the Walmart project and report it to me today. Keep Liu Yibei's asset information strictly confidential. Since this client trusts you, you keep a close personal eye on it. Don't let any problems arise in service. For the Walmart project, Huashang should only provide financial services and not compete with local departments for control. Provide funding solutions when needed, coordinate cross-border settlements when needed. The boundaries must be clear. Understood. Zhang Wo, you've done well this time. With that one short sentence, most of Tang Zhang exhaustion from the sleepless night vanished. Thank you, leader. He'll make sure the follow-up work is done After hanging up, he immediately went back to the meeting room. Keep working. Lunch will be brought in. Nobody drops the ball today. Back at Li Mingyu's apartment, Liu Yibei also received the asset confirmation notice from Huashang Bank. He glanced at it, didn't read the details, and threw off the covers to get out. Get ready and drive me back to school. Li Mingyue picked up the car keys from the bedside. Okay, your dedicated client manager is going back to work. Half an hour later, the BMW drove out of the underground garage, heading towards Pingqing University. Liu Yibei leaned back in the passenger seat, resting his eyes. Li Mingyue glanced at the navigation, a slight smile on her lips. This trip to send him back to school was indeed real work. Li Mingyue dropped Liu Yibei off at the gates of Pingqing University without lingering. Returning to his dormitory, Liu Yibei sensed something amiss the moment he pushed the door open. Zhao Lian was slumped in his chair, scrolling through the campus forum, unusually silent, not a single sardonic quip escaping his lips. Zhou Shuheng leaned against the bed with his arms crossed while Chun Jiashu stared at his phone, his face etched with conflict. These guys were usually as bold as lions, yet today they were all unusually subdued. Liu Yibei placed his phone on the desk. What's happened now? Zhou Shuheng looked up, summarizing in the fewest words possible. Zhao Yuxuan isn't accepting it. He's gone to his grandfather. The old man is a retired cadre with deep connections in the education sector. The school is being pressured to re-evaluate the disciplinary action. Zhang Wanwan also approached Chun Jiashu, pleading for Zhao Yuxuan. And the forum is buzzing with claims that our dorm used some mysterious influence to dodge the punishment. We're doomed. Liu Yibei pulled out a chair and sat down after listening. Is that all? Zhao Liyuan looked stunned. Brother Bei, what do you mean, is that all? Zhao Yuxuan's grandfather is Fang Jinhua, a former big shot in the Pingqing City Education Bureau. He retired years ago, but he still has a huge network of former students and subordinates. I heard several deans at Pingdao are his old protégés. Calls have already been made to the school this morning, demanding a reinvestigation and insisting that campus violence cannot be tolerated. Zhao Liyuan relayed all the information he had gathered. Fang Jinhua didn't directly throw his weight around. He simply called a few former students, asking if student affairs at Pingdao had gone off the rails. Over the next hour, the school office received 3 calls in succession from the education system, a brother institution, and an old alumnus. Each one claimed they were merely expressing concern, without a single word demanding a change to the disciplinary decision. But the 3 calls combined sent a message more potent than any direct demand. Vice Principal Su insisted the evidence was solid, but other school leaders were reluctant to offend a retired official with such a vast network of former students, which is why the idea of a new meeting was proposed. A retired old cadre. Liu Yibei leaned back in his chair, completely unfazed. He's just a retiree. If he's going to use his old connections to cause trouble without looking at the facts, then let him try. Zhao Liyuan looked at him. Brother Bei, you're that confident. I let Zhao Yuxuan off the hook last time. Liu Yibei said calmly. I'm not in the business of letting people off. If he pulls another stunt like this, he'll crush him and his grandfather together. The dorm fell silent instantly. Even Chun Jiashu looked up from his phone. Liu Yibei glanced at the 3 of them. What are you thinking? I mean, he'll expose all his rule-bending connections one by one. Whoever pulled strings, whoever broke the rules, they'll be held accountable. Did he really think he could treat the school like his own backyard after retiring? Zhao Liyuan breathed a sigh of relief. You scared me. I thought our dorm was about to unlock a true crime side quest. Liu Yibei ignored him, turning his attention to Chun Jiashu. What about you? Chun Jiashu handed over his phone. The chat log showed a barrage of messages from Zhang Wanwan. Jiashu, I know Yuxuan was impulsive this time, but he's already hurt so badly, and now he's got a disciplinary record, and he can't even join the student union. Grandpa Fong is old, and this whole thing has made his blood. Can you please talk to Liu Yibei for me? Ask him to have a word with Principal Su and drop the case against Yuxuan. We were classmates for 3 years in high school. You're my only. It was followed by a 10-second voice note of her sobbing. Liu Yibei handed the phone back to Chun Jiashu. What do you think? Chun Jiashu hesitated. She sounds really upset crying like that. Zhao Liyuan jumped up from his chair. Bro, you're a real piece of work. They've been letting Zhao Yuxuan roam free for over a year, and now you're feeling sorry for her tears. She's not here to get back together or apologize. She found out your roommate has connections, and now she's using you as a hotline. Zhou Shuheng added a jab. Used to make you move packages, now she's making you move connections. Business is booming. Chun Jiashu opened his mouth, but no words came out. Liu Yibei didn't scold him. It's fine to be soft-hearted, but you have to be selective. What she wants isn't you, she wants to get to me through you. Once Zhao Yuxuan's punishment is rescinded, she'll go right back to dating him. The best you'll get is a Jiashu, you're the best. Chen Jiashu stared at the chat, his expression, then I want reply. Don't just ignore her. Zhao Liyuan sat back down. Reply with this, I need to focus on my studies lately, so I can't help. Chen Jiashu was taken aback for a second, then couldn't help but chuckle. Isn't that a bit mean? It's a phrase she taught you. Consider it returning the favor. Chen Jiashu thought for a moment, and actually sent the message. After it was delivered, Jiang Wanwan's side remained silent for a long time. Having resolved the bro issue, Zhao Liyuan turned his screen back to the forum. Several new posts had appeared on the front page. 4 against 1 gets a written apology. Who are Pengdas rules really for? Mysterious dorms background exposed, even a department head can be toppled. With mysterious power behind them, how can ordinary students seek justice? The comments section was even more outrageous. Everyone's guessing our dorm has some mysterious backing now. Zhao Liyuan read out the top-voted comment. They can get directly fired and turn a major demerit into a bit of homework. At this rate, if someone from their dorm killed a couple of people for fun, the sentence might just be a 3-day QQ account suspension. Lu Yibei's mouth twitched at that. The internet's imagination really doesn't show much respect for the criminal law. These posts are all from new accounts, and the wording is pretty similar. Zhou Shuhang swiped through some screenshots. They all focus on the punishment, deliberately ignoring the full surveillance footage and the fact that Zhao Yuxuan was the instigator. 3 of the accounts consistently wrote Sun Xin Zishur as Sun Shur Zishur, making the exact same typo. The posting times are only 12 minutes apart, and the earliest comments stirring the pot under these posts also come from freshly registered accounts. Zhao Liyuan clicked on one of the accounts. This one's the dumbest. Last night, they were still commenting on the outreach department's recruitment post with their real class info. Today they changed their avatar and claimed to be a random passerby. Quite the random passerby might as well have put their ID card on their forehead. Zhang Zihan also came to ask. Zhao Liyuan said. She said the initial rumors came from the student union's outreach department. Zhao Yuxuan used to be in that department, so this is probably his doing again. Having failed to win through direct influence, he was now weaponizing the influence itself. First they paint Lu Yibei and his roommates as rich bullies abusing their power, then use public opinion to force the school to reconsider. The tactic isn't clever, but it's certainly effective at swaying people. Don't engage them on the forum yet. Lu Yibei pushed the phone back. Screen record all the posts, save the account names, links, and timestamps. Send the material to Teacher Wei and have the school secure the back-end records. If they want to play the public opinion game, let them talk. The more they talk, the more evidence they leave behind. Zhao Liyuan immediately started organizing the files. What about old Fong then? Same approach. Lu Yibei picked up a bottle of water from the desk, unscrewed the cap, and took a sip. If he wants to be reasonable, this ends with the school's decision. If he doesn't, he'll find out how he amassed so many students and subordinates who are willing to be unreasonable on his behalf. Just as he finished speaking, Lu Yibei's phone rang. It was Wei Jianya. Upon answering, Wei Jianya's voice sounded extremely helpless. Lu Yibei, all 4 of you need to come to the administration building this afternoon. Zhao Yuxuan's grandfather Fong Jinhua is here in person. He wants to hold another meeting to clarify the situation. Lu Yibei glanced at his 3 roommates and put the call on. Understood. Please inform Mr. Fong that we will be there on time this afternoon. The call ended. Lu Yibei stood up and grabbed his jacket from the back of his chair. Liyuan, get the forum evidence organized. Jiashu screenshot the chat history where Jiang Wanwan asked you to plead for Zhao Yuxuan. Since Mr. Fong wants to hear the story again, let's make sure he hears the whole thing. Soon Lu Yibei and his 3 companions arrived punctually at the administration building. Wei Jianya, waiting in the corridor, let out a sigh upon seeing the printed materials and stay calm inside. Today isn't about reasserting who's at fault, it's about hearing both sides again. Zhao Liyuan nodded with utmost obedience. Don't worry, Teacher Wei, my emotions are as stable as if I just came out of anesthesia. Wei Jianya looked at Lu Yibei, who was walking in front. It was clear he wasn't worried about Zhao Liyuan. Many people were already seated in the meeting room. Vice Principal Su was at the head, flanked by teachers from the Student Affairs Department and the Security Office. Zhao Yuxuan and Fong Lin sat on the right side, with an elderly man with graying hair seated between them, a thermos by his hand. Lu Yibei scanned the room upon entering and casually pulled out a chair on the left to sit down. Zhao Liyuan and the other 2 followed suit and sat beside him. Fong Jinhua frowned. Who told you to sit down? Lu Yibei, who had just placed his phone on the table, looked up upon hearing this. Who the hell are you? They'll sit if I want to. What's it to you? The meeting room fell silent instantly. Vice Principal Zu's face darkened. He knew that a meeting between these 2 sides wouldn't be smooth sailing, but he hadn't expected Lu Yibei to launch a direct zero wind-up frontal assault right in the face of this retired veteran cadre. Zhao Liyuan, Zhou Shuhang, and Chen Jiashu sat up straight, their faces a mask of seriousness, but in their minds a barrage of comments was already scrolling. Manbei Go. I knew you were tough, but not this tough. Setting aside the facts, if we actually send this old guy to the ICU, whose fault is it really? Lu Yibei. Wei Jianya quickly tried to intervene. Vice Principal Su raised a hand to calm the situation. Let me introduce everyone first. This is Mr. Fang Jinhua, a former deputy director of the Pingqing City Education Bureau who has been engaged in educational work for a long time. Liu Yibei, and then Oi. Vice Principal Su was taken aback. Fang Jinhua's face had already darkened. Young man, let's set aside the fight for a moment. Your attitude itself is very problematic. You don't greet your elders, you sit down, without waiting for instructions, and you use foul language. Is this how Peng University educates its students? I am not here today for a private family matter. Fang Jinhua's voice grew heavier. 4 students ganged up on one, and the result is just a written self-criticism. The one who was beaten, on the other hand, received a punishment and was removed from the student union. When this outcome gets out, what will other students think? If there's a conflict, does it mean whoever has stronger connections or more people is right? The school must correct its previous erroneous handling and give disciplinary action to the 4 students who committed the assault. Liu Yibei didn't refute immediately. Instead, he asked Mr. Fang, before you came to the school, did you watch the complete surveillance footage? Fang Jinhua paused. I heard about the incident from Yuxuan and his mother. So you haven't watched it. Did you ask the other students present at the scene? The school's investigation shows clear bias. The statements from students at the scene might not necessarily be. So you haven't asked them either. Liu Yibei nodded. You haven't looked at the evidence, haven't questioned the witnesses, and you come here demanding the school change the punishment based solely on what your 2 family members told you. Even the great man said no investigation, no right to speak. Hold on. Liu Yibei raised a hand to interrupt. He stopped looking at Fang Jinhua and turned to Vice Principal Su. Principal Su, can a retired old man order you guys? If you think the previous punishment was too lenient, then just lay it out. Whatever the school rules say, however the 4 of us should be punished, well, take it. I accept that. But if someone disregards the evidence and just wants to bully us with their age and former title, then bring it on. Liu Yibei looked back at Fang Jinhua. Liu Yibei may not be talented, but I do have a few friends and elders in positions of power. Their positions are at least higher than yours was before you retired. And they're currently serving, not retired. You. Fang Jinhua pointed a trembling finger at him. You. He stuttered, unable to form a coherent sentence. Zhao Liyuan quietly lowered his head. Don't laugh. Laughing now might escalate this from writing a self-criticism to writing a eulogy. Fang Lin quickly tried to soothe her father. Dad, don't get angry over this ill man. Liu Yibei ignored her completely. Principal Su, was this all you called us in for? No need for special notices in the future. You're the school, you just follow the rules. If it comes to it, and these 3 roommates of mine can't find a job, they'll take care of it. Zhao Liyuan, Zhou Shuhong, and Chen Jiaxu all turned their heads simultaneously. Wait, Godfather. How did a simple meeting just decide our career prospects? If this were yesterday, they would have just brushed it off as dorm room bragging. But things were different now. Liu Yibei knew the deputy mayor and a bank manager managed his money. When he said he'd secure them jobs, his credibility was over 100. Zhao Liyuan was already starting to wonder if he was better suited for a security captain or a director of the atmosphere department. Zhou Shuhang gave him a single glance and could tell that there was no legitimate position in that guy's head. Coming to university to get a degree is about 2 things. Liu Yibei held up 2 fingers. One is networking, and the other is getting a diploma to find a job later. Principal Su, which kind do you think I am? Vice Principal Zu's mouth twitched. Here was a man with tens of billions in assets asking if he was in university for networking. It was like asking what 1 + 1 equals when you already have the answer. Mr. Liu, let's focus on the matter at hand. Vice Principal Su wasn't about to touch that loaded question. Also, Mr. Fang is here today as a student's family member to understand the situation, not to dictate the school's disciplinary decisions. The school is willing to hold this explanatory meeting out of respect for the family's right to appeal. This statement served as a reminder to Liu Yibei and also firmly redefined Fang Jinhua's role as a student's family member. Fang Jinhua's expression soured, but he didn't continue to press the issue of seating. Vice Principal Su asked a staff member to turn on the projector. The complete surveillance footage, statements from 7 eyewitness students, and records of conversations between both parties were once again laid out for everyone to see. Zhao Yuxuan persistently insulted and initiated the shoving. Zhao Liyuan struck first, and the other 3 joined in subsequently. Both sides share responsibility. The current handling has comprehensively considered the cause, process, number of participants, and consequences. The procedure is complete, and the basis is clear. Vice Principal Su closed the disciplinary action file in front of him. Following today's re-review, the school has found no factual errors in the original investigation, nor any improper application of the disciplinary basis. Without new evidence, the original disciplinary outcome will not be altered due to any external influence. If it is verified that someone maliciously posted online or orchestrated false public opinion, that will be treated as a new violation, and the school will handle it separately. Fang Jinhua finished watching the surveillance, but his brow remained furrowed. Even if Yuxuan said some harsh words, the fact remains that 4 people attacked 1 person. Harsh words. Liu Yibei let out a cold laugh. He goes to someone else's dormitory, calls them poor trash and labor, and even shoves them first. You call that just a few harsh words? When we throw a punch, it's campus violence. But when he hires people to post slanderous threads online, is that just youthful indiscretion? Fang Jinhua's eyes narrowed. What posting and slander? Vice Principal Su didn't answer. He gestured for the staff to switch the materials. The forum's backend records appeared on the screen. 3 newly registered accounts, their login times, campus network addresses, and binding information were all clearly listed. 2 of the accounts belonged to members of the student union's external relations department, and the other had repeatedly connected to a personal hotspot activated by Zhao Yuxuan. After receiving the materials provided by Mr. Liu Yibei at noon, the school has already spoken with the students involved. Vice Principal Su opened 2 written statements. The 2 external relations department students admitted that Zhao Yuxuan asked them to post the threads. The titles and main content were also provided by Zhao Yuxuan. His goal was to use online public opinion to force the school to revoke his punishment and rediscipline Liu Yibei and the other 3. Fang Jinhua slowly turned his head. Zhao Yuxuan's face had turned pale. Yuxuan. Fang Jinhua stared at his grandson. Were you also the one who asked people to post those threads on the forum? Zhao Yuxuan kept his head lowered, remaining silent for a long while. Fang Jinhua asked again, was it you who had it posted? Yes, Zhao Yuxuan finally admitted. But I wasn't spreading rumors, I was just trying to build momentum. Those 4 beat me up, yet I received no punishment at all. I wanted more students to see this and make the school take it seriously. The content in the post might be a bit exaggerated, but the core facts are correct. Fang Jinhua let out a cold snort. In his view, his grandson's approach of posting online was indeed not the most prudent, but in essence it was still a matter of seeking justice after being wronged. When a young man's emotions run high and he makes a slight misstep in his methods, a few words of discipline should suffice. As for the school's punishment, he still insisted it must be resisted. He had spent decades cultivating his network in Pengcheng's education system, with former students, promoted officials, and collaborating university leaders spread across various positions. Surely after just a few years of retirement, my words can't have become completely meaningless. Regarding the post, Yuxuan will delete it, and can also write a self-criticism. Fang Jinhua picked up his thermos cup. But the previous handling was clearly unfair. The school should still reconsider. Vice Principal Su looked at him, a helpless expression on his face. At this point in the explanation meeting, there was no need for further debate. The evidence had been presented, yet Fang Jinhua only accepted the parts that favored his group. After the meeting dispersed, Fang Jinhua didn't speak another word to Liu Yibei. He got into his car and immediately made several phone calls. One was to a former student in the education system, another to a former leader at a Punga college, and yet another to someone who now held a major position at a sister university. He spoke tactfully. A child's mistake can be corrected through education, but a punishment affects their entire life. Doesn't Pengda's handling this time seem a bit unreasonable in terms of fairness? I'm not asking the school to show favoritism, just hoping you all can show some concern. After finishing his calls, Fang Jinhua leaned back in his seat. He refused to believe that his years of cultivated connections couldn't even clear his grandson of a minor offense. Sure enough, over the next 2 hours, Pengcheng University received several more inquiry calls. Some asked about the review process, some suggested the school balance educational outcomes, and others directly stated that the student was young and punishment should be administered with caution. No one explicitly demanded a change, but everyone was asking when it would change. Vice Principal Su, caught in the middle, activated his diplomatic skills once again. He was unwilling to overturn the established facts, nor did he want to offend all of Fang Jinhua's old connections. After much deliberation, he ended up passing the difficult problem back to Liu Yibei. In the evening, Liu Yibei was playing a ranked match with Meng Yi in his dorm. They were on the final game of their promotion series, just needing to hold their base to reach gold rank. Vice Principal Zu's call came at that very moment. Liu Yibei single-handedly retreated his champion to the tower and answered. Principal Su, what's the matter now? Liu, after this afternoon's meeting, the school received some more differing opinions. Vice Principal Su chose his words carefully. We considered that since both parties are still students, continuing to escalate this matter benefits no one. There's a compromise solution now. Zhao Yuxuan's minor demerit will be reduced to a warning, and the 4 of you will receive an additional campus-wide notification of criticism. As for the forum post, he will issue a public apology. If you can accept this, the school will wrap this up as soon as possible. Liu Yibei felt his anger rising. Principal Su, the school has regulations, evidence, and procedures. It's your job to decide on punishments. Why are you asking for my acceptance? Does a few phone calls from a retired veteran official mean black can turn into white, and the outcome can be negotiated? Silence fell on the other end of the line. In his gaming headset, Meng Yes wail suddenly exploded. No, my gold rank. Liu Yibei, you've ruined me. On the screen, the nexus exploded. The promotion match was lost. Liu Yibei, already fuming, was even more direct upon seeing the If Pengcheng University can't even handle such a trivial matter according to the rules, then I find it hard to believe in the stability of the system and environment here. A single retired old man can change the school's decision with a few phone calls. Does that mean multinational companies, when dealing with project approvals or contract disputes in the future, should also rely on who knows more senior officials? I will report this matter truthfully to my family. Liu, don't be impulsive. I'm not being impulsive, just stating the risks. With that, Liu Yibei hung up immediately. In the headset, Meng Yi was still muttering, my gold promotion. I was 1 game away. Stop whining. Liu Yibei recounted the whole situation. Meng Yi was silent for 2 seconds, then abandoned the game, took off his headset, and rushed downstairs at lightning. Meng Weiquan was in his study reviewing the Walmart project report when the door was suddenly pushed open. Old Meng. Brother Bei just said the Pengda situation isn't resolved. Someone's been pressuring Pingcheng University nonstop. They're demanding that Brother Bei and the others get punished. Meng Weiquan looked up, his brows already furrowed. Meng Yi continued, embellishing the story. Brother Bei thinks that a system that can't handle even this minor issue makes it hard for him to believe in the stability of Pingcheng's. He might be planning to mention this to Walmart. If it's not handled well, all the work you guys did from last night to today will be for nothing. One bad apple spoils the whole barrel. Meng Weiquan couldn't sit still any longer. The 3 billion yuan was just the first phase. There were plans for a regional procurement center, a supplier platform, and 2 warehousing and distribution nodes. All the city departments had worked hard all day just setting up the working group and inspection plan. Now a retired cadre trying to fix his grandson's punishment was jeopardizing the entire project's stability. This is lawlessness. Meng Weiquan muttered under his breath as he dialed a number. The call connected quickly. Secretary Liu. Huichuan, what's the matter? The voice on the other end was calm and steady. Meng Weiquan recounted the campus conflict, the full investigation, Fang Jinhua's pressure, and Liu Yibei's intention to explain the business environment risks to Kane. He may have embellished the wording slightly, but the facts were all there. Secretary Liu, the student punishment itself is trivial. But if a retired cadre can repeatedly change the school's decision through old connections, what will foreign investors think of Pingcheng's rule of law? The Walmart project has just reached a preliminary agreement, and Liu Yibei is the key person connecting us. We can't afford any problems at this juncture. Moreover, Liu Yibei's backing isn't just a single multinational corporation. If we want to integrate with international standards, Liu Yibei is crucial. If Liu Yibei decides to pull out, we'll be the ones at a huge loss. Their business will continue just elsewhere. There was a brief silence on the other end. Liu Qingde quickly made his judgment. This matter must be handled properly. Liu Yibei is not just a student at Pingcheng University. He is a crucial step in integrating Pingcheng's supply chain system with international resources. As for those lawless cadres who even after retirement use old connections to interfere with normal school procedures, they will be dealt with according to regulations. Huichuan, rest assured. Your top priority right now is to secure the project as soon as possible, adding another landmark project to Pingcheng and creating a benchmark achievement. Meng Weiquan straightened his back. Yes. After hanging up, Liu Qingde wasted no time and immediately instructed the Municipal Party Committee office to contact the Education Working Committee and the Retired Cadre Work Department. The directive was clear. Don't escalate, don't shield, and the school should handle the matter based on facts and regulations. Simultaneously investigate who, after being solicited by Fang Jinhua, exerted undue pressure on Pingcheng University. Half an hour later, Fang Jinhua's phone rang. He initially thought it was one of his former students bringing good news, but upon answering, a formal business-like voice came through. Comrade Fang Jinhua, this is the Municipal Retired Cadre Work Department. Please explain the specifics of your contacting multiple former subordinates and university officials today to interfere with the student punishment at Pingcheng University. The voice on the phone left Fang Jinhua little room for pleasantries. Comrade Fang Jinhua, we are already aware of the relevant phone conversations. Today, 3 officials from the education system and universities contacted Pingcheng University to inquire about a student's disciplinary action. 2 of them explicitly stated that they made these courtesy calls after receiving your phone call. The university handles student affairs according to its regulations. A retired cadre should not exert pressure through former positions or personal connections. Please cease contacting relevant individuals and submit a written explanation of the incident. Fang Jinhua gripped his phone, his face gradually darkening. I was merely concerned about my grandson's education. I didn't ask anyone to change the disciplinary decision. Whether this constitutes improper interference will be determined based on the call records and the actual impact. The voice on the other end remained strictly businesslike. Furthermore, Pingcheng University has completed 2 reviews. The municipal committee requires the university to handle the matter independently based on facts and school regulations. Please refrain from intervening in any way. The call ended. Fang Jinhua sat on the sofa unmoving for a long time. Since his retirement, this was the first time someone had reminded him in such a tone what he could, and before long the students he had called earlier began to call back one after another. Teacher, the evidence at Pengda is very solid. There's really nothing more we can say on this matter. The city is looking into these calls, and I need to report the facts truthfully. Fang Lao, a child's mistake can be corrected through education. But continuing to escalate this will do no good for Yuxuan. One call after another. The extensive network of connections he once had across the education system was still there, yet no one was willing to risk the municipal committee's explicit stance to fight for Zhao Yuxuan's disciplinary record. Fang Jinhua finally realized he hadn't just stepped on a student with some family background. The other party hadn't even made a single personal call. A single expressed concern about the unstable environment in Pingcheng had traveled from the university to the municipal committee and then back down onto his own head. Fang Lin sat beside him, asking cautiously, Dad, about Yuxuan's punishment. What punishment? Fang Jinhua snapped at his daughter for the first time. Why didn't you show me the full surveillance footage beforehand? And why didn't you tell me that Yushuan arranged for someone to post the forum thread? You gave me a one-sided story and sent me to the school to fight for him. Now the entire education system knows that I, a retired official, was pulling strings for my grandson. Zhao Yushuan sat nearby, not daring to speak. Grandpa, they forced me into it. Shut up. Fang Jinhua slammed his thermos down heavily on the table. First you go to someone's dormitory and start a verbal fight, then you get into a brawl, and then you have your classmates post about it online. Which part of the school's disciplinary action against you is unjust? From today on you will not contact anyone, and you will not post a single word on that forum. You will accept whatever punishment the school decides. After reprimanding his grandson, he personally called Vice Principal Su back. Principal Su, I didn't have the full picture of today's events. The school should handle this according to its regulations. I have no further objections. Hearing this, Vice Principal Su felt a weight lift from his shoulders, a relief that had been building for 2 days. That same day, Pingqing University posted the final review announcement on the forum. The original disciplinary decisions remained unchanged. Liu Yibei and his 3 roommates submitted written self-criticisms without formal disciplinary action. Zhao Yushuan retained his demerit and was removed from his student union position. For organizing an account to post misleading content, Zhao Yushuan received an additional campus-wide notice of criticism and was required to issue a public apology on the forum. 2 students from the outreach department involved in posting were given formal warnings. And so the conflict that had escalated from a dormitory brawl to the networks of a retired cadre finally reached its conclusion. Liu Yibei saw the announcement while on his way to the cafeteria. He glanced at it and exited the page. It's over. Really over. Zhao Liyuan found it hard to believe. Want to pick another fight with Zhao Yushuan to test it? Never mind then. The 4 of them walked into the cafeteria and headed to their usual counter. The 9 yuan set meal. 1 meat dish, 2 vegetable dishes, free rice refills. Today's meat dish was chicken drumsticks, and the vegetables were scrambled eggs with tomatoes and spicy shredded potatoes. The auntie at the counter, clearly having browsed the forum, gave the 4 of them a couple of extra glances as she served them. Zhao Liyuan immediately flashed a smile. Auntie, recognize us. As campus celebrities, can we get an extra drumstick? The auntie, wielding her serving spoon, remained expressionless. It's 9 yuan for 1 drumstick. Want 2? That'll be 5 yuan more. No discount for celebrities. Even the principal has to pay. Zhou Shuheng picked up his tray and walked away. Stop embarrassing us. Your fame in this cafeteria is worth a few extra glances, not a free drumstick. Liu Yibei found an empty table and sat down with his tray. His billions hadn't caused the 9 yuan drumstick to evolve. It tasted just the same as always, and it was still genuinely fragrant. Everything seemed unchanged. If anything, there were noticeably more people pointing and whispering. Is that them? The 4? Yeah, that's them, the mysterious room from the forum. I heard one of them is a real heavyweight. Which one? The one in black in the middle, Liu Yibei. I heard that even Zhao Yuxuan's grandpa, the education bureau chief he's always bragging about, got shut down. Within less than a day, the deputy director had been automatically promoted to director in the rumors. Give it another couple of days and Fang Jinhua would probably be in charge of national education before his retirement. At another table, someone lowered their voice. This Liu Yibei is ruthless. He's really trying to destroy Zhao Yushuan. His punishment wasn't lifted. He lost his student union position, and now even his grandpa's getting a warning. A student nearby who knew Zhao Liyuan couldn't stand it anymore and turned around. Isn't this fair? Zhao Yushuan was trying to destroy them from the start. He was calling for a major demerit, hoping they'd never graduate or find a job. Now that he's hit a wall, why is it only okay for him to use his connections, but not for them to fight back? Besides, the full video was released. Zhao Yushuan was the one who went to their dorms, started the insults, and threw the first shove. If it wasn't for Liu Yibei's connections, those 4 would be the ones with the major demerits now. There were many voices and the stories kept multiplying. Some said Liu Yibei's family was an international business, others claimed he was a relative of a high-ranking leader, and some confidently asserted that the BMW that had brought him back to school was parked under the administrative building every day. That last claim was pure fabrication. The BMW owner himself was probably at Huashang Bank right now. Zhao Liyan listened to the surrounding chatter, took a sip of the free soup, and gave a slight nod to a few students who had recognized him. Keep it low-key, keep it low-key. Zhou Shuheng glanced at him. They're talking about Liu Yibei. What's it got to do with you? Same dorm, shared glory. You're just the free gift that comes with the group purchase. Zhao Liyuan was about to retort when Chun Jiashu suddenly noticed someone nearby holding up a phone to take a picture and quickly lowered his head. People are taking pictures of us while we eat now. It's normal. Liu Yibei took a bite of his drumstick. In a few days there'll be new gossip and no one will remember us. He didn't consider himself a campus celebrity, nor did he intend to change where he ate just because of a few onlookers. 9 yuan filled you up, and it was close to the dorms. Being rich doesn't mean you have to waste money. Just then a familiar voice came from the cafeteria entrance. Hey folks, today I'm bringing you up close to see the most mysterious 4-person dorm at Pengda. Brother Hai was holding his livestream phone with his 2 familiar department beauties trailing behind him, heading straight for the 4's table. Zhao Liyuan looked up and his face immediately fell. Oh, this guy smells the traffic and he's coming over. Before Guahai even reached the table, his phone's camera was already thrust forward. Family, it's them. The legendary mysterious power dorm of Peng University. Today, Brother Hai will reveal the truth for you all. Who is the hidden big shot among? Yibei raised his hand to block the lens. Move the phone away. Guahai paused mid-step, but his smile didn't falter. Classmate Lu, no need to be nervous, many students in the live stream are quite curious about you all. You can film the cafeteria or anywhere else, but it has nothing to do with us. Yibei looked at him. But don't film us. The message was clear. No interviews, no on-camera appearances. A normal person would have turned the camera away by now. But Guahai glanced at the still rising viewer count on his screen, and his feet seemed welded to the spot by the allure of traffic. It had just been over 300 viewers, now it was nearing 1,000. The barrage comments were relentless. Is that really Yibei? Streamer, get closer, we can't see clearly. Ask him what his family does. Brother Hai, don't be a coward, I've sent you gifts. Guahai's eyes lit up, and he maneuvered the camera around Lu Yibei's blocking hand. Classmate Lu, everyone just wants to know the truth. You guys have been so popular on campus lately, shouldn't you give a proper response? Yibei frowned slightly. Was what I said earlier so hard to understand? The cafeteria is a public place, everyone has the freedom to film, Guahai said, inching the camera closer. Besides, this is a campus interview, I'm not doing anything illegal. Yibei didn't argue about public filming regulations. He just tilted his chin towards Chen Jiashu. Start recording from now on. Chen Jiashu immediately took out his phone and recorded Guahai's camera and the entire rejection process. Yibei then held back Zhao Liyuan, who was about to stand up. Don't touch him yet. If he's willing to hand us evidence, let him. Guahai heard this, and although he felt a bit uneasy, his words became even more aggressive. What's the matter, classmate Lu, so afraid of being filmed? The internet says Zhao Yuxuan got punished because your family pressured the school. By refusing the interview, are you admitting it? Nearby students stopped eating and turned to look. This wasn't an interview, it was a trap. He was forcing the answer into the question, setting Yibei up to be clipped into a new video, no matter what he said. Yibei finally understood. Guahai wasn't there to find the truth, he was there to farm headlines. He understood the game, but he wasn't about to let this wave of traffic go. Zhao Yuxuan's fiasco was the hottest gossip at Peng University, and the four of them were at the center of it. If he could just get one of them riled up, he could clip the video and post it. He already had the title ready. Mysterious rich kid throws public tantrum, campus streamer threatened. The traffic would surely follow. Zhao Liyuan, who already disliked him, saw the camera almost touching Chen Jiashu's face. He put down his chopsticks, stood up, and shoved Guahai back. Didn't you hear we said stop filming us? Get lost with your fake department beauties. Guahai stumbled back, his smile instantly vanishing. You want to get physical, eh? Come on, family, you all saw it. I'm just doing a normal interview, and he shoved me. This is the mysterious power dorm of Peng University. His voice rose sharply, drawing the attention of all the students eating nearby. The live stream became even more chaotic. Fight! Fight! Can the streamer take this? ID be on the floor already. Don't be scared, Brother Hai, 2,000 of us are your witnesses. Stop typing and chip in for an ambulance. Gift effects flashed across the screen, fueling both Guahai's anger and his confidence. He took a step forward, ready to continue, when Zhou Shuhang looked up and said just one thing. Guahai, are you tougher than Zhao Yuxuan? Guahai's feet stopped dead. Someone nearby couldn't hold back a snort of laughter. The question was clean, but its menace was palpable. Zhao Yuxuan's bruised and battered photo from a couple of days ago was still saved in many people's collections. The live stream comments paused for a moment, then sped up. Haha, Brother Hai, answer him. We know Zhao Yuxuan lasted against 4 guys. How many rounds can our streamer last? Don't back down, streamer, the traffic is ahead, and so is others, clearly just there for the drama, spammed the chat to tell Guahai to hold his phone steady lest the footage get shaky during a potential brawl. A new viewer joined and asked sincerely, isn't this a campus interview? Why has the interviewee been saying no comment the whole time? That comment was quickly pushed aside by a wall of, don't be a coward. Guahai's face turned pale, then red. He didn't dare to actually fight. But with so many people watching, retreating now would shatter his rich kid persona. Who are you trying to scare? Guahai, with a stiff neck, beckoned the 2 girls forward. Babes, tell them who made the first move, eh? But the girl on the left stepped back. We're just here for your stream, not to fight. The other girl quickly added, and we agreed on 2 hours. It's already 10 minutes past. If you want us to stay, ITLL. The air went silent. Zhao Liyuan's eyes widened. Damn, you're billing by the hour. Both girls shot him a glare. Guahai looked like had been unplugged, completely frozen. The live stream comments exploded. 2 department beauties as girlfriends, charged by the hour. Is handsome Hai also just a line from the package? Streamer asked if they offer a monthly subscription discount. So the rich kid was just a rental. No wonder he logs off on time every day. Guahai hastily turned the camera away. Don't talk nonsense. This was a planned skit. What skit? The girl on the left retorted. You said just walk around the cafeteria and say a few lines. Now you want us to help you argue. That's not in the job description. Pay us for today's work first. The live stream viewership officially broke 3,000. Guahai had gotten the traffic he wanted, but it was all crashing down on him. Liu Yibei watched the live streaming self-destruction unfold, forgetting the chicken leg he was holding. This wasn't a broadcast accident. This was a broadcast self-destruct truck veering off the road and crashing straight into the driver's own living room. The cafeteria manager and 2 security guards quickly arrived. This is a dining area. Don't block other students or disrupt the normal order. Stop the live stream immediately. Guahai tried to explain. Sir, they pushed me first. The stream saw it all. Liu Yibei pointed to Chen Jiaxi's phone. He's been recording since I explicitly refused to be filmed. Guahai'll say this one last time. Feel free to film anywhere else, but don't film us. Turn off the stream, now delete the footage of us, and this is over. If you want to continue, we'll match you with platform complaints, school disciplinary action, or any other procedure you prefer. Guahai opened his mouth, then glanced at the 2 girls who were urging him to settle the payment. He finally lost the will to keep up the act. Fine, no filming then. He ended the stream with a dark face and deleted the recorded clips from his phone in front of the manager. The 2 girls left without a backward glance after receiving their payment. Guahai stood alone, the campus-rich kid who was just surrounded by women, now left with only his. Zhao Liyuan picked up his half-cold free soup and raised it in a toast from across the room. Take care, brother Hai. Next time rent them for longer. Guahai nearly flared up again, but a glance at the security guard made him swallow his words. He turned and left the cafeteria. Liu Yibei picked up his chopsticks. Let's eat. Chen Jiaxiu looked at his phone, his expression complex. Someone's already posted a screen recording of the stream on the forum. The post title was just one-line shock. 2 department beauties of Peng University implement hourly billing system. Zhao Liyuan opened the post and nearly sprayed his soup out laughing. Damn, even with all this new gossip, they still haven't forgotten about us. Although Guahai's livestream had ended, the internet's memory had just been ignited. He had barely stepped out of the cafeteria when a dozen recorded versions of his stream surfaced on titles like The Young Master Persona of Brother Hai, Suspected Account Rental Experience, 2 department beauties as girlfriends, How much for overtime, and Are you more durable than Zhao Yuxuan, flooded the discussion boards. The most infuriating one was the 3rd video, which had added a dramatic, tragic soundtrack to the 3 seconds of silence he had given before answering. The video was titled Brother Hai's 3 seconds of silence before his answer. Back in his dormitory, Guahai quickly posted an explanation. Everything in today's live stream was pre-planned for entertainment purposes. The 2 women are my friends. Please view this rationally and refrain from spreading false information. No sooner had the post gone up than one of the women replied, cooperation fee settled. Thanks, boss. Remember to book in advance next time. The other woman simply liked the comment. Staring at the reply, Guahai nearly crushed his phone with his grip. Just as he was about to delete the post and flee a friend request, the note contained only a single sentence. I have dirt on Liu Yibei's dorm. The applicant was Jiang Wanwan. Guahai's finger hovered for 2 seconds before he clicked it. The face he had lost today suddenly seemed like it could be saved through a different avenue. Meanwhile, in an apartment off campus at Peng University, Jiang Wanwan sat sideways on the sofa, a prominent red mark still visible on her left cheek. Zhao Yuxuan stood before her, growing angrier with each word. If you hadn't come crying to me saying that Chen Jiaxi's roommate was bullying you, would I have gone to confront them? Now I've got a disciplinary record and kicked out of the student union, and I have to apologize publicly on the forums. Do you know what my dad has been saying to me these past few days? Jiang Wanwan covered her face and whispered, Yuxuan, I didn't think it would blow up this big. You didn't think? Zhao Yuxuan raised his hand and shoved her again. You were stringing Chen Jiaxiu along, having him do your chores while dating me at the same time. Now that something's happened, you walk away without a scratch. Jiang Wanwan bumped against the back of the sofa, but didn't talk back. She felt wronged, of course. But being wronged was one thing. The Zhao family had factories, property, and connections in Pingcheng that she could never access on her own. No matter what, Zhao Yuxuan was the only son of the Zhao family. If she could eventually marry into that family, what was a little suffering now? She found a way to rationalize it. Zhao Yuxuan had been disciplined by the school recently. It was only natural that his temper was a bit frayed. Once this whole thing blew over, he'd go back to being his old self. As for the handprint on her face, a thick layer of foundation would cover it up. Yuxuan, don't be angry. Jiang Wanwan forced out a few tears and reached out to tug at his sleeve. This isn't your fault at all. If it weren't for Liu Yibei and his crew using their connections, how could the school have punished you like this, eh? Zhao Yuxuan's anger subsided slightly. What's the point of saying that now? It matters. Jiang Wanwan picked up her phone and showed him the video of Guahai's downfall in the cafeteria. This Guahai hates Liu Yibei and his crew too. Liu Yibei himself is hard to dig into, but what about Chen Jiaxiu? Zhao Yuxuan frowned. What's there to dig into? He's been clinging to me since high school. As she said this, Jiang Wanwan conveniently forgot that every time Chen Jiaxiu showed up, it was because she had messaged him first. Old chat logs, class group messages, social media posts. I can find all of it. Once we release these, everyone will naturally think he was rejected and got his roommates to beat someone up out of spite. Zhao Yuxuan's eyes lit up. The facts hadn't changed, but reorder them, tweak the narrative, and the whole story took on a completely different flavor. Half an hour later, the 3 of them formed a small group chat. Jiang Wanwan was in charge of providing chat logs. Zhao Yuxuan contacted their mutual high school classmates, and Guahai was tasked with packaging the material into shareable content. And they did unearthing what they called the complete chronicle of Chun Jiashu, the ultimate sucker. In sophomore year of high school, Jiang Wanwan mentioned she wanted Xiaomai from the south side of town. Chun Jiashu got up at 5 a.m., took a 40-minute bus ride to buy them, and rushed to school to give them to her. One day during a torrential downpour, Jiang Wanwan left her umbrella at home. Chun Jiashu braved the rain to deliver one to her building, only to end up with a fever the next day. On Valentine's Day, Chun Jiashu transferred her 520 yuan. Jiang Wanwan accepted the money and replied, "Don't waste your money like this. We should be focusing on our studies." Once they reached university, anything that could be delegated via a text message, course registration seat, saving package pickup, computer repairs, luggage moving, was never done by Jiang Wanwan herself. The most absurd instance was when she had Chun Jiashu move her dormitory, while Zhao Yuxuan waited for her at a milk tea shop downstairs. Chun Jiashu was upstairs hauling, Zhao Yuxuan was downstairs picking up his girlfriend. The division of labor was clear-cut, a textbook example of modern assembly line management. Guahai was so engrossed in the material that he momentarily forgot his own humiliation. This guy used to simp this hard. Zhao Yuxuan sent a message. The point isn't his simping. It's that his dorm beat someone up over a love triangle. Jiang Wanwan quickly added, "Don't write that I was leading him on. Just say he's been obsessively pursuing me for a long time, and I've been too polite to be harsh with him, because we're classmates." Guahai glanced at the dozens of messages in the chat logs. "Are you there? Can you help me?" And fell into a brief contemplation. Almost all of those messages were initiated by Jiang Wanwan. But his contemplation lasted only 2 seconds. He didn't know if the truth would go viral, but this angle definitely would. Got it. He'll re-edit the chat logs. The title will be "Devoted Man Pursues for Years in Vain 4 Roommates, Beat Up Girlfriend's Current Boyfriend." Zhao Yuxuan replied, "Post it tonight." Guahai sat up straight and began assembling the material. He was determined to show everyone that Brother Hai wasn't just about girlfriends billed by the hour. He had real talent for making videos too. Meanwhile, Yibei remained blissfully unaware. After dinner, the 4 of them returned to the dorm, where Zhao Liuan was still enjoying the various fan-made videos of Guahai's embarrassment, his laughter louder than the background music. Yibei leaned back in his chair surveying the 4-person dorm had shared for 2 years. Had never thought much of it before. But lately more and more people were reaching out to him, and the topics discussed over the phone were increasingly unsuitable for prying ears. He couldn't just run to the balcony for every call, making it look like there was a spy in the dorm. Besides, he didn't even have a place off campus to stay. Last time, after a night of drinking, had ended up staying at Li Mingyu's place. Yibei thought for a moment, then pulled up Tang Jingwo's number and called. The phone was picked up after just one ring. "Young Master Lu, good afternoon. What can I do for you?" "Director Tang, are you familiar with the Pingxing Bay area?" Tang Jingwo's spirits lifted. "Very familiar. Our bank has partnerships with many developers and property owners there. Find me an apartment." Yibei glanced at his bank balance and added, "A high-end flat will do. Quiet and movie-in ready. Keep the total price around 40 million, 50 million max. Don't show me anything over 100 million. I have plenty of assets, but my liquid cash is limited." Tang Jingwo immediately asked, "Any requirements on size or decor?" "Around 200 to 300 square meters is fine. Anything bigger feels empty and is a hassle to clean." Yibei thought for a moment. "Don't make it all flashy and gold. Keep it modern. The property management and security need to be top-notch. I might occasionally meet people there for business. Preferably one that's already fully furnished. I don't have time to babysit a renovation crew over tile choices." Tang Jingwo paused for half a second. "Understood. They'll have suitable options shortlisted tonight, and have Minghua pick you up from school tomorrow." Yibei grunted in acknowledgement. "All right, let's go with that." After Yibei had settled the housing arrangements, the night passed without incident. The next morning, the 4 of them rose as usual, bought breakfast at the dormitory entrance as usual, and slipped into the classroom in the final minutes before the bell rang. The moment they stepped inside, the atmosphere felt off. Those in the front rows turned around, those in the middle looked up, and even the few dozing in the back rows snapped their eyes open. All eyes eventually landed on Chun Jiashu. He faltered mid-step under the weight of their stares, then glanced down to inspect his own clothes. "Did I forget to zip up?" Zhao Liuan gave him a quick once-over. "It's zipped." "Then why are they all staring at me? Do I have something on my face?" Yibei was equally puzzled. It wasn't until Zhang Zihan rushed over from her seat, phone in hand, that the answer was delivered to them. "Chun Jiashu, is this for real?" She set her phone down on the desk. On the screen was the video Guahai had posted the night before. The headline was dripping with dramatic flair. "A devoted man pursues for years in vain 4 roommates, beat up the girl's new boyfriend. The inside story of the Peng University clash." The video was packed with chat logs and old photos. Buying Xiaomai at 5 in the morning, delivering an umbrella in the rain, transferring 520 yuan on Valentine's Day, and throughout university, saving seats, picking up packages, fixing computers, and hauling luggage. Guahai had even added a deep, somber voiceover. Was this years-long one-sided pursuit the devoted passion of youth, or a harassment that plagued the girl? After the girl entered a new relationship, why did her suitor's roommates collectively strike out? Behind this conflict packaged as a mere provocation, is there a hidden web of romantic entanglements? The video was edited with a convincing flair. One might think Guahai had made a career pivot overnight and joined a legal affairs TV crew. Halfway through, Zhao Liyuan's face had darkened completely. This bastard never learns, does he? Zhou Shuhong, however, spotted the issue immediately. Those chat logs only show the replies Jiashu sent. The messages from Jiang Wanwan asking for his help are basically all cut out. Zhang Zihan ignored them, her gaze fixed solely on Chen Jiashu. So is any of this actually true? The classroom had grown noticeably quieter. Many kept their heads down, but their ears were straining to the limit. Chen Jiashu picked up the phone and watched the entire thing from start to finish. Liu Yibei had been worried he might crack under the pressure, but Chen Jiashu only fell silent for a few seconds before nodding with complete candor. It's true. That's right, that's me. I bought the Xiaomai, I sent the umbrella, I made the transfer. And after we got to university, her packages, her computer, and her luggage were all handled by me. Chen Jiashu handed the phone back to Zhang Zihan and pulled out a chair to sit down. I was blind back then. I just misjudged someone. His words came so easily that it left Zhang Zihan momentarily stunned. You're not embarrassed. I just blame my own bad taste. It'd be even more embarrassing if I didn't have you guys. Chen Jiashu tore open his breakfast bag and took a bite of his. I did like her back then, and I did do all those things. I can't just pretend that fool from before wasn't me just because I've woken up now. A man shouldn't fear having a past he regrets, only a past that keeps updating itself. Zhao Liyuan clapped him on the shoulder. Nice one, Jiashu. After that update, your brain's running a lot faster. Chen Jiashu cracked a smile. Over this period, from discovering Jiang Wanwan had a boyfriend to fighting Zhao Yuxuan over her to nearly getting a major demerit, he had already exhausted all the pain he needed to feel. Looking back at those chat logs now, it was indeed a bit embarrassing. But more than that, he felt relief. At least Head woken up. If Head kept simping for 2 more years, he might have ended up carrying the photographer for Jiang Wanwan and Zhao Yuxuan's wedding photos. The turn of events was completely beyond what Guahai and his crew had anticipated. The video did go viral, but the comments section was hardly filled with people kicking a man. The top comment was only 5 words long. Brother, have a smoke. Beneath it, hundreds of replies lined up in neat rows, all with smoking emojis. The second comment was even more direct. I was about to laugh, but when I saw him taking the bus at 5 in the morning to buy Xiaomai, I suddenly felt a little bad for the guy. He was a simp, sure, but did he ever actually hurt anyone? And she never complained about him harassing her when she was asking him for favors, but after she's done using him suddenly, it's long-term harassment. The kicker is he was upstairs hauling her luggage while her new boyfriend was waiting downstairs at the milk tea shop. This guy was doing the work of 2 boyfriends, all by himself. Then a former high school classmate of Chen Jiashu recognized the screenshots. I was in their class. Most of the time Jiang Wanwan was the one who initiated contact with. How come all her messages were edited out of the video? Soon others began piecing together the full chat histories based on the timestamps in the screenshots. Jiang Wanwan mentioned craving Xiaomai in the dead of night, and Chen Jiashu delivered it in the morning. Jiang Wanwan said she didn't have an umbrella, so Chen Jiashu braved the rain to bring one even for that dorm move. She had sent her you there 3 times in a row. What was framed as long-term harassment looked more like a volunteer service that was on call 24/7 all year round without a single day off or any social security benefits. One commenter summed it up perfectly. I'm not sure if the guy is a dog, but that girl is definitely not human. I'm a Taoist priest, and I can tell at a single glance that she's not human. The tide of public opinion refused to follow the script. Some even went so far as to retitle Guahai's video, "How an Honest Man Was Used as a Free Membership for 6 Years." Guahai stared at the comments, his face growing uglier by the second. Why is everyone sympathizing with him? Zhao Yuxuan also messaged in their small group, "Do you even know how to make a video? The material was all provided by you guys." Guahai shot back immediately. He had the nerve to just admit it outright. What was I supposed to do? Jiang Wanwan was even more baffled. In her mind, Chen Jiashu was supposed to panic, to explain, to feel too ashamed to show his face, and ideally, to do something rash. But he had simply owned up to it all. All those meticulously prepared records felt like a punch thrown into a pile of cotton. Instead of burying Chen Jiashu, they only made the people who provided them look like. Back in the classroom, Liu Yibei scrolled through the comments, his face devoid of any amusement. It was one thing for Chen Jiashu to have found his peace. It was quite another for someone to cut his sincerity into clips and trample on it for views. Some people just need a little inch to take a mile. Liu Yibei leaned back in his chair, his voice low, yet crystal clear, to the rows nearby. They really think we can't do anything about them. He pulled out his phone and held down the voice message button. Zhao Yuxuan and Jiang Wanwan still need to be dealt with. Use your methods. And that Guahai guy online, handle him too. The voice message sent. The classroom, which had been buzzing with whispers, fell into an instant hush. Zhang Zihan, being closest, caught a glimpse of the name at the top of the chat window, and her eyes slowly widened. Meng Yi. She had never once in her life mastered the art of controlling her volume. You mean the Meng Yi from Mayor Meng's family? Liu Yibei glanced at her. A loudspeaker, you know Meng Yi too. A collective gasp rippled through the classroom. Everyone had always known Liu Yibei had deep connections. Now they had finally confirmed exactly who that so-called mysterious force in their dorm room really was. This was no ordinary rich kid. He was casually ordering the son of a deputy mayor to handle things with the same ease as asking a friend to run downstairs and pick up. A few seconds later, Meng Yi replied with a voice message. Got it, Beiguo. Send me the link and the original screenshots. They'll have someone secure the evidence first. Malicious editing, leaking private chats, inciting online harassment. We'll file complaints where we need to and report to the school where we need to. Don't worry, fully legal and compliant. A civilized demolition. Just as Lu Yibei finished playing the message, another notification popped up on his phone from Li Minghua. Mr. Lu, the housing options have been shortlisted. They'll pick you up from school after class this afternoon. He replied with a single okay and put his phone away. Just then the professor walked and took one look at the room full of students with their mouths still hanging open and furrowed his brow. What are you all gawking at? Class is in session. Meng Yi's talk of civilized handling was not merely empty words. After receiving the link from Lu Yibei, he didn't even start his game directly dialing the number of a senior partner at the law firm that had long been retained by the Meng family. The phone rang only once. Young Master Meng. Help me secure a batch of online evidence. Meng Yi sent the link over. Don't rush to have the video taken down. I want all the comments, repost data, and back-end propagation records. Also for those deleted chat records, do whatever evidence preservation is possible. Understood. He'll handle this personally with my team. They'll send you a material list with it. For ordinary people, finding a law firm means first meeting an assistant, then discussing fees, and finally waiting for an appointment with a lawyer. Not Meng Yi. He just needed to say the word, and the law firm's senior partner would take over directly. After the lawyer began working, Meng Yi forwarded the link to the content manager for the Pingcheng region at the platform. The other party didn't ask him to submit a ticket on the customer service page or reply with the catch-all, "We are verifying." A call came back promptly. Young Master Meng, the video's backend data is locked. I'm having the review team do a manual recheck now. This isn't just a war of words, Meng Yi said. Secret filming, leaking private chats, malicious editing to incite online bullying, handle it according to the rules. Rest assured the platform's rules are clear. We won't let anyone exploit loopholes. As soon as the call ended, a complete screen recording popped up on his computer. The sender was Chun Jiashi's high school classmate. Don't just send screenshots. Record your screen if you can. Scroll down starting from the time Jiang Wanwan sent the message. Yes, I want all of it. I'm not asking you to fabricate dirt. I want you to recover the first half she deleted. As he spoke, Meng Yi jotted down names and times on a piece of paper. Once the materials were roughly organized, he sent a message to a friend at Pengda University. Less than 5 minutes later, an associate director from the university's student affairs department called him proactively. Young Master Meng, we've received the relevant materials. Regarding the malicious dissemination of private information involving our student, the university will verify this immediately. My father doesn't know about this. I'm contacting you on my own, Meng Yi stated up front. The other party chuckled. Understood. Even if you hadn't contacted us, the school should handle this situation. It's just that with the materials now more complete, the investigation will proceed faster. Normally getting him to read 2 pages of a book was harder than asking him to dismantle a tower with his bare hands. But now handling matters for Lu Yibei, his mind worked faster than a booster in the canyon. At noon, Meng Huichuan finished a meeting and returned home to pick up a document. As soon as he entered, he saw Meng Yi sitting cross-legged on the sofa, a computer and tablet before him, phone on speaker. Don't delete the video on the platform, yet secure the backend data first. If the school asks, have those involved tell the truth, no embellishments. They'll send over what the lawyer has compiled later. Meng Huichuan watched from the entryway for a while. Since when did his son handle things so methodically? What are you up to? Meng Yi hung up and looked up. Those guys at Bro Bai School who never learn are causing trouble again. Without hiding anything, he recounted the whole story, Guahai editing the video, Jiang Wanwan providing the chat logs, and Zhao Yuxuan pulling the strings behind the scene. Bro Bai told me to handle it my own way. I plan to first get the platform to deal with the video, then have the school investigate them for leaking privacy and maliciously steering public. Meng Weichuan's face darkened as he listened. That's all. Meng Yi was taken aback. What else? Bro Bai specifically said to stay legal and compliant, to be civil. Foolish. Meng Huichuan placed his briefcase on the table. Don't you understand the principle of remove the roots or the weeds will grow back with the spring breeze? Since you've decided to act, don't hold back. Get them to delete one video today, and they'll just create another account and post again tomorrow. Meng Yi blinked. Old Meng, that's a dangerous way of thinking. Cut the cheekiness. Meng Huichuan shot him a glare. And your biggest mistake is not telling me. Your friendship with Yibei is yours. Mine with him is mine. You handle your part, he'll handle mine. That way we maximize the value of our connections and interests. It's also time Yibei knows that the government departments here in Pingcheng are friendly towards him and won't tolerate people sabotaging the normal environment time and again. Meng Yi took a deep breath. You leaders weigh every ounce of your friendships, huh? It's called social grace. Meng Huichuan sat down, picked up the tablet, and reviewed the materials again. As for that old Tamerfang Jinhua, he's lived his whole life without understanding a thing. He doesn't grasp the simple truth that once you leave, the tea gets cold. For a small favor with no risk, people might help based on past connections. But when they hit a wall of solid iron, who would risk their own future for his grandson's foolishness? With that, he took out his phone and called his secretary. Recompile the complete materials on these incidents at Pingching University. Also send the call records of Fang Jinhua interfering with student disciplinary actions and contacting his former subordinates to pressure them to the Discipline Inspection and Supervision Group of the Municipal Commission for Discipline Inspection and Supervision stationed in the education system. Don't draw conclusions, don't characterize anyone, just verify according to procedure. As soon as the secretary acknowledged, Meng Huichuan looked up the number for the staff member in charge of market regulation coordination. Pull up the Zhao family factory's tax, fire safety, and production safety records for the past 3 years. If there are problems, investigate. If not, it ends there. No one is allowed to fabricate evidence to frame anyone, but not a single required procedure should be skipped. After the 2 calls, the materials went out from the Meng family living room, and the entire chain began to turn. The Discipline Inspection and Supervision Group re-examined Fang Jinhua's contacts with education system officials. Several active duty personnel who had taken his calls were asked to provide written explanations. After receiving the complete evidence, Pingching University notified Guohai Zhao Yuxuan and Jiang Wanwan to report separately to the Student Affairs Department to explain the situation. The platform temporarily restricted Guohai's account's live streaming and monetization features, and the related videos were put into manual review. When Guohai saw the notice about partial account function restrictions, he was completely stunned. He hadn't even gained much traffic, and his livelihood tool was already seized by the platform. At 1:30 p.m., 2 official vehicles stopped at the entrance of the Zhao family factory. Tax officers went into the finance office to check ledgers and invoices, while fire safety inspectors headed directly to the warehouse and production workshop. Within half an hour, problems began to surface one after another. The warehouse's safety exits were blocked with cardboard boxes, 2 fire extinguishers were expired, and a temporary partition had been erected without filing. The financial records also showed several large consulting fees with unclear destinations that didn't match the declared data. These issues might not be enough to bring down the Zhao family factory, but they were sufficient to force it to halt operations for rectification and further investigation. Just as Zhao Yuqiang Zhao Yuxuan's father arrived at the factory, his phone rang with a call from Huashang Bank. Tang Zhengwo had indeed gotten wind of the situation. He didn't recklessly call in the loan based on a whim. Instead, he had the corporate banking department thoroughly re-review the Zhao factory's credit materials from start to finish. This review uncovered that the company had transferred part of its working capital loan to a related company for use without disclosing it, as stipulated in the contract. Tang Zhengwo picked up a pen and circled that related party transaction in the report. Suspend the remaining 6 million yuan credit line. The renewal application doesn't need to proceed further. The risk control officer hesitated. What about the 12 million already disbursed? The contract specifies the use of funds and disclosure obligations. Tang Zhengwo closed the report. Since the default clause has been triggered, initiate the early recovery procedure. The directive from the meeting room quickly reached the branch. The funding lifeline the Zhao family had hoped to renew was completely sealed off that afternoon. Zhao Jiqiang stood in the factory yard, phone in hand, hearing tax officials request supplementary documents while staring at the fire safety rectification notice. He was about to explode. Why is everyone here on the same day? The finance manager's face was pale. Mr. Zhao, the bank is demanding a repayment plan within 7 working days. Where are we supposed to get 12 million in cash? Zhao Jiqiang immediately called Fang Jinhua. As soon as the call connected, before he could speak, Fang Jinhua said in a low voice, "Don't contact me again. If you haven't caused enough trouble, face the consequences yourselves." The call ended abruptly. Zhao Jiqiang stood there, finally realizing that what Zhao Yuxuan had provoked this time was far beyond a simple schoolyard conflict. Meanwhile, Yibei was still in the classroom listening to the last half of the lecture. Unaware of how far the Meng family had pushed things, he simply put away his phone after the bell rang and told his 3 roommates, "I'm going to look at apartments this afternoon, I'll be back later." Zhao Liyuan wanted to ask more, but Yibei had already grabbed his jacket and left the classroom. Outside the gates of Pingching University, the familiar black BMW was quietly parked by the roadside. Li Mingyue stood by the car holding the compiled property listings, having waited for him for a while. Fang Jinhua had assumed that submitting the written explanation would put an end to the matter. At 9 o'clock the next morning, however, the disciplinary committee members knocked on his door. "Comrade Fang Jinhua, there are some matters that require further verification with you." The visitor's tone was calm, yet the materials he brought filled 2 entire document folders. This time the investigation extended far beyond the phone calls he had made on behalf of Zhao Yuxuan. Officials from the education system who appeared on his call log, school principals who had accepted sponsorship from the Zhao family and projects Fang Jinhua had managed before his retirement. All were pulled out and scrutinized anew. His bank transactions from recent years' project funds and the business dealings of his relatives were all brought under investigation. A thunderous crackdown swiftly swept through the education system. Those attending meetings in their offices that morning were summoned for questioning by the disciplinary committee by the afternoon. For some, the doorbell had barely rung at home before their computers and account books were sealed at work. No one enmeshed in Fang Jinhua's network of favors could brush it off with a mere claim of just an old leader showing concern. Those who had taken no money explained themselves, signed the paper, but those who had truly overstepped, not a single one slipped away. An incumbent official from the Education Bureau who had once received a 300,000 yuan project consultation fee through his brother-in-law's company was suspended from duty and placed under investigation that very afternoon. The vice principal of a vocational college who had accepted shopping cards from the Zhao family factory during festivals and had pulled strings in equipment procurement had his office sealed off directly. News spread like wildfire through the education system. Some thought to make inquiries for Fang Jinhua, only to silently hang up mid-dial. Meng Huaichuan was in a foul temper at the moment. Anyone who dared to plead his case would only be incriminating themselves. More importantly, with such a major operation underway, Lu Qingde could not possibly be unaware. When the head of the Municipal Disciplinary Committee reported the preliminary findings to the Municipal Party Committee, Lu Qingde asked but a single question. Is there evidence for all the money and problems you've uncovered? All the financial transactions found so far are backed by bank records, and the relevant contracts and project documents have been secured. Lu Qingde nodded. Then see it through to the end. Do not expand the scope merely because Meng Huaichuan is involved, and do not shrink it just because Fang Jinhua has retired. Investigate each matter as it arises. Whoever took money they shouldn't have will be held accountable. Once these words spread, even the last vestiges of hesitation among onlookers were extinguished. Secretary Lu knew, and he had not called for a halt. To provoke Meng Huaichuan's wrath at this juncture would be no different from gambling one's own future to test the waters. Fang Jinhua sat in the disciplinary committee's interrogation room, watching the old files being laid out on the table, the color draining from his face. He had not in truth been involved in every single transaction. Yet those people had once clustered around him, conducting affairs under his banner and making social calls at his home during holidays. Now with the thread pulled from his end, the entire old network of connections surfaced. What he had once prided himself on, a multitude of disciples across the land, had overnight become the disciplinary committee's contact list. Meanwhile, the Zhao family factory's fortunes took a turn for the worse. Following the fire safety inspection, the non-compliant storage area was immediately ordered out of use. Due to blocked safety exits and expired firefighting equipment, the production zone also received a notice to suspend operations for rectification. The machines fell silent, workers milled about the factory grounds awaiting instructions, and calls from anxious customers demanding shipments came in one after another. Before Zhao Jiqiang could even figure out how to explain the situation, the official notice from Huashang Bank had already arrived at the finance office. The undrawn credit line was frozen, the renewal of the loan was terminated, and the 12 million yuan loan was to be recalled early. It was all there in black and white, leaving no room for feigned ignorance. Boss Zhao, the available cash on the books is only a little over 3 million. The finance manager placed the report on the desk, her voice tight. This month's wages, supplier payments, and taxes are all still outstanding. To come up with 12 million within 7 working days, our only options are selling the equipment or mortgaging the property. If we sell the equipment, how are we supposed to resume production? Zhao Jiqiang braced his hands on the desk, his eyes bloodshot. After over a decade in business, this was the first time he felt that despite hundreds of contacts in his phone, not a single one was truly of any use. His banker friends, with whom had often shared drinks, listened to his situation and only said that risk controls were too stringent now. They couldn't help. Business associates in the Chamber of Commerce who called him brother promised to ask around, only to reply 10 minutes later that their own funds were tight as well. What stung Zhao Jiqiang the most was an old friend of 8 years. In the past, when this friend had faced a cash flow crunch, Zhao Jiqiang had guaranteed a loan for him without. Now when Zhao Jiqiang sought only a 3 million yuan short-term loan to tide him over, the voice on the other end of the line fell silent for a long time. Old Zhao, it's not that I don't appreciate your past kindness, but your family is currently being watched by the disciplinary committee, tax authorities, fire department, and the bank all at once. The moment anyone lends you money now, they'll be questioned about the nature of that transaction the very next day. I still have a company and dozens of employees to think about. I genuinely can't afford to gamble with you. Zhao Jiqiang opened his mouth, but ultimately could only manage a single, I understand. Yet deep down he knew the truth all too well. It wasn't that the man lacked the funds, it was that he dared not toss money into the smoldering pit that was the Zhao family. He then approached longtime suppliers to request extended payment terms, only to have them demand full settlement of old debts, first threatening to halt supplies otherwise. Zhao Jiqiang even went so far as to have someone approach another bank hoping to secure a bridge loan using the factory as collateral. But the account manager, upon seeing the mentions of the tax audit, the fire department's shutdown order, and Huashang Bank's early loan recall, promptly returned the application. Boss Zhao, it's not that the collateral isn't valuable, it's that your company's current risk profile won't pass the approval process. I can pay a higher interest rate. This isn't a matter of interest. There was a pause on the other end of the line before the manager added one final piece of advice. Boss Zhao, it's time to cut your losses. No one is going to cross Mayor Meng for the sake of your family now. The line went dead, leaving only the hum of the air conditioner in the office. Zhao Jiqiang sank back into his chair, looking as if he had aged several years in an instant. He had always thought his son's antics at school were no big deal. He knew the school leaders had people in the student council, and if all else failed there was always his father-in-law Fong Jin was. Only now did he realize that those connections were fine for adding gloss during good times, but when real trouble struck, they scattered faster than workers leaving the factory. Fong Lin hurried to the factory. What did my dad say? Zhao Jiqiang looked up at her. Your father is busy explaining himself to the disciplinary committee. And what about your precious son? How much has he been hiding from us? Zhao Jiqiang picked up his phone and dialed Zhao Yuxuan. When the call connected, he gave his son no chance to speak. Get your ass home right now. If you don't come clean about everything from start to finish, it'll break your legs first. While the Zhao household was in chaos, Liu Yibei was just walking out of the gates of Pingqing University. He spotted the familiar black BMW in the distance. Li Mingyue was dressed in a sharply tailored black suit skirt today, her hair tied back. Seeing him approach, she walked over with the property listings in hand. Good afternoon, young Master Liu. President Tang has shortlisted 3 properties, all within your budget. Liu Yibei took the documents and casually flipped through a couple of pages. Which one is closest? The first one about 20 minutes from the university. It's already renovated and ready to move in. Li Mingyue walked to the passenger side and opened the door for him. Should we go see this one first? Liu Yibei got into the car. Let's go. The black BMW drove out of Pingqing University and entered No. 1 Pingqing Bay. As the vehicle passed the gate, the security guard checked the appointment information. After entering the underground garage, a dedicated access card was required to reach the corresponding floor. Liu Yibei wasn't particularly impressed by the apartment yet, but he was already satisfied with the security. The apartment Li Mingyue showed him was located on a high floor with a construction area of 268 square meters. The elevator opened directly into a private. Pushing the door open, the living room connected to a full wall of floor-to-ceiling windows with the sea surface of Pingqing Bay spreading out before his eyes. In the distance, the cross-sea bridge was brightly illuminated by the afternoon sun. Even the traffic, which usually clogged up enough to make people furious, looked orderly from this. The apartment's decoration didn't have the gold walls Liu Yibei was most worried about, nor the intricate patterns that seemed to carve "I am rich" into the floor. The overall style was dominated by black, white, and gray. The furniture was complete, and the kitchen, walk-in closet, and media room were all ready. The original owner rarely lived here, so the apartment was maintained almost as good as new. Outside the master bedroom was a sea view balcony. Liu Yibei pushed open the glass door, and the salty sea breeze immediately rushed in. Downstairs was a waterfront greenway, and further away were the sea and the city skyline. No building blocked the view. He used to take phone calls on the dormitory balcony with Zhao Liyuan's 3-day-old socks drying beside him, and people downstairs shouting for a game of Brothers Let's Play. Now standing here, even the breeze felt like it had paid property management fees. It was true that expensive things had their reasons. Li Mingyue handed him the documents. 2 parking spaces, all furniture and appliances included, she said. The owner initially asked for 48 million yuan. President Tang negotiated through Huashang's cooperation channels, and the final transaction price was 45.8 million yuan. Including taxes and service fees, it won't exceed your 50 million yuan budget. Liu Yibei walked around the living room, and then checked the master bedroom. The bed was new, the wardrobe was empty, and the towels and toiletries in the bathroom had been freshly replaced by the property management. It was a true moving-ready home. What about the other 2 apartments? Li Mingyue asked. Would you like to see them too? Liu Yibei returned to the floor-to-ceiling window. The school was only a 20-minute drive away, the security was reliable, and the decoration wasn't old-fashioned. Most importantly, it was ready to live in now. No need to bother. This is the one. Li Mingyue wasn't surprised. She took out her phone to notify the agent and the property rights service personnel waiting downstairs to come up. The contract and property documents had already been pre-reviewed by Huashang Bank. After reading the key clauses, Liu Yibei signed his name where required. The large payment was completed through the bank's escrow account. When he received the deduction notification on his phone, he stared at the string of numbers for 2 seconds. 45.8 million yuan. After verifying the escrow account, Li Mingyue calculated for him. After all the payment, taxes, and service fees are settled, your liquid assets will only be around 16 million yuan. There shouldn't be any problem for short-term living, but if you have any large expenditures coming up, it's best to let me know in advance. I can arrange credit for you without needing to sell shares on. Liu Yibei looked at his bank account, realizing for the first time that he was also experiencing a cash crunch. Of course, this around 16 million yuan crunch standard would be somewhat disrespectful to the term cash crunch for an ordinary person. No need, it's enough. Li Mingyue nodded. She already knew about Liu Yibei's assets and dividends, so there was no need to ask further. The agent left the keys and access permissions, and the property transfer procedures were to be handled by Huashang's service team. In less than an hour, the apartment was officially handed over to Liu Yibei. Once the others left, the spacious apartment suddenly fell silent. Liu Yibei stood by the floor-to-ceiling window gazing at the sea and remarked, indeed, expensive things have only one drawback. Li Mingyue walked over to him. What drawback? It's expensive. Li Mingyue couldn't help but laugh. Young Master Liu, you could buy this with a single quarterly dividend. Is it the same? Liu Yibei said. The money in the account is just a number, but every bit spent is like a family member. Then you just sent off over 40 million family members. Stop it, or I'll have to hold a memorial for them. They looked at each other. The living room suddenly fell silent for a few seconds. Li Mingyu's neatly tied hair had loosened a few strands after all the apartment visits. She stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, her suit skirt outlining a sharp waistline with a lingering smile in her eyes. Lu Yibei looked at her. Li Mingyue didn't avoid his gaze. This apartment is perfect in every way, Lu Yibei said, turning to look at the living room. But I wonder if these furniture are any good. Li Mingyue pressed the sofa with her hand, her tone serious. Then let's test them out. How? She looked up at him, the corner of her mouth slightly raised. Young Master Lu is so smart, do you need me to teach you? Lu Yibei reached out and wrapped his arm around her waist. Li Mingyue leaned in without any intention of pulling away. Just to be clear, I'm only helping a client inspect the quality of the property. Washong's services are this extensive. It's a service exclusively available to you. The smart glass of the floor-to-ceiling window gradually dimmed. The sofa in the new apartment underwent its first load test, and the imported mattress in the master bedroom, reportedly worth 6 figures, also received its true buyer's inspection. Even the guest bedroom didn't escape. As for the inspection process, it wasn't something to be included in the property handover report. Anyway, the apartment's soundproofing was indeed excellent, and no obvious issues were found with the furniture quality. An hour later, Li Mingyue sat on the edge of the master bedroom bed, tidying up her slightly disheveled shirt and skirt. The flush on her face hadn't completely faded, and her hair could only be simply gathered. Lu Yibei was leaning against the headboard about to comment on the living experience of this apartment when his phone on the bedside table suddenly rang. The caller was Lin Ziyuan. Lu Yibei answered the phone. Hey Uncle Ziyuan, what made you call me today? I'm flattered. A light chuckle came from the other end of the line. Cut the act. I'm in Pengcheng for business, just finished an industry conference. Where are you? Let's grab a meal together. Lu Yibei glanced at the sea view outside the window. Before, he didn't even have a place in Pengcheng to invite someone over. Now he was at least a homeowner. I just bought an apartment at No. 1 Pengcheng Bay. Uncle Ziyuan, just come over. We'll have dinner here tonight. They'll send you my location. You bought an apartment. Lin Ziyuan was a bit surprised. Why didn't you say anything earlier? I haven't even prepared a housewarming gift. Just come as you are. Do we need to stand on ceremony? Alright, I'm not far away. They'll be there in about half an hour. The call ended. Li Mingyue paused, her hair diddying. There's no food in the house. He'll contact the property's private dining service and have them arrange a chef and dinner. No need for anything too formal, just something homely. Understood. The efficiency of the high-end property management lived up to its price. The chef and ingredients were delivered quickly. The new apartment, which had just lacked any sign of life, finally filled with the aroma of food. Half an hour later, the doorbell. On the entry screen, Lin Ziyuan was standing outside the door holding a bottle of wine in his hand. When the doorbell rang, Li Mingyue went to answer it. The man standing outside was in his 40s, wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses and holding a bottle of unlabeled liquor. Mr. Lin, please come in. Lin Ziyuan changed his shoes and walked into the living room, pausing by the floor-to-ceiling window to admire the sea view. Nice location. Bought it just today, Lu Yibei said, taking the bottle from his hands. Your timing is impeccable. A day earlier, and I'd have had to take you out for a meal. Lin Ziyuan turned around and gave him a once-over. I recall someone telling me back in college that the dorms were great, the cafeteria had food, and the showers had hot water, and had never move out before graduation. People change. So how much did this cost? 8 million. Lin Ziyuan nodded. Being rich certainly makes a difference. Lu Yibei ignored the teasing and led him to sit in the living room. A chef arranged by the property management was preparing ingredients in the open kitchen. Soup was already simmering in a pot, and seafood and vegetables were neatly laid out on the cutting board. Lin Ziyuan glanced at the kitchen, then turned his gaze to Li Mingyue. Aren't you going to introduce us? This is Li Mingyue, my dedicated account manager at Huashong Bank. Li Mingyue smiled. Hello, Mr. Lin. Lin Ziyuan adjusted his glasses and gave a gentle smile. Just an account manager. Li Mingyue's expression remained unchanged. That's what the contract says for now. Lu Yibei nearly choked on his water. Lin Ziyuan looked at him, then at Li Mingyue, his smile deepening. I see. Young people's contracts tend to be more comprehensive. Uncle Ziyuan, you just got here, and you're already gossiping. Can't an uncle care about his nephew's life? They chatted about recent events for a while. Lin Ziyuan picked up his cup and casually asked. I heard Kane from Walmart came to Pengcheng a few days ago. Was that also your doing? Oh, Uncle Ziyuan, your sources are impressive. He happened to be scouting for a supply chain setup in South China, and I happen to know Mayor Meng, so we just had a meal together. The way you put it, a 3 billion yuan project sounds as simple as sharing a dinner table. The project hasn't officially landed yet. Don't pin that label on me just yet. Lin Ziyuan smiled. I've met Kane a few times. He's very particular about his partners. The fact that he's leaving his assessment team in Pengcheng to continue talks means that meal was more than just pleasant. Lu Yibei leaned back on the sofa. They'll leave the rest to the professionals. My job is just to get people to the table. That alone is a skill many would kill. Lin Ziyuan dropped the business talk and asked how things were going at school. Lu Yibei thought for a moment. Got into a fight, wrote a self-criticism, and bought an apartment on the side. Your college life has layers. Lin Ziyuan was in Pengcheng for a semiconductor industry conference and to meet with several South China suppliers. His schedule wasn't tight. He was set to return to Bay Island tomorrow afternoon. Does anyone else in Pengcheng know you're here? Liu Yibei asked. The company people do. Lin Ziyuan leaned back, crossed his legs, and glanced at his phone for messages. But tonight I'm just here to have dinner with you. No business talk, and I didn't bring anyone along. Liu Yibei looked at the food being prepared in the kitchen. It would be too quiet with just the three of them. The new place was freshly delivered. It was time to have some people over to warm it up. He pulled out his phone and sent a message to Meng Yi. You home? Come eat at Pengqingbei 1. I just bought a place. A long voice message popped up shortly after. Liu Yibei tapped it. A wailing, indignant scream blasted from the speaker. Damn it, Liu Yibei. Pengqingbei, huh? They'll kill you, you dog. You know what? You suddenly getting this rich hurts me more than death. We used to be a poor official's kid and a poor college student, a perfect match. Now the update hits, and it's poor official's kid plus rich college student. I'm the only one left holding the line right. The voice message went on for over 50 seconds. Lin Ziyuan looked up. Who's that? Meng Yi. Meng Weichuan's son. Yeah, my gaming buddy. Lin Ziyuan nodded and didn't ask further. Meanwhile, despite his harsh words, Meng Yi's body was completely honest. The moment he sent the voice message, he put down the food delivery app he was browsing and rushed into Meng Weichuan's study to rummage through things. Can't show up at Bai's place empty-handed. The old man hides his stuff deep. He's bound to have some good tea. Meng Yi pulled open the cabinet, and sure enough found 2 small, unlabeled tea canisters tucked away. His eyes lit up. This kind of stuff is probably priceless. The canisters had no markings on the outside, only a handwritten year on the bottom. Meng Yi didn't know much about tea, but he knew Meng Weichuan's hiding habits well. If the old man had stuffed it in the deepest corner and covered it with files, it definitely wasn't some Bionegetone free supermarket special. Just as he hugged the tea to his chest, his ear was twisted from behind. Meng Yi. Shen Qinglan yanked him out of the study. You're stealing your father's tea now. Mom, it hurts. How is this stealing? Between father and son, it's just resource reallocation. Did you get the resource owner's permission before reallocating? Bai's invited me over to warm the house. You think the old man would begrudge 2 canisters of tea? Then ask him yourself when he gets back. By the time he's back, the resources might be frozen. As they argued, Meng Huichuan happened to walk in from work. He stood at the door looking at Meng Yi clutching the tea. What now? Bei bought a new place at Pengqingbei. He's invited me over for a housewarming dinner. Meng Yi rubbed his ear and held up the canisters with full confidence. I can't just show up empty-handed, right? Meng Huichuan listened, then nodded. That's good. We'll all go together. Yibei doesn't have many close elders or friends in Pengqing. Going over to warm his place won't hurt. He took out his phone and called Liang Zhiqing. Xiao Liang, any plans tonight? Liu Yibei just bought a place. Come over and join us. You've got a knack for life services and business hospitality. If Yibei ever has small issues he's too shy to bring to us, he can come to you. Liang Zhiqing moved faster than if he were picking up an award. Before long, the group arrived at the base of Pengqingbei 1. Meng Yi was wearing loose shorts and a pair of sunglasses meant to look cool, resembling a young master on a beach vacation. That is if you ignored the tea, liquor boxes, fruit, and gift bags hanging from both his hands. He looked stylish, but was in reality a pack mule. Meng Huichuan and Shen Qinglan walked ahead side by side, hands empty. Liang Zhiqing followed on the other side, carrying just as much as Meng Yi. Once in the elevator, Meng Yi finally cracked. Aren't we here to warm Bai's house? Why are you guys doing the warming while me and Director Liang do the hauling? Shen Qinglan didn't even turn around. Because you're the youngest. Liang Zhiqing chimed in with a smile. I'm volunteering for labor. Meng Yi looked at him. Director Liang, that attitude is how your workload doubles. The doorbell rang, and Li Mingwei opened the door. Meng Yi charged in first. It's boiling out there. You dog, come out and face your doom. Liang Zhiqing, quick as a flash, set his things down by the entrance the moment he stepped. It was a trick head learned from years of grassroots visits. Once the gifts hit the floor, the host could say you shouldn't have all they wanted, but they'd never manage to shove them back. After setting down his load, he hurried into the living room. Young Master Liu, Mayor Meng and I are here to warm your house. As he spoke, his eyes landed on the man on the sofa. Gold-rimmed glasses, crossed legs, phone in hand. The man looked up at the sound and offered a smile. Liang Zhiqing's steps halted abruptly. Liu Yibei walked over from the floor-to-ceiling window. Perfect, everyone's here. Uncle Ziyuan, let me introduce you. This is Meng Huichuan, his wife. This sunglasses-wearing blind guy is Meng Yi, and this is Director Liang Zhiqing from the Commerce Bureau. And this is my uncle Lin Ziyuan. Lin Ziyuan put away his phone, stood up, and extended his hand with a smile. Lin Ziyuan from Jidian Group. The smile on Liang Zhiqing's face froze for half a second. Of course he recognized that face. In the list of key enterprises that the commerce system studied, every year Jidian Group always sat at the very top. Liang Zhiqing had watched countless forums, product launches, and financial interviews where Lin Ziyuan appeared publicly. The question was, why was the CEO of Jidian Group the man from all those files sitting here in casual clothes, legs crossed, in Liu Yibei's brand new apartment? And it seemed had arrived even earlier than they had. The pause on Liang Zhiqing's face lasted only half a second. The next moment, he stepped forward briskly and clasped both hands around Lin Ziyuan's outstretched hand. President Lin, it's a great honor to finally meet you. I've only ever seen you in the news and industry reports. I never expected to run into you here at young Master Liu's place. Director Liang is too kind. After finishing the handshake, Lin Ziyuan turned his gaze to Meng Huichuan. Mayor Meng, our Yibei, doesn't have many friends here in Pengcheng, and isn't one to go out of his way to ask for help. So I hope you'll all look after him in the future. Meng Huichuan broke into an immediate smile. Huh, he's thick as thieves with my son. They've known each other for so many years they're practically brothers. Yibei's business is our family's business. There's no need to talk about looking after anyone. At the mention of his son, Meng Huichuan instinctively glanced around the room. Not in the living room. Not in the foyer. Meng Yi, who had just been shouting about killing Lu Yibei, had vanished into thin air. Seeing this, Shen Qinglan said calmly, "No use looking. Your son's name fits him perfectly. He's probably run off to who knows where by now." Lin Ziyuan followed her gaze towards the floor-to-ceiling window. Out on the seaside viewing balcony, Meng Yi was holding up his phone, darting around while recording a video. "Guy's a brother just told me he's rich, and then he moved into the Bay 1 luxury apartments overnight. This is worse than death for me. Family, see this ocean view. We used to share instant noodles at internet cafes for esports tournaments and couldn't even afford to add a sausage. Now he's living in a 200 square meter sea view apartment, and I'm still calculating delivery fees to get free shipping." He filmed the living room, the media room, and the balcony, then posted it all to his moments with a tragic music overlay. Within 10 seconds, a string of comments appeared below. "Does your friend need more friends? Send the location. I'm coming to claim him as my godfather now. I suggest you cut ties with him. Having a brother like that is bad for your—" Meng Yi was thoroughly amused. He picked up his phone again to record a second video. Lin Ziyuan watched through the glass for a few moments. "I can see they really are close." Shen Qinglan couldn't be bothered with her wild son. She turned and headed to the kitchen. The chef arranged by the property management was just about to reduce the soup sauce when she took over command. "No need to make it look like a hotel banquet. We're all family here. Keep the dishes home-style. Go easy on the spice for this fish. The young ones like Yibei can handle it, but old Ming's stomach can't." Li Mingyue followed her to help confirm the tableware and drinks. Shen Qinglan watched her for a moment, then asked with a smile, "Yibei thinks very highly of you, Manager Li. He takes you everywhere." Li Mingyue's face flushed slightly. "No, it's just that Mr. Lu mentioned he wanted to buy an apartment. As his dedicated client manager, I had to come personally. I've been handling the purchase contract and payment, so I stayed to see it through." "Don't be nervous. I was just making conversation." Shen Qinglan handed her the washed fruit, but her eyes suggested she had already figured out most of the situation. It was normal for a dedicated client manager to handle an apartment purchase. But staying through a family dinner meant the relationship was anything but ordinary. In the living room, Liang Zhiqing had already opened the tea leaves Meng Yi brought and was boiling water to brew tea. His movements were practiced. He quickly found the tea set and completed the first round of warming the cups. Young Master Lu is so accomplished at such a young age. How could he possibly need our help? Liang Zhiqing poured the tea as he spoke, a smile on his face. "If anything, it's us who need young Master Lu's support. But from now on, if you ever encounter any problems in Pengcheng, feel free to come to me, Liang Zhiqing. Anything that's inconvenient to bother Mayor Meng with, you can come to me first." He thumped his chest, the sound echoing loudly. Liang Zhiqing still carry a bit of weight, and Lu Yibei had just returned from shooing the constantly recording Meng Yi back in from the balcony when he heard this. "What's all this? What's all this? Are you making me sound like some spoiled rich kid who spends his days killing, arsoning, and committing crimes? I've always believed in the principle, don't mess with me, and I won't mess with you." Liang Zhiqing immediately handed him a cup of tea. "Young Master Lu, you misunderstand. I was talking about everyday things like water outages, property procedures, and business. If you really were planning murder and arson, I wouldn't be your man. That's not my area of expertise." The living room erupted in laughter. Lin Ziyuan picked up his teacup. "He's right. Yibei doesn't usually go looking for trouble. It's usually trouble that finds him." At the same time, a few people were still at the office in the Investment Promotion Project office of the Pengcheng Municipal Bureau of Commerce. Someone had seen Liang Zhiqing take a call from Meng Huichuan that afternoon and then dash out with gifts faster than an Olympic sprinter. The curiosity was eating them alive. Damn that old dog Liang. He's managed to weasel his way in again with this opportunity. The person next to him didn't even look up. Mind your language. That's called being adept at grasping the leader's intentions. Mayor Ming took him to another dinner party, didn't he? Definitely. Did you see the look on old Liang's face when he left? Grinning like head won 5 million. It's probably another high-value family dinner. Someone let out a sigh. Why don't we have that skill? It's a talent. Some people's casual efforts are our ceiling. A younger cadre sitting in the corner suddenly looked up. No way. I need to treat old Liang to a meal sometime and get him to teach me a thing or two. If Mayor Ming gets promoted and old Liang moves up with him, at least would have a chance to get a piece of the pie. We all have decent relationships. It's better than scrambling at the last. Everyone in the office nodded in agreement. They cursed him behind his back, but they all knew Liang Zhiqing's repeated invitations to these dinners weren't just due to his thick skin. Knowing who to approach, when to speak, and how much to say, those were all skills. You really think you can learn that by just buying him a meal, eh? Before the Walmart team came, he spent a whole night reviewing all the available supply chain data in Pengcheng. No one asked him about it at dinner. He didn't say a word. But when Mr. Kane casually asked about local sourcing, he could immediately provide the data. That's the kind of person leaders find reassuring, clients find convenient, and can be relied upon when problems arise. The younger cadre was a bit unconvinced. Isn't that just being good at socializing? Socializing is just the ticket to get in the door. Being able to get things done is what gets you a seat at the table. The senior section chief picked up his documents again. First, learn to keep your mouth shut when the leader hasn't asked you anything. Then you can worry about thumping your chest. The office fell silent for a few seconds. Those who had been planning to seek mentorship suddenly felt that even if they bought the meal, they'd probably only learn how to order dishes. The dishes began to be served one by one. Shen Qinglan invited Li Mingyue to sit down with them, not treating her merely as a client manager running errands. When Meng Yi returned and picked up his teacup, Meng Huichuan recognized the aroma. This tea smells familiar. Meng Yi stared out the window through his sunglasses. All teas are pretty much the same. Take off the sunglasses when you talk to me. Taking them off would ruin my tea drinking vibe. Lin Ziyuan suppressed a smile and took another sip. The tea is indeed excellent. If you like it, I'll have a tin sent over to you, Meng Yi said without missing a beat. A vein pulsed on Meng Huichuan's forehead. You're quite generous. Before the meal had even officially begun, the housewarming atmosphere was already lively enough. Once everyone was seated, Lin Ziyuan didn't bring up the semiconductor manufacturing group, nor did he discuss investment with Liang Zhiqing. He simply chatted with Meng Huichuan about life in Pingcheng and Lu Yibei's time at school. It wasn't until the chef brought out the final dish that he set down his teacup and looked at Lu Yibei. Yibei, there's something I've been meaning to ask you. I heard you currently hold a 1% stake in the Volkswagen Group of Germany. It is indeed 1%. Lu Yibei picked up a piece of fish with his chopsticks and said casually, the transfer was completed a few days ago, and it's now under the custodianship of Sino Commercial Bank. Lin Ziyuan nodded. That explains it. Now that automotive-grade chips are in short supply in Huaxiao, this is the perfect opportunity for you to elevate your standing within the Volkswagen Group board. Lu Yibei paused, his chopsticks hovering in midair. Uncle Ziyuan, please elaborate. Lin Ziyuan didn't keep him in suspense. According to German regulations, shareholdings under 3% don't require mandatory public disclosure. Your current 1% aligns perfectly with your usual low-key style. It's hard for outsiders to notice you, but within the group, that 1% is impossible to ignore. Volkswagen's shareholding structure is quite fragmented. According to the group's bylaws, you are nominally a board member already, though you haven't actively participated in its affairs. Lin Ziyuan adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses. The problem is large foundations and asset management institutions also hold significant stakes. Those nominal shareholders typically delegate their voting rights to representatives and just collect annual dividends. When the group faces real trouble, they can't offer much beyond a statement of support from management. But you're different. Lin Ziyuan placed his phone on the table, opening a piece of industry data he had just received. The inventory of automotive-grade control chips at Volkswagen's 2 complete vehicle plants in Huaxiao had entered the warning zone. Some production lines had already started reducing shifts. If no new supply arrived within 3 weeks, output of several main models would have to be cut. The procurement cost of the chips themselves was negligible for Volkswagen. The real problem was that even with money, securing production capacity wasn't guaranteed. SMIC still has some adjustable mature node capacity available. Lin Ziyuan tapped the table lightly with his fingers. He'll take the lead and set up an emergency supply line for Volkswagen Huaxia. You will drive the procurement of the first batch of chips in your capacity as a board member, and you'll also be responsible for liaising with SMIC on their supply intention. Once these chips enter Volkswagen Huaxia's production lines, your weight in the boardroom will be worth more than just 1%. A 1% shareholder who just raises his hand and collects dividends is a completely different concept from a 1% shareholder who can solve a pressing crisis. Lu Yibei finally understood. Resources determine how many people will truly listen when you speak. What about transportation? SMIC can ship normally from the island, but setting up a new cross-border logistics framework temporarily would waste time. Lin Ziyuan looked at him. Don't you still have connections with Walmart? Walmart's global supplier system includes ready-made cross-border logistics, insurance, and customs brokerage service providers. This isn't about sneaking chips into supermarket containers. It's about signing a separate transportation contract to utilize their mature supply chain channels. Go through normal customs procedures, pay the proper taxes. For you, it's just a matter of absorbing a bit more cost. Meng Yi's expression gradually turned serious upon hearing this. So what you're saying is Brother Bei gets the chips from SMIC on one hand, uses Walmart to ship them back on the other, and then feeds them into Volkswagen's factories in Huaxia. You could put it that way, Lin Ziyuan said. Damn. Meng Yi looked at Lu Yibei. You're not just a shareholder. You're a supply chain maestro, single-handedly connecting 3 companies. Shen Qinglan tapped his bowl with her chopsticks. Just eat your meal, don't comment on everything. Lu Yibei didn't agree immediately. Instead, he looked at Lin Ziyuan. Uncle Ziyuan, will allocating this capacity to Volkswagen Huaxia affect your existing clients? No. Its capacity freed up after one client postponed their project, and the technical specs also meet Volkswagen Huaxia's requirements. Lin Ziyuan smiled calmly. This is standard business. SMIC makes a profit, Volkswagen Huaxia maintains production, and Volkswagen can stabilize its. As for internal company matters, I've been in this industry for years. If I'm paving a profitable path for my own nephew, who would dare object? Lu Yibei also smiled. Let's go for it. As soon as he said this, the quickest to react at the table wasn't Meng Yi, but Meng Huichuan. Mr. Lin, which entry point are you considering for this batch of chips? Meng Huichuan put down his chopsticks and straightened up. Pengcheng has an airport-bonded logistics center and extensive experience in clearing high-value electronic components. If the route isn't finalized yet, consider bringing them in through Pengcheng. The city government won't interfere with normal corporate procurement, but we can arrange dedicated personnel for customs coordination, bonded warehousing, and ground services in advance. He wasn't just focused on this single batch of chips. If this emergency supply line proves successful, Pengcheng could also be evaluated as a potential hub for SMIC's automotive chip technical services, warehousing, and settlement for automakers in the South China region in the future. We're not asking for a commitment from you right now, Mr. Lin. Let's get the first batch delivered successfully and let the results speak for themselves. Lin Ziyuan's gaze turned. Mayor Meng is quick on his feet. Pengcheng is indeed one of the candidate routes. If the first collaboration goes smoothly, we can discuss future arrangements. Liang Zhiqing had already taken out his phone, but didn't rush to call anyone. Mr. Lin, Mr. Lu, let's keep tonight's discussion within this room. When I get back, he'll only prepare a general plan. No project names, no alerting the larger team yet. Once SMIC and Volkswagen Huaxia confirm the technical specifications, we can bring the bonded logistics center, the customs service task force, and the carriers together. We want to give other regions a head start on this route. As he spoke, Liang Zhiqing had already created an untitled file in his phone's memo app. Tomorrow I won't set up a project group chat, nor will I mention SMIC or Volkswagen Huaxia in any materials. He'll have the team run a customs clearance simulation using generic automotive chip values, weights, and lead times. Once both parties confirm the cooperation, Pengcheng can provide a formal route plan within 2 hours. Meng Huichuan quickly reminded him, it's fine to prepare services in advance, but we must not make decisions on behalf of the enterprises. Let customs and the bonded zone follow their standard procedures. Our job is just to ensure the companies know exactly which documents to submit to whom, so the goods don't get stuck because they're bouncing between departments. Understood. Liang Zhiqing noted that down as well. Meng Huichuan gave him a satisfied look. This was exactly why he had brought Liang Zhiqing along. He didn't need a full explanation. With half a sentence, Liang Zhiqing already knew how to execute the rest. Li Mingyue also chimed in from the side for the settlements involving SMIC, Volkswagen Huaxia, and the overseas logistics provider Sino Commercial Bank can prepare. He'll report to President Tang tonight, and only essential personnel will have access to the materials. In just a few sentences, this simple housewarming dinner had brought together chips, automobiles, logistics, government coordination, and banking settlements. Yibei looked at the people around the table and suddenly realized that all he needed to do was nod. Everyone else would pave the way to the point where it was ready to walk on. Lin Ziyuan picked up his phone and sent a voice message to his secretary. Prepare the emergency supply intention for Volkswagen Huaxia, starting with the technical validation quantity for the first batch of automotive control chips. List Yibei as the contact person and issue the letter in his capacity as a Volkswagen board member. Less than a minute after the message was sent, Yibei's phone. On the screen was an international number from Germany. Lin Ziyuan glanced at it and picked up his teacup. Answer it. It should be the Secretariat of Volkswagen's board of directors. Yibei answered the phone and casually pressed the speaker button. Hello, who is this? A flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from the other end before a voice speaking Chinese with a distinct German accent cut through. My God, Chairman Liu finally got a hold of you. The dinner table fell silent. This is Markus Klein, the current CEO of the Volkswagen Group in Germany. By convention, I should have called to greet you on the very day you joined the board. But please forgive me, I've been so swamped lately my head is about to explode. Markus spoke rapidly. Although his Chinese carried an accent, his expression was surprisingly fluent. He had worked at Volkswagen China for many years and had no issue with regular conversation. It was only when he got excited that, my God, would automatically preface every Chairman Liu, the chips you just sourced from SMIC have saved my bacon. You're completely different from the other directors. They only offer mental and spiritual support without a single ounce of practical help. When I asked who could find automotive-grade chips, they said they trusted management to overcome the difficulties. I don't need their trust, I need chips. Markus grew more agitated with each word. We couldn't get a word in with the top brass at SMIC in China. Our procurement department's email sat in a queue for 2 weeks only to receive a reply saying we had to wait for capacity assessment. Then just days after you joined the board, SMIC's supply letter of intent landed directly on my desk. Chairman Liu, you are my God. Whether I get any vacation this year all depends on you. After saying this, Markus, still not satisfied, began to vent about his work situation. I've been sleeping in a hotel next to the group's headquarters for 18 consecutive days. Every morning when I open my eyes, Volkswagen China tells me the chip inventory has dwindled by another day. Every night when I try to sleep, the factories ask me which production line we should cut next week. My wife is starting to suspect that I've moved my home into the office. If these chips don't arrive soon, not only will I lose my vacation, but probably my family as well. The expressions around the dinner table shifted subtly. Who would have thought that the CEO of a global automotive giant's greatest wish wasn't a rising stock price, but to simply go home and sleep on time? Meng Yi stared at his rice bowl, his shoulders trembling as he struggled to suppress his laughter. Yibei, however, remained remarkably composed. Mr. Klein, let's follow the standard procedure. Once the chips arrive in Pingcheng, China, someone will be arranged to receive the goods. You just need to notify Volkswagen China to send a team here to pick them up. No problem, Marcus replied with lightning speed. He'll have the procurement, technical, and logistics heads from Volkswagen China form a team tonight. We'll be in Pingcheng by noon tomorrow at the latest. After technical specs are confirmed, we'll handle the purchase contract, quality validation, and payment according to the group's standard procedures. We don't ask for special pricing, we just need to get chips that can be installed into cars as soon as possible. Lin Ziyuan spoke up from the side. Marcus, long time no see. A sudden silence fell on the phone line for 2 seconds. Mr. Lin. My God, you're there with Chairman Lu too. We're having dinner at Yibei's place tonight, Lin Ziyuan said with a smile. I'm the one who had the supply letter of intent sent. Marcus' tone instantly became even more enthusiastic. That puts my mind completely at ease. Mr. Lin, we waited in line for so long just to get a glimpse of your supply team, yet Chairman Lu managed to invite you to his home for dinner. Now I finally understand why this 1% stake is more useful than someone else's 5%. Lin Ziyuan didn't indulge in the flattery and got straight to business. The first batch will be for technical verification. SMIC will match capacity based on the chip models and operating conditions provided by Volkswagen China. Once verification passes, we'll move to bulk supply with enough volume to restore your currently reduced production shifts. Transport and customs clearance will be arranged by Yibei. SMIC is only responsible for delivering according to the contract. Of course. Marcus agreed readily. He then shifted the conversation. Chairman Lu, there's one more thing. Although you are already a board member, you haven't joined any business committees yet. The group will hold an emergency board meeting tomorrow. I plan to propose that you join the Global Supply Chain Committee and serve as the co-head of the China Business Special Task Force. From now on, you'll have formal voting rights on matters involving China procurement, supplier coordination, and major resource partnerships. Does this proposal need a vote from the other directors? Yibei asked. Of course. Yet Marcus' tone held no hint of concern. But the letter of intent will be sent to every director along with the proposal. They can dislike you, they can think you're too young, but they can't use the chips you found to resume production while simultaneously voting that you're unfit to manage the supply chain. The people on the board are very good at voicing opinions, but they're even better at judging which side brings benefits to the group. Hearing this, Lin Ziyuan gave a slight nod. This was precisely the path he intended to pave for Yibei. Not by forcing a position through a private recommendation, but by placing something everyone needed on the table, then letting them decide where to cast their votes. When Yibei heard the words Special Task Force, his first reaction wasn't about power, but about the hassle. Is this position usually demanding? Marcus was momentarily taken aback. Other people, upon hearing about joining a core business committee, would ask about authority and compensation. Yibei asked if it was big. It won't be too demanding. Routine matters are handled by management. Your presence is only required for major issues. If you can't make it to Germany, you can also attend remote. All right then. Excellent. Marcus let out a long sigh of relief. They'll send the formal agenda and authorization documents to your email right away. Please make sure to attend tomorrow's meeting. After the call ended, Meng Yi finally burst out. Brother Bei, did you hear that? His vacation depends on you, and now you're already in charge of approving a multinational CEO's leave. Shut up and eat. Yibei picked up a piece of green vegetable with his chopsticks and placed it in Meng Yi's bowl, effectively silencing him. Meng Huichuan, however, had already turned to Liang Zhiqing. The Volkswagen China team arrives before noon tomorrow. We're ahead of schedule. Well managed. Liang Zhiqing didn't hesitate for a moment. Tonight, let's have the airport bonded logistics center prepare a meeting room and arrange for enterprise service personnel familiar with electronic components to be on standby. No project banners, no reception notices. When the Volkswagen China people arrive, well, just verify their needs and materials, confirm the route, and then start the formal procedures. What about accommodation and vehicles? Meng Huichuan asked. Arrange them as a standard business team, no welcome ceremony. They're here to fight for production time. Get down to business immediately after picking them up from the airport. Efficiency matters more than show. Meng Huichuan nodded. Do it as you said. Liang Zhiqing took his phone and walked out to the balcony, finally, making the first work call of the evening. Xiaozhou, sorry to trouble you tonight. Don't ask about the project name. Just prepare a service plan for the temporary import of high-value electronic components and have it on my desk by 8 a.m. tomorrow. Li Mingyue also bowed her head and reported the situation to Tang Zhengwo. Within 10 seconds of sending the message, Tang Zhengwo replied, "It'll be at the branch immediately. Tell young Master Lu to rest assured the cross-border settlement team is on standby tonight. The chip supply had someone handling it, the Pingcheng pickup had someone handling it, and the bank settlement had someone handling it. Only Walmart's logistics channel was missing." Yibei found Kane's chat window and sent a message. There's a batch of SMIC automotive-grade chips that need to be shipped from the Bay Island to Pingcheng. I'd like to use Walmart's partner cross-border logistics and customs bro. Well, sign a separate contract and pay the standard fees. Kane replied almost instantly. No problem, Chairman Lu. He'll have the head of South China supply chain contact you. Just as Liu Yibei put down his phone, an encrypted email from the Volkswagen Group in Germany popped up in his inbox. The subject line read, Urgent Board Meeting Agenda Proposal for Director Liu Yibei's Position Adjustment. Liu Yibei finished reviewing the board meeting agenda. He glanced at Meng Huaichuan, then at Liang Jiqing, who was already jotting down the delivery plan, and finally fixed his gaze on Meng Yi, who was still studying the comments on his social media feed. A thought suddenly crossed his mind. Uncle Ziyuan, I'd like to ask you a question. This was the first time that evening that Liu Yibei had seriously sought advice from anyone. Lin Ziyuan set down his chopsticks. Go ahead. I'm thinking of setting up a shell group company or a capital holding company in Pengcheng. Do you think it's feasible? Lin Ziyuan chuckled upon hearing this. Why a shell? You already have real business. Liu Yibei shifted to a more comfortable position, leaning back into his chair. I don't want to deal with all the hassle. I just want to eat, drink, and have fun. Work is too tiring. I have shares in Walmart and Volkswagen of Germany. Why not just sit back and collect dividends? The corners of everyone's mouths twitched in unison. Damn, he's taken all the cool points. Who wouldn't want a life of daily leisure with tens of millions in quarterly dividends? Meng Yi took off his sunglasses, his expression one of utter indignation. Brother Bei saying that right in front of me is a bit of workplace bullying. What workplace do you have? Then it's bullying of the unemployed. Lin Ziyuan picked up his teacup and said slowly, You can laze around, but the company can't really be a shell. With the resources you have now, it'd be hard for this company to fail. SMIC can designate your company as the sole coordination partner for its automotive-grade chip business. If that's too broad, you can start as the sole partner for Pengcheng or the preferred partner for the Weihai region. In the future, when Chinese companies want scarce models from SMIC, they'll go through your company for customer screening, demand aggregation, and local coordination. It's not about flipping chips through connections, it's about your company handling the work SMIC can't easily do on a case-by-case basis in China. Liu Yibei pondered this. Lin Ziyuan continued, Walmart's supplier network, warehousing, and cross-border logistics can be integrated into it. Volkswagen of Germany's procurement and China automotive supply chain and future technical cooperation can also be taken on by this company. Once you put your resources to work, the company will have real revenue, real contracts, and real business. If you don't want to go to work yourself, hire professional managers. The chairman sets the direction, the staff does the legwork. There's no rule that says a boss has to clock in at the office every day. Meng Yi suddenly perked up. Brother Bei, I can be the vice president. What can you do? I can handle corporate culture. Organizing employees to play games every day. Team building is productivity. Shin Xinglan placed a spare rib in his bowl. Shut your mouth first, don't ruin Yibei's new company. Meng Huaichuan had remained silent since hearing about the company's formation. He knew exactly what it meant for Pengcheng if this company truly took on the resources of SMIC, Walmart, and Volkswagen of Germany. But Liu Yibei had asked Lin Ziyuan. If he, as the deputy mayor in charge of investment promotion, immediately chimed in, it would seem like he was leveraging personal relationships to drag the project into Pengcheng. Liang Jiqing clearly saw his hesitation. Mr. Liu, I think Mr. Lin's suggestion is very suitable. If you decide to go ahead, I can have the Enterprise Service Center prepare the materials tonight. But the company name, registered capital, and business scope will be up to you. Liu Yibei thought for a moment. He had asked the question because he felt the growing pile of resources needed. Since a shell wouldn't work, he might as well set up a real company. All right, let's do it. But don't put my name directly in the title, too conspicuous. Liang Jiqing probed, which do you prefer, technology holding, industry holding, or capital holding? Capital holding. Liu Yibei glanced at the night sky outside the window. Call it Pengcheng Beicheng Capital Holding Group Co. Ltd. Once the name was set, Li Mingyue offered a professional reminder. If you're taking on cross-border supply chain and high-tech business, a low registered capital won't do. You can use the subscription system, no need to pay it all at once. Then let's go with 100 million yuan subscribe. Liu Yibei continued, put all the equity in my name for now, and list me as the legal representative. The business scope should match the actual operations, high-tech supply chain management, international trade, and corporate investment. Apply for any required qualifications through normal channels. Don't rush and fill things in carelessly. After he finished, Liang Jiqing asked, should the office be in the high-tech park or the central business district? If the company is going to do real business, it can't just have a virtue. Put together a list of suitable locations for me tomorrow, and I'll choose myself. With that, the core decisions for the company were all settled by Liu Yibei. Only then did Liang Jiqing make a call. Xiao Zhou, prepare a draft of the company's articles of association tonight. Mr. Liu has confirmed the establishment of Pengcheng Beicheng Capital Holding Group Co. Ltd. with a subscribed capital of 100 million yuan. All equity will be held by Mr. Liu personally, and he will also serve as the legal representative for now. The business scope should be designed around actual operations, high-tech supply chain management, international trade, and corporate investment. Any required qualifications should go through proper application. Don't cut corners to save time. Zhou Qiming on the other end was taken aback. Director Liang, it's already past 9 in the evening. I know, that's why I said prepare it tonight, not wait until you wake up tomorrow. Liang Jiqing said with unabashed confidence. Once the materials are complete, the registration process will be done within half a day. Zhou Qiming looked troubled. Some qualifications aren't under our department's jurisdiction. If they're not under yours, then take the company to the relevant department yourself. Liang Ziqing's tone turned stern. Do you expect Mayor Meng to personally run errands for the company or Secretary Liu to file the applications? Get on it. The voice on the other end immediately snapped. Understood. I'm heading back to the Enterprise Service Center now. The call ended. Yibei held his chopsticks, finally understanding the feeling of being pushed into the deep. The decision had indeed been his own. But the moment he nodded, Liang Ziqing had already arranged the articles registration and qualification applications for tomorrow. The duck had chosen to enter the water, and the onlookers had already set up the lane and timer. Lin Ziyuan said with a smile, see that? You don't even have to worry about company registration, and you're still concerned about work being too tiring. Yibei was at a loss for words. As the topic lightened, the group chatted a while longer. Meng Yi insisted on being appointed as the Chief Game Experience Officer, but Yibei promptly designated him as the sanitary inspector of the restroom. By the time the dinner party broke up, heavy rain was falling outside. Raindrops pounded against the floor-to-ceiling windows, and the distant sea and city lights were blurred into obscurity by the downpour. Lin Ziyuan checked the weather. He'll stay here tonight. There are plenty of rooms. You all head home early and drive safely. Li Mingwe had to rush back to the bank to assist Tang Jiangwo with settlement materials, so she left first via the underground garage. Meng Weichuan's family and Liang Ziqing's car were in the visitor area, requiring a walk through an uncovered path from the lobby. Xin Xinglan was about to ask the property for an umbrella when Liang Ziqing produced a folded umbrella from somewhere, snapped it open with a pop, and held it over Meng Weichuan. Mayor Ming, you forgot the umbrella you put in my bag. Meng Huichuan gave him a look. When had he ever put an umbrella in his bag? But he didn't call him out, just shook his head with a smile. Yibei, standing in the foyer, couldn't help but remark, wow. Director Liang really knows how to talk. That's why he's a leader. The umbrella was Liang Ziqing's own, but from his words it sounded like he had just returned something had been keeping. It showed attentiveness without seeming like he was trying too hard to ingratiate himself. As the group walked into the rain, footsteps suddenly sounded from Meng Yi dashed out of the house, one foot not fully in his shoe. I haven't left yet. Wait for me. He chased after them through the rain, his freshly donned sunglasses instantly blurred by the downpour. Yibei closed the door, and the living room finally fell quiet. Lin Ziyuan stood by the floor-to-ceiling window watching the group get into cars below, then suddenly asked, Yibei, someone else can register the company, and I can provide the business. But once the company is registered, who do you plan to run it? The ease on Lu Yibei's face slowly faded. The rain over Pingcheng had stopped by the following morning. Lin Ziyuan left early for an industry conference, while Li Mingwe drove back to Pingcheng Bay 1 and took Lu Yibei. The car stopped near the administrative building. Instead of returning to the dormitory, Lu Yibei went straight upstairs and knocked on Vice Principal Zu's office door. Seeing him, Vice Principal Zu's eyelid twitched involuntarily. Student Lu, what happened now? Nothing happened. Lu Yibei sat down across from him. I just wanted to inform you that I may not attend classes much in the coming period. Vice Principal Zu's heart, which had just settled, rose again. What are you planning to do? Just go out and have some fun. The office fell silent for 2 seconds. Others requesting long leaves would at least mention starting a business, internships, or social practice. Lu Yibei was straightforwardly honest. Of course, it's not all fun and game. I plan to legally register a group company in Pingcheng and will attend various domestic and international business activities. The Municipal Enterprise Service will assist with the procedures as per regulations. Once the documents are complete, I can file them all with the school. Vice Principal Su flipped through several pages of documents, his expression gradually turning serious. Walmart supply chain, SMIC automotive chips, Volkswagen's procurement in China. This was hardly a small workshop casually registered by a college student to skip classes. Before the company even obtained its business license, the business it was preparing to undertake was already more formidable than that of many listed companies. The school can include you under innovation and entrepreneurship practice and personalized cultivation. Vice Principal Su closed the folder. Regular courses can be flexibly arranged, but you cannot completely ignore necessary assessments, theses, and school procedures. You can have your company or project team submit periodic practice reports. No problem. One more thing. Vice Principal Zu's smile turned noticeably warmer. If there's a chance, I hope Beijing Capital will give priority to this year's graduates from Pengda during recruitment. This year's employment pressure is significant, and many capable students are simply lacking a suitable platform. Lu Yibei agreed readily. All right, the company needs to hire anyway. We'll recruit those who meet the criteria and give priority to developing those with exceptional ability. After leaving the office, he sent all the company documents, the matter of recommending graduates, and several candidate office addresses to Meng Yi. He also pressed the voice message button. Xiao Yi, didn't you want to be vice president last night? Now company registration, address selection, and the first round of hiring. You handled. Once you join the company, you start from the ground up. Do well, and you'll rise faster than a rocket. Do poorly, and your position as toilet hygiene observer remains reserved. Meng Yi replied almost instantly. Don't worry, Brother Bei. I'm best at grassroots work. I've been climbing from bronze in gaming all along. Despite his joking tone, he leaped out of bed immediately. 10 minutes later, dressed, and clutching the documents compiled last night, he rushed straight to the Pingqing Enterprise Service Center. He could become vice president later. First get the company established, then he'd be a founding member of Beijing Capital. At the same time, the Pingqing Municipal Committee's special meeting on industrial projects was underway. Meng Huichuan handed over the opportunity to report on recent major project progress to Liang Zhiqing. Liang stood up and projected his compiled materials onto the Dear leaders, I will now report on several key initiatives driven by Mayor Meng recently. During Walmart Group President Alexander Kane's inspection visit to Pingqing, Mayor Meng leveraged his long-standing personal trust relationships to create communication scenarios organizing teams from commerce, investment promotion parks, and finance for small-scale talks. Currently, the Walmart South China supply chain project has entered the dedicated task force stage. The initial investment is expected to be no less than 3 billion yuan, and Pingqing remains the preferred candidate city. The page on the screen turned. Last night, Mayor Meng also met with Mr. Lin Ziyuan, CEO of SMIC, through personal connections. The meeting confirmed that Mr. Lin's nephew Liu Yibei will register Beijing Capital Holdings Group in Pingqing. The future scale of this company cannot be estimated based on any single project. SMIC plans to hand over part of its China automotive chip customer coordination business to Beijing Capital, giving it a formidable advantage in the scarce chip channel in South China, potentially dominating most of the coordination market. Additionally, Beijing Capital will also take over Walmart's South China supply chain resources, as well as Volkswagen's procurement and automotive industry chain business in China. Many in the meeting room sat up straight. Liang Zhiqing continued, the company's first business has already been launched. The first batch of SMIC automotive chips will be shipped to Pingqing, where Volkswagen China's procurement, technical, and logistics teams will conduct acceptance checks, cross-border transport will use Walmart's partner service providers, and the settlement plan will be handled by the branch where Comrade Tang Jiangwo from Huashang Bank works. In short, SMIC's chips, Walmart's logistics, Volkswagen's demand, Huashang Bank settlement, and Beijing Capital's registration all have successfully stayed in Pingqing. As his voice fell, Lu Qingde was the first to applaud. Soon applause filled the meeting room. These are all high-quality resources. Lu Qingde looked at everyone present. Comrade Meng Huichuan, through long-accumulated trust relationships, has brought several previously scattered businesses back to Pingqing. We must be able to take them on and keep them. All departments should provide normal, efficient enterprise services without additional barriers or interdepartmental friction for credit. Otherwise, we would betray the opportunity Comrade Meng Huichuan worked so hard to secure. Several vice mayors nodded in agreement, but their lips twitched involuntarily. Worked so hard. According to what they had heard, Meng Huichuan first went to his son's friend's house for a meal, then accompanied him for a second meal. Walmart's president was invited by Liu Yibei. SMIC CEO was also Liu Yibei's uncle. The chip, automotive, and logistics resources were all pieced together by Liu. Meng Huichuan's greatest hardship was probably that he didn't dare drink much at either meal. Someone silently grumbled, isn't it just that he has a good son and his son has a good friend? I could do that too. A vice mayor sitting nearby seemed to read his mind and whispered, don't even think about it. You might not actually pull it off. Why not? Anyone can join for 2 meals. You can eat, but can your son first get to know a Walmart shareholder and Volkswagen board member, then call SMIC's CEO? The other fell silent. Besides, Meng Huichuan wasn't just sitting there eating. When the opportunity came, he immediately assembled commerce, investment promotion, park banking, and bonded logistics teams. If your son called you, your first reaction might be to tell him not to brag outside. That hit too close to home. Several people nearby fell silent simultaneously. But upon deeper reflection, they fell silent again. Their own sons, let alone having a friend worth over 20 billion yuan, if they could just avoid causing trouble, that would already be a sign of successful family discipline. Meanwhile, at the Pingqing Enterprise Service Center, Meng Yi had just signed the last document. The printer hummed softly, and a brand new business license slowly emerged. Meng Yi picked it up, took a photo, and immediately sent it to Liu Yibei. Brother Bei, the company is officially online. Pingqing Beijing Capital Holdings Group Co. Ltd. is now live. On the very day Beijing Capital officially launched, Zhao Jichang's factory also went offline. It was offline in the physical sense. The main circuit breaker in the workshop was pulled and several pieces of expensive equipment were sealed with notices. Zhao Jichang stood at the office door, watching the assessors photograph the factory machinery and inventory one by one. His lips moved for a long time, but he didn't know who. The fire safety rectification remained incomplete, and the tax audit uncovered a considerable amount of back taxes owed. The 12 million yuan loan from Huashang Bank entered the accelerated maturity procedure, and other banks, seeing the risk alerts, couldn't even be bothered to proceed with due diligence. People who used to chase after President Zhao to toast him now answered his calls like they were sprinting in a race. Hey, old Zhao, I'm about to go into a meeting. I just need 2 words. Bad signal, talk later. Click. He definitely wouldn't call back, and whether they'd talk again depended entirely on whether the Zhao family could survive the week. The finance manager walked over, clutching the last few accounting books, his voice hoarse. President Zhao, a supplier has applied for property preservation, and 2 clients are demanding refunds of advance payments and compensation for losses due to the delay. There's not even enough money in the account for wages, let alone taxes and the due loan. Sell whatever inventory we can. The inventory has already been sealed by the court. What about the factory? The mortgage is with the bank. Even if it's auctioned after paying off the loan taxes and employee wages, there might not be much left. Suddenly a commotion erupted outside the office. Over a dozen workers blocked the hallway, led by the workshop director who had been with Zhao Jiqiang for 7 years. The man usually greeted him as President Zhao, but this time, he only placed a payroll sheet on the desk. Boss Zhao, we don't want to pressure you. But the factory stopped without warning. What about this month's wages? Some people have mortgages to pay. We all just need to know when we'll get our money. Zhao Jiqiang opened his mouth, but no words came out. In the past, when the factory was short-staffed, a promise of a year-end bonus was enough to make the workers toil with him for days on end. Now when it was his turn to give them a straight answer, he didn't even know how much money was in the account for tomorrow. Employee wages will be given priority, his lawyer answered on his behalf. The administrator will register all claims later. Please have your attendance records and wage arrears documents ready. The implication was clear enough. Zhao Jiqiang wasn't looking for working capital, he was simply broke. The hallway quickly quieted down as the workers left with their payroll. No one called him President Zhao anymore, and no one wept like in a TV drama. The disappointment of adults is usually quiet. After all, everyone still had to rush to the next factory to ask if they were hiring. Zhao Jiqiang slumped back into his chair. He had asked over a dozen people, begged 3 banks, and even inquired about the high-interest bridge loans had once despised. But everyone's answer was remarkably uniform. Can't save it. No way. Not convenient. The lawyer slid a document in front of him. Continuing to delay will only increase the debt. I suggest you apply to the court for bankruptcy liquidation as soon as possible. Cooperate with the administrator to verify the assets and at least handle employee wages and subsequent liabilities legally. Zhao Jiqiang stared at the words bankruptcy liquidation, the light in his eyes dimming bit by bit. After more than a decade of building his fortune, all that was left was a company seal and an application form awaiting his signature. He finally picked up the pen, his hand trembling several times before he managed to sign his name on the last page. When the news reached home, Zhao Yuxuan was in the living room, smashing. He hadn't even gotten to enjoy his rich second-generation life until graduation. Now he was forced into an early family asset liquidation version. Credit cards were canceled, the car was being sold, and even Fong Lin was rummaging through boxes to find jewelry that could be converted into cash. Jiang Wanwan sat on the edge of the sofa and offered a quiet word of advice. Yuxuan, calm down first. Uncle Zhao will surely find a way. Find a way, Zhao Yuxuan whipped his head around. If you hadn't come crying to me about Chen Jiaxu and his friends bullying you, would I have gone after them? If you hadn't given the chat logs to Guahai, would my family have been targeted this relentlessly? Jiang Wanwan's face turned pale. You're the one who told me to organize those records. How dare you talk back? The argument escalated sharply. In a fit of rage, Zhao Yuxuan shoved her, then raised his hand and slapped her across the face. Jiang Wanwan stumbled into the armrest of the sofa, her cheek flushing red almost instantly. Fong Lin came out of the room, looking first at her son, then at Jiang Wanwan. Wanwan, Yuxuan has been under a lot of pressure lately. Don't provoke him at a time like this. That one sentence completely snapped Jiang Wanwan back to reality. Before she endured it thinking she could marry into the Zhao family. Now that the Zhao family factory was going into liquidation, the luxury family experience card had expired, but the slaps were a permanent skin. Jiang Wanwan clutched her face and rushed out of the Zhao house. She cried for a long time by the roadside before finally tapping on that familiar profile picture. When the call connected, Chen Jiaxu was in the dorm helping Zhao Liyuan check an assignment. Jiaxu. Hearing the sobs, everyone in the dorm fell silent. Chen Jiaxu held the phone, his voice calm. What's wrong? Zhao Yuxuan hit me again. Jiang Wanwan, as if finally finding an outlet, poured out the whole story: the Zhao family's bankruptcy, Zhao Yuxuan's misplaced anger, and Fong Lin's favoritism. The more she spoke, the more aggrieved she felt, until her tone shifted back to the familiar one from the past. Jiaxu, I really don't know who else to turn to now. I don't have much money on me, and I'm afraid to go back to the dorm. Can you come pick me up? Help me find a place to stay for a few days. I just didn't see clearly before who truly cared. We've known each other for so many years. As long as you're willing, we can start over. Before Chen Jiaxu could answer, she hastily added, I'm already planning to break up with Zhao Yuxuan, but my stuff is still at his place. I'm too scared to go back alone. Will you come with me? I don't want to face the girls in the dorm either. Don't you guys know a lot of people? Can you help me find a safe place first? Once this is over, I'll treat you well. Remember how you used to buy me breakfast and walk me to class? Weren't we always good together? Zhao Liyuan's eyebrows shot up, ready to speak, but Zhou Shuhang pushed him back into his chair. Liu Yibei leaned against the headboard, not making the decision for Chen Jiaxu. No matter how many times others answered this question for him, it wouldn't compare to him handing in his own paper once. Chen Jiaxu was silent for a moment. Are you hurt on your face, right? Yes. Well, that's just fantastic. Chen Jiaxu couldn't hold it in and burst out laughing on the spot. The dorm, which had been quiet enough to hear a pin drop, fell into an even more eerie silence. Zhao Liyuan slowly turned his head, his eyes filled with sheer admiration. Damn. He thought Jiaxu had just kicked his simp habit, but had actually done a nighttime career switch to an engineer of kicking people when they're down. Even the crying on the other end of the line stopped. Chen Jiaxu, what do you mean? Nothing much, I'm just happy. Chen Jiashu leaned back in his chair, laughing with a lightness that seemed to envelop his whole being. The Zhao family's bankrupt Zhao Yuxuans got punished, and your rich wife experience server has shut down. It's one good piece of news after another. I just couldn't contain my— How can you say that? Jiang Wanwan's voice began to tremble. He hit me, and you think it's funny. Hitting someone is wrong, of course. You should call the police, get your injuries. Chen Jiashu's tone shifted. But have you forgotten what you did the first time he hit you? You didn't break up with him, and you didn't call the police. Instead, you turned around and gave the chat logs to Guahai. You edited out the parts where I bought you breakfast, carried your luggage, and picked up your packages, and made me out to be a creep who'd been bothering you for years. We almost got severe punishments because of you too. Where was your realization that I was the one who truly cared about you then? Jiang Wanwan opened her mouth to speak. I was forced to buy Yushuan. Got it. Zhao Liyuan couldn't help but chime in. Before Zhao Yushuan had money, so he forced you to frame Jiashu, and you had no Now Zhao Yushuan has no money, so you're forcing Jiashu to take you in, and he's supposed to have a way. Zhou Shuhang added a dry remark. Different versions, but Jiashu is always the T0 character. Yibei nearly laughed out loud. Those 8 words carried a lot of personal grudges. Hearing the voices in the dorm, Jiang Wanwan cried, even more pitifully. Jiashu, I just want you to help me. We've known each other for so long. Don't you have any feelings left? I do. Chen Jiashu answered readily. That's why I'm relieved to hear you're doing badly. You? What you? For the first time, Chen Jiashu didn't let her finish her sentence. Back then you said you wanted Xiaomai in the middle of the night, and I got up 2 hours early to buy them for you. When you moved dorms, I carried the boxes up the stairs all by myself, while Zhao Yushuan waited downstairs for you to get bubble tea. Now that you've been hit, have nowhere to live, and no one to carry your stuff, you suddenly remember me. It's not that you realized I was good to you, you just realized Zhao Yushuan isn't useful anymore. Jiang Wanwan was silent for a few seconds, then her tone suddenly softened. Jiashu, I can make it up to you. We can really try. I won't disappoint you again. No. Chen Jiashu shuddered. That sentence scares me more than Zhao Yushuan showing up at my door. The police number is 110. Take a taxi to the hospital. If you're afraid to get your stuff, ask a police officer to accompany you. As for a place to stay, you have so many friends. It can't be that you only remember me when you need a mover, right? Don't contact me anymore. I'm afraid Brother Bai's newly established company hasn't even hired anyone yet, and you'll have me assigned to the position of fall guy. With that, he hung up directly and blocked Jiang Wanwan. The dorm was silent for 2 seconds. Zhao Liyuan suddenly stood up and clasped his hands in a salute. Congratulations, Brother Chen, on your ultimate ascension. Today you sever all mortal ties and achieve instant transcendence. Chen Jiashu put his phone down on the table. Scram. As soon as he said that, hurried footsteps were heard from outside the door. Then a forceful knock came at the dorm door. Chen Jiashu. Open up. It's me, Zhao Yushuan. Chen Jiashu. Open the door. It's me, Zhao Yushuan. The door panel was pounded with a thunderous racket. Chen Jiashu had just severed his ties to the mundane world, but it seemed those ties were not ready to be cut, and had returned to lodge a complaint. Zhao Liyuan rolled up his sleeves ready to charge over, but Lu Yibei yanked him back. Haven't you had enough of writing self-criticisms? Then what do? We call campus security. Zhou Shuhang had already dialed the number, quickly explaining the dormitory number and the situation outside. Hearing no one answer, Zhao Yuxuan's curses grew increasingly vile. Chen Jiashu, you had the guts to instigate Wanwan to call the police, but you don't have the guts to open the door, huh? You all just rely on Lu Yibei knowing a few people, don't you? My family's company went bankrupt. Are you satisfied now? Chen Jiashu replied from behind the door, satisfied. Didn't I just laugh right in your face? The temperature outside the door instantly spiked. Zhao Yushuan raised his foot to kick the door, but before the third kick could land, a stern shout from campus security echoed from the other end of the hallway. 2 police officers followed closely behind. Zhao Yushuan, stop what you're doing. The fury on Zhao Yuxuan's face froze instantly. Officers, they were the ones who bullied me first. Jiang Wanwan has already filed a report. The officer didn't let him continue his tale of woe. She has submitted records of this injury, as well as photos and chat logs she had saved previously. The university has also provided materials regarding your past provocations at the dormitory, your instigation of others to post defamatory content online, and your continuous threats against a fellow student. You are now legally summoned for investigation. Zhao Yushuan turned to flee, but was immediately blocked by another officer. Heads popped out from every door in the hallway. This was the juiciest gossip yet. He had come to settle scores with Chen Jiashu, but was instead escorted into a police car. After the injury assessment was completed, it was determined that one of Jiang Wanwan's previous injuries met the standard for minor injury. The police consolidated the cases of repeated assault threats at the dormitory and campus provocations. Zhao Yushuan was criminally detained on charges of intentional injury and picking quarrels and provoking trouble, and was sent to a detention center. Once inside, the first thing he did was demand to contact Zhao Jiqiang. Unfortunately, Mr. Zhao couldn't bail his son out this time. Because Zhao Jiqiang was also in. After the bankruptcy administrator took over the factory's accounts, the flow of funds hidden within affiliated companies was fully exposed. The tax authorities discovered that the Zhao family's factory had long been concealing a portion of its sales revenue, and the materials used for bank loan applications didn't match the that working capital loan meant for purchasing raw materials was circulated among several affiliated companies before a portion of it ended up in the Zhao family's own pockets. More critically, the 8,000 yuan activity service fee that had bypassed Pengda's accounts and gone to a relative of Director Li was also confessed by Director when the materials from the Tax, Economic Crime Investigation and Disciplinary Inspection departments were pieced together. The chain of evidence against Zhao Jiqiang for tax evasion, loan fraud, and bribery quickly closed. When the authorities found him in his office at the factory, the bankruptcy application was still lying on the desk in front of him. "Zhao Jiqiang, you need to come with us." His face ashen. Zhao Jiqiang was silent for a long time before asking, "Can I see my son first?" "Not right now." The officer collected the ledgers from the desk. "He arrived at the detention center before you did." The Zhao father and son had successfully completed their family reunion. The only downside was that the venue wasn't very private and the matching outfits weren't customizable. While the Zhao family story was spreading, Meng Yi was at a private club in Pengcheng greeting a friend. Qin Shaohui had just landed from Modu and had already arranged for some local friends in Pengcheng to bring over a few girls and gather a few wealthy second-generation acquaintances who were always up for a good time. The long table was laden with alcohol, and the music was blaring. The motto was, even if you don't know everyone yet, the atmosphere has to be right. Qin Shaohui was 2 years older than Meng Yi, the only son of the chairman of Wanheng Capital in Modu. The two had met years ago at a racing event. Their relationship wasn't bad, but Qin Shaohui was used to being the center of attention wherever he went. "Xiaoyi, you're half an hour late. You have to down 3 glasses as a penalty." "Penalty my ass." Meng Yi tossed a stack of office building brochures aside. Beichin Capital was just established. "I was helping Brother Bei check out office spaces." Qin Shaohui swirled his glass and chuckled. "Your dad is a deputy mayor, and you're running errands for a college student. You wouldn't understand." "What's so hard to understand about a college student?" The people around Qin Shaohui joined in the laughter. "Set up a meeting sometime. I'd like to see who's got young Master Meng," calling him Brother Bei. Meng Yi's smile vanished. "You're here in Pengcheng to have fun, and he'll treat you. But don't make fun of Brother Bei." Qin Shaohui met his gaze for 2 seconds, and a smile spread across his lips instead. "All right. But everyone's singing his praises, so I'm inclined to play devil's advocate." Just then Qin Shaohui's phone began to vibrate continuously. The call was from the head of trading at Wanheng Capital. "Mr. Qin, we have a problem with our short position on Deutsche Volks. Huagua Volks has just confirmed the receipt of a batch of automotive-grade chips. Several of their factories are canceling production cuts, and all models can be delivered according to the original schedule. Following the announcement, Deutsche Volks stock price is rebounding rapidly." Hours earlier at the Pengcheng Bonded Logistics Center, the temperature-controlled containers holding automotive-grade chips had just cleared inspection, and the technical team from Huagua Volks was already waiting at the warehouse gate. After the seals were broken, engineers took samples on-site and brought them into a temporary testing room to verify the models and parameters. Everyone's eyes were glued to the testing equipment. The moment the green light flashed, the shoulders of Huagua Volks' head of procurement visibly relaxed. "The first batch of samples has passed. Notify the factories to resume full production schedules. All models with delayed deliveries will be executed according to the contract." The news was relayed to the German headquarters via video conference, and Marcus nearly jumped out of his chair. He immediately instructed the chairman's office to release a public statement about the supply restoration and also sent Lu Yibei a voice message in Chinese. "Chairman Lu, I can finally go home and get a good night's sleep." For Volks, this meant they finally had stock to deliver. For other car manufacturers, this announcement was akin to a classmate pulling out a standard answer key right after the exam ended. The glass in Qin Shaohui's hand froze midair. The entire Chinese automotive industry had been suffering from a chip shortage. Several domestic car makers had already accepted the reality. If everyone couldn't build cars, it was like everyone was on the same starting line. But after waking up, Volks had somehow conjured up a massive supply of chips. While others' production lines were running 3 days and stopping for half a day, Volks was running at full. While others were making customers wait, Volks was delivering on time. While competitors were figuring out how to survive the winter together, Volks had already secretly slipped on a down jacket and started selling. The funds shorting Deutsche Volks were instantly wearing a mask of agony. With every point the stock price jumped, their account balances shrank. Wanheng Capital wasn't the largest position, but they lost enough for Qin Shaohui to have no mood for drinking. Several domestic car makers urgently submitted documents to the industry's regulatory authorities overnight, both to inquire about the source of Volks chips and to request government assistance in coordinating supply. Some publicly questioned, since they all manufactured in China, why could Volks get the chips? At an emergency meeting at one domestic car maker, the procurement director was sweating bullets under the barrage of questions. Didn't they say there was a global shortage? It is a global shortage. Then what does Volks have? Chip models. No one had an answer. Several companies quickly unified their demands. They hoped the authorities would investigate the source of the supply, coordinate production capacity for China, and at the very least prevent one company from monopolizing all the available chips. On the other side, the short sellers' days were getting even tougher. Trading platforms kept popping up with margin call notifications. Some were analyzing in the morning report why Volks was bound to cut production, and by the afternoon, they were scrambling to borrow money to top up their margins. Wanheng Capital's risk manager was blunt on the phone. Mr. Chin, if it goes up another 2 points, we have to close out a portion of our position. Otherwise, it's not just this year's profits that are gone. Oh, we'll have to give back last year's earnings too. The pressure quickly reached Pengcheng. Because the entry record showed that this batch of chips had cleared customs in Pengcheng, and the procurement coordinator was none other than the newly established Beijing Capital. Qin Shaohui stared at those 4 words, his expression slowly darkening. Xiaoyi, the brother Bei you mentioned. Is his name Yibei? Meng Yi glanced at Qin Shaohui's phone. Yeah, what's up? Nothing. Qin Shaohui set down his glass, a smile returning to his face. Since we're all friends, let's invite young Master Lu over for a drink. He emphasized the words, young Master Lu, clearly no longer viewing the other man as just a college student who relied on Meng Yi to run his company. Meng Yi, however, didn't think much of it. He had known Qin Shaohui for years, and it was normal for them to rib each other when they met. Now that Qin Shaohui had taken the rare trip to Pengcheng and Lu Yibei happened to be free, sitting down for a drink together would be a good way to make a new acquaintance. Let me ask him. Whether he comes is up to Brother Bei. Meng Yi picked up his phone and sent a voice message directly. Brother Bei, I have a friend from Modu here, Qin Shaohui. We're at the Yunning Club. Come have a drink if you're free. On the other side of the sofa, a girl in a white short skirt paused mid-motion. Lu Yibei. Her name was Cheng Siu, also a student at Peng University, a junior. She was currently submitting internship applications and had been brought here tonight by a friend from her department to meet some business people. She had of course followed the string of scandals Zhao Yuxuan had caused on campus. The forums all said Lu Yibei had connections at home enough to get the vice principal and bank leaders personally involved. Cheng Siu had always assumed he was just a bit richer than Zhao Yuxuan, the son of a factory owner, perhaps with family assets in the hundreds of millions. But who was Qin Shaohui? He was the young master of Wanheng Capital in Modu. On a trip to Pengcheng, local rich second-generation heirs were actively setting up gatherings for him. And now he was having Meng Yi personally send a message inviting Lu Yibei over for a drink. The scale of this story seemed even more absurd than what the Peng University forums had speculated. 10 odd minutes later, Lu Yibei replied, "Send me your location." He had just finished processing a few emails for Beijing Capital and was about to head back to Pengcheng Bay to sleep. Hearing it was a friend of Meng Yi's from Modu, he had Li Mingyue turn. Half an hour later, the private room door was pushed open by a waiter. Lu Yibei walked in wearing simple short sleeves and trousers without a single obvious luxury brand logo. Cheng Siu recognized him at a glance. He looked younger in person than in the grainy campus videos, and even less like a top-tier rich kid. "Brother Bei, over here." Meng Yi stood up and waved. Qin Shaohui also rose, picking up an empty glass. "Young Master Lu, I've heard so much about you. For our first meeting, let me toast you." Lu Yibei clinked his glass against Qin Shaohui's, but only took a small sip. Qin Shaohui's eyes flickered, yet he still sat down with a smile. "Young Master Lu, you've been making some significant moves lately. Beijing Capital was just registered, and already you've secured a batch of automotive-grade chips for Huaguo Automobile. A lot of people in the auto and investment circles in Modu are asking about you now." Hearing this, Cheng Siu almost spilled her drink. The chips that got Volkswagen's production back online were secured by Lu Yibei. The Peng University forum was still debating how many properties his family owned, while he was already dealing with how to restore deliveries for a multinational automaker. The two weren't even playing the same game. "Just lucky to know a few capable people," Lu Yibei said casually. "Young Master Lu is too modest." Qin Shaohui refilled his glass. This batch of chips boosted Volkswagen's stock price considerably. Wanheng Capital happened to hold some short positions, so we took a significant hit. Meng Yi finally sensed. "Lao Qin, did you call Brother Bei over just to drink?" "Drinking and talking business aren't mutually exclusive." Qin Shaohui waved a hand. "Young Master Lu, could the news about the subsequent chip batches be delayed for a couple of days before going public? Wanheng needs some time to adjust its positions. In exchange, I can introduce 2 domestic automakers to Beijing Capital, and I can also pave the way for you in Modus Cap." The music in the private room continued to play, but the people nearby had all gone quiet. Lu Yibei looked at him. "You shorted Deutsche Volkswagen. Just a normal investment judgment." "Then your judgment was wrong. What's that got to do with me?" The smile on Qin Shaohui's face faded a little. "Young Master Lu, Wanheng isn't asking for a favor for nothing. For the chips from Integrated Circuit Group, going forward, they'll have to be distributed to other automakers. Give us a part of the procurement coordination rights, and we can build the market together. If one person tries to take all the profits, they might end up choking on them." Lu Yibei leaned back into the sofa. "If you want to buy chips, you can have the automakers that need them send procurement requests to Beijing Capital through the normal process. As for asking me to hold back information on Volkswagen so you can cover your shorts, that's not happening. Also, I never planned on taking everything for myself. But whether I share and who I share with is not something a capital firm that shorts my partners gets to dictate." Cheng Siu felt her brain was overheating. Qin Shaohui stared at Lu Yibei for a few seconds. "Why is Volkswagen willing to hand over follow-up procurement coordination to Beijing Capital? Commercial partnerships are covered by confidentiality agreements." Lu Yibei wasn't prepared to answer. If young Master Qin is genuinely interested in the project, Wanheng Capital can submit a formal cooperation proposal through the proper channel. As for things you shouldn't be prying into, it's best not to ask. Cheng Siyu finally understood why Qin Xiaohui had been so eager to invite Lu Yibei for a drink upon learning his name. This was nothing like being merely a bit richer than Zhao Yushuan. No one present knew exactly how much money Lu Yibei had. But being able to get a multinational carmaker to entrust emergency supply coordination to a newly established company, and having the young master of a motive capital firm set up a meeting just to beg him to delay information was a level of influence that couldn't be explained by a bank balance. Qin Xiaohui picked up his glass and swirled it slowly. Young Master Lu plays his cards close to his chest. But the capital market is vast. One successful supply deal doesn't guarantee smooth sailing every time. Wanheng has been operating in Modu for many years. We can still make things a little difficult for Beichin Capital if we want to. Meng Yes' expression darkened. Qin Xiaohui, what do you mean by that? Nothing, just business. Qin Xiaohui downed his glass in one go. If we can't make a deal, well, just have to compete in the market. Lu Yibei nodded and stood up as well. All right, may the best man win. Wanheng of Modu, right. He glanced at the glass of wine Qin Xiaohui had filled for him, which he had only taken a single sip from. But next time you want to ask for a favor, remember to lower your attitude a bit. Otherwise it's hard for people to tell if you're here to beg for mercy or to give a lecture. With that, Qin Xiaohui's face finally turned completely cold. Meng Yi also stood up. Brother Bei'll walk out with you. What about your friend, who just came from Modu? Not going to entertain him? Lu Yibei asked. I considered him a friend, which is why I brought you here to meet him. Meng Yi picked up the business documents from the table. But he used me as a middleman to trick you into coming here to save his short position. To hell with drinking with him. Qin Xiaohui let out a cold laugh. Xiao Yi, are you willing to throw away years of friendship for a newly registered company? Don't twist things around. Years of friendship are years of friendship. You screwing over my brother is you screwing over my brother. When both happen at the same time, it just means my judgment over these years wasn't. With that, Meng Yi followed Lu Yibei out without a backward glance at the freshly opened bottles of liquor on the table. The private room door closed again. Cheng Siyu sat in her seat, feeling that the gossip shed witnessed tonight had far exceeded what the campus forum could handle. The people on the forum were still arguing over whether Lu Yibei was just an ordinary rich kid. In reality, the young master of a motive capital firm had lost money shorting his company and had to set up a meeting just to beg for mercy. This wasn't just an ultimate rich second-generation heir. This was like the campus version of Peng University had loaded the wrong character. Qin Xiaohui stared at the closed door, then suddenly slammed his glass heavily onto the table. Liquid splashed out, and the girls nearby flinched back. Young Master Qin, maybe we should just close the position, a friend ventured tentatively. If we close now, Wanheng's profits for the year are gone. Qin Xiaohui picked up his phone and called back his head of trading. Add margin first. Don't close the position. Contact those domestic automakers that are short on chips. Start pushing the narrative that Volkswagen is getting exclusive access to chips, squeezing out the capacity of local companies. There was obvious hesitation on the other end of the line. Young Master Qin, who integrated circuit group cells, too, is a commercial decision. We have no evidence that Volkswagen is monopolizing capacity. I'm not asking you to fabricate anything. Qin Xiaohui stared at the spot where Lu Yibei had been sitting. I want everyone to ask Beichin Capital the same question. When everyone is short on chips, why is it the only one that gets to decide who gets supply? After leaving the Cloud Summit Club, Lu Yibei didn't rush to get into the car. He stood by the roadside, turning his gaze to Meng Yi. From this moment on, you will not utter a single piece of information about Beichin Capital to Qin Xiaohui. Office address, personnel, recruitment, chip quantities, even what I eat tomorrow. If he asks, you say you don't know. Meng Yi's expression turned serious as well. Don't worry. I misjudged him tonight. From now on, if he gets so much as a whisper of Beichin Capital out of me, he'll clean the company toilets for life. Lu Yibei nodded. He'll hold you to that. Wait, North, I was just making a point. Your point has been approved. Meng Yi's mouth twitched. Others pledge loyalty and get promoted. He pledges loyalty and gets the janitorial contract. Lu Yibei didn't keep teasing him, pulling out his phone to call Marcus. It was daytime in Germany, so the call connected quickly. Chairman Lu, I just got home, Marcus said, his voice brimming with the joy of finally being on vacation. Please don't tell me the chips have another problem. No, the chips are fine. Then my God, please go ahead. Can the current chips for Volkswagen China guarantee normal delivery for the entire quarter? Yes, Marcus answered with absolute certainty. The first batch has passed verification, and production scheduling and shipping for subsequent batches are fully locked in. Based on existing orders, none of Volkswagen China's planned production models this quarter face any risk of line stoppage. Then issue an announcement immediately. Lu Yibei's tone was calm. State clearly that production for this quarter is guaranteed and that all models can be delivered on time. Don't exaggerate and don't leave any room for ambiguity. Marcus paused for a moment, then caught on. Volkswagen's supply issue needed to be disclosed to the market anyway. Rather than letting the outside world keep speculating, it was better to lay out the confirmed inventory and delivery capacity clearly. No problem. The board secretary's office and the investor relations team will have the announcement ready within 20 minutes. All data will be signed off by Volkswagen China's production department. Someone tried to get me to hold this news for 2 days tonight to give his short position time to retreat, Lu Yibei said. Marcus was silent on the other end for 2 seconds. My God, shorting us, and then asking the director to help him retreat. I'm heading to the office now. He had just been worried that Lu Yibei was going to make him work overtime. Now he wasn't worried anymore. This overtime was mandatory. After hanging up, Lu Yibei turned to Meng Yi. Beijing Capital will also issue an announcement. State that the procurement of automotive-grade chips was fully authorized by the Volkswagen Group to Beijing Capital for coordination, and that the existing contract serves the procurement volume and subsequent deliveries all correspond to Volkswagen's production needs for this quarter. There are no surplus allocations and no capacity to supply other companies. Meng Yi's eyes lit up. You're going to blow up his position. We never monopolized other automakers' shares. The capacity vacated by SMIC, Volkswagen signed a contract and paid for it. We just helped coordinate shipping. If someone is too slow to act, they can't blame the one who signed the contract first for eating fast. Meng Yi immediately contacted Beijing Capital's external counsel and pulled the team handling company preparations into a work group. This time, he didn't rattle off orders like ordering dishes. Instead, he posted Lu Yibei's exact words into the work group. The external counsel pulled up Volkswagen's authorization documents. The business team contacted Volkswagen China to confirm shipments and production schedules, and the person in charge of the company website drafted the announcement based on the verified details. Every line was backed by contracts and data. The lawyer quickly reminded the group, we can only state that the current contract has no surplus. We cannot promise not to serve other clients in the future, and we cannot use unauthorized terms like exclusive agent. Write it according to the contract, Lu Yibei replied. We're just stating the facts. We don't spin stories for anyone. Meng Yi looked at that message and casually renamed the work. Beijing Capital Go Live Temporary Command Center. A second later, the external lawyer changed it back. Pingcheng Beijing Capital Holdings Group Co. Ltd. Preparation Work Group. Meng Yi was speechless for 2 seconds. The company hadn't even officially opened its doors yet, and his internal corporate culture building had already been suppressed by legal. Qin Xiaohui wanted to paint Beijing Capital as a channel hoarder strangling domestic automakers. Beijing Capital simply told the market the goods were ordered by Volkswagen. Oh, we're just the trustee. There's genuinely nothing left for you. One more thing. Lu Yibei dialed Tang Zhengguo. President Tang. Volkswagen and Beijing Capital are about to release public announcements. Share the public materials with the cross-border investment institutions you can reach. Let them make their own decisions on buying. All procedures must follow compliance requirements. I want domestic capital to see that Volkswagen has already resolved its quarterly supply issue. Tang Zhengguo understood immediately. Don't worry, Master Lu. We'll only forward public information and provide standard research services. No insider information. Several QDI products under Huashang have been focused on the German automotive sector anyway. Once the delivery risk is lifted, they'll naturally revalue the stocks. Lu Yibei put away his phone. Let Mr. Qin try the feeling of a margin call. If his position blows up, it blows up. If it doesn't, it has nothing to do with me. He wanted to teach me a lesson. Watch me teach him one instead. 25 minutes later, Volkswagen Germany released an official announcement. Volkswagen China has secured a supply of automotive-grade chips, covering its planned production volume for this quarter. The relevant chips have completed verification and production of existing models, and order deliveries will not be affected. 5 minutes later, Beijing Capital released its statement in tandem. The announcement was short, but it laid out the authorization relationship, procurement purpose, and zero surplus supply with absolute clarity. The earlier accusations, Beijing Capital is hoarding chips, and one company decides the distribution for the entire industry, suddenly lost all footing. When the German market opened, the stock price climbed rapidly. Huashang Bank's research materials also reached domestic cross-border institutions through proper channels. Several funds that had reduced their positions due to production cut risks began buying back in. Short sellers desperate to stop losses were forced to cover. Buy orders stacked on top of covering, and the covering pushed prices even higher. Capital that had been sitting on the sidelines saw the volume surge and started piling in. The intraday line on the screen looked like it had suddenly decided to take a trip to the rooftop, climbing steadily upward. Back at the Cloud Summit Club, Qin Xiaohui had no mood left to watch the dancers. The music was still playing, but it only grated on his nerves. The risk manager's calls came one after another. Young Master Qin, the gain has exceeded the warning line. The additional margin will only last about an hour. Another wave of Chinese capital is entering. Our counterparty is growing. Qin Xiaohui immediately sent Meng Yi a message. How much more inventory does Volkswagen have? The message went through. No reply. He asked again, when is Beijing Capital's next announcement? Still no reply. Qin Xiaohui called directly, but the line only rang over and over unanswered. Meng Yi sat in Li Mingyu's car staring at the glowing screen, strictly adhering to the confidentiality mission he had just received. Northie's asking what you're eating tomorrow. Block him. Got it. When Meng Yi pressed the button, Qin Xiaohui lost his last channel for digging up information. Qin Xiaohui gritted his teeth. Keep covering. With what? A deep, cold voice suddenly replaced the one on the phone. Qin Xiaohui's face changed instantly. Dad, Qin Jingfeng, chairman of Wanheng Capital, asked word by word, who exactly did you offend? Qin Zhengfeng's voice was not loud, yet it sent a chill down Qin Shaoyi's spine. A college student named Lu Yibei opened a capital company in Pengcheng. I just wanted him to delay the chip announcement by 2 days. He didn't agree. He merely didn't agree. Qin Zhengfeng stared at the records sent by the risk control team, his voice. Then why did you have people contact the automakers to pressure Beijing Capital? Why did you refuse to cut losses when you knew Volkswagen's supply had recovered? Wanheng's short selling relies on research, not on you going out to threaten the good news holders into silence. Reports of positions kept coming in over the phone. After the margin call level was breached, the trading institutions began forced liquidation. A large number of short positions were forced to be bought back, causing Volkswagen's stock price to jump up another notch. Qin Zhengfeng closed his eyes. Immediately close out the remaining positions. Dad, closing now would mean losing at least over $1 billion. If you don't close, it won't be just over. You get back to Modu right now and hand over your trading authority. Qin Shaoyi tried to explain, but the line was already dead. Staring at the ever-expanding loss figures, he finally experienced what the market's free lesson felt like. The teacher's surname was Lu, and the tuition was over $1 billion to start. At the same time, Li Mingyu's car had just entered the underground garage of Pengcheng Bay 1. Before Lu Yibei even got out of the car, a mechanical chime sounded in his mind. Mission complete: the power of channels. Obtained 2 random draw opportunities. Draw now. Draw hit the jackpot. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 0.5 stake in Siemens Industrial Group. Relevant equity, tax, custody, and historical transaction documents have been completed and integrated into reality. Lu Yibei's eyelid twitched. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 5 pieces of intelligence on future cryptocurrency price surges. The 5 sets of information appeared directly in his mind. The coin types, start times, peak prices, and pullback points were specified down to the minute. They involved actively traded cryptocurrencies globally, each surge capable of absorbing billions of dollars in capital without Lu Yibei's entry pushing the price to the 5 opportunities were back-to-back, spanning only 4 days in total. After reviewing the surges, Lu Yibei checked his own account. He had about 16 million yuan in liquid funds. He used to think that was a lot of money. Now, in the face of 5 market trends, it seemed somewhat disrespectful to the system. Mingyue, transfer out all the cash I can mobilize. Contact President Tang, use the fast track to convert it into stablecoins and distribute it across several sufficiently liquid trading platforms. I'm going into crypto entering tonight. Meng Yi, sitting in the back, perked up instantly. Brother Bei, count me in. How much money do you have? 200,000. You're the young master of a deputy mayor's family, and your entire savings are 200,000. Well, to be precise, there's also 3,800 in living expenses. Old Ming insists on raising me frugally. Lu Yibei sent him a trading code. Use at most 50,000 and wait for my signal for both buying and selling. Same for you, Mingyue. Only use money you can afford to lose. They both agreed. At 11 p.m. that night, a cryptocurrency called Starlink coin suddenly surged in volume. Lu Yibei's funds had already completed position building beforehand. The spot positions provided a safety cushion for the principal, while the derivatives account amplified returns while keeping the liquidation line under control. The surge percentages given by the system weren't outrageous. What was truly outrageous was that even every single pullback was marked clearly. Others using leverage were gambling with their lives. Lu Yibei, using leverage, was basically taking an open book exam with the answer key in hand. When the price reached the position marked by the intelligence, he didn't get greedy for even a second and closed all positions. The principal of about $2 million turned into over $9 million after the first round. The second market trend started 7 hours later. The settled principal and profits rolled straight back in without being touched. To avoid risk control and coin withdrawal issues on a single platform, Li Mingyue stayed up all night splitting the funds across multiple vetted accounts. Tang Zhengwo also arranged for a cross-border team to verify the deposit records, ensuring every penny had a traceable source. Young Master Lu positions for the second round are all established. Li Mingyue looked at the leverage multiple on the screen, her palms sweating. If it moves 10 against us, the account would be in serious danger. It won't move against us. Lu Yibei replied with just 5 words. At 4:17 a.m. the price started moving right on schedule. At 6:42 a.m. Lu Yibei called out clear positions. The trades were completed, turning over $9 million into over $37 million. Li Mingyue stared at the account figures for the first time, wondering if she had missed a compulsory course in her university finance major called Lu Yibei's Casual Price Predictions 101. Meng Yi was more direct. Brother Bei, let me guess, did you get reborn from the future? Lu Yibei glanced at him. In a sense, the kid wasn't far from the truth. Less questions, sell on time. Over the next few days, the 5 market trends appeared as if they were queued up. Rise, take profit, switch coins, enter again. After the third round ended, the account broke through $150 million. After the fourth round closed, the number reached over $600 million. By the final round, Lu Yibei could no longer press the buy button in one go like he did initially. Li Mingyue, following his price ranges, split the orders into hundreds of small transactions and managed the position ratios across different platforms. Even so, when she actually hit the confirm key, she felt like she was playing Tetris with the market caps of several small country companies. Meng Yes' small account couldn't handle complex operations. Every time he got a message from Yibei he bought, when the next message came he sold. In just 4 days he developed a very healthy investment habit. No analysis, no prediction, no arguing with the teacher. Yibei didn't pump the market, nor did he contact the project parties. He simply rode the market's own existing volatility based on the intelligence. As the principal swelled, the funds for the last 2 rounds were spread across more accounts and exchanges to prevent a single trade from moving the price. When the 5th round closed, the total assets on the screen settled at $27 billion US. Meng Yes' 50,000 had turned into over 1.8 million. He hugged his phone and spun around the living room 3 times, blurting out, "Brother Bei from today on, you're my blood brother from another mother. Get lost." Yibei pushed his hand away as he tried to buy more. "The money's already made. If you go back in and lose it, that's on you." Meng Yi cleared his position immediately. Earning money following Brother Bei was fine, donating money to the market himself was unnecessary. Li Mingwei cautiously invested 3,000 and ended up with over 10 million in her account. She stared at the numbers for a long time, then finally asked just one question. "Young Master Lu, do we exit everything now?" Not a single coin left. Yibei didn't hesitate for a moment. The intelligence was used up. Staying in any longer wasn't investing, it was donating to the market. After the platforms completed their transaction reviews, the funds were converted into US dollars through licensed institutions. After taxes and service fees were deducted, the money was remitted in batches back to Huasheng Bank. Tang Jingwo was having tea in his office when he received the incoming transfer notice. When he saw the amount, the lid of his teacup clattered onto the desk. Over $2 billion US. Lu Yibei's call came in right after. "President Tang, get ready to receive the money. And help me think about where to put all this cash." The day Qin Shaohui returned to Modu, he was greeted not by a chauffeur or a welcome banquet, but by a leather belt. Qin Zhengfeng sat in his study, the complete trading report of Wanheng Capital laid out on the desk before him. The moment Qin Shaohui stepped through the door, the belt was yanked free and cracked down onto the desk with a sharp snap. "Kneel." Though his words remained defiant, his body obeyed with practiced familiarity. "Dad, the money we lost can be earned back later. Do you think I'm hitting you because of the money?" Qin Zhengfeng brought the belt down across his son's backside. "Every year Wanheng backs projects that turn out to be mistakes. You see the error, cut your losses, review, and make it back next time. But you knew the chip supply issue was resolving, so why didn't you close your position immediately?" Another crack of the belt. "Because you were too stubborn to admit defeat. Because you thought that as a member of the Qin family, everyone had to defer to you." Qin Shaohui gritted his teeth. "Yibei deliberately targeted me. He could have delayed his announcement by 2 days. Why should his company accommodate your short position?" Qin Zhengfeng, incensed by the comment, stood up again. "You shorted their stock, then went and threatened them to suppress the news. They made a routine disclosure about supply, and you call that targeting. A wrong investment call isn't the end of the world. But turning a trade into a personal vendetta and tying your own pride to the company's position, that's the truly foolish part." Several sharp cracks of the belt echoed through the study. 10 minutes later, Qin Shaohui lay face down on the sofa, barely daring to sit. Qin Zhengfeng tossed the belt back onto the desk. "Your trading authority is suspended for 6 months. You'll work as a regular analyst in the risk control department. You'll be reinstated when you learn to admit you can be wrong." He left the study without another word. Qin Shaohui stared at the door, his resentment growing. Not only did his father refuse to back him up, but he was being sent to write reports for the grunts in risk control. He pulled out his phone and scrolled to a number he rarely contacted on his own initiative. Qin Fun, the most favored of the direct Qin lineage in their generation, and the one Qin Shaohui had to respectfully address as brother. When the call connected, Qin Shaohui immediately adopted a wounded tone. "Brother, I got screwed over." "By who?" "A guy named Lu Yibei from Pengcheng." Qin Shaohui recounted the dinner and the margin call from start to finish, though in his telling his threats became normal negotiation, and his refusal to cut losses became trust in the company's judgment. As for Lu Yibei, he was painted as a puppet master who, leveraging his connections with Meng Yi and local influence, had mobilized cross-border funds specifically to ambush. He even insulted the Qin family in front of everyone, saying that Wanheng in Modu was nothing special. There was a few seconds of silence on the other end of the line. Did he insult Wanheng or the Qin family? Qin Fan asked. Qin Shaohui faltered. "It's basically the same thing. It's very different." Qin Fan didn't fully buy his story. "Send me the trading records, the guest list from the dinner, and the public documents on Beijing Capital. Stay at home for now, and don't contact Lu Yibei again. Brother, we can't just let this go. We'll see how I should handle it after I review the materials." The call ended, and a hint of a smile finally appeared on Qin Shaohui's face. As long as Qin Fan was willing to look into it, Lu Yibei was in for a world of trouble. What he didn't know was that Qin Fan spotted the problems in the materials almost immediately. Wanheng's research report had clearly flagged the resolution of the supply risk, and 3 separate stop-loss warnings had been issued before the forced liquidation. The real reason for the escalating losses wasn't Lu Yibei's surprise attack, but Qin Shaohui's repeated refusal to follow risk control directives. Qin Fen leaned back in his chair and called his assistant. Look into Yibei and Beichin Capital. Only use public information and normal business relationships. Don't touch his accounts and don't alert anyone in Pengcheng. The assistant asked, should I give Wanheng a heads up? No need. Qin Fen looked at the message from Qin Shaohui about the insult to the Qin family and let out a soft chuckle. Let's first figure out who's actually digging a trap for whom. Meanwhile, in Pengcheng, the over $2 billion had been fully credited. Yibei only converted $80 million into CNY earmarked as reserve funds for Beichin Capital's operations and personal expenses. The remaining funds stayed in dollars placed by Huashang Bank in a short-term deposits money market funds and highly liquid treasury accounts. The money could sit idle for now, but it wasn't going to just lie there playing dead. Keep the dollar portion as readily accessible cash, but also structure it with a short-term ladder. If Beichin needs to make overseas purchases or investments later, we won't have to rush to convert funds. Yibei flipped through a couple of pages. Safety and liquidity are the priority. A lower yield is fine. Understood. Tang Zhengwo immediately made a mark on the proposal. Just days ago, Yibei had only a little over 10 million in cash. Now with over $2 billion suddenly at his disposal, his first thought wasn't about buying jets or yachts, but about having money isn't scary. Having money and not recklessly frittering it away. That's the kind of client that's truly formidable. Tang Zhengwo and his team worked for 2 days, walking with a newfound confidence. Over $2 billion in cash booked through his branch wasn't just a performance metric. It was like strapping a turbojet engine onto his career trajectory. With the capital arrangements confirmed, Yibei looked at his account and felt a sudden urge to celebrate. Xiaoyu, we've made so much money. Isn't it disrespectful to it if we don't go out and have some fun? Mengyi had been waiting for this moment for 4 days. We absolutely have to celebrate. Let's meet at the Dapeng Yacht Club. They'll get everyone together. He grabbed his phone and started rallying his inner circle. Heading out to see tomorrow afternoon barbecue at the yacht club in the evening, all expenses covered by young Master Meng. Reply 1 if you're in, let me know in advance if you're bringing friends. Qin Shaohui and his associates are banned. The group chat instantly flooded with a row of 111s. No problem, just don't bring any big mouths. Cheng Siyu was also in the group. After the last dinner, she thought she'd never be part of Lu Yibei's circle again. But the very next day, she received an invitation to the Dapeng Yacht Club. As soon as she accepted, her roommate leaned in. Who's footing the bill? You're grinning like you just got a job offer. Mengyi. Take me. Cheng Siyu saw the friends aloud note in the chat and signed her roommate up. But first, no candid photos once were there and absolutely no location tags on your soap. Her roommate was a bit puzzled. It's just a yacht party, why so strict? Because of what happened between Qin Shaohui and Mengyi last time. Cheng Siyu lowered her voice. Their circle hates it when people post photos from these events. If you want to get invited again, keep your phone in check. Her roommate mimed, zipping her lips. Got it. They'll just quietly enjoy the drama, not create my own. The next afternoon, a steady stream of sports cars lined up along the white docks of the Dapeng Yacht Club. Mengyi stood at the entrance wearing sunglasses and holding a list, looking for all the world like a ticket taker at a scenic spot. Just as Cheng Siyu and her roommate finished checking in a black business, van slowly pulled up to the dock. The door opened and Yibei stepped out. Mengyi immediately tossed aside the list and rushed over. Big Daddy, the yacht's all ready. We can set sail as soon as you're on board. Yibei had just stepped out of the car when he paused mid-stride. Call me that again, and he'll give you a private tutoring session right now on behalf of old Meng. Beige. Mengyi immediately changed his tune, reaching out to hold open the door leading to the dock. Beige, please, after you onto the boat. He could bend when necessary, a true testament to his ambition of starting from the bottom as a future lavatory hygiene inspector. The yacht was already docked in its berth, its hull predominantly white, 3 decks high with sofas and a bar set up on the aft deck. Zhao Liu and Zhou Shuhong and Chen Jiaxu had already arrived. Zhao Lian was sporting a garish floral shirt, head procured from who knows where, dark sunglasses perched on his nose, and holding a glass of juice. Beige, you're late. We've already completed our preliminary critique of young Master Meng's bourgeois lifestyle. Zhou Shuhong, seated nearby, said calmly the critique involved consuming 3 plates of fruit in rapid succession. What's the big deal about eating some of his fruit? He made over $1 million from that cryptocurrency thing, and 99.9% of that was thanks to Beige's technical expertise. Mengyi lunged, wrapping his arms protectively around the fruit platter. Stop embezzling company shareholder assets. The group dissolved into laughter and roughhousing, and even the others who had been a bit reserved started to chuckle along. As the yacht pulled away from the dock, the towering high-rises of Pengcheng gradually receded into the background. The sea breeze swept across the deck, dispelling the oppressive summer heat. Mengyi raised his glass, calling everyone together. No complicated plans for today. We're here to celebrate the official launch of Beichin Capital, and also to toast Beige on a recent successful business deal. Don't ask how much he made, it wouldn't be polite. Just eat, drink, and have fun. And whatever you do, don't fall overboard, and make my dad the headline news tomorrow. Everyone clinked their glasses together. Cheng Siyu stood at the edge of the group, her gaze lingering on Yibei for a moment. He was dressed simply just like on the night of the dinner party and hadn't stepped forward to make any grand pronouncements. After the toast, he simply found a seat near the railing and sat down as if today were just an ordinary gathering of friends. But the more he acted like that, the more she felt he was a man of hidden depths. What would you like to drink? Chung Siu grabbed 2 bottles of sparkling water from the bar and sat down beside Liu Yibei. Anything's fine. Here, have this one. It's not. She handed him one of the bottles, then tucked a strand of hair behind her ear as she faced the sea breeze. Junior Liu, I never expected you to be so low-key on campus, yet so busy outside of it. It's others who are busy. I'm just coasting along. If a junior desperately hunting for an internship heard you say that you'd be making enemies. Chung Siu laughed and chatted about the recent campus job fair, then naturally steered the conversation toward Beijing Capital. Are you guys going to hire interns later? We will once the team is fully assembled. We'll do a public recruitment drive. No backdoor for your senior. Her tone was playful, but her eyes were fixed intently on Louis. No backdoors, but I can make sure your resume gets a second look. That'll do. Chung Siu didn't press the job issue further. Instead, she pulled out her phone and aimed it at the distant sea. The lighting is nice over here. Mind taking a picture for me? Liu Yibei took a few shots for her. After reviewing them, she walked back over to stand beside him. Since we're both here, how about a photo together? After they took it, Chung Siu said as if it had just occurred to her, we haven't added each other on personal chat, have we? They'll send you the photo. She presented her QR code directly to Liu Yibei, her excuse perfectly reasonable. He glanced at her, then scanned the code. Chung Siu put her phone away, her smile effortlessly natural. It's not like I'm asking you for a favor. I just want to be friends. Let's hang out sometime when you're free. Chung Siu sent the group photo to him, then asked as if casually, oh, by the way, that manager Lee who came with you, is she your girlfriend? No. Oh. The corners of her mouth visibly perked up, but she quickly added, just asking out of curiosity. Didn't want her to get the wrong idea about the photo. She wouldn't misunderstand. Seems like you two are close. Chung Siu didn't press further. She just sent Liu Yibei the best solo shot of herself she had taken. Hey, race this one too, proof that your senior was actually here today. She added a smiley face emoji after the photo. With that, she got up and went to join the other girls, not lingering by. The hook had been cast. An angler who gets impatient waiting for the fish to bite isn't a professional. On the other side, Su Yin wasn't idle either. She was Chung Siu's roommate, sweet-faced, and always spoke with a smile. Not long after the yacht set sail, she positioned herself next to Meng Yi. So you're Meng Yi. What you've heard of my legendary status? So you mentioned you seem hard to get along with. Bullshit. I'm famous in Pengcheng for being down to earth. Really? Su Yin looked at him with a smile. But I think you're way more interesting than she said. Meng Yi adjusted his sunglasses, struggling to suppress a grin. The boat swayed gently with the waves, and Su Yin naturally grabbed his arm to steady herself. Once she was stable, she didn't let go immediately, but instead walked with him up. This is my first time on a yacht like this. Will you show me around? You've come to the right person. It was technically Meng Yi's second time on board, but that didn't stop him from assuming the role of tour guide. After they'd made a full circle, Su Yin slowly released his arm. You're not like the other rich kids I've met before. What's different? You're not as pretentious, and you seem like a good friend. Su Yin paused, then added, don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that because of your family. I don't even know what your dad does for a living. Meng Yi, feeling pleased with the compliments, probed cautiously, so you into me or something? You're overthinking it. Su Yin let go of his arm and took a step back. I just think you're fun to hang out with. You can ask me out sometime. Whether you actually can is up to you. So add me on chat. Sure. Su Yin pulled up her QR code, and after Meng Yi scanned it, she gave her phone a little shake. You're treating today, so next time I'll buy you a coffee. Wouldn't want you to think I only came for the yacht ride. Just coffee. What else did you have in mind? Su Yin gave him an ambiguous look. I'm busy hunting for an internship right now. If you want to meet up, give me a heads up. Don't expect me to be free if you ask at the last minute. The words sounded like a reminder, but in reality, she was practically teaching him how to schedule their next encounter. With that, she turned and headed back down to the lower deck. Meng Yi stood there for a long time, replaying the conversation, before finally finding Liu Yibei. Beige, was she just hitting on me? Liu Yibei unscrewed the cap of the sparkling water Chung Siu had given him. Whether she's into you, I don't know, but she practically shoved the hook right into your mouth. She's playing you like a trout. Meng Yi was silent for 2 seconds. Then what about the water Chung Siu gave you? That's her version of brewing me a cup of green tea. In Chin Fin's assistant delivered the first round of investigation results. Liu Yibei, aged 20, sophomore at Pengcheng University. Beijing Capital has a short registration history and a seemingly simple public equity structure, yet it has already secured a procurement coordination business for Volkswagen's automotive-grade chips. Further connections include settlement services from Huashong Bank, enterprise service channels from the Pengcheng government, and a supply relationship with the Jidian Group. Every single link could be traced individually, but the true reason that bound all these resources together remained elusive. Interesting. Qin Fin closed the file. Stop investigating his personal assets. Send an official visit request to Beijing Capital under the name of the Qin's Holdings Industrial Investment Department. On the yacht, Li Mingyu's phone buzzed with an email alert. After reading the contents, she walked over to Liu Yibei and handed him her phone. Young Master Liu, Qin's Holdings has sent an official visit request. The contact person is Qin Fin. Qin Fin. Why would the young master of the magic capital grace us with his presence? Young master. Yibei looked up at him. It's just a nickname among the circles, not an official title. Meng Yi dropped the playful expression from his earlier discussion about fishing bait. Qin Fun is the most favored member of the Qin family's direct line in this generation. He's already managing industrial investments at Qin Holdings. The second-generation scions in the magic capital all show him a certain level of respect. Qin Xiaowei is at best a hot-tempered rich kid, but Qin Fun can actually mobilize the full resources of the Qin family. Li Minghua flipped 2 pages deeper into the letter of intent. They want to meet at the VIP lounge of the Dapeng Yacht Club at 9 tonight. They've even chosen the meeting place. Yibei let out a chuckle. This wasn't a courtesy visit, it was more like a summons delivered to his door. Reply to him. He'll meet. Time to see if it's a horse or a mule out in the open. The yacht was already nearing the dock as dusk approached. Cheng Siyu sent Yibei a message after disembarking. Had a great time today? Make sure to ask your senior out next time. A waving emoji followed. Meanwhile, Meng Yi also received a reminder from Su Yan. Coffee requires an advance booking that won't wait for you after it expires. He stared at these 8 words for a long time, finally arriving at a conclusion. He might be turning into a big-mouthed fish ready to be hooked. At 9 in the evening in the VIP lounge of the yacht club, Qin Fun arrived punctually. 28 years old, dressed in a perfectly tailored dark gray suit, he was accompanied only by an assistant and the head of Qin Holdings' Industrial Investment Division. No bodyguards clearing the way, no entourage swarming around him. Yet the moment he walked in, the relaxed atmosphere in the VIP lounge noticeably quieted down. Mr. Lu, a pleasure to meet you in person. Qin Fun extended his hand proactively. Qin Fun. Yibei. They shook hands briefly and took their seats. Qin Fun wasted no time on pleasantries. Xiaowei acted irrationally in Pengcheng, and the Qin family has already dealt with that internally. But his actions still cost Wanheng over $1 billion and caused the Qin family to lose face in front of many people. Yibei found this amusing. Qin Xiaowei misjudged his short sale, refused to cut his losses, and even came to threaten me to suppress the news. How does that translate in your words, Mr. Qin? To me, making the Qin family lose face. Right and wrong is one thing if consequences are another. Qin Fun smiled. Xiaowei has his faults, and the Qin family will discipline him. But when outsiders use this incident to trample on the Qin family's dignity, we cannot simply pretend not to notice. So what's the purpose of your visit today? Qin Fun didn't answer. His assistant had already placed a document on the table. Qin Holdings is willing to invest 5 billion yuan into Beichin Capital. We only ask for 30 equity. In return, Beichin will gain access to Qin's capital channels in the magic capital resources within the domestic automotive industry, alliance orders from large manufacturing enterprises, and an experienced management team. The matter with Xiaowei will also be put to rest. The head of Qin Holdings' industrial division added smoothly. Once the equity transfer is complete, we can deploy a full operational, financial, and legal team within a week. Beichin's name and Mr. Lu's position as controlling shareholder will remain unchanged. Daily operations will be managed by Qin, and Mr. Lu will only need to focus on overseas channels and core resources. For suitable future projects, Qin can also provide priority funding and domestic implementation capabilities. It sounded like Yibei could not only pocket 5 billion yuan, but also offload all the troublesome work. The conditions indeed hit his preference for lying low perfectly. The problem was, after taking 30, the Qin family intended to install an entire management layer. Today it's assisting with operations, tomorrow you never know who's really calling the shots. Sounds pretty convenient. Yibei tapped the table. I'm supposed to reel in the fish and you guys take my fish away. Qin Fun smiled. Mr. Lu can think of it as letting professionals do what they do best. A company that had just been registered not long ago with a subscribed capital of only 100 million yuan was being offered a direct investment of 5 billion. Just looking at the numbers, it was enough to make most entrepreneurs sign the contract in a heartbeat. Yibei, however, didn't even flip through the document. Not selling. Qin Fun looked at him for a few seconds. Mr. Lu, don't you want to look at the detailed terms first? The 30 is clear enough. Beichin Capital doesn't need money, nor does it need more shareholders. If Qin has projects, feel free to bring them over. But if you want to buy my company, there's nothing to discuss. Qin Fun's smile didn't disappear, but his tone gradually cooled. Having resources at a young age doesn't mean you can hold on to them. Beichin Capital currently lacks a full management team and has no domestic industrial foundation. Its only public achievement was coordinating a chip procurement for. If Qin were to team up with domestic auto parts companies, manufacturing clients, and magic capital institutional investors to reassess the risks of cooperating with Beichin, how many companies do you think would still dare to give you their orders? He leaned forward slightly. Also, the industry doubts about Beichin monopolizing overseas channels and prioritizing foreign brands haven't completely disappeared. We don't need to fabricate anything. Just by continuously raising questions and causing clients, banks, and partners to scrutinize you repeatedly, Beichin will have to spend a huge amount of effort explaining itself. How many rounds can a company with hardly any formal employees withstand? The VIP lounge fell silent. Yibei looked at the investment document on the table. Is this a business negotiation or a threat? I'm helping you see your position clearly. Qin Fen leaned back into the sofa. You brought the resources into Beichin, but you may not be able to hold on to them forever. 5 billion yuan Qin's industrial protection and the magic capital market, these are already very sincere terms. It is quite sincere. Yibei nodded, handing over money with one hand while choking you with the other. Your brother just had a very expensive lesson for over 1 billion. If you think the Qin family's tuition fees are too low, feel free to pay more. A cold glint finally appeared in Qin Fen's eyes. Mr. Liu will give you 3 days to think it over. Within those 3 days, the offer of 5 billion for 30 still stands. After 3 days, Qin will find its own way into the chip and automotive supply chain markets. No need for 3 days. Yibei pushed the document back. My answer is still no. Qin Fen didn't argue further. He stood up and adjusted his suit. Then we'll see who's stronger in practice. He left with his people, and the VIP lounge door closed behind them. Meng Yi, who had been holding back, finally cursed out loud. Damn, when 5 billion doesn't buy you out, he threatens to blacklist you. This magic capital young master really has a wide range of services. Yibei ignored his complaint. Qin Fen was right about one thing. Beichin Capital might have resources and plenty of cash, but it had too few people who could actually get things done. He couldn't keep relying on Meng Yi to hastily pull together a team for every project, or have Li Mingwei work like a bank manager, but do the work of an entire company. Meng, once the office is confirmed, officially kick off recruitment. We need professional managers, investment specialists, legal and compliance, finance, supply chain, and HR. Keep the campus recruitment at Peng University on track and use headhunters for the core positions. Run background checks and professional interviews for all candidates. He'll personally approve the final selections. Meng Yi immediately took out his phone to take notes. Got it. Beichin Capital is finally upgrading from a WeChat group project to a real company. Yibei then turned to Li Mingwei. Find out what areas Qin Holdings is cooperating with SMIC, Volkswagen, Walmart, and Siemens Industrial Group in. Compile all the projects that are already underway, in progress, or up for renewal. Also put together a report on what role Qin plays in each project and which part they depend on. Li Mingwei nodded. When do you need the report? Before tomorrow night. Yibei glanced at the document Qin Fen had left behind. He said we'd see each other's true strength. Then let's see what he's really made of. I can't let him go back empty-handed. At noon the next day, Li Mingwei delivered the compiled report to Bay 1 in Pengcheng. The report was thick, and Yibei managed to bore himself to sleep within 2 minutes. It turned out he was still better suited for lying flat than working. Speak plainly. Li Mingwei, clearly prepared, flipped the file directly to a tab page. The Qin Group has business dealings with all 4 conglomerates. Qin's automotive technology is bidding for the intelligent cockpit and thermal management system orders for the next-generation Volkswagen model in China and has made it to the final round of candidates. This project is worth a hefty sum, and Qin Fen personally oversaw it for 6 months. Yibei perked up a little. So he was lecturing me about knowing my place last night, and today he's walking right into my crosshairs. You could say that. Then let's teach him a lesson about his place first. Yibei picked up his phone and called Marcus. When the call connected, the sound of typing filled the background. After hearing the situation, Marcus didn't pry into what happened between Yibei and the Qin Group, simply instructing his assistant to pull up the project files. Within 2 minutes, his voice returned. Chairman Liu, Qin's automotive technology is indeed on the candidate list. Their technical proposal is acceptable, but they've requested we accept 2 affiliated suppliers. Remove them. Any problem? Of course not. Marcus answered without hesitation. The procurement department will re-verify their technical proposal, pricing, and risks associated with their affiliated suppliers. All evaluation processes will be documented. As a board member and coordinator for Volkswagen's supply chain in China, you have the authority to raise objections against candidate companies that pose a risk. And what if the audit results prove they are the most suitable? Then he'll tell the procurement department they're not suitable. Marcus' tone didn't waver. Chairman Liu, you point the direction, I give the answer. That's not interfering with procurement. Volkswagen is a private enterprise. We spend our own money and choose our own suppliers. We don't owe the Qin Group any promises of fairness. Bidding is just our method of screening suppliers, not a college admission notice for any company. Without a signed formal contract, they're just candidates. There was a certain cold capitalist pragmatism to his words, but it warmed Yibei's heart. Then remove them. Sure. But after their exit, we'll be short 1 candidate supplier. Marcus shifted gears. Chairman Liu, since Beichin will handle Volkswagen's supply chain coordination in China going forward, I'd like your team to recommend new suppliers. Technical capability, production capacity, pricing, and delivery risks will be reviewed by the Volkswagen team. Your role is solely to recommend. The final decision will follow the standard process. No problem, give me a few days. The call ended and Yibei looked at Li Mingwei. We need to accelerate the hiring process. Having him make calls to rally people was one thing, but asking him to analyze domain controller solutions for intelligent cockpits was a bit much for a college student barely familiar with advanced mathematics. That afternoon, the head of the headhunting firm personally delivered the first batch of candidate profiles for core positions. 1 resume was placed on top. Gu Qinghe, 34, former deputy general manager of Qin's automotive technology, responsible for supply chain and major automotive OEM projects over the long term. 2 years ago, she opposed Qin Fin's attempt to force an unqualified affiliated enterprise into the supply system. Subsequently, she was removed from core business and resigned voluntarily 6 months later. She has a grudge with the Qin group. Meng Yi's eyes lit up. Isn't this a perfect match of professional expertise and a vendetta? Oh, let's focus on her ability first. Yibei closed the resume. Plenty of people have grudges with the Qin group. We can't exactly staff the front desk with the Qin Group Victims Alliance. The video interview was scheduled for the evening. Gu Qinghe wore a white shirt, her hair simply tied up. Upon learning Beichen was helping Volkswagen find alternative suppliers, she didn't rush to boast about how many companies. If I just relied on connections to shoehorn a new name, and that would be no different from what the Qin Group did. What Volkswagen needs isn't just a middleman who can wine and dine. Yibei leaned back in his chair. So what would you do? First, get Volkswagen's technical boundaries and delivery milestones. Then thoroughly investigate each candidate company's mass production track record, in-house core, component rate, cash flow, and past recall history. A low bid is meaningless. If they cut off supply on delivery day, the money saved won't cover half a day of production line downtime. Also, thermal management and intelligent cockpit shouldn't be bundled into one single supplier. Let the specialists handle their own domains. Beichen's job is to put truly qualified companies into the review process, not to vouch for anyone. Yibei, you left the Qin Group because you fell out with Qin Fin. I left because procurement standards had become mere decorations there. Gu Qinghe looked at the camera, her expression unchanged. I have no fondness for the Qin Group, but if Beichen hires me, I want use company projects to settle personal scores. If the Qin Group's proposal is qualified, I'll admit it. If it's not, no amount of lobbying will change my assessment. If you're hiring me just to be a tool for revenge against the Qin Group, this interview can end right now. Meng Yi subtly straightened his posture. This woman didn't seem like she was there for a job. She seemed like she was there to inspect whether Beichen Capital was worthy of hiring her. Oddly enough, Yibei didn't dislike this attitude. She spoke unhurriedly, and none of her answers included phrases like, I have tons of connections. But the search bar on Meng Yi's phone had already shifted from how to interview a professional manager to average annual salary for a deputy general manager. Yibei asked a few more questions before finally stating, we'll have a follow-up interview in person in Pengcheng. Core management decisions couldn't be made over a video call. Her apparent capability was just her ticket into the game. Meanwhile, in Moda, Qin Fin also received the news that Qin's automotive technology had been removed from the candidate. No one in the meeting room dared to speak. The vice president in charge of the project reluctantly explained Volkswagen's official statement was that the comprehensive evaluation deemed the proposal unsuitable. There was no mention of Beichen. Met him last night, eliminated today. Qin Fin placed the email on the table. They might as well have stamped Yibei right on the withdrawal notice. He didn't angrily smash a cup, nor did he immediately touch the projects with Jidian, Walmart, or Siemens. Yibei had made his move. So he would counter with one of his own. That afternoon, several domestic automakers facing chip shortages began receiving information. No one was asked to fight for the Qin Group. The Qin Group simply compiled the current inventory data and production halt risks of various companies and laid them side by side. One automaker's executive was blunt on the phone. Chairman Qin, we're short on chips, sure, but we're not going to fight Beichen on behalf of the Qin Group. I'm not asking you to fight for the Qin Group. Qin Fin looked out the window, his tone calm. Submit your actual inventory, projected line stoppage dates, and the specific chip models you need coordinated. If the data is real, your demands are reasonable. As for whether Beichen is willing to supply, or if Pengcheng can coordinate, those are the questions they need to answer. Individually, each company was short on parts and could only pester their suppliers. But now, seeing the collective picture, everyone realized they were all about to run out. The most critical one had only 8 days of inventory, and even the best stock company couldn't hold out for more than 2 weeks. Once the production lines stopped, every day meant burning through real money. 7 automakers quickly formed a joint emergency request urging the Pengcheng authorities to coordinate with Beichen Capital and relevant chip supply channels to clarify future capacity arrangements and to prioritize the basic production needs of domestic vehicle manufacturers. This wasn't a baseless provocation. The automakers were genuinely short on chips, and their factories were genuinely at risk of stopping. Qin Fin had simply taken 7 already burning fires and neatly arranged them all on the same table. At 9 in the evening, just as Yibei was about to start a game, Liang Jiqing called. Young Master Lu, well, need you to make a trip tomorrow. 7 automakers have jointly filed an emergency coordination request. There's a meeting at the municipal government tomorrow afternoon. Liang Jiqing paused. The city has specifically requested your presence. The next day, in meeting room 3 of the Pengcheng municipal government. When Yibei entered with Meng Yi, representatives from 7 automakers were already seated. Both sides of the long table were covered with documents, inventory sheets, production plans, and projected shutdown dates. Judging by the display, one might think Beichen Capital owed all 7 companies payment, and they had come en masse to collect. Meng Yi scanned the room and lowered his voice. Brother Bei, everyone else brought procurement, legal, and technical teams. We're just 2 people. Isn't that a bit disrespectful to the T0 tier? What do you think, this is a gang fight? Numbers don't win arguments. Yibei pulled out a chair and sat down. The meeting was chaired by Meng Huichuan, with Liang Zhiqing seated beside him, a joint application from the 7 automakers already spread open before him. Since everyone's here, let's get straight to the point. Meng Huichuan looked toward the automakers. The city is aware of your inventory levels and shutdown risks. We've invited Beichin Capital here today to clarify both sides' actual needs and the scope of what can be coordinated. Zheng Guoqiang, seated at the front, spoke first. He was the vice president of procurement at Huaqi Motors and the lead initiator of this joint application. The automotive-grade chip inventories of our 7 companies can only sustain 1 to 2 weeks of production. A shutdown would impact not just corporate profits, but tens of thousands of employees and a vast network of upstream and downstream suppliers. Since Beichin Capital could secure an entire quarter's chip supply for Volkswagen, it clearly has access to stable large-scale procurement channels. Zheng Guoqiang slid a proposal to the center of the table. Our demand is simple. Beichin should disclose its chip procurement channels and future capacity arrangements. The city should lead the creation of a unified allocation mechanism to prioritize the basic production needs of domestic automakers under equal conditions. Yibei waited 2 seconds. That's it. These are the most urgent demands. Then I have one question. Yibei leaned back in his chair. Why should Beichin disclose its channels? Zheng Guoqiang frowned. Mr. Liu, this concerns the stability of the domestic auto industry. It's not ordinary commercial competition. Don't hit me with the moral high ground just yet. Can Huaqi first disclose its core suppliers' procurement prices, annual orders, and payment terms to Beichin? That's not the same thing. Why not? Yibei tapped the proposal he had pushed over. Your channels are trade secrets, but Beichin's channels are a public restroom. Anyone in a hurry can just walk in. Meng Yi coughed quietly, barely suppressing a laugh. A representative from another automaker interjected. Mr. Liu, we're not asking for handouts from Beichin. As long as we can get the goods, the price is negotiable. Then it's even simpler. Send the specs, quantities, and delivery dates to Beichin. Go through the normal process, inquiry, contract, payment. If Beichin can handle it, we will. If not, we won't. Zheng Guoqiang shook his head firmly. Going order by order is too slow. What matters now is opening up the upstream channels. We need direct participation in capacity coordination. In plain terms, you're not here to buy from Beichin. You want to bypass Beichin and contact its suppliers directly. Zheng Guoqiang didn't deny it. In extraordinary times, channels shouldn't be controlled by a single company. If everyone deals directly with the upstream, it also reduces unnecessary intermediary. You weren't there when Beichin was building relationships, negotiating prices, and taking risks. Now that the channels are open, you say Beichin is an unnecessary intermediary. Yibei was almost amused by the audacity of the logic. In that case, your sales showrooms are pretty redundant too. How about you hand over your customer lists and they'll go straight to the factory floor and pick up cars at cost? Yibei understood now. These people didn't just want to buy fish. They wanted the location of the pond, the owner's phone number, and the netting technique as well. Beichin Capital currently has only one chip procurement coordination contract, and that's with Volkswagen. Every chip that has arrived is tied to a corresponding order. The ownership of those goods belongs to Volkswagen. Beichin holds no inventory, and there's no warehouse waiting to distribute chips to you. Yibei looked around the room. I have no contract with you, and you haven't paid Beichin, so why should I supply you with chips? The meeting room fell silent for a moment. Zheng Guoqiang's face darkened. Mr. Liu, Volkswagen is a foreign brand. Domestic automakers are on the brink of shutting down, yet Beichin is prioritizing all its resources for Volkswagen. I doubt that will look good if word gets out. What's so bad about it? They came to me first, signed a contract first, and paid first. I fulfilled my obligations according to the contract. That's called doing legitimate. You have no contract, no payment, and yet you're asking me to open up my channels. So who's being unreasonable here? Me, or are you planning a zero-cost acquisition? Mr. Liu, watch your language. Zheng Guoqiang slammed the table hard. We are fighting for production opportunities for tens of thousands of workers. If factories shut down and people lose their jobs because of a chip shortage, who's going to take responsibility? Whoever turned the supply chain into this mess? The hint of a smile vanished from Liu Yibei's face. Your procurement departments failed to secure capacity, your management didn't prepare contingency plans, and now you're using workers and the government to pressure a company that has no contract with you. Those employees work for you. They're not Beichin's hostages. Liang Zhiqing quickly interjected. Everyone, let's calm down. The government can help build a platform for commercial negotiations, but it cannot demand companies disclose trade secrets, nor can it alter contracts that are already in effect. If the 7 companies are willing to engage with Beichin through normal procurement procedures, the city can provide a meeting venue and necessary coordination. A representative from one of the automakers couldn't help but interject. Beichin is registered in Pengcheng. It received support from Pengcheng for registration, customs clearance, and project implementation. Now that local industry is in trouble, shouldn't Beichin bear some responsibility? Meng Huichuan turned to him, his tone growing heavier. What Pengcheng provided to Beichin is standard corporate services. It's not a trade of public services for corporate trade secrets. The city brought both sides here today to coordinate cooperation according to market rules. It's not here to seize Beichen's supplier directory on behalf of any company. Liang Ziqing sat in silent contemplation. If this rhetoric continued tomorrow, they'd be saying that since Beichen had a business license, they should just hand over the whole company. Zheng Guoqiang didn't take the out. Director Liang, if Beichen insists on hoarding scarce channels while refusing to open them to domestic companies, we will have to report this to the industry association and the relevant supervisory authorities. And if our factories do shut down, we will truthfully report the outcome of today's coordination. This was no longer a negotiation. It was delivering a hot potato to Lu Yibei's doorstep and demanding he sign for it. Meng Huichuan closed the file in his hands. The municipal government organizing this coordination does not mean it can force any company to hand over its legitimate commercial resources. You are free to report the issue, but your report must be complete and truthful. It cannot omit the fact that no contractual relationship exists between Beichen and your companies. Mayor Meng, we will of course report truthfully. Zheng Guoqiang agreed verbally, but his tone held little concession. Lu Yibei stood up directly. If you want to buy chips, come with your needs and a contract. If you want to use a shutdown to force me to hand over my channels, then there's nothing to discuss. As for whether you shut down or not, what does that have to do with Beichen Capital? With that, he picked up his phone and walked out. Meng Yi immediately followed, glancing back at the door. 7 companies got together, and all they came up with was a free lunch scheme. Quite a high-caliber procurement meeting you've got here. The meeting room door closed, and the sound of heated argument soon resumed inside. The coordination meeting had lasted less than an hour before breaking up in discord. That evening, a so-called joint statement from the 7 automakers appeared online. Its headline was deliberately provocative. Beichen Capital refuses to coordinate chip supply. 7 domestic automakers face massive shutdowns. The content repeatedly emphasized that Beichen held scarce channels and prioritized foreign brands, but conveniently omitted the fact that none of the 7 companies had ever signed a procurement contract with Beichen, nor did it mention their demand for Beichen to disclose its supply channels during the meeting. In Moduchin, Fen watched the discussion heat rise steadily, then placed his phone back on the table. Commercial contracts follow logic. Public opinion, however, never does. I'm sorry, Yibei. After returning to Pengqing, Bei Meng Huichuan stood before the floor-to-ceiling window in the living room, his expression even grimmer than during the... I truly had no idea this procurement meeting would turn into a moral ambush. I thought we were there to discuss needs, but they brought up production halts and job losses, trying to pressure you into handing over your supply channels on the spot. Lu Yibei nodded. Understood, Uncle Meng. The words were light, yet they weighed heavily on Meng Huichuan. He had chaired the meeting intending to clarify matters for all parties, but the 7 automakers had instead wielded the government as a tool of coercion, nearly turning a business negotiation into a public tribunal. The city won't force you to yield to them. I know. Lu Yibei gazed at the city lights flickering to life outside the window. But I'm not about to swallow this either. Meng Yi, seated nearby, immediately looked up. Brother Bei want me to give them a taste of some Pengqing local flavor. Yeah. From now on, within the South China region, as long as those 7 individuals remain in their current positions at their respective companies, those companies won't be able to buy a single chip from Beichen Capital. Meng Yi pulled out his phone, his tone shifting from jest to business. He'll also suspend all subsequent channel supply, procurement coordination, and capacity alignment. Meng Yi scoffed. Beichen is a private company. Who we choose to do business with is our own affair. Aren't they the ones who love to preach about the market? Well, let them feel the chill of the market. He dialed their external legal counsel, putting it on speaker. Document everything from today's meeting, their attendance records, public positions, and the joint statement they issued. Beichen will institute a new customer admission rule during major commercial disputes. Any enterprise that refuses to disclose its true needs, demands the transfer of supplier channels, or threatens production halts as leverage will have all chip procurement and channel cooperation suspended. There was a 2-second pause on the other end. Mr. Meng, this rule requires the chairman's confirmation. Meng Yi handed the phone to Lu Yibei. Brother Bei. Lu Yibei took the phone. Confirmed. The rule applies only to these 7 companies and their procurement entities in South China that are under the actual management of these 7 individuals. There's no fixed deadline. When they're ready to negotiate under standard commercial contracts, well, reassess. Understood. The call ended, and Meng Yi was already contacting several familiar enterprise service agencies. Such was the efficiency of the deputy mayor's son. What would take an ordinary person days to dig up from public records, Meng Yi could get delivered to his desk with a single call to his contacts in the Chamber of Commerce, law firms, and industry bodies. No one openly said they were helping, but everyone knew the young master of the Meng family was on the move. Within less than an hour, the first automaker's procurement director received a, "What do you mean all cooperation is suspended? Beichen's channel coordination request was rejected. We haven't even submitted a new order, so why are future capacity reservations being refused?" They only received a single uniform reply: Beichen Capital currently does not accept your company's chip procurement or channel cooperation applications. The reopening date will be announced at a later time. No insults, no threats, not even a trace of emotion. And that more than anything sent a chill down their spines. The 7 automakers quickly realized that Beichen wasn't just rejecting a single order. It was striking them entirely from its future supply chain list. One company tried to bypass the designated procurement head by having another department resubmit the application only to have the system bounce it back within 10 minutes. The only remark attached was, "Your company remains within the scope of suspended cooperation. Please do not resubmit." Seeing the screenshot, Meng Yi flopped back onto the sofa with a laugh. Business deals aren't like dating where you get blocked, but still get to creep on their socials. The procurement department at Huachi Automobile was the first to descend into chaos. The manager who usually liaised with Beichin rushed into the vice president's office, not even pausing to knock. "Mr. Zheng, Beichin has canceled all our capacity reservations for the next 3 months. They say it's a customer admission review, but we weren't even given a chance to submit the required materials." Zheng Guoqiang stared at the politely worded email, his fingers drumming on the desk. "This is retaliation. So what do we do? First, release the joint statement. Take Beichin's channel issue public online. Let everyone know they have the goods, but refuse to supply domestic automakers." He conveniently omitted the fact that Beichin had no surplus inventory, nor that he had refused to procure according to contract terms during the meeting. Around the same time, Meng Huichuan received another call from the industry department. The caller was worried the 7 companies would escalate the production halt risk and hoped he would persuade Yibei to withdraw the rule. Meng Huichuan was silent for a moment before responding, "I can relay the message, but I cannot make business decisions on their behalf. What the city government can do is maintain a fair business environment, not force a company registered in Pengcheng to accept procurement demands without a contract." The line went quiet for a few seconds, ending with a single remark, "Mayor Meng, this might blow up." Meng Huichuan looked out at the distant city lights. "Then let them make their noise based on facts." The news hit the internet, and the comments exploded instantly. "Isn't Beichin the one that just sorted out chips for Volkswagen? And now they're turning away 7 domestic automakers. This isn't just a chip supplier anymore. They're the gatekeeper of the upstream supply chain. Who knows if they even have the stock, but they're putting on airs first. Isn't their business scope high-tech international trade, supply chain management, and corporate investment? What exactly does Beichin sell besides chips? Chips are just the tutorial level. Are auto parts, industrial equipment, and warehousing systems next?" Someone even screenshotted Beichin Capital's business registration info. Registered capital of 100 million yuan, recently established with Yibei as the sole shareholder. Yet this company, which looked like it had just started its quest, first solved the automotive chip crisis for Volkswagen in China, and then made 7 automakers wait in line for a taste of rejection. Netizens dug deeper with growing excitement, even crafting new headlines for Beichin. Pengcheng's mysterious supply chain company chips are just its first product. Meng Yi, scrolling through the posts, nearly laughed his phone out of his hand. "Brother Bei, they're starting to hype us up. Don't get ahead of yourself." Yibei glanced at the screen. The bigger the hype, the more trouble that comes knocking later. Just as he finished speaking, Meng Huichuan's phone rang. It was the city's industry department again, asking if Beichin would keep a window open for renegotiation with the 7 automakers. Meng Huichuan didn't agree on Yibei's behalf, simply saying he would relay the company's business decision faithfully. Hanging up, he looked at Yibei. "They're starting to panic." "Good." Meng Yi put his phone away. "But Brother Bei, it looks like the netizens guessed half right." "About what?" "Beichin might really be more than just a chip seller." Before Yibei could answer, Li Mingyu's call came. "Mr. Lu, Walmart's South China project team has sent over a formal request." "What kind of request?" "Not for chips." Li Minghua paused. "They want Beichin to coordinate suppliers for their smart warehousing equipment and cold chain systems in South China." The living room fell silent. Meng Yi slowly set down his phone. Those netizens who were just speculating whether Beichin only sold chips were about to find out that chips were indeed just. In the boardroom of Huachi Automotive's headquarters, Zheng Guoqiang had barely taken his seat when a customer admission notice from Beichin Capital was slammed down in front of him. "Explain this to me." Chairman Zhao Mingshan pointed at the list at the end of the notice, his face grim. "Why did Beichin specifically blacklist you with Huachi Automotive's name listed right after yours? A company with annual revenues in the tens of billions, and now, because of one procurement vice president, we've been kicked out of their chip and future supply chain lists altogether. Are you a part of Huachi, or is Huachi a subsidiary under you?" No one in the meeting room dared to speak. Sweat began to bead on Zheng Guoqiang's forehead. "Chairman, this is retaliation from Beichin. We merely hoped they would make their channels public to address the industry-wide chip shortage." "Merely?" Zhao Mingshan opened the meeting minutes. "The city government suggested negotiating a standard procurement contract, and you refused. Beichin asked you to submit models, quantities, and delivery dates, and you refused again. You didn't want to buy their products, you just wanted their supplier contacts. Is that what you call procurement? When you go to a store to buy a refrigerator, do you also demand the store owner give you the refrigerator factory boss phone number?" Zheng Guoqiang opened his mouth to speak. The timeline was tight back then, as several companies needed to coordinate production capacity together. "Who put you in charge of that coordination?" Zhao Mingshan stared at him. "Did Qinshare Holdings contact you?" Zheng Guoqiang fell silent. That silence alone was enough to make the faces of several board members in the room turn pale. They didn't mind Zheng Guoqiang trying to secure chips for Huachi, but they couldn't accept him turning a company with promising listing prospects into a pawn in the power struggle between Qinshe and Beichin. Hand over all your communication records with Qinshe meeting materials and the process behind the formation of the joint statement. Zhao Mingshan, until the board's investigation is complete, your authority over procurement decisions is suspended. Similar scenes were unfolding simultaneously at 6 other companies. At one company, someone slammed the table during a board meeting demanding, "Beichin blacklisted you, so why should tens of thousands of employees suffer the consequences with you?" The general manager at another firm was even more direct. "You're the head of procurement, not a moral judge. The company sent you to buy chips, but instead of bringing back the goods, you brought back a permanent ban for the entire company." That manager tried to explain they were acting in unison, but the general manager threw the joint statement back at him. Does acting in unison mean you can check your brain at the door? Beichin's notice is crystal clear: as long as you hold your position, the company's cooperation is suspended. They've even outlined the conditions for us. The board's question now isn't how to force Beichin to back down, but whether you are worth the company losing its future supply channels for. At these words, the man was rendered speechless. When an individual's position is weighed against the company's interests, the board doesn't even need to deliberate for long. The bosses of the 7 companies were no fools. When they laid the full meeting minutes, the joint statement, and Beichin's written replies side by side, they quickly realized things were not at all what they seemed online. The chip shortage was real. The demand for Beichin to bypass contracts and make its supply chain public was also real. More critically, the 7 attendees had deliberately omitted the latter half of the joint statement. While the companies were in turmoil internally, the Pingqing Municipal Committee also convened a special meeting. The same documents lay on the conference table. A leader in charge of industry spoke first. These 7 car companies involve significant employment, tax revenue, and numerous upstream and downstream enterprises. Now that Beichin has suspended cooperation with all of them, letting this escalate further would be detrimental to Pingqing's industrial environment. Another person chimed in. "We all know Comrade Huichuan is quite familiar with Yibei. Perhaps we could ask Comrade Huichuan to have a talk with him. If everyone takes a step back, there's plenty of room for compromise." All eyes in the room turned to Meng Huichuan. He took a sip of tea from his cup and spoke with remarkable, "I am indeed familiar with Yibei, which makes me a person with a conflict of interest. I can apply to recuse myself." He placed the cup back on the table. "If you're also capable, why don't you go yourselves, eh?" The man who made the suggestion twitched his mouth. Everyone knew Yibei was young and notoriously stubborn, impervious to both soft words and hard pressure. Sending Meng Huichuan was meant to be a persuasion. If they went themselves, they'd likely just end up being lectured. Meng Huichuan didn't give them a chance to retreat into silence, directly looking towards the head of the table. "But Secretary Liu, you understand this situation clearly. Do the 7 car companies really face a chip shortage? Yes. Have they resorted to moral blackmail using employment and production halts? That too. The city has already proposed procuring through standard contracts. Why didn't they accept it? Why insist on Beichin making its suppliers public and handing over its channels? Is this about buying chips, or is it about using a government meeting to seize another company's commercial resources, eh?" Lu Qingde didn't respond immediately, instead finishing reviewing the meeting minutes. What Huichuan said is factual. He looked up at the attendees. The 7 car companies contribute significant tax revenue and employment, and that must be considered. But Liu Yibei's connections aren't just limited to Beichin Capital. He has stable collaborations with several major multinational groups. The projects Pingqing is currently advancing, international supply chains, and future investments also need to be taken into account. We cannot force a well-run company to hand over its trade secrets just because 7 companies are making a lot of noise. The meeting room fell silent. This was the crux of the difficult balance. The 7 car companies represented tangible tax revenue and employment. What Yibei brought, however, could be future projects worth billions or even tens of billions, along with an entire international supply chain. Someone from the finance department, after flipping through the assessment materials, couldn't help but add, as long as the Walmart project, the Jijian ship customs clearance, and the Dazhong settlement business continue to land, it won't just boost Beichin. Warehousing, logistics, finance, equipment, and local suppliers will all generate new tax revenue. Looking only at the current figures from the 7 car companies without considering the follow-up projects would be an incomplete calculation. Offending either side was undesirable. Lu Qingde tapped the table. "Let's handle the chip shortage and the commercial dispute separately. First, the 7 companies must correct the misleading joint statement. They should send new representatives who weren't involved in this dispute to negotiate with Beichin based on models, quantities, prices, and payment terms. Whether Beichin is willing to engage is their own business decision. Our role is to facilitate the platform. As for the original 7 representatives, their respective boards will deal with them internally." Several attendees exchanged glances. This was already the safest approach under the circumstances. To get Beichin to step back, the 7 companies had to first retract the moral blade they had held to its throat. That evening, at One Pingqing Bay, Liu Yibei was unaware that the city had already concluded its round of meetings on the matter. He was sitting cross-legged on the sofa, a tablet before him open to the requirements document sent by Walmart's South China project team. Automated sorting, warehouse robotics, intelligent scheduling, cold chain temperature control, full traceability, cold chain transport monitoring. Page after page. After 10 minutes of reading, Lu Yibei's expression gradually shifted from serious to serene. This stuff was more sleep-inducing than advanced mathematics. When chips were in short supply, he could call Lin Ziyuan or Marcus. But now Walmart wanted a complete intelligent warehousing and cold chain system. He couldn't exactly go to a wholesale market, buy a few freezers, slap an AI sticker on them, and call it delivered. Equipment automation, digital systems. Lu Yibei tapped lightly on the edge of the tablet. A name he hadn't considered in a long time slowly surfaced in his mind. Siemens Industrial Group. System claimed the Siemens shares. Lu Yibei murmured inwardly. A mechanical prompt sounded immediately. Confirmed asset claim, Siemens Industrial Group 05 stake. Asset delivery procedure initiated. Share source, transaction records, tax documents, and cross-border custody procedures are being completed delivery complete. As the prompt faded, the phone on the coffee table vibrated 3 times in succession. Notifications for the shareholder register changed, the overseas custody confirmation, and the key asset access alert from Huashong Bank popped up one after another. Same old pattern. The system conjures assets out of thin air, and Huashong loses sleep over it. The moment the key asset monitoring alert popped up at Huashong Bank, and Pingcheng Tang Zhengwo rose from his office chair. Siemens Industrial Group. 0.5%. He confirmed it 3 times on the screen, his blood pressure surging along with the wild imaginings of a promotion. The Volkswagen shares had barely arrived, and now here comes a batch of Siemens shares. Why does the young master Lu's family always send him money this way? As if shares were worth. Tang Zhengwo didn't dare delay. After confirming the custody chain was active, he immediately called Lu Yibei. Young Master Lu, the Siemens Industrial Group shares have entered the Huashong custody system. The ownership documents and historical records are all in order. Keep this part confidential. Understood. Apart from essential compliance personnel, no one else will have access to the materials. Tang Zhengwo agreed verbally, but his hand was already pressing the intercom button. Call back all overseas custody, tax, and legal advisors. Set up a separate Siemens asset file. Without young Master Lu's permission, no one is to report this as new assets, and absolutely no using the client's identity for publicity. Outside the office, those who were about to leave for the day silently sat back down. At Huashong, quitting time has always depended on when young Master Lu decides to stop acquiring assets. After hanging up, Lu Yibei opened the group's contact directory that came with the share documents. Ordinary shareholders would see a public email address, but his copy listed the private work numbers of the board secretary's office, shareholder affairs heads, and regional business directors. Lu Yibei quickly found the most suitable person. Martin Weber, Executive Vice President of Siemens Industrial Group Asia Pacific and President of the China region, long responsible for industrial automation, smart logistics, and digital infrastructure. Less than 2 minutes after sending the friend request, Martin's call came in. Chairman Lu, good evening. The shareholder affairs office just informed me. I didn't expect you to reach out first. His Mandarin had a noticeable accent, but communication was no problem. I happen to have a project here. Lu Yibei forwarded the requirements document from Walmart's South China. Walmart is planning to build a smart warehousing and cold chain system in South China. They need automated sorting, warehouse robots, intelligent scheduling, temperature-controlled traceability, and transport monitoring. Beichen is responsible for integrating suppliers and local resources. Is Siemens interested in handling the industrial systems solution? There was silence on the other end for over 10 seconds. It wasn't hesitation from Martin. He was quickly scanning the document. Of course we're interested. Automation, control, warehousing, digital platforms, cold chain, energy management, and full process monitoring all fall within our business scope. Some equipment can be supplied directly by Siemens. Local construction and non-core equipment would need partner suppliers. They'll have a technical team head to Pingcheng tomorrow. Martin continued flipping through the requirements. This project isn't just about buying equipment. The warehousing system, cold storage, energy consumption, and transport monitoring all have to be connected on a single digital platform. He'll bring 3 teams: automation, energy management, and logistics software. Once I have the warehouse area, cargo flow, and cold chain temperature zone data, we can deliver the first version of the solution within 48 hours. Lu Yibei understood about half of it, but that didn't stop him from judging that this guy was 100 times more professional than he was. Lu Yibei suddenly found those dozens of pages of sleep-inducing documents much more agreeable. Good. Beichen will bring together Walmart's project team, the Siemens team, and local Pingcheng resources. You folks handle the professional solution. You just focus on the project talks. As for me, consider me just the one who set up the meeting. I understand what you mean. Martin chuckled. Chairman Lu introducing a client like Walmart to Siemens. This kind of opportunity for a powerful alliance is something we will take very seriously. This will be a great business showcase. When can your team arrive in Pingcheng? Before 4 p.m. tomorrow. Then let's meet at 7 p.m. tomorrow at Pingcheng Bay 1. Lu Yibei glanced at the requirements document on the table. They'll have the Walmart South China project lead come. Let's all have dinner together first, get acquainted, and discuss the specifics of the collaboration then. All right, Chairman Lu. They'll have my team bring preliminary materials and be there on time. After hanging up, Yibei directly dialed the Walmart South China project lead. Siemens Asia-Pacific team arrives in Pingqing tomorrow afternoon. Tomorrow at 7 p.m., bring your project staff to Pingqing Bay 1 for dinner. Let's all meet first, and we can discuss the specifics over the meal. The person on the other end was clearly stunned for a moment, then a hint of surprise crept into their voice. Chairman Liu, you've already contacted Siemens. Yes, I've arranged the meeting. Understood. We'll be there on time, and we'll bring the project requirements and preliminary data. After arranging both sides, Yibei finally called the property manager at Pingqing Bay 1. Prepare a family-style dinner for 7 p.m. tomorrow. He'll send you the headcount later. Don't make it a formal business banquet. Just a normal meal. Who handles the equipment, who handles the system, how local suppliers get involved. All of that can wait until the two parties meet. With the three companies not even seated at the same table, yet talking about division of labor now is just drawing pies in the air. Yibei's only job was to get everyone together. As for how big a project this dinner could ultimately negotiate, that would be seen tomorrow night. Meanwhile, a conference call with a completely different atmosphere was also connecting. Zheng Guoqiang and 6 other procurement heads sat in their respective offices, their faces on the screens looking grimmer than the next. Suspended authority required to explain themselves to the board, and 2 had already received HR interview notices. Qin Fen was the last to join the call. What do you want? Zheng Guoqiang suppressed his anger. Young Master Qin, this was your plan. Now Beichen has blacklisted all 7 companies, and the board is pushing us out to take the fall. You need to find a way to fix this. Qin Fen's face was expressionless. I told you to submit your genuine shortfalls and coordinate supply through the government. How the meetings were conducted and how the statements were issued were your own decisions. Qin Fen, are you playing this game with us now? Another procurement head slammed the table. You told the Qin Industries Department to unify the data. You told us to insist Beichen must make their channels public. And you said if talks failed we should leak the narrative about prioritizing foreign brands. Now that we're about to be fired, you think a phrase like your own decision is enough to wash your hands clean. Zheng Guoqiang played a recording. Qin Fen's voice came through the 7 companies submitting demands together to the government. One alone carries no weight. If talks fail, let the market see why Beichen only protects Volkswagen. The recording wasn't long, but it was enough to silence the entire conference call. Young Master Qin, was this also our own decision? Qin Fen's gaze turned cold. Are you threatening me? Not a threat, it's self-preservation. Zheng Guoqiang opened a folder. Inside were screenshots of the Qin Industries Department group chat meeting recordings, call logs, and all versions of the joint statement before and after modifications. Either the Qin Corporation resolves the Beichen blacklist, so we can keep our jobs, or compensate us fully based on our lost positions. Otherwise, these materials will be sent to the boards of the 7 companies, the Pingqing city government, and the media. Qin Fen let out a cold laugh. If this material gets out, you won't escape either. We're about to be fired anyway. What do we have to fear? A barefoot man isn't afraid of wearing shoes. One of those who had already received a suspension notice leaned back in his chair. When the pot is already smashed, who's afraid of a little leak? Zheng Guoqiang glanced at the time. We need an answer by 9 a.m. tomorrow. If we don't get one, the files will be sent automatically. A moment later, Qin Fen received an encrypted file link on his phone. At the top of the page, a red countdown was ticking down second by second. 8 hours remained until the automatic send. Qin Fen stared at the red countdown on his phone, his expression darkening with each passing second. 7 hours and 46 minutes. In a private room of a club in Pingqing, he grabbed the glass from the table and hurled it against the wall. Useless. All of you are useless. Shards of glass scattered across the floor. The waiter outside the door, hearing the commotion, even held his breath. Can't even handle such a trivial matter. Qin Fen slammed his palm on the table. Those bastards even dared to record it. I underestimated them. Do they really think him some pushover? After venting his anger, he sat back down and opened his phone's contacts. The Qin family's deep roots in Modu were built on more than just money and industry. Suppliers, banks, business associations, investment firms, and extending out to various cities, there were always those who had benefited from the Qin family's resources and positions that the Qin family had helped elevate. Qin Fen scrolled down over a dozen pages, finally stopping at a name. Han Changfeng, deputy mayor of Pingqing in charge of housing and construction, transportation, and urban management. The two sides didn't usually communicate directly. There were elders from the Qin family and 2 heads of the business association in between. But when Han Changfeng was moving from the district to the city government in his early days, the Qin family had provided him with political resources and helped him boost his performance metrics, allowing him to deliver a flawless report card, a debt that still stood. The phone rang for a long time before it was answered. Young Master Qin, calling so late, is something the matter? Without pleasantries, Qin Fen laid out the entire situation. Beichen, the Volkswagen, ordered the coordination meeting with 7 automakers, and the procurement head threatening him with a recording. There was half a minute of silence on the other end of the line. Young Master Qin, the forces behind Beichen Capital are not simple. Han Changfeng's voice had grown significantly more serious. We haven't fully figured out who's backing them yet, but the fact that they can get Volkswagen, SMC, and Walmart to cooperate with them simultaneously means it's not something I can just move against on my own. Meng Huichuan, that old fox, is watching closely, and Secretary Liu is also keeping an eye on things. I can't make a move against Beichin openly. Beichin just secured Volkswagen's chip business for Pengqing, and the Walmart project is entering its substantive phase. The city government now sees it as the gateway for a new multinational supply chain. If I create obstacles for it without good reason at this point, Meng Huichuan will have the party committee criticize me the very same day. Han Changfeng rubbed his brow. It wouldn't just be about whether Beichin gets stalled. I'd have to explain to the municipal party committee why I sabotaged a major investment attraction project. Young Master Qin, I do owe the Qin family a debt, but I can't risk my own career over it. Qin Fan narrowed his eyes. Are you saying you can't do it? It's not that I can't, it's that I can't do it the way you want. Han Changfeng paused. Beichin doesn't have a factory, no ongoing construction, and nothing under my jurisdiction that's currently pending approval. I can't topple it directly. At most I can wait until its projects land, then find opportunities in planning, construction, traffic support, or safety assessments to stall it for a while and make things difficult. Asking for supplemental materials is a procedural requirement that no one can question. But forcing the issue now would only expose me to Secretary Liu. Qin Fan clutched the phone silent. It wasn't the answer he wanted, but it was the most realistic one. What about those 7 idiots? They're simple. Han Changfeng's tone lightened. 7 corporate procurement heads, they all have family businesses, properties, or affiliated companies. Even if they're clean themselves, their spouses or siblings might not withstand a round of document checks. I don't need to charge them with anything. Just have the relevant departments ask them questions through the normal process, and they'll figure out what to do. After the call ended, Han Changfeng sat in his study for a few minutes, then summoned his secretary. Compile the public records and family-affiliated companies for these 7 people. The secretary glanced at the list. Sir, how deep should I dig? Don't expand the scope, and don't leave any trace that shouldn't be there. Han Changfeng pushed the list over. For those with business entities, see if there are any tax, fire safety, warehousing, or transport permits that need verification. For those without companies, check property rentals, personal declarations, and related transactions. Forward everything as regular complaint leads. Whoever investigates is responsible. I only want the results, not the process. The secretary hesitated. 7 families having problems at the same time. Won't that be too obvious? That's why we only check where genuine business risks exist. Han Changfeng glanced at him. No fabricating problems, and absolutely no mention. Making them submit materials and face scrutiny is enough to make them feel the pressure. We're reminding them to think carefully, not confiscating their assets for the Qin family. The secretary nodded without further questions. By 2 a.m., their family connections and affiliated businesses had been compiled into a report. Zheng Guoqiang's wife ran an auto parts trading company leasing 2 warehouses on the outskirts of Pengqing. Another procurement head's younger brother operated a logistics fleet with over 20 trucks. Another's father-in-law ran a chain of auto repair shops, and his wife owned a management consulting firm. These businesses were usually inconspicuous, but with someone scrutinizing them under a magnifying glass, issues could always be found. Fire exits, warehouse registrations, vehicle inspections, invoices, employment contracts. Plenty of things needing explanation. Just after 8 a.m., Zheng Guoqiang was woken by his wife's frantic phone call. Lao Zheng, what's going on at the warehouse? Market supervision and fire safety officers are here. They said they received a complaint and need to verify purchase orders, warehouse registrations, and fire safety equipment. They've also told us to halt shipments for now. The sound of cardboard boxes being moved filtered through the phone. 2 trucks waiting to be loaded were parked at the warehouse entrance with over a dozen workers standing. The inspectors cross-checked the purchase orders item by item and found a fire exit half-blocked by shelving, immediately ordering a rectification. The penalty for a day without shipments wasn't huge. But once clients learned the warehouse was under investigation, whether future orders would still come her way was anyone's guess. Zheng Guoqiang sat bolt upright in bed. Who filed the complaint? No idea. They said it was a routine inspection. Before he could hang up, messages started pinging rapidly in the group chat of 7. My brother's logistics company is being checked for vehicle operating permits. All 3 of my father-in-law's repair shops got visitors at the same time. My wife's company has been notified to provide 2 years of contracts and invoices. You guys too. The 7 of them watched the messages flood in and quickly realized this was no coincidence. They had threatened Qin Fan last night, and this morning their families were all facing various compliance checks. At the club, Qin Fan also received word from Han Changfeng's side. The 7 affiliated businesses were already under review. He glanced at the countdown, his anger finally subsiding somewhat. These people dared to threaten him with a recording because they thought they had no way out. Now that their families were on the table, they would understand what it meant to reconsider. Qin Fan didn't even bother contacting anyone. He was waiting for Zheng Guoqiang and the others to call him, begging him to back off. Zheng Guoqiang dialed Qin Fan's number. He called 3 times in a row, each call rejected. On the 4th attempt, the call finally connected. Qin Fan, you're going after our families. President Zheng, you need evidence for such claims. Qin Fan's voice had regained. What does the lawful enforcement of the relevant authorities have to do with me? Fine. Zheng Guoqiang laughed, a laugh more bitter than a cry. You want us to shut up? Well, do the exact opposite. He hung up and reopened the encrypted file page. 42 minutes remained until the scheduled autos end. The other 6 didn't try to dissuade him. With their families already dragged into the mire, they had lost their last shred of hesitation. Zhang Guoqiang stared at the 2 buttons on the screen, his finger moving to the right one. No need to wait until 9 o'clock. Send it now. He pressed the send button. Within 10 minutes of the evidence package being released, no one knew which chat group it had originated from. Automotive industry groups, financial groups, supply chain groups, and local business owner groups in Pengcheng. Everywhere was buzzing with people forwarding the same compressed file. Qin Fin's recording was clipped and circulated separately. Screenshots of group chats, call logs, and drafts of the joint statement were compiled into a single long image arranged in chronological order. First, he pressured 7 automakers into suspending production to force Beichen to open its channels. Then he used his connections to investigate the family businesses of the procurement heads. The sequence of events was so complete it read like a textbook example of how not to conduct a vendetta. Netizens finally understood why 7 automakers had suddenly ganged up on Beichen Capital, a company with which they had no contractual relationship. So it wasn't domestic automakers uniting for chips, it was young Master Qin using 7 companies to settle a personal grudge. In the recording, his line, "If we can't negotiate, let the market see," really set the tone. Beichen merely outbid the Qin family once, and Qin Fin wanted them to hand over their entire supply chain. The young master of the magic capital really treats the market like his own living room. Qin Fin's reputation was already tarnished beforehand. Photos of him at private clubs with sports cars, yachts, and starlets would surface every now and then. The Qin Corporation used to dismiss these as normal social activities for a young man, but now that the recording was out, all those old stories were dredged up again. Playboy, a spoilt rich kid, using family wealth and connections to wield businesses and government as tools. These labels were being nailed onto Qin Fin's forehead, one nail at a time, by netizens. The PR department of Qin Holdings issued several rounds of complaints, but they couldn't stop the files from spreading like wildfire across every chat group. More troubling was that the audio contained Qin Fin's voice. The screenshots showed internal accounts from the Qin Corporation's industry department, and there were records of who proposed every single modification to the statement. There was no angle left to claim it was fabricated. The PR director could only repeatedly remind the internal groups not to respond to the recording's content and to keep Qin Fin from making any public statements. But the more silent Qin Corporation remained, the more netizens took it as an admission of guilt. Several partner companies called, demanding an explanation as to why the industry investment department could direct clients to release public statements. Some institutional investors even asked directly whether Qin Corporation still used its supply chain dominance to suppress competitors. What had started as a private conflict for Qin Fin was rapidly becoming a credibility crisis for the entire Qin Holdings. At noon that day, Qin Holdings convened an emergency board meeting. When Qin Fin entered the conference room, the man at the head of the table was reviewing the complete dossier. Qin Jingyue, chairman of Qin Holdings, and Qin Fin's father, finished the last page and let out a cold snort. Foolish. Qin Fin sat opposite him, offering no rebuttal. This isn't like before. Qin Jingyue tossed the file onto the table. We live in a society governed by law. Those dirty tricks of yours, pulling strings, investigating family, silencing people, they don't work anymore. You didn't suppress the issue, you handed them a complete set of evidence. Qin Fin's face darkened. I just wanted them to withdraw the material. Han Changfeng messed up. Stop shifting the blame. Qin Jingyue cut him off. When dealing with a rising force, there are only 2 options. Either become its friend while it's still weak, or crush it before it has a chance to grow. He turned his gaze to Qin Xiaohui, who sat in the corner, his eyes turning even colder. Unfortunately, Qin Xiaohui, that good for-nothing who only knows how to eat, sleep, and think with his lower half, has already squandered the chance to build a friendship. Qin Xiaohui shrank back, wishing he could instantly delete himself from the family group chat. From what we can see, Beichen isn't a company that can be easily crushed either. Qin Jingyue tapped his fingers on the table. It has business ties with Volkswagen SMIC and Walmart, and Meng Huichuan in Pengcheng is watching over it. Charging Hedon will only result in a bruised skull, just like you. But since we're already on opposite sides, we can't afford to let it keep growing. No one in the meeting room spoke. Qin Jingyue turned to the head of industrial investigation. Investigate all of Beichen's current physical operations. Find out what it relies on for profit, which projects are ready to launch, and where its warehousing, equipment, construction, trade, and funding come from. I want every detail. If there's dirt, amplify it. If there's none, create problems for it. He paused, his tone utterly flat. If necessary, fabrication is acceptable. An external director frowned. Chairman Qin, is the cost of continuing this war with Beichen over one misstep by Qin Fin too high for the entire? This is no longer about just his misstep. Qin Jingyue glanced at him. The recording implicates the Qin Corporation's industry department, and the online backlash is directed at Qin Holdings. As long as Beichen keeps expanding, that dossier will hang over our heads. Unless Qin Corporation publicly throws Qin Fin under the bus to take full responsibility. The room fell silent. Qin Fin was the core heir of the Qin generation. To cast him aside would be an admission that the family's crown prince had been defeated by a newly established company. That was a loss of face Qin Jingyue couldn't afford. Qin Fin looked up. Dad, you just said this is a society governed by law. That's exactly why I called you foolish. Qin Jingyue looked at him. In a society governed by law, you need evidence even more. It doesn't matter if the evidence is real or fake as long as no one can tell it's fake. Then it becomes the truth. This wasn't an objection to dirty tricks. It was a criticism that Qin Fan hadn't covered his tracks well enough. The investigation lead soon brought up another issue. Han Changfeng is unwilling to make a move against Beichen openly. He's worried about Lu Qingde holding him accountable. That's because he hasn't been offered enough. In officialdom, just like in business, if the benefits are great enough, they'll trample any rule. Qin Jinghua leaned back in his chair. Tell Han Changfeng that if he can make Beichen's projects unviable and Pengqing Qin Corporation will relocate its South China Automotive Supply Chain Center and Industry Investment Platform to the city. The warehousing, logistics equipment, and local support that Beichen is preparing to handle Qin Corporation can take them all. He'll lead the project, and the credit will go to his portfolio. Qin Fan understood instantly. Han Changfeng's most threatening rival was Meng Huichuan. The Volkswagen, Walmart, and SMIC projects brought by Beichen were all investment achievements credited to Meng Huichuan. If Beichen fell and Qin Corporation stepped in, as its replacement, the performance Meng Huichuan lost would become the stepping stone for Han Changfeng's ascent. If Beichen's troubles could also drag Meng Huichuan down, Han Changfeng would eliminate his biggest competitor. There was career advancement, political achievements, and new projects from Qin Corporation. He had no reason not to act. Qin Jinghua immediately called Han Changfeng and laid out the terms. Han Changfeng was silent for a long time. Chairman Qin, regarding the South China Supply Chain Center, what guarantees can Qin Corporation offer me? The project company will be registered in Pengqing first, and the preliminary assessment and site selection will be handled by your department. When Beichen exits, that's when Qin Corporation's capital comes in. Han Changfeng didn't agree immediately, but he didn't refuse either. Unlike owing Qin Corporation a favor, this was a bargaining chip that could genuinely push him forward. Chairman Qin, Beichen currently has no physical projects we can block. It will soon. A new report had just arrived on Qin Jingyu's computer. The Walmart South China Smart Warehousing and Cold Chain Project. The Siemens Industrial Group's Asia-Pacific team had already arrived in Pengqing and would meet with the Walmart project team at Pengqing Bay No. 1 tonight. Warehousing, construction, transportation, fire safety, and energy support. Almost every single one of these areas fell under Han Changfeng's jurisdiction. Qin Jinghua flipped the report to its last page. Mayor Han, the opportunity you've been waiting for has arrived. Walmart and Siemens will meet tonight at Pengqing Bay No. 1. Qin Jinghua revealed the intelligence he had just received. They are preparing to collaborate on the construction of an intelligent storage and cold chain system, with Beichen responsible for integrating local resources in Pengqing. On the other end of the line, Han Changfeng fell silent for a moment. He did not rush to agree, but was quickly weighing the pros and cons. Beichen was backed by several multinational groups, and Secretary Qingde was also paying attention. Acting rashly was indeed dangerous. However, the Southern China Automotive Supply Chain Center promised by the Qin family was also not a small project. If Beichen were to fall, the Qin family would take over the storage, logistics, and industrial investment platform, and this achievement would fall into his area of responsibility. Meng Huichuan had one less upward path, while he had one more. One step forward and one step back. The difference might be the future position. As for Lu Yibei himself, Han Changfeng had reviewed the materials. At 20 years old, Lu Yibei was a sophomore at Peng University, tall and thin, looking like a bamboo pole in the photo. He acknowledged that Lu Yibei had strong connections behind him, but he did not believe this young man could truly wield such immense leverage. Connections can bring about one project, two projects, but they may not withstand ongoing procedural scrutiny. This gamble carries risks, but it is worth taking a gamble. Director Qin, once the project is implemented, the commitments made by the Qin family cannot change. Of course. Qin Jinghua smiled. The day Beichen withdraws from Pengqing will be the day the Qin family officially enters the project. Good. Han Changfeng finally gave his answer. Once they formulate a specific plan, I will find the right opportunity. Soon it was 7 in the evening. The doorbell at Pengqing Bay No. 1 rang. There were very few people at this dinner gathering. Lu Yibei and Meng Yu were the hosts, while Walmart was represented by Robert, the project leader for Southern China, along with 2 project staff, and Siemens was represented by Martin, who brought the heads of automation and cold chain systems. The 8 people sat around the dining table, which was laid with home-cooked dishes arranged by the property management, but there were also maps, demand documents, and several equipment proposals spread out beside them. The meal had an unexpectedly high-end business buffet feel to it. Robert first clarified Walmart's requirements. The initial phase requires a regional intelligent storage center and a cold chain distribution center. The normal temperature warehouse will handle daily necessities, packaged foods, and goods from regional suppliers, while the cold chain center needs to cover 3 temperature zones: refrigerated, frozen, and constant temperature. Both centers must connect to the same inventory and transportation platform, and in the future, they must also be linked to Walmart's data from its Southern. Martin opened Siemens' preliminary proposal. Automated sorting, conveyor control, energy management, and cold storage monitoring can be provided by Siemens as core. Storage robots do not need to use all imported equipment. There are mature suppliers locally in Huagua that can reduce costs and facilitate future maintenance. We are responsible for technical standards and system compatibility, while Beichin can select local equipment and construction teams. Liu Yibei listened attentively, but subtly kicked Meng Yi under the table. Meng Yi, who was gnawing on ribs, suddenly sat up straight, as if called out. No problem. We at Beichin will definitely screen rigorously to ensure every penny is... He realized no one was asking him anything and quietly picked up another rib. The main role of grassroots employees in a startup is to lend credibility with firm tones when the boss is clueless. After clarifying the proposal, Robert opened the map of Pengcheng. We have already looked at 3 candidate locations this afternoon. The most suitable one currently is the industrial land on the eastern side of the second phase of the bonded area. A marked area quickly appeared on the map. The plot is close to the bonded logistics park, not far from the port and the express freight channel, and nearby, there are cold chain transport companies that have already begun operations. According to Pengcheng's current investment promotion policy, major supply chain projects can apply for industrial land construction support and logistics matching. The project team had previously calculated the costs for land construction and equipment, which were still within the initial budget range for Walmart. After reviewing the land information, Martin nodded. The location is fine. As long as the planning conditions allow for the construction of high-standard warehouses and the power capacity and cold storage energy supply can meet requirements, Siemens can deepen the proposal based on this location. Liu Yibei asked, are there any other issues? Robert shook his head. Let's confirm this as the preferred site. Tomorrow Walmart will submit a formal investment intention to Pengcheng, applying to enter the site selection and project service process. Siemens will simultaneously complete the first version of the technical proposal, while Beichin will be responsible for contacting local construction equipment and logistics companies. The specific cooperation framework was thus established at the dining table. Walmart is responsible for investment demand and acceptance standards. Siemens is responsible for core industrial systems, automation solutions, and technical compatibility. Beichin, as the project coordinator, integrates local suppliers and landing resources and participates in the subsequent construction of the operational system. At this point, everyone finally had time to eat seriously. In order to prove that he was not just there to gnaw on ribs, Meng Yi proactively drank a few cups with both sides. As a result, not much was understood about the project, and he entered a tipsy mode. Around 10 o'clock in the evening, the dinner gathering ended. Robert shook hands with Liu Yibei at the door. Director Liu, the project team will send the formal documents to Beichin. Martin also smiled as he bid farewell. The technical team will directly go to the candidate site for verification and provide you with the first version of the proposal within 48 hours. Several cars gradually drove away from Pengcheng Bay No. 1. Meng Yi also called for a driver and was sent home in a drunken haze. The large house fell silent once again. Liu Yibei sat alone on the large terrace of several dozen square meters, sinking into the lounge chair. The sea breeze blew in from the railing, carrying the coolness of the night. He gazed at the distant lights, but his mind recalled Qin Fun. Why hasn't that big fool made any move at all? The recordings and chat logs had already spread all over the internet. The Qin family could not truly pretend not to see them. The more silence there was, the more it indicated that the other party was holding back something new. Liu Yibei reviewed Beichin's existing business from the beginning. The company currently had no factories, no warehouses, and no truly established physical industries. The public chips had already been delivered, and the cross-border custody and funds were also within the Huashang system, making it difficult for the Qin family to reach out directly. The only thing that could be stifled was the ongoing Walmart project. Land planning, construction, transportation, fire safety, energy support. As long as the Qin family has a sufficiently deep network of relationships in Pengcheng, they will always be able to find a way to reach out. The news of Walmart and Siemens dining at his home tonight could not possibly escape the notice of those who truly wanted to investigate. It seems that tomorrow's site selection process may not go as smoothly. Liu Yibei breathed in the sea breeze, already mentally prepared. On the other side, Meng Yi had just walked into the house, and without even changing his shoes, leaned against the wall and let out a drunken hiccup. Shen Qinglan walked out from the living room, frowning at him. Where have you been running wild again? Mom, what do you mean by running wild? Meng Yi tried hard to stand up straight. You don't understand him socializing. When I become the CEO, marry a beautiful rich girl, and reach the pinnacle of life, you will know that today's drinks were not in vain. Meng Huaichuan put down the documents in his hand and also asked, what gathering did you attend with your good brother today? Meng Yi cautiously waved his hand. Don't always pry into my business secrets. That's it, I'm going to sleep. He said this and swayed his way upstairs. Meng Huaichuan did not press further, only glanced at the folder tucked under his arm. Half of a plot location map peeked out of the bag, stamped with the project logos of Walmart and Siemens. His face showed no change, but inside he had already taken note of countless details. The next morning, Liu Yibei opened his eyes and reached for his phone on the bedside table. The screen lit up, showing 8:23 a.m. He tapped on Tang Jingwo's chat window. President Tang, please arrange professional interviews for the candidates the headhunters sent over. I've been busy lately, and I have to inspect a project today. But we need to get the company structure up and running soon. We can't rely solely on Meng Yi and me, two semi-illiterates, to hold things together. After a moment's thought, he added another. Gu Qinghe is among them. Check her professional competence, background, and any non-compete issues thoroughly. Send me the results, and he'll make the final call. Within 20 seconds of sending the message, Tang Jiangwo replied. Understood, young Master Lu. He'll assemble a professional team right away and won't delay your schedule today. In his office at Huashang Bank, Tang Jiangwo put down his barely touched tea and immediately summoned Song Wenba. Contact the HR consulting firms we partner with and also bring in some true experts from our clients in the automotive supply, chain financial auditing, and corporate legal field. Their job isn't to pick the boss for Mr. Lu, just to do a professional initial screening. We don't want people whose resumes look like they can build rockets but can't even tighten a screw. Song Wenba nodded and left. Half an hour later, Gu Qinghe and several other candidates for core positions began receiving interview notifications. The professional interview panel, which would normally take days to assemble, was put together by Tang Jiangwo in a single morning. The power of money hadn't even been deployed yet. It was social savvy that had filled the progress bar. Lu Yibei finished his morning routine, changed into casual clothes, and headed downstairs. The commercial vehicle for the Walmart project was already waiting in the underground garage to take him to the Lingang Comprehensive Bonded Zone in Baoan District. At the same time, a chaotic commotion erupted from the second floor of the Meng family home. Meng Yi, with his hair a mess, dashed into the bathroom, brushed his teeth haphazardly, splashed water on his face, grabbed the folder of materials he had brought back last night, and ran for the door. Meng Huichuan, sitting at the dining table sipping porridge, looked up and called out to him. What's the rush? You heading off to be reincarnated? Today's the day. My 2 meal tickets. Inspect the construction site. I overslept. Meng Yi blurted out, already out the door. As the door clicked shut, he vaguely felt something was off. Unfortunately, his brain was still booting up and hadn't finished its startup diagnostics. In the dining room, Meng Huichuan slowly set down his spoon, a triumphant smile spreading across his face. Trying to outsmart your old man. You're still a bit green. Last night, it was a trade secret, but today one little probe, and he spilled the beans about the site inspection. Fatherly love is sometimes refreshingly straightforward. Its main characteristic is a distinct lack of fair play. Meng Huichuan picked up his phone and called Lu Qingde. Secretary Lu, I won't be coming to the office this morning. I just extracted some info from my son. The Walmart folks are inspecting the project site today. The materials I saw last night mentioned the Lingang area, which should be in Baoan District. I need to get a team over there right away to help push this project forward. Lu Qingde was silent for a moment on the other end of the line. This extraction of yours, was it above board? As long as the intel is accurate. Don't give me that. Lu Qingde chuckled, but his tone quickly turned serious. You can go, but don't roll up with a huge convoy and scare them off. Bring the people who can actually solve land approval and infrastructure issues. Listen to the company's needs first. Understood. The call ended and Meng Huichuan abandoned his breakfast. Luo Jingming, Liang Zhiqing, officials from the Baoan District Project Service Department and heads of the Power Supply and Transportation Departments soon received urgent notifications. At 9:30 a.m. Lu Yibei arrived at the project site. Calling it a construction site was generous. There wasn't even a perimeter fence. Vast stretches of leveled land extended into the distance, bordering the bonded logistics park. Heavy trucks rumbled past on the freight access road nearby. Robert and the Walmart project team were already wearing reflective vests. Siemens technicians were using equipment to measure the power supply connection distance and the elevation differences of the land. Meng Yi arrived 12 minutes late. He scrambled out of the rideshare car, folder tucked under his arm and one shirt button misaligned. Good morning, my 2 meal tickets. Lu Yibei gave him a look. Who are you calling that? One pays my salary, the other funds the company. Robert, not fully understanding, offered a polite smile anyway. Lu Yibei couldn't help but kick Meng Yi. Shortly after, several official vehicles pulled up to the curb. Seeing Meng Huichuan get out of the car, the smile on Meng Yi's face froze instantly. Dad, why are you here? The municipal committee is monitoring the progress of key investment projects. Is there a problem? No problem. Meng Yi answered quickly, but internally he was already replaying the morning's events to tally up how much he had revealed. Unfortunately, the only conclusion he could reach was a single phrase. Brain not found. Meng Huichuan didn't continue to tease him. He led Luo Jingming and the others to systematically review the situation with the Walmart and Siemens. The Siemens technical lead spread the site plan on a temporary folding table. The cold chain center can't rely on a single power supply line. In the event of a main line failure, the backup line must guarantee the continued operation of refrigeration monitoring and emergency systems. The power supply department had reviewed the estimated load and quickly circled 2 nearby substations on the plan. The current capacity seems sufficient initially and dual circuit access is feasible. Once the formal plan is ready, we'll calculate the precise routing and any capacity expansion needs. Robert then pointed to the eastern freight entrance. We expect 600 to 800 truck trips per day here, and that number will increase during holidays. This can't be completely mixed with the commuter traffic of the surrounding parks. The transportation official flipped through his notes. Current assessments show this freight corridor still has spare capacity. The project can adopt time-based scheduling, and the park has reserved a dedicated turning lane. Standing nearby, Meng Yi was taking notes so furiously his wrist was cramping. He couldn't help but whisper to Lu Yibei. They go, when are we going to hire more people? I think my grassroots training is about complete. Don't worry. Lu Yibei patted his shoulder. Until we hire more people, your career growth potential is enormous. Meng Yi didn't feel happy at all. In a company with only 2 employees, even a hypothetical security guard would have unlimited promotion prospects. Robert's biggest concern was time. If we formally submit our investment intent, how long would land confirmation and preliminary approvals take? Legal procedures can't be bypassed, and I won't casually promise a specific date here. Meng Weichuan's reply was diplomatic. However, Pengsheng can establish a project service team to ensure planning, transportation power, and the park authorities are involved simultaneously. Documents won't be shuffled endlessly between departments, and you won't have to run the same paperwork around 8 times. Robert nodded. He wasn't looking for a promise of starting tomorrow, but for someone who could genuinely drive the standard procedures forward. As the project team prepared to inspect the Eastern Freight entrance, a staff member from the Baoan District Liaison Team suddenly received a phone call. His expression quickly changed. Mayor Meng, we just received a notice from the Municipal Transportation Department. Due to recent significant changes in freight traffic in this area, they are requesting a re-evaluation of the impact of heavy truck traffic. Until the assessment is complete, they cannot issue the transportation support opinion for the project. Liang Zhiqing frowned. The traffic capacity assessment in yesterday afternoon's documents. Why the sudden need for a redo? The staff member lowered his voice, phone still in hand. The notice just mentions the need for prudent review. When will it be completed? Meng Huichuan asked. No specific timeline was given. A silence fell over the site. After listening to the translation, Robert's smile faded slightly. Walmart can cooperate with a reasonable assessment, but our project timeline won't wait indefinitely. Yibei, however, didn't lose his temper. He just glanced down at the newly received notice. Following the rules for assessment is fine. What I fear isn't the number of rules. What I fear is people treating the rules like putty, molding them to their will. Meng Huichuan looked at the staff member, who requested the re-evaluation. The man hesitated for a moment before finally speaking up. It was an opinion forwarded from Mayor Han's office this morning. Robert glanced at the temporary notice, then turned to Yibei and said, Mr. Liu, it seems our plans are not proceeding smoothly. I will report the situation truthfully to President Kane, and I hope your side can resolve the issue as soon as possible. Yibei inwardly gave him a silent thumbs up. After that, Robert fellow was reliable. When it came to playing the bad cop, he truly committed to the role. This saved Yibei from having to personally raise concerns about the investment environment or relocating the project. After all, being both the boss of Beichen and a shareholder of Walmart, threatening to withdraw his own investment was somewhat like his left brain fighting his right brain. But when Robert spoke, it was different. He was the project lead responsible for the group's investment. It was perfectly reasonable for him to report risks promptly upon discovery. Meng Yi's face darkened as well. Mayor Meng, what is the meaning of this? We worked so hard to bring in this major project, and you welcomed it with open arms just moments ago. And now you're holding us here without allowing us to proceed. Are you luring us in just to trap us? Meng Weichuan's temple throbbed with a pulsating vein. Mind your language. Did I say anything wrong? Meng Yi pointed at the cargo passage in the distance. Just a moment ago you said there was spare capacity, and now you're suddenly reassessing. When inviting us here for dinner, everyone's saying Pengsheng welcomes you. But after we've invested significant manpower and resources in the early stages, you change your tune. Liang Zhiqing stood nearby, the corner of his mouth twitching. The words were harsh, but they sounded uncomfortably like the truth. Meng Huichuan didn't continue scolding his son. Instead, he took the staff member's phone and read the entire notice from beginning to end. It didn't veto the project, didn't declare the road incapable of bearing the load, and didn't demand rectifications. Translating the entire notice into plain language, it only said one thing: reassess. How long the reassessment would take was unknown. That was the hardest part to handle. If it had clearly failed the standards, the project team could adjust the design. But a reassessment with no deadline could leave all subsequent processes hanging indefinitely. Send me the current traffic assessment, today's notice, and the data sources for all of it. Meng Huichuan looked towards the head of the transportation department. Contact Mayor Han's office now. I need to know the specific basis for the reassessment and its completion deadline. The call was connected quickly. Han Changfeng seemed prepared. After listening to the situation, his tone remained calm. Huichuan, I understand your eagerness to advance the investment project, but safety concerns cannot yield to investment attraction. Several new industrial projects have recently been added to the Baoan-Lingang area, and future freight traffic may increase substantially. The original assessment didn't fully account for this growth, making a new evaluation necessary. The assessment can be redone, Meng Huichuan asked directly. But what is the basis? Who proposed it? When can it be completed? The relevant data has already been forwarded to the transportation department. Han Changfeng paused. As for the timeline, it depends on the progress of the third-party evaluation. Major projects should prioritize stability. We cannot bury risks just to meet a deadline. His words were watertight. Pushing the project through would mean disregarding. If the project was delayed to death, it was the third-party agency's fault for being slow. The blame circled around, but never landed on Han Changfeng. Meng Huichuan narrowed his eyes. Hold a special coordination meeting this afternoon. Bring all the new projects' freight forecasts and assessment basis you mentioned and discuss it openly in front of Walmart, Siemens, and all departments. Han Changfeng didn't refuse. Fine. As the call ended, Robert also conveyed Walmart's stance. We will not ask Pingcheng to bypass legal procedures. However, the project team needs a clear assessment plan and timeline within 3 working days. In the meantime, we will continue evaluating 2 other candidate cities. Martin also closed the floor plan in his hands. Siemens' technical team originally planned to stay in Pingcheng for 5 days to collect on-site data for power supply, cooling, and automated equipment. If the land conditions cannot be confirmed, we will have to suspend the detailed design. The team has other projects next week and cannot remain here indefinitely waiting for an opinion without a date. Siemens wasn't the investor, but they were more pragmatic than the investor. If Walmart switched cities, Siemens would still sell their equipment, merely changing Pingcheng on the blueprints to another location. The only one who would truly lose the project, the jobs, and the subsequent orders was Pingcheng itself. Meng Ye's face grew even darker. Excellent. One is checking out other cities, another is preparing to pull its technical team. Our investment attraction efficiency is truly remarkable this round. The project hasn't even broken ground, and we're already holding a farewell ceremony. Liang Zhiqing quickly tried to restrain this relentless cannon. Young Master Meng, let's focus on solving the problem first. If he keeps going, I'm afraid we'll have a criticism session before the afternoon meeting even starts. When Liang Zhiqing heard candidate cities, he nearly ground his molars to dust. If this project really slipped away from Pingcheng's doorstep, just looking at today's notice in the future would probably send his blood pressure soaring. Yibei, however, remained calm. No problem, go ahead and evaluate other cities. Beichen's role is to coordinate the project, not to tie you down to Pingcheng. Robert glanced at him and gave a slight nod. Neither said another word. One laid the pressure of withdrawal on the table, the other showed no intention of pleading. It was the people from Pingcheng who started to get restless. The most terrifying thing in investment attraction isn't enterprises making demands. It's enterprises politely saying we understand, and then taking their money to a neighboring city. Meng Huaichuan stepped aside and reported the situation to Lu Qingde. After listening, Lu Qingde didn't immediately comment on Han Changfeng. Instead, he asked 2 questions. Is the original assessment still valid? Yes. When was the new data formed? We haven't seen it yet. There was a brief silence on the other end of the line. I will attend the afternoon coordination meeting. Tell the relevant departments to bring all the original materials. If an assessment is needed, conduct it according to the law. If adjustments are needed, let the enterprise adjust. But no one should use a phrase like prudent evaluation as an excuse for an endless delay. When the message reached Han Changfeng's office, he was reviewing materials just delivered by his secretary. The secretary lowered her voice, reminding him, Mayor Han, the current materials can prove the future increase in freight volume in the area, but the third-party agency hasn't been. With Secretary Qingde personally attending, we probably can't drag this out indefinitely. I never intended to drag it out indefinitely. Han Changfeng closed the file. As long as Walmart sees uncertainty in the project's landing and starts seriously considering other cities, the Qin family will have a chance to step in. This afternoon, stick to the procedures. Don't mention anything related to the Qin family. The secretary nodded. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the special coordination meeting commenced on time. The meeting room was packed with heads of planning, transportation, Baoan district, investment promotion, and the industrial park. The Walmart project team and Siemens technical team sat on the other side, with Yibei and Meng Yi in the middle. Meng Yi stared at Han Changfeng across the table, his expression practically screaming, I can't wait to see what you make up next. Han Changfeng ignored him, pushing a stack of documents onto the table. The reassessment is not targeting any specific enterprise. According to the latest statistics, heavy freight traffic in the Lingang area is projected to increase by 38% over the next 3 years compared to the original forecast. Given the massive scale of the Walmart project, the original road plan indeed requires reevaluation. The transportation department began distributing attachments. Yibei hadn't initially planned to look. Reading another page of this material would be a cruel punishment for his brain. But when he flipped to the new project forecast table, a familiar name caught his Qin South China Automotive Supply Chain Center. Its projected heavy freight volume accounted for over half of the new increase. Yibei stared at that line for a few seconds, then suddenly smiled. Mayor Han, when did the Qin family's project, which hasn't even secured land or funding, become legitimate data to block Walmart's traffic assessment? He pushed the document to the center of the conference table. Come on, explain this to me, a mere college student. So this is all Qin Fen's grand plan. That's it. Yibei looked at Han Changfeng, not bothering to mince words. Mayor Han, if you're willing, Beichen can withdraw from Pingcheng altogether. I'm sure many places would welcome us, like neighboring Yangqing, for instance. Or perhaps Ning City over there. But if you truly send Beichen away, Pingcheng may never again have the chance to engage in projects of this caliber. The meeting room fell into a silence so profound that a dropping pin could be heard. Several department heads lowered their heads in unison, suddenly engrossed in studying the documents before them. No one had expected Yibei to threaten to overturn the table right from the start. What was most absurd was his earnest expression, his clear gaze radiating sincerity. It wasn't a dramatic confrontation with the leaders, nor a deliberate display of harsh words. He was genuinely asking, since you don't want us here, shall I just leave? The clear-eyed college graduate with his zero-prelude approach to shaking up the workplace left the seasoned veterans dumbfounded. Han Changfeng's face darkened. Mr. Liu, this is a project coordination meeting. Please be mindful of your remarks. Do not casually frame standard administrative procedures as commercial support. I have no basis. Yibei pointed to the forecast table on the table. The Qin Group's project is written in your materials accounting for over half of the projected increase in freight volume. Then you use this increased data to hold back Walmart. If me mentioning Qin Fen's name is commercial suppression, then what do you call writing the Qin Group's name into official materials as standard procedure? Han Changfeng said in a deep voice, the Qin Group has indeed expressed investment interest to Pengcheng. The government's long-term transportation planning must naturally consider potential projects. So expressing interest counts as official data now. Yibei seemed to have learned something new. Well, then allow me to express something too. Beijing plans to build a lunar logistics center in Pengcheng with an investment of 10 billion. Please make sure to factor in the traffic pressure from the rocket launches. Not to mention other things, it would certainly be convenient for shipping mooncakes. Meng Yi couldn't help it and let out a snort of laughter. Liang Zhiqing quickly lowered his head, but his shoulders were shaking. Laughing at this occasion was inappropriate. Unless one truly couldn't help it. Han Changfeng stared. Are you making a mockery of a government meeting? No, Mayor Han, I'm seeking your guidance. The hint of amusement on Liu Yibei's face faded. Also, the Qin Group's automotive project probably can't avoid Volkswagen, right? It also can't avoid foreign automotive conglomerates, right? Or does the Qin Group plan to rely on government subsidies and only do business domestically? Mayor Han, please enlighten me. This time, even Meng Yi stopped smiling. Everyone understood the implication. Beijing hasn't yet touched the Qin Group's collaborations with other multinational companies, only securing a project with Volkswagen that hadn't even been awarded yet. But not touching doesn't mean being unable to. If the Qin Group dares to use government connections to block Beijing's project, Liu Yibei can use his own business connections to approach the Qin Group's clients. Who would break first is uncertain. Han Changfeng pressed his fingers on the documents. Are you using business relationships to threaten government decisions? I wouldn't dare wear that hat. Liu Yibei leaned back in his chair. I'm merely asking whether the Qin Group's project can bypass foreign car manufacturers. If you think that's a threat, does that mean you know the Qin Group cannot bypass them? The room fell silent again. This kid spoke like someone tossing a banana peel by the roadside. It looks innocuous, but step on it, and you'll find yourself doing the splits on the spot. All right. Liu Qingde finally tapped the table. Today's focus is the traffic assessment issue. Let's not discuss other conflicts between enterprises. He then looked at Liu Yibei. Mr. Liu, Beijing has the right to choose its investment city, but you can't casually use the threat of withdrawing from Pengcheng to pressure the government. Secretary Liu, I'm not asking for special treatment. Liu Yibei sat up a little straighter. If real data proves this road can't handle the Walmart project, well, redesign, choose a different plot, or even give up on Pengcheng altogether. But if the Qin Group casually mentions investing in a project without even having the money or land, and that gets into the official forecast, and halts are already valid submissions, then I have to wonder whose Pengcheng this really is. I'm not asking for approval today and groundbreaking tomorrow. I only ask for one standard, a clear deadline and accountability for those making the decisions. Robert chimed in from the side. This is also Walmart's requirement. We accept strict review, but we cannot accept a review process that is unexplained, has no deadline, and is subject to change at any moment. Liu Qingde didn't say anything more, only giving a slight nod. The department heads present felt a collective sigh of relief. Despite the college graduate's fierce words that seemed ready to flip the table, none of his actual demands overstepped standard procedures. He looked towards the head of the city's transportation department. Has the Qin Group's South China Automotive Supply Chain Center signed an official investment agreement? No. Has a plot of land, construction scale, and funding source been determined? Currently, there are only preliminary contact materials and an initial estimate. Then can this freight forecast serve as the basis for suspending the traffic assessment for the existing project? The transportation department head was sweating, but had to tell the truth. Reserve projects can be included in long-term extreme scenario calculations, but they cannot independently serve as the core basis for suspending an existing assessment. Even if supplementary assessment is needed, we could first issue a conditional preliminary opinion for the Walmart project without hindering the simultaneous progress of planning, power supply, and park scheme development. Liu Qingde nodded. Then let's proceed according to the professional opinion. Withdraw the suspension notice that has no completion deadline. Within 2 days, define the scope of the supplementary assessment, the responsible units, and the timeline. Other preliminary work should proceed in parallel. We can't halt everything for a single assessment. Han Changfeng quickly interjected, Secretary Qingde, traffic safety cannot be compromised just because an enterprise shows investment interest. No one is asking you to lower the standards. Liu Qingde glanced at him. What I require is clear standards, transparent procedures, and a clear timeline. Furthermore, have the Municipal Party Committee Inspection Office investigate the entire process of how the Qin Group's project data entered this document. Who provided it, who reviewed it, and why it changed from a long-term reference to the basis for suspension. All of it needs to be documented. Han Changfeng said nothing more. It was then that Robert spoke up. If Pengcheng can proceed according to the timeline just established, the Bao on-site remains Walmart's first choice. Martin echoed the same sentiment. The Siemens technical team will continue with the on-site data collection and await the supplementary conclusions due in 2 days. The oppressive atmosphere in the meeting room finally eased. Meng Yi leaned over to Liu Yibei and whispered, "Beige, were you really about to move the company to Ning City?" "I don't know." "Then why did you sound so serious?" "Because I needed to counter his harsh words first. If it really comes to that, then well, just move." Meng Yi was silent for 2 seconds, then silently gave a thumbs up. No wonder Beige's eyes were so clear. It turns out there wasn't a shred of geographic knowledge in there. After the meeting, the others left one by one. Han Changfeng had just returned to his office when his secretary followed him in. "Mayor Han, the inspection office has informed us that we must preserve all original documents, emails, and communication records related to the initiation of this assessment. Also, the Qin Group's investment letter of intent lacks a board resolution and proof of funds. Keeping it in the official forecast would be very difficult to explain." Han Changfeng's face darkened. He picked up his phone and dialed Qin Zhenhua. Chairman Qin Liu Yibei called out the Qin Group at the meeting. "Secretary Qingda has already gotten the inspection office involved. Your South China Automotive Supply Chain Center can't just be empty talk anymore. Within 48 hours, I need to see the Qin Group's board resolution, investment plan, and proof of funds." There was a brief silence on the other end of the line. Qin Jingyu's voice slowly came through. "Fine. Since he wants to see the Qin Group's real money, let him see it." The special coordination meeting ultimately ended in discord. Liu Qingda had set the course of action, temporarily retaining Walmart and Siemens, yet Han Changfeng had refused to acknowledge any issues with the data from start to finish. As they left the conference room, neither side exchanged even a word of pleasantry. Han Changfeng gathered his materials and paused at the doorway. "Mr. Liu, I hope Beichin will respect the standard administrative procedures of Pengcheng in the future." "Of course we will," Liu Yibei replied promptly. "And I hope that when Mayor Han uses procedures to constrain others, he ensures the project's foundation is solid enough." Han Changfeng stared at him for a few seconds, then turned. Meng Yi watched his retreating figure and muttered, "Seems like he's still not convinced. Why would I need his conviction?" Liu Yibei shoved his documents into Meng Yi's arms. "As long as the project can proceed and the rules can be audited, that's enough. Should I ask him to bow and wish me prosperous business?" Meng Yi pondered this seriously. "That wouldn't be a bad idea." Returning to Pengcheng Bay, no. Liu Yibei kicked off his shoes and collapsed onto the sofa, his mind replaying the day's events. The Qin family was required to present a substantial automotive supply chain project within 48 hours. Yet with the current domestic landscape, the Qin family would find it difficult to break in. After years of development by major domestic automakers, the core supply chains were already saturated by their own subsidiaries, regional industrial groups, and long-standing partners. It was either vertical integration or strategic alliances with reciprocal orders. You supply the batteries, I'll supply the electronic controls, you get into my supply chain, and I'll get my parts into your models. While everyone professed fair competition, behind the scenes their networks were tight enough to be singing brothers together at KTV. For the Qin family to suddenly parachute and let alone get a piece of the pie, they'd be lucky to even find the chopsticks. Unless what they presented wasn't purely a domestic project. Liu Yibei turned over, then suddenly sat up. If it's an overseas supply chain, then there's a real chance. What the Qin family needed was a grand project that could convince Pengcheng and silence the inspectorate office. Simply relocating their own factories wouldn't suffice. The most impactful move would be to bring an overseas automotive supplier to establish a presence jointly. And for an overseas automotive supplier to thrive, they inevitably rely on orders from major vehicle manufacturers. With this in mind, Liu Yibei immediately called Marcus. The phone was picked up after 2 rings. "Chairman Liu, good evening. Marcus, have your people closely monitor the automotive supply chain project of the Qin family in Moda, China. If their chosen supplier involves Volkswagen or any of Volkswagen's partners, coordinate with those partners to find a way to derail it." There was a moment of silence on the other end. "Chairman Liu, has the Qin family provoked you again? They're using a project that doesn't exist, yet to block one and currently advance it." Liu Yibei briefly recounted the day's events. "I don't care what they plan to use to get by. If it's related to orders from overseas vehicle groups, re-evaluated as the high." Marcus quickly understood. "Okay, no problem. Volkswagen's global purchasing department will keep a close watch on the Qin family and any joint ventures they might establish. If it involves existing suppliers, we have the right to re-examine the cooperation based on changes in equity structure, governance, and performance risk. As for our partners, we won't make decisions for them, but we can share supplier risk information. We compete fiercely in the market, but when it comes to suppliers who might threaten global delivery, we're quite willing to warn each other." Liu Yibei was satisfied. Professional matters should be left to professionals. He said derail it, and Marcus was already capable of handling the rest himself. Even when creating trouble, he made it sound so structured and formal. Truly worthy of being a CEO. After hanging up, Liu Yibei lay back down. Now all he had to do was wait and see where the Qin family would conjure this project from. Meanwhile, at the Qin family headquarters in Modu, Qin Jingyu's impromptu meeting had been going on for 2 hours. Over a dozen project proposals lay on the table, yet none met his approval. Relocating existing factories to Pengcheng doesn't count as new investment. Repackaging orders already signed with domestic automakers won't justify the name South China Automotive Supply Chain Center either. What Han Changfeng wants is a genuine project that can withstand scrutiny from the inspectorate office, not a reused PPT with a new title or a mediocre market flimsy. No one in the meeting room spoke up. The domestic automotive supply chain interests were already carved up. The Qin family had their place, but they were confined to it. Producing a brand new multi-billion yuan project out of thin air was no easy feat. The vice president in charge of overseas business hesitated for a moment, then pulled out a blue folder. Chairman Qin, the cooperation with Heyman Automotive Systems Group could be accelerated. Deutsche Heyman Automotive Systems Group is an international supplier specializing in thermal management for new energy vehicles, electronic power steering, and chassis control. The Qin family had been in talks with them for 9 months, originally planning to establish a joint venture in China and decide the location of the Asia-Pacific production base based on. According to the current proposal, the total investment for the base was 6 billion yuan with an initial phase of 2 billion yuan. The Qin family would provide land, local supply chains, and market channels, while Heyman would contribute technology, equipment, and existing customer resources. The project was substantial and genuine. The problem was that both parties were still locked in negotiations over equity and technology licensing scope far from the official. Qin flipped through the documents, his eyes lighting up. If we make a concession, we can secure a joint investment letter of intent within 48 hours. Who is Heyman's largest customer? Qin Jinghua asked. Volkswagen. The overseas business VP answered with some hesitation. It accounts for about a quarter of Heyman's global revenue. Their other 2 major clients are also large European vehicle groups. Qin Fen's expression shifted slightly. At today's coordination meeting, Yibei had just mentioned Volkswagen by name. Yet Qin Jinghua showed little hesitation. Yibei might influence a procurement project at Volkswagen China, but he can't interfere with Volkswagen's global supply chain. Besides, Heyman has worked with Volkswagen for over a decade. They want sacrifice a quarter of their revenue over a young man's words. Contact Heyman. We accept their proposed technology licensing terms. The board will vote tonight and the proof of funds will be ready tomorrow morning. This project will be located in Pengcheng. A few hours later, the board resolution and proof of funds from Qin Holdings were delivered to Han Changfeng. At the same time, at the Volkswagen Group headquarters in Germany, a supplier profile just pulled by the global purchasing department lay before Marcus. He flipped to the last page, and a strange expression crossed his face. Heyman Automotive Systems Group's new 5-year supply framework agreement with Volkswagen was scheduled for final review tomorrow morning. And the joint venture the Qin family planned to establish was poised to take over most of Heyman's new production capacity in China and the Asia-Pacific region. Marcus picked up his phone and called Yibei. Chairman Louis found it. The project the Qin family is preparing is from Heyman Automotive Systems Group. They're not only our supplier, but they're also coming to my conference room tomorrow to discuss a new 5-year contract. Yibei was taken aback. What a coincidence. The automotive supply chain is a small world. Marcus chuckled. They went all the way around only to walk right into Volkswagen's meeting room. The next morning, the Heyman Automotive Systems Group negotiation team had just taken their seats when they were handed a new list of additional questions. Equity structure, joint venture arrangements, technology licensing, risks associated with the Qin family, and the true background of the project in China. The meeting's chair, instead of passing over the framework contract ready for signing, reached out and held the documents down. Mr. Heyman, please hold on. Let's not rush to sign this contract. We've just received some new information and there are a few details that need further clarification. Hyman's lead negotiator was taken aback. He had already picked up the pen only to be told to wait. Could you clarify which details require confirmation? The Volkswagen meeting chair asked, sliding a list of new questions across the table. This isn't a refusal to sign. We just received this information and need to complete our internal review first. The Hyman team exchanged glances and reluctantly agreed to a recess. The moment the meeting room door closed, Marcus returned to his office with the documents and called Yibei. What's your take on the next move? Yibei sat up from the sofa. In your experience, if they were trying to trap us, how would they go about it? Marcus chuckled. If it were me, I'd let them invest. Give them the illusion of a short-term victory, let them think they've won. Once Qin and Hyman pour in manpower, equipment, and capital, and the factory is up, we cut off their lifeline. Yibei raised an eyebrow. Elaborate. Hyman is about to sign a 5-year supplier framework, not a 5-year guaranteed purchase contract. Marcus flipped open the contract, his tone as casual as if discussing lunch. The framework only grants Hyman eligibility to enter Volkswagen's supply system. It doesn't obligate Volkswagen to place fixed orders each year. Actual purchase volumes are subject to annual quotations, technical audits, quality certifications, and supply risk assessments. Let them sign now. Once the Asia-Pacific base is established, equipment is installed, and staff are hired, will reduce new orders based on actual risk, or even withhold new projects from this joint. Without Volkswagen, a client accounting for a quarter of their revenue, Hyman's other orders won't cover the new base's depreciation, labor, and financing costs. Their capital chain will face 2 choices. Either Qin keeps injecting cash, or the project company seeks further financing. Marcus paused. At that point, if you're still interested, Chairman Liu Beichen Capital can acquire the project's equity or core assets at a discount. It's like buying a mature automotive supply chain system at half price. How do you calculate half price? Yibei asked. Not necessarily exactly half. It's just a figure of speech, Marcus explained patiently. A parts basis valuation largely depends on future orders, and once Volkswagen stops allocating new orders and other OEMs tighten procurement, projected revenue will plummet. Banks will reassess credit lines, and the equipment, customized for specific models and tech standards, won't even fetch its original price if sold off. Then Qin will need to inject more capital to keep going. If Hyman refuses to follow suit, the original shareholders' stakes get diluted. Beichen can enter via capital increase, acquire bank debt, or wait for them to sell equity voluntarily. The plant equipment tech team and supplier network remain intact. What shrinks is the original shareholders' bargaining power. Yibei understood. In short, after they finished renovating the house and furnishing it with tears, Head asked if he could move in with just a suitcase. This capitalist version of moving in ready was far more thrilling than buying his penthouse in Bay 1. Of course, things might not go so smoothly. Qin could inject more funds, or Hyman might find new clients. But for us, there's no loss. If we get it, great. If not, so be it. As long as Volkswagen and other OEMs tighten orders, they'll lose billions on this project alone. Yibei was silent for a long moment. The capitalist world truly had no bottom, only deeper depths. He had merely intended to derail the Qin project. Marcus was already planning to attend a half-price auction after their plant equipment and team were all in place. The plan is solid. I've got to hand it to you professionals, Yibei said with genuine admiration. If it were me, I'd just charge and head first. Marcus laughed heartily. Making a director appreciate the value of professional management made this call worthwhile. Yibei then thought of another matter. Marcus, do you have any needs involving Siemens or Walmart? I could facilitate a three-way collaboration. There was silence on the other end for a few seconds. I do have some ideas, but they're not fully formed yet, Marcus said, not seizing the opportunity to make demands. Let me first sort out Volkswagen's needs for smart factories, global logistics, and retail channels, and then I'll report to you formally. If there's nothing else, I'll get back to work. Have a wonderful day, Chairman. The call ended. Yibei stared at his phone, feeling that Marcus' final chairman had been delivered with unusual warmth. Perhaps this was a mutual appreciation in the corporate world. He solved problems for the project. Marcus taught him how to be a qualified capitalist. Half an hour later, the Volkswagen Hyman meeting resumed. The new questions weren't dismissed, they were simply added to a follow-up review checklist. Volkswagen required Hyman to continuously disclose equity management, financing, and capacity changes after the joint venture was registered. Otherwise, the contract was signed as originally planned. Hyman's lead negotiator breathed a sigh of relief as he put pen to paper. In his view, Volkswagen's caution was normal. When a long-term supplier suddenly adds a Chinese capital partner, a few more questions from the client were befitting of a large company. As long as the 5-year framework was renewed, Hyman and Qin's Asia-Pacific base would have its most critical order foundation. News of the signing quickly reached Shanghai. Qin Fan looked at the contract photo and couldn't help but laugh. Wasn't Yibei trying to scare us with Volkswagen at the meeting yesterday? Now Volkswagen has renewed with Hyman for 5 years. He can influence one project at Volkswagen China, but does he think he's the boss of Volkswagen? Qin Zhengyue wasn't as smug, but he was visibly relieved. The smooth renewal meant Hyman wouldn't back out. Qin's investment plan for Pengcheng was finally more than just numbers on paper. Notify the project team to move forward immediately. Since we've committed to this project, we must deliver results. Over the next 2 days, things moved as if someone had hit the fast-forward button. Qin and Hyman formally signed the joint venture agreement, naming the project company Qinghai Automotive Systems Pengcheng Co., Ltd. Qin completed the initial capital injection of 500 million yuan, while Hyman dispatched technical and equipment teams to Pengcheng. Both parties began scouting for office and production-based locations. Han Chongfeng, armed with all the materials, could finally prove to the inspection office that the Qin project was real. Though he still couldn't explain why it had been included in official freight data earlier, at least this pie drawn on paper was finally landing in the pan. Qin Fan also deliberately leaked the news of the joint venture agreement and the Volkswagen 5-year framework. Financial media quickly picked it up. Qin Holdings, in partnership with Germany's Hyman Automotive Systems Group, launches a 6 billion yuan Asia-Pacific supply chain base in Pengcheng. Hyman successfully renews Volkswagen's 5-year supply framework. New Chinese capacity will serve global OEM clients. As the news spread, morale within Qin soared. Many believe Qin Fan had not only weathered Beichen's pressure, but had also delivered an even bigger automotive project to Pengcheng in return. At Bay 1, Yibei scrolled through the news. The next second, a message from Marcus popped up. They've started investing. Yibei replied, let them enjoy their moment of happiness for now. Qin's official entry into Pengcheng was faster than anyone had anticipated. The day after Qinghai Automotive Systems completed its registration, the Pengcheng municipal government convened a special session on the landing of major industrial projects. The board resolutions of Qin's the technical licensing from Hyman, the 5-year supplier framework agreement with Volkswagen, and proof of the initial 500 million yuan capital injection were all laid out on the table. The project was real. The money was real. The technical team, dispatched by Hyman, had even begun searching for long-term hotel accommodations. Han Changfeng was brimming with confidence this time. The Qinghai project has a planned total investment of 6 billion yuan, with the first phase at 2 billion. The submitted materials are complete, and the initial funds have already entered the project account. The company has requested a prompt decision on site selection. The eastern plot of the second phase of the Baoan-Lingang Comprehensive Bonded Zone meets all requirements in terms of area transportation and industrial conditions. In the meeting room, many instinctively glanced at Meng Huichuan. That piece of land was originally the preferred site for Walmart's smart warehousing and cold chain project. The Siemens technical team had just finished testing the power supply and road data and had nearly completed the first version of the equipment plan. Luo Jingming was the first to. Walmart has already submitted a letter of intent for investment and invested significant manpower in preliminary assessments. Allocating the same plot to Qinghai now would directly disrupt the project's progress. A letter of intent is not a land supply agreement. Han Changfeng pushed the capital proof from Qinghai to the center of the table. One is still in the evaluation stage while the other has already signed a contract and injected 500 million yuan. Industrial land is limited. We cannot let a mature project wait indefinitely. The words were blunt, but they fit perfectly within the rules. Walmart had only listed the site as its first choice, never obtaining a formal commitment for the land. Qinghai, on the other hand, arrived with contracts, capital, and construction plans in hand, truly a step ahead of Walmart. Forcing Qinghai to wait for Walmart would conversely constitute a different form of special treatment. Meng Huichuan made one more attempt. Walmart and Siemens have already completed preliminary calculations based on this plot, and Pengcheng has also promised to provide project services. Even without a formal land supply agreement, we should at least give the project team an adjustment period rather than deciding in a meeting and handing the land to another company that very afternoon. Han Changfeng shook his head. Industrial projects are about landing efficiency. Qinghai has already borne the real capital costs. We cannot let a formally signed project wait around just because Walmart is still deliberating. Neither managed to convince the other. Lu Qingde finally tapped the table. The Qinghai project will initiate the land supply procedure according to the current plan. The Baoan District and the Investment Promotion Department will provide Walmart with an alternative plot of comparable conditions within 3 days with transportation, power supply, and logistics data prepared simultaneously. The decision was made. The industrial land in the eastern part of Baoan-Lingang Phase 2, originally reserved for Walmart, was formally written into the site confirmation documents for the Qinghai project. The signing ceremony in the afternoon was a lively affair. Qin Jingyue, Qin Fun, and representatives from the Hyman Group attended together. Han Changfeng stood beside the signing table, the smile he had lost in recent days finally restored. In the media's lenses, they shook hands and exchanged documents with the large screen behind them reading, "A 6 billion yuan Asia-Pacific automotive supply chain base officially lands in Pengcheng." Qin Fan spoke eloquently during the interview. Qin's has always been optimistic about Pengcheng's business environment. Together with Hyman, we will build an automotive parts production base serving China and the world, bringing new industrial chains and job opportunities to Pengcheng. As for which company had been inspecting that land just yesterday, not a word was mentioned in the news. At the same time at Pengcheng Bay 1, Lu Yibei lounged on the sofa humming a cheerful tune while watching the live broadcast of the signing ceremony. The happier Qin Fan looked, the happier he felt. After all, the initial 500 million yuan was already in. Next would come the land, factories, equipment, and personnel. This wasn't a competitor landing. This was clearly a long-term meal ticket loading. The doorbell suddenly rang. Lu Yibei went to the door in his slippers, and outside stood Meng Huichuan, Xin Qinglan, and their son Meng Yi. "Brother Bei, am here." The moment the door opened, Meng Yi squeezed past him inside. He changed into slippers with practiced familiarity, set the fruit head brought by the entrance, headed straight for the fridge to grab a drink, and then plopped down onto the sofa. From entering the door to grabbing the remote, his movements were as smooth as if he were at home. Xin Qinglan's eye twitched. "You really make yourself at home." "Brother Bai's home is my home." Meng Yi twisted open his drink. "That's brotherly love. Why don't you ever proactively buy fruit at your own home?" "That's different. The supermarket downstairs from our place is too far." Meng Huichuan ignored this incorrigible son, set down the gifts, and glanced at the signing ceremony on it. Both he and Xin Qinglan wore slightly strained expressions. This wasn't just a casual visit. The Walmart project was personally brought to Pengcheng by Lu Yibei, and Meng Huichuan had promised to do his best to push it forward. Yet right at the project's inception, its preferred site was snatched away by Qinghai. Regardless of procedural justification, it was still an awkward situation to explain, and there was Lu Yibei sitting there humming a tune. Xin Qinglan couldn't hold back and asked, "Yibei, the Walmart project is about to be squeezed out. How can you still be so happy?" Lu Yibei turned the TV volume down a notch. "I'm different from you folks in the civil service. When you do something, you prepare 800 different schemes, terrified that some detail but me, I've got people backing me up." He pointed at himself. The things I'm not good at handling someone else will handle for me. I don't know if they're making a fortune off this, but I never lose. Meng Yi put down his drink and immediately provided a translation. Got it. Brother Bai's meaning is he doesn't know how to solve the problems himself, but he has a bunch of top students to take the exams for him. That analogy is a bit criminal when applied to college students. Lu Yibei shot him a glance. But Meng Huichuan picked up on something else. You knew all along that Qins would invest the money. No. Then why are you so sure you won't lose? Because if the Qin project succeeds, I have a way to profit from success. Lu Yibei leaned back into the sofa. And if it fails, I have a way to profit from failure. As for which path they'll take, I just need to wait and see. Meng Yi couldn't help but press further. What kind of profit? Trade secret. The familiar phrase shut him up. This time it was Meng Yi who was locked out by the trade secret. Seeing that Lu Yibei truly didn't seem to be putting on a brave face, Shen Qinglin's guilt lessened somewhat. So what about Walmart? They'll find another plot. Lu Yibei answered casually. If Pengcheng can find a suitable one, the project stays here. If not, Robert will go check out other cities. Wherever Walmart's money is invested, it's still a Walmart project to me. But for Pengcheng, if the project leaves, it's gone. He looked at Meng Huichuan. This isn't my problem to solve, Uncle Meng. Meng Huichuan let out a bitter laugh. I knew this meal wouldn't be easy to eat. Finding a comparable plot within 3 days is easier said than done. There are 2 options currently, but one is too small, and the other requires new freight road and power supply infrastructure. Lu Yibei spread his hands. Well, that's up to you all to figure out. As they were talking, Lu Yibei's phone lit up. The message was from Martin. Chairman Lu Hyman has just sent Siemens an inquiry for the automated production line for their Asia-Pacific base. The initial equipment scale is estimated to exceed 1.5 billion yuan. They want to schedule a technical meeting this week. After reading it, Lu Yibei couldn't help but laugh out loud. Meng Yi immediately leaned in. What now? Lu Yibei placed his phone face down on the table. Nothing. Qins just snatched my land, and now they're turning around to hand me money again. Shortly after the Meng family departed, a message from Tang Jingwo arrived. Mr. Lu, the interviews for the professional team have all been completed. The professional skills, background checks, and non-compete status of this batch of candidates all meet the requirements. The report has been compiled and sent to you. A hefty attachment followed. When Lu Yibei opened the first page and saw the densely packed resumes, scores, and professional opinions, his eyelids immediately began. He could read every word. But when these words formed a report, they automatically transformed into an incomprehensible script. President Tang, you've sent it, but I can't understand it. Tang Jingwo paused for a moment on the other end. Mr. Lu Guqinghe has the highest overall evaluation. The others are respectively suitable for finance, legal compliance, and HR structuring. Would you like me to arrange final interviews? Coordinate with Meng Yi. Lu Yibei replied curtly. Bring this batch in under a 3-month preparatory period contract. Guqinghe will be the head of the preparatory group tasked with establishing the framework for projects, finance, compliance, and personnel. Meng Yi will handle coordination and salaries, contracts, office space, and normal expenses should follow standard compliance procedures. Major investments and formal core appointments are reserved for my final decision. My only requirement is to get the company operational as soon as possible. Don't let me have to personally handle buying a bottle of water, signing a contract, or hiring someone. In the boss, not Beijing Capital's sole customer service representative. Tang Jingwo understood immediately. Understood, Mr. Lu. He'll have Song Wenba coordinate with Mr. Meng today to set up the preparatory group and temporary office space. Guqinghe can start as early as tomorrow afternoon, and the probationary assessment results for everyone will be sent to you promptly. Just as the call ended, a voice message from Meng Yi came through. Beiji, you're just handing me a whole company. Aren't you supposed to start from the ground floor? This is the ground floor. Once Guqinghe and the others arrive, you can be promoted to senior ground floor. Meng Yi was silent for a few seconds. Does this promotion path sound like some kind of beast of burden evolution theory? More ability, more responsibility. Then can I have a little less ability? No. That afternoon, when Meng Yi arrived at the temporary office of Beijing Capital, Song Wenba and the administrative staff had already prepared the workstations, computers, and meeting room. Meng Yi, who had just been upgraded from Bay Guest Gaming Buddy to core grassroots staff of the company, stood before the glass door, suddenly hesitant to enter. Inside sat several impeccably dressed candidates with labor contracts, non-disclosure agreements, and a stack of documents awaiting signatures on the table. Who would have thought that not long ago he was in an esports hotel shouting about clearing out the skin shop? Now the skins remain unbought, but his task list has been cleared out. From the video conference, Gu King's voice came through. Mr. Meng, we only have a 3-month preparatory period. Beijing's projects can't continue relying on who knows whom. We must establish clear trails for permissions, contracts, and capital flow. When I arrive in Pengcheng tomorrow, I'll need existing business materials, contact lists, and legal access permissions for the company accounts. Your father's connections don't need to be written into the company plan. Connections can speed things up, but a company can't survive on them alone. Meng Yi instinctively straightened up. Understood. So what should I do now? Guqinghe was direct. First, finish reading the contracts on the table. If you miss a single page, you'll be explaining to Mr. Lu Yibei Capital dug a pit for itself on its first day. Meng Yi looked down at the documents a full 2 centimeters thick, feeling his life suddenly switched from a power fantasy to a workplace survival documentary. He silently sent a message to Lu Yibei. Beiji Guqinghe seems intent on actually turning this company into a real company. Lu Yibei replied with 2 words. No kidding. Lu Yibei tossed his phone onto the sofa, feeling quite pleased. Beijing Capital was finally taking a step from a makeshift team of him, Meng Yi, and a bunch of chat groups towards becoming a legitimate company. As for whether Guqinghe could handle the preparatory group and whether the other candidates were suitable, the next 3 months would tell. He only needed to make the final calls when necessary. The rest of the time was for enjoying life. Lu Yibei went into the walk-in closet and pulled out a suitcase. 2 t-shirts, 2 pairs of pants, a pair of sneakers, chargers. Midway through packing, he was already humming the tune of "Today is a Great Day." In the past, he never had the chance or the means. For him, back then, travel was the 9-grid photo posts in his social feed captioned with "The world is so big, I want to see it." Now the world is still just as big. But finally, it's his turn to post those 9-grid photos. Lu Yibei opened the ticketing app and casually booked the most premium business class ticket for the afternoon flight to Rongqing, along with a top-tier hotel suite in a good location. He used to be poor. Now that he's rich, he wasn't going to treat himself badly this time. Just him alone. First stop, Rongqing. As he was leaving, Meng Yi was frantically spamming the Beiji Guqinghe is asking what Beichen's most urgent priority is right now. Lu Yibei settled into the ride-hailing car and leisurely replied. Let her make the call. If she can't, well, discuss it when I get back. Meng Yi immediately sent a string of question marks. Get back from where? Going on a trip. The company just started and you're going on a trip. Exactly, because the company just started that I'm going on a trip to test your abilities. Beiji, you're an absentee boss. Lu Yibei watched the cityscape whiz by outside the window and replied with complete confidence. What else? The company exists to make money for me, not to make me a beast of burden in a different location. At the airport, he set his phone to do not disturb, allowing calls only from Tang Jingwo, Meng Yi, and a few key project contacts. No matter how big the crisis, it can wait until I've had my fun. A few hours later, the plane landed in Rongqing. As the cabin door opened, humid air rushed in, different from Pengcheng's sea breeze, carrying a leisurely lived-in warmth. Lu Yibei pulled his suitcase out of the arrivals hall, and the driver from the ride-hailing app quickly sent a message. Mr. Lu, hello. Shall we head to the hotel first, or to a scenic spot? Lu Yibei stood at the airport exit, looked up at the unfamiliar city. Not the hotel first. Take me somewhere the locals usually eat. The driver quickly replied with a voice message. Mr. Lu, first time in Rongqing, right? Then let's skip the tourist traps. They'll take you to a small eatery in an alley. I can't say it's the best in the city, but it's where the locals flock after work. All right. Lu Yibei put his suitcase in the trunk and got into the car. As the car left the airport expressway, the high-rises gradually thinned out, replaced by more people leisurely riding bikes. Though also a major city, Rongqing's pace seemed to have a built-in half-speed playback. Lu Yibei glanced at the constant stream of messages in the Beichin preparatory group chat, thought for a moment, and collapsed the chat. Whether the company could function was about to be a real test today. As the boss, if he just hired people and then had to dive back into the trivialities, then hiring them would have been pointless. Over 20 minutes later, the car stopped at the entrance of an old... The driver pointed to a small eatery up ahead, steam rising from its entrance. Here we are, this is the place. A dozen or so groups were waiting outside. A staff member holding a number ticket called out, table for 1. There are 27 groups ahead of you. Lu Yibei took the number ticket and glanced at the number. In the past, waiting in line felt like a waste of time. Now he suddenly realized that when traveling, time was the one thing he had in abundance. All right, I'll wait. Holding number 27, Lu Yibei sat on a small stool outside the shop entrance, scrolling through his phone. The alley was narrow, lined with old stores that had been there for years. People hurried past carrying bowls of noodles, while others chatted on small folding stools at the door. He could only understand half of the Sichuan dialect spoken at the next table. His phone, however, was buzzing with activity. The Beichin preparation group chat had quickly evolved from young Master Meng has joined the group into a sea of file names, approval forms, and meeting reminders. Lu Yibei glanced at it once, then collapsed the chat. If he was going to keep an eye on work chats while on vacation, what was the point of flying all this way? He might as well have stayed home. Before long, a waiter called out from the door. Number 27. Lu Yibei got up, went inside, and found a small table against the wall. The waiter handed him a menu. Handsome, what would you like to eat? Lu Yibei didn't open it. Bring me your signature dishes for tourists from other provinces. The waiter was taken aback. Bro, just you. Just me. That's a lot of food. It's fine. If I can't finish it, my phone will. When I travel, my goal is to leave no regrets for the local GDP. The waiter laughed and carried the menu to the kitchen. Soon a bubbling mapo tofu glistening with red oil, shiny twice-cooked pork sweet, and spicy sweetwater noodles, and a plate of fragrant bobo chicken were set on. The moment the mapo tofu landed, the aroma of Sichuan peppercorns and broad bean paste hit his nose. Seeing him staring at the feast, a local man at the next table offered a warm tip. Out of towner, eat some noodles first to line your stomach, or the spice will knock you off your feet. Lu Yibei nodded and picked up a bite of sweetwater noodles. The sweetness, heat, numbness, and crushed peanuts melded together, pleasing his tongue at first, only for the spiciness to explode moments later. He took a sip of iced water. This flavor is fighting dirty. The local man laughed heartily. Who talks about rules in Rongqing? As long as it's delicious, that's all that matters. Lu Yibei didn't pick up his chopsticks right away. Instead, he propped his phone against the table and took photos from various angles. The steam, the red oil, the bamboo skewers, and the weathered wooden table all made it into his frame. He selected 9 of the best shots and captioned them with just 2 words: fantastic. The 9-grid post went up and likes quickly started pouring in. Zhang Zihan commented, "Lu, is this a business trip or a getaway?" Lu Yibei replied, "Vacation." Zhang Zihan responded instantly, all right, if the boss says it's a vacation, then it's a vacation." After posting, Lu Yibei finally dug in. The first bite he tried to maintain some decorum. By the third bite, any decorum had already been swallowed along with the chili. He devoured the food with gusto, a thin sheen of sweat forming on his forehead. By the end, he had scraped up nearly all the sauce from the sweetwater noodles. Leaning back in his chair to catch his breath for half a minute, he gave his verdict. Fantastic. This time it was for the restaurant. When the waiter came to clear the table, he looked at the pile of bamboo skewers with a hint of admiration. "Bro, you can really handle your spice." "Just average." Lu Yibei wiped the sweat from his brow. "I just hate wasting food." With that, he packed the last 2 pieces of twice-cooked pork into a takeaway box, deciding he'd contribute to Rongqing's GDP again later if he got hungry at night. By the time he left the small eatery, the sky had darkened. Lu Yibei messaged his ride driver to take him to the hotel to drop off his luggage. As the car pulled up to the hotel entrance, he asked before getting out, "What's your surname, driver?" The driver turned around with a hearty smile. "My surname is Zhang." "All right, driver Zhang." Lu Yibei held the car door as if remembering something. "How much do you charge per day? I'd like to hire you as my tour guide, including your car, just for me." Driver Zhang was clearly stunned. In all his years driving a private car, he had seen all kinds of passengers. People usually tried to haggle him down on fuel, parking, and labor costs. This was the first time someone wanted to hire him outright the moment they got out of the car. He thought for a moment and quoted a fair price. 1,000 a day, fuel not included. He'll plan the route. Wherever you want to go, we'll take you. Deal. Lu Yibei transferred the day's fee immediately. "See you tomorrow at 8 in the morning at the hotel entrance." Seeing the payment notification, driver Zhang's tone became even more enthusiastic. "Sure thing, Mr. Lu. He'll be there on time tomorrow." He thought for a moment and added, "Since it's your first time here, let's start with Dujianjian tomorrow. If we have time, he'll take you across the Anlin suspension bridge, and then we can have lunch at the foot of the mountain. If you still want to see mountains the day after, we can arrange Qingqing Mountain too." Lu Yibei had no objections. He hadn't planned an itinerary for this trip anyway. The best plan was to find a reliable local and just follow along. The suite at the top-tier hotel was comfortable with a view of Rongqing's glittering night lights. But after a shower, Lu Yibei collapsed onto the bed and fell asleep within 2 minutes of scrolling his phone. The most important thing about traveling isn't how expensive the hotel is. It's waking up without needing an alarm or worrying about being late. At 8 in the morning, driver Zhang had the car parked at the hotel entrance. As Lu Yibei got in, driver Zhang handed him a cup of warm soy milk. "Mr. Lu, how about Dujianjian today? Since I'm in Rongqing, I should see this tooth-a-sandy-year-old engineering marvel that's still in use. Let's go." The car headed northwest. The city's high-rises gradually receded, and the mountains in the distance became clearer. Driver Zhang drove steadily, not rushing to lecture about history. He only casually shared local stories when Lu Yibei looked out the window. What makes Dujianjian amazing isn't a dam that blocks the water. It lets the Min River divide itself. The fish mouth splits the flow, the flying sand where drains silt, and then the water enters the Chengdu Plain through the bottleneck channel. For over 2,000 years, people have still relied on it. Standing by the river, listening to the water rush against the embankments, Lu Yibei felt this place had more power than any photo could capture. The stones lay there quietly, yet they managed a notoriously unruly river with perfect order. Driver Zhang sighed from beside him. "Back in school, my teachers always said Dujianjian was a water conservancy project. At the time, I thought it was just some rocks and a river. But after years of driving around and seeing many places, I realized that anything that lasts over 2,000 years isn't just luck." Lu Yibei watched the river splitting at the fish mouth and nodded. Same with people. Some people look successful on the surface, but they're just blocking all their problems in one place. Block it for too long, and it's bound to explode. The real skill is separating the problems, giving each path a place to go. Driver Zhang listened, half understanding, thinking the young guest had suddenly had a moment of philosophical insight. Little did he know Lu Yibei was actually thinking about the Qinghai project, the Walmart project, and the Beichin capital he had just set up. He walked across the Anlin suspension bridge, the surging river below, the mountain wind whipping through and making his clothes flap. His phone buzzed. A message from Gu Qinghe said that the Beichin preparation team had completed the signing of the first batch of labor contracts and non-disclosure agreements. She would send the fund approval permissions and project ledger for his confirmation in the afternoon. After reading it, Lu Yibei replied with 2 words, "Thanks." Then he put his phone back in his pocket. Driver Zhang was waiting for him at the end of the bridge. "Mr. Lu, should we head to Qingqing Mountain next or go back to the city for lunch?" Lu Yibei looked at the layered mountains in the distance. Qingqing Mountain. Since we're already out, let's not quit halfway. Master Zhang glanced at him in the rearview mirror and chuckled. Boss Lu, I love hearing that. I knew you weren't the type to snap a photo at the scenic area entrance and then head straight back to the hotel to lie down. Yibei raised an eyebrow. Master Zhang, that almost sounds like you're taking a jab at me. How could I, eh? Master Zhang said with a laugh, turning the wheel. I'm just saying the timing is perfect right now. We'll make it up the mountain in time, and the mist up there hasn't cleared yet. Hold tight, we're off. Let's go. The city gradually receded behind them, and the trees lining the road grew denser. Yibei leaned back in the rear seat, scrolling through his phone. He had just replied to a few comments on his friend's awesome post when Master Zhang spoke up from the front. Boss Lu, climbing Qingqing Mountain is quite a workout. You'd better have brought some supplies to keep your energy up. You're probably going to need them soon. Master Zhang, that sounds like you're implying I'm out of shape. I wouldn't dare, Master Zhang chuckled. I'm just worried that once you start climbing you'll be longing for some sweet water noodles and no. That's impossible, Yibei said, putting his phone down. I have a very strong will. Unless they're selling them on the mountain. Pingxing. The first 500 million yuan investment from Qinghai Automotive Supply Chain had been confirmed. The land on the east side of the second phase of the Baoan District Lingang Comprehensive Bonded Area had officially entered the land supply process for the Qinghai project. That piece of land was originally the site that Walmart and the Siemens team had their eyes on. It offered proximity to the port short logistics routes and ready-made bonded facilities suitable for both warehousing and cold chain, with ample room for future expansion. But now whoever put down the real money first gets the land. Qinghai had secured it for real. As for Walmart, all they got was a vague promise of being coordinated. This was why Han Changfeng had been walking on air these past 2 days. Others thought his high spirits were due to securing a 6 billion yuan automotive supply chain project. Only he knew that the project's success was still uncertain. What truly pleased him was having cut down Meng Weichuan's Walmart project. In the same team, sometimes you don't need to run the fastest. If the person next to you suddenly stumbles, you automatically look exceptionally capable. At the morning meeting on industrial projects, Lu Qingda's brow remained furrowed as he reviewed the progress chart on the table. The procedures for the Qinghai supply chain are moving quickly and the funds are already in place. He looked up at Meng Weichuan. Comrade Weichuan, you need to keep up with the Walmart project's progress too. We can't let a project that's been in talks for so long end up going to another. Meng Weichuan gripped his pen, not answering immediately. Keep up. How am I supposed to keep up? The land they wanted was taken by Qinghai. The alternative plots are either too small or require building new freight roads and upgrading the power supply. Did Walmart or Beichin lack those 500 million? What they lacked was a site that could be used immediately without all the hassle and delays. To put it bluntly, the international resource channels behind Beichin would find plenty of takers with favorable policies in Yangqing Ningxi or even further afield. So now he's told to follow up. Follow up on what? Go talk to them about ideals and the future. Before he could speak, Liang Zhiqing closed the file in front of him. Secretary Lu, it's easy for you to say, but you don't have to deal with the nitty-gritty details. The meeting room fell silent for a moment. Liang Zhiqing, seemingly oblivious, continued. Our working group had to beg and plead to get the Walmart and Siemens teams to come to Pengcheng. They aren't just looking at any ordinary industrial land. They need to see if the smart warehousing, cold chain, cross-border settlement, and downstream supply chain support can all operate together seamlessly. Now the land they wanted has been handed over to Qinghai. Sure, they paid 500 million, but is Walmart short of 500 million? Or is Beichin, a company holding chip distribution channels, short of it? Han Changfeng's expression cooled. Mayor Meng's nephew has already gone off on a trip, leaving the project team in a mess for us to clean up. And the new head from Beichin Gu is a tough one. No beating around the bush, only discusses terms and responsibilities. We've pulled in everyone we could these past 2 days, hoping to find a suitable alternative site to salvage the situation. But then they just said, please provide resources of equivalent grade and delivery milestones. We put all our strength into a punch and hit nothing but cotton. Who do we complain? Meng Weichuan picked up his teacup, using the sip to hide his smile. Well done, Liang Zhiqing. That was perfectly said. Lu Qingda didn't lose his temper, just put down his pen. Complaints are allowed, but the work still needs to be done. He glanced at Han Changfeng. Qinghai's money is already in and the project paperwork is in order. We can't just revoke the land. If we hurt Qinghai today, who will trust Pengcheng's investment promises? Han Changfeng quickly agreed. Secretary Lu is right. Qinghai followed the proper procedures. We can't negate a compliant arrangement just because another project came along. But Walmart wasn't a later development either. Meng Weichuan finally spoke, his tone even. The inspections, assessments, and technical team meetings are all documented by. We should adhere to procedures, but we also need to uphold our credibility. Han Changfeng smiled. Mayor Meng, I never said I didn't support Walmart. There are other industrial lands in Baoan. We can take our pick. Liang Zhiqing looked up at him. Mayor Han, then please point out a plot that meets the requirements. Don't offer us one that needs new roads and power upgrades and expect them to just make do. This time Han Changfeng remained silent. Lu Qingda paused for a moment, then tapped the table. 3 days. The Baoan District Investment Promotion Planning, Transportation, and Power Supply Departments must jointly provide at least 2 alternative plans of equivalent grade. Include the area logistics power supply and approval timelines in detail. Don't fob the company off with vague talk of feasibility in principle. Meng Huichuan will lead and Liang Jiqing will be responsible for execution. Han Changfeng's side will cooperate by mapping out the relevant road networks and municipal conditions. In 3 days I want something concrete, actionable, and ready to sign. As the meeting dispersed, Han Changfeng was the first out the door. Liang Jiqing watched his retreating back and murmured, Mayor Meng, getting this Mayor Han to cooperate might be harder than snagging a cable car ticket for Qingcheng Mountain. Meng Huichuan shot him a look. Enough. First find the land. In the afternoon, the temporary working group delivered 2 alternative proposals to Beijing Capital's temporary office. Gu Qinghe sat at the conference table, an untouched cup of coffee beside her. After reviewing the first plan, she asked calmly, this plot is over 40 mu smaller. What scale was used to calculate the cold chain storage capacity? A staff member flipped through the materials. We could potentially use adjacent plots in the future. What is the timeline for that? That still needs to be coordinated. Gu Qinghe turned to the second plan. This one is large enough. When will the freight road be completed? When will the dedicated power line be finished? And who is responsible for the bonded warehouse application and inspection? No one in the room answered immediately. She closed the file, her tone still polite. Beichin is willing to assist with the evaluation and continue discussions with all departments. But we cannot ask Walmart and Siemens to accept a plot that is clearly inferior to the original site just to meet a deadline of 3 days and then another 3 days. Please provide a formal written commitment detailing the resource elements, responsible parties, and delivery milestones. Without that, Beichin is not in a position to speak on behalf of our partners. Liang Jiqing sat nearby, his head throbbing. She hadn't gotten angry, slammed the table, or even raised her voice. But the message was clear: don't come to me for endorsement with half-baked plans. He and the working group had toiled all day only to find their punch landing on cotton once again. In the evening, the mist from Qingcheng Mountain drifted down the mountain path. Yibei stood by a viewing platform as his phone buzzed with several long voice messages from Meng Yi in the group chat, followed by materials compiled by Gu Qinghe. After reading them, he replied to Gu Qinghe, handle it professionally. If it's viable, we talk. If it's not, don't sugarcoat it for anyone. He put his phone away and turned to Master Zeng. What's good to eat at the foot of the mountain? Master Zeng thought for a moment. Ginkgo chicken stew. Get a whole one. Yibei nodded. Let's do it. At the same time, Han Changfeng's phone rang. The voice on the other end said only one thing. Mayor Han Beichin didn't sign. They want a formal resource commitment. Standing at the end of the corridor, Han Changfeng felt the wind in his face suddenly lose its force. Han Changfeng stood at the end of the corridor in the municipal government office building, staring at his phone screen for 2 seconds before sending a message to Qin Zhengyue. Qin Heist land has entered the land supply process. Walmart's alternative plan isn't mature and Beichin hasn't signed off. Shortly after the message was sent, Qin Zhengyue's call came through. Mayor Han, thank you for your hard work. Han Changfeng looked out the window, his tone indifferent. Project implementation depends on procedures and capital. Handle the rest properly and don't cause me any more trouble. Don't worry, Qin Zhengyue chuckled. I won't. The call ended and Han Changfeng put away his phone, a hint of a smile finally appearing on his face. Qin Heist landing was a solid achievement, and Beichin being stuck in place was equally a solid result. Back in the office, Liang Jiqing was still leading his team through the backup land options in Bao'an, while Meng Huichuan had to find a way to bring the Walmart project back on track. Han Changfeng could already picture the expressions on those 2 men's faces during the special meeting in 3 days when they presented their incomplete plans. This wasn't about how much he had brought in. It was about him vetoing Meng Huichuan's strongest current card. On the other side, in the tea room of the old Qin family estate in Modu, Qin Zhengyue set down his phone and leisurely poured himself another cup of tea. Qin Fen, leaning nearby, scrolling through his phone, noticed his father's good mood and immediately leaned in. Dad, is there news from Pengcheng? Qin Zhengyue raised his teacup and blew on the floating leaves. The outcome is decided. Beichin's Walmart project was pushed out by Han Changfeng. Han Changfeng is due for a promotion this time. We've won this round. Qin Fen's eyes lit up. He had suffered a few losses at Lu Yibei's hands recently, and the people who had once rallied behind him had quietly gone silent. Although his family hadn't said anything, the friends in his circle who used to shout young Master Qin now carried a hint of amusement in their tone. He had been holding in a breath of frustration. Now that breath finally found an outlet. Qin Fen picked up his phone, logged into his verified Weibo account, and posted several updates in quick succession. Doing business isn't about knowing a few foreigners to think you can shake the heavens. Little Beichin, how laughable. A newly established small company dares to challenge us. This is the consequence. Some people think getting a bit of access counts as capital, but they haven't even touched the threshold of the game table. After posting, he wanted to tag Lu Yibei under the last update to force him out to face public humiliation. But after typing Lu Yibei into the search bar, a bunch of accounts with the same name popped up, yet none of them matched. Qin Fen then searched for Beichin Capital's name, but there was no official account either. He stared at the screen for a few seconds, his face slowly darkening. Damn it, Qin Zhengyue looked up. What's wrong? That kid hasn't even registered a Weibo account. Qin Fen scrolled through the screen in frustration. It's like him shouting into the void. Qin Zhengyue couldn't help but frown. Why are you posting all this? When can I say a few words? Qin Fin retorted stubbornly. I just want him to know what the difference is. Qin Jinghua looked at him, but didn't continue to scold. The Qin family did have the upper hand now. Beichin didn't get the land, the Walmart project hadn't landed, and Qin Hai's funds and procedures were all moving forward. As long as Qin Fin didn't turn a winning hand into a spectacle again, like last time, a few Weibo posts wouldn't cause any waves. But he forgot Qin Fin's Weibo never lacked. Within half an hour the comment section was buzzing like firecrackers had been thrown in. Who is young Master Qin fighting with now? Which company is Beichin? Don't understand, but the phrase little Beichin just hits different. The Crown Prince of Modu is stepping down personally. Looks like the other side really got under his skin. Didn't he just mess up shorting Volkswagen a few days ago? He's back in the game already. Don't hate blindly. Qin's auto supply chain has landed in Pingcheng. Beichin is probably really being crushed. So is this a business competition or a rich kid's circle fight? Can someone explain? Soon local financial bloggers in Pingcheng caught wind of it and pieced together the news of Qin Hai securing the land and the Walmart project's uncertain status. Some said Beichin was just hyping up the concept of overseas channels and showing weakness when it came to actual implementation. Others brought up Qin Fin's past public failures, and the comments were flooded with a single phrase. Buddy ID suggests popping the champagne only after the project actually breaks ground. This comment quickly became the top one. When Qin Fin saw it, he angrily slammed his phone down on the tea table. A bunch of broke nobodies, what do they know? Qin Zhengyue said calmly, since you've posted, don't argue with people in the comments. What you need to do now is to stabilize the Qin Hai project. Qin Fin didn't reply, but he wasn't convinced. He felt these people online were all armchair quarterbacks. Once Qin Hai's factory was truly built, once Han Changfeng got his promotion, and once Beichin slunk away from Pingcheng with its so-called channels, who would remember today's taunts? At the same time at Beichin Capital's temporary office in Pingcheng, Mengyi was squatting at his workstation when he scrolled to Qin Fin's Weibo post, and couldn't help but laugh. Brother Bei is off enjoying himself in Rongqing, and this guy is popping champagne online. He handed the phone to Gu Qinghe. CEO Gu, look at this guy, he's already assuming our project is dead. Gu Qinghe took the phone, glanced at it, and casually put it back on the table. They do have the upper hand right now. Should we tell Brother Bei? Tell him what? Gu Qinghe retorted. For him to register a Weibo account from the mountains and get into a text war with Qin Fin. Mengyi thought about it and shook his head. That image was indeed a bit lackluster. Until the project is finalized, everyone has the right to believe they will win. Gu Qinghe looked towards the projector screen in the meeting room. He got the land, but it doesn't mean Walmart will definitely stay in Pingcheng. We didn't get the land, but it also doesn't mean this project can only stay in Pingcheng. Mengyi's eyes lit up. So we don't respond. We do respond. Gu Qinghe stood up, pulling a document from the table, but not in the comments section. She turned off the projector in the meeting room. On the table lay the freshly compiled smart warehousing and cold chain system project investment and matchmaking form. She paid no attention to the online buzz and had no interest in what Qin Fin had posted. A project is a project. Whoever shouts the loudest online can't make a cold storage facility grow an extra square meter, nor can they make a freight line emerge from the ground. CEO Gu, should we wait for the 3-day alternative plan from Pingcheng? Mengyi asked from the doorway. We are waiting. Gu Qinghe looked up, but not only waiting for them. She picked up a pen and added a line at the end of the matchmaking form. Initial investment of 3 billion yuan. Simultaneously soliciting landing proposals from eligible cities in Guangdong and Guangxi provinces. Project land customs support, cold chain logistics, power supply, and policy support will be evaluated together. Mengyi stared at the line for 2 seconds. This is putting Pingcheng on the spot, isn't it? No, Gu Qinghe said calmly. This is giving all cities an equal opportunity. Whoever can offer the right conditions Beichin's Walmart project will talk to them. Half an hour later the matchmaking form was sent out from Beichin Capital's email. The investment promotion departments in Yangqing, Fuqing, Dongjiang, and even Ningshi in Guangxi almost simultaneously received the email. Some were in meetings, some had just picked up their lunch, and some were still grappling with their existing projects. But when they saw the words Walmart initial investment of 3 billion yuan, they all stopped in their tracks. The Pingcheng project had suddenly caught the attention of the entire South China region. There's no rush to return the call from Pingcheng. Gu Qinghe stood before the projection screen in the conference room, her fingertip pressing down on the smart warehousing and cold chain system project investment attraction contact form that had already been sent out. Mengyi glanced at the incessant message notifications and was taken aback. President Gu Yangqing, Fuqing, and even Guisheng are all asking about the project conditions. That's normal. Gu Qinghe looked up. With a 3 billion yuan project on the table, everyone wants to see if they can handle it. This time Pingcheng is probably going to be in an uproar. Then let's stir some undercurrents into this stagnant water. Gu Qinghe placed her phone face down on the table, her tone as calm as if she were arranging an ordinary meeting. Doing a project isn't like hosting a dinner party. It's not won by cozying up to a mayor to squeeze us out. Less than half an hour after the email was sent, her phone had the first call came from the Yangqing Investment Promotion Bureau. The caller was extremely polite, first welcoming the Beichin team for an inspection visit, then inquiring about the specific requirements for the port bonded zone and cold chain storage capacity. As soon as that call ended, a contact from Fuqing added her work account and sent over a string of questions detailed down to cold storage temperature zones, power supply redundancy, and truck entry and exit times. These formidable players weren't just here to watch the spectacle. Walmart's initial phase was 3 billion yuan with Siemens Equipment Solutions Beichen's local integration and potentially expanding supply chain business trailing behind. Whoever could bite into this piece of meat, even just the first mouthful, would give their city's investment promotion department a reason to hold their heads high. At 4 p.m., just as Gu Qinghe finished annotating the fourth consultation document, her secretary knocked and entered. President Gu from Ningshi Guoxing, the deputy mayor, would like to speak with you directly. Gu Qinghe answered the call, and a crisp, capable male voice came through the speaker. President Gu, this is Du Qinglin in charge of investment promotion for Ningshi. We've reviewed Beichen's contact form. For project land bonded zone integration, cold chain storage, and power supply guarantees, we can prepare a formal proposal according to your standards. Beichen's requirements are not low, Gu Qinghe cautioned. High requirements are exactly what prove the project is real. Du Qinglin chuckled. We're not afraid of high standards, or we're afraid of getting a bunch of empty promises and not even making it past the project threshold. Gu Qinghe flipped through the documents on the table without immediately responding. We will conduct a unified evaluation. That's only proper. Du Qinglin paused. We don't need Beichen to give an answer right now. Ningshi will clearly outline the 2 alternative land plots, port connections, power redundancy, and cold chain support. What we can commit to, well, stamp, what we can't, we want to. Also, we've confirmed Chairman Liu is currently in Rongqing. Tomorrow afternoon, I can bring my team over and personally deliver the first version of the proposal to him. Gu Qinghe looked at the ended call, tapping her fingers lightly on the desk. After the call ended, Meng Yi poked his head in from the doorway. President Gu, who was that? Ningshi. Damn, someone's actually chasing him all the way to Rongqing. Gu Qinghe glanced at him. Weren't you the one saying President Liu was on vacation and shouldn't be disturbed? Meng Yi scratched his head. Guess this counts as a travel adventure. Most people just get hit on when they go out. Brother Bei runs into policy opportunities when he travels. At the same time, outside Tycoon in Rongqing, after finishing his meal of white fruit stewed chicken, Yibei wasn't in a hurry to return to the hotel. He asked driver Zhang to head towards the area near Chuanxi Road. The evening streets bustled with people. As the mall lights flickered on, the aroma of Tonghulu and hot pot from the alley entrance filled the air. Driver Zhang didn't park far away, slowly cruising along the roadside while continuing his introduction. Boss Liu, the best places in Rongqing aren't always in the scenic spot. Look around here, it's for shopping during the day and eating at night. Take a couple more turns in the alleys nearby, and you'll find some old spots for drinking cover bowl tea and shooting the breeze. Yibei looked out the car window. Sounds good. So tell me, what are people in Rongqing best at? Driver Zhang replied without hesitation, knowing how to live. Money can be earned slowly, but meals must be eaten on time. Even if the sky falls, you finish your mahjong game first. Makes sense. Yibei nodded. This mindset, I need to learn from it. Meng Yi's call came in right then. Brother Bei, we've got a situation. Yibei leaned back in his seat. Did Qinfen post another rant about me on Weibo? No, it's bigger than that. Once Beichen's investment form went out, outsiders got wind of it. Ningshi is even planning to come to Rongqing to talk to you. Then we'll talk. Yibei watched the crowd outside the window. Tell Gu Qinghe to negotiate according to the standards. What about Pengqing? Pengqing gets no special privileges either. Especially you don't leak any inside info to your dad. Yibei said. It's not like they're the only ones with land other places have. After hanging up, he put his phone back in his pocket. Driver Zhang asked curiously, Boss Liu, something up with the company? Minor issue. Yibei pointed to a tea house by the roadside. Just realized, seems like everyone's got a piece of land these days. Back in Pengqing, things were clearly not so relaxed. News that Beichen had publicly solicited implementation plans from both Guangdong and Guoxing provinces quickly landed on Liu Qingda's desk. That evening, the special task force that had already dispersed was hastily reconvened. Liu Qingda sat at the head of the table, the printed investment contact form beside him. Can anyone explain what's going on here? Han Changfeng spoke first. Secretary Liu, it's normal for companies to engage in external contacts. The government cannot interfere. Qin Hai's land acquisition followed legal procedures. If Beichen finds Pengqing's conditions unsuitable and looks at other cities, that's a standard commercial decision. These words were flawless. But everyone present understood Han Changfeng's simple point: if they leave, it's not on him. Liang Zhiqing was about to speak, but Meng Huichuan raised his hand first. Mayor Han is right, companies certainly have the right to choose where they go. And we truly cannot stop them. He paused, his gaze sweeping across the people at the table. But we also can't pretend we don't know why this project initially chose Pengqing. How long did the Walmart, Siemens, and Beichen teams inspect? What work did the task force do? The materials are all on your desks. Now the preferred site goes to Qin Hai and Beichen turns to other cities. Procedurally, it's fine. But in terms of investment credibility, it's a major problem. Han Changfeng frowned. Mayor Meng, Qin Hai is no nobody. The Qin family's industries in Modu are vast, and the project funds have genuinely arrived. I know. Meng Huichuan nodded. Modu's Qin family does have vast industries, and no one denies that. His tone suddenly turned heavy. But please remember, multinational giants like Walmart aren't pushovers either. The meeting room fell silent. Meng Huichuan pushed the investment contact form forward slightly. Today we can say whoever pays first gets the land procedure is compliant. But if the inside story of this round gets out, the outside world won't hear about procedural details. They'll only hear that Pingqing gave up a multinational project that was already substantively progressing to a party with deeper local connections. At that point, I can't say how the international capital circle would view Pingqing's credibility. When future big projects inquire, how do we explain? Tell them welcome to Pingqing for an inspection, but you'd better be prepared to build good relations with the locals first. Liang Zhiqing interjected from the side. Secretary Liu, companies compete for projects with conditions, cities compete for projects with credibility. If we can't even provide an equivalent piece of land and clear municipal support commitments, we can't blame Beijing for going elsewhere and calling us heartless. They're not here to date us. They're here with real money to do business. Han Changfeng's expression finally soured. He had initially thought Qin Hai getting the land and Beijing finding another option was the cleanest outcome. But Meng Weichuan's move was clearly a scorched earth tactic. If you want to give Walmart equivalent conditions, then let everyone see that Beijing isn't begging Pingqing. Pingqing is the one competing with all of South China for Beijing. Lu Qingde was silent for a long time. Comrade Huichuan, your task force needs to turn these verbal risks into solvable plans. By noon tomorrow, I want the available land plots, supporting timelines, and responsible units all on my desk. Han Changfeng, you cooperate. No more in principle it's possible. Beijing must be negotiated with and Pingqing must retain them. Whoever fails in their part, let them think carefully about whether their own hands are clean. When the meeting ended, Han Changfeng left quickly. Meng Huichuan remained seated until Liang Zhiqing leaned in and asked in a low voice. Mayor Meng, would you say we've flipped the table? Meng Huichuan stood up, picking up the investment form. Not yet. I just wanted to annoy Han Changfeng. Actually, when you think about it, the cards in our hand aren't too bad. At that moment, the car from the Ningshi Investment Promotion Bureau had already left the city, heading straight for the airport. Mayor Du, we found him. At the entrance of the night market on Jianxi Road in Rongqing, Luo, Qiming, the director of the Investment Promotion Bureau of Ning City, put away his phone and pointed ahead. In the crowd, Yibei was seated at a low table. Before him, a spread of grilled pig brain, crispy potato chunks, sweet noodle salad, iced jelly, and 2 freshly made guacamole flatbreads. A supplementary order slip the vendor had just delivered was tucked under the corner of the table. Du Chunglin followed his gaze, but didn't approach immediately. The day before, they had only confirmed from Gu Qinghe that Lu Yibei was in Rongqing. As for his exact whereabouts, Luo Qiming hadn't touched hotel or ride-hailing platform data. Instead, he leveraged his local contacts in Rongqing, making a few phone calls. Eventually, a friend from the Culture and Tourism Department mentioned that a chauffeur surnamed Zeng had recently been driving a young boss around, visiting Tycoon lead during the day and seeking out street food stalls at night. And so the Ning City Working Group found their way here. The atmosphere at the table was lively. Master Zeng, while biting into a guacamole, was introducing the dishes to Lu Yibei. Boss Lu, you've got to eat this crispy potato while it's hot. It's not crunchy once it cools. And this sweet noodle salad, it might look plain, but it's got a real kick to it. Lu Yibei picked up a piece of potato and nodded. Master Zeng chuckled. Today I'm lucky to share in Boss Lu's feast, eating my fill. I don't usually have this kind of time. Despite his polite words, Master Zeng's hand moved to pull a portion of grilled sweet potato starch noodles closer. Lu Yibei laughed. With you eating like this, you definitely can't eat me out of house and home. Eat as much as you want, order anything that looks good. Then I want stand on ceremony. Master Zeng said, his eyes crinkling with joy. Tomorrow we'll take you somewhere even better. Just then a few people stopped by the table. Du Chunglin glanced at the empty plastic stools and asked with a smile, are these seats taken? Mind if we join you? Lu Yibei didn't look up, continuing to eat with gusto. No, go ahead and sit. Du Chunglin pulled out a stool and sat down while Luo Qiming and 2 other working group members found seats nearby. Seeing the sudden influx of customers, the vendor quickly brought over 2 more plastic stools. The food in Rongqing really is delicious, Du Chunglin remarked, inhaling the aroma wafting from the table. I wonder, Boss Lu, would you be interested in tasting the cuisine of our Ning City in Guangxi? It's quite good too. Lu Yibei's chopsticks paused midair. His brain, previously immersed in culinary bliss, slowly came back online. Oh. He looked up. Is that so? Then I'll have to give it a try sometime. And you are? Du Chunglin extended his hand. Du Qinglin from Ning City, Guangxi. I currently serve as deputy mayor, overseeing investment promotion, industry and commerce, and housing and urban rural development. This is Director Luo from our city's investment promotion bureau. We heard you were traveling in Rongqing, so we thought we wouldn't interrupt your trip, just take a moment of your time for a brief introduction. Lu Yibei looked at the group, then at the still steaming grilled pig brain. You folks are quite good at finding people. I just sat down not long ago, and you've already pinpointed my exact table in the night market. Luo Qiming explained with a smile. Rest assured, Boss Lu. We didn't touch your hotel, flight, or travel information. We just asked a few friends here in Rongqing who mentioned Master Zeng was showing a young boss around to find good food today. Hearing his name, Master Zeng quickly waved his hands. I didn't get paid to lead them here. I just casually bragged to a friend about how generously Boss Lu orders. Lu Yibei's mouth twitched. Master Zeng, you really don't waste that tongue of yours. Du Chunglin interjected. It was presumptuous of us. But please rest assured, Boss Lu. This meal is just a meal. No photos, no recordings, and we won't hold a roadside meeting. If you're willing to hear about the project, well, say a few words. If not, we're happy to just finish the meal with you. Master Zheng's chewing on the guacamole came to a halt. Deputy Mayor. Damn, what's this all about? He had originally thought Boss Liu was just a small boss with a bit of money who dared to order freely. But now a deputy mayor and the investment promotion director had chased him from Guangxi all the way to Rongqing, sitting on plastic stools to share his table. This was clearly a big boss with a whole lot of money. Master Zheng quietly put down his guacamole, suddenly feeling his earlier suggestion to order more was a bit too audacious. Yibei, however, seemed not to notice his expression and shook hands with Du Chunlin. Mayor, you've really gone all out. Traveling across provinces just for a meal. The Rongqing restaurant industry should give you an honorary citizenship. Du Chunlin laughed heartily. I genuinely wanted to try the food, and I genuinely want to talk about the project. We saw the business matching form sent out by Beichin. Ning City won't claim we can replace Pengcheng as the South China Central Warehouse. That's their geographical advantage, and we're not going to boast about that. But if the project's positioning is for the China ASEAN and Southwest region's intelligent warehousing and cross-border cold chain center, Ning City has the conditions to take it on. As he spoke, he took a thin folder from his briefcase, but didn't immediately open it. 2 candidate sites, one near the comprehensive bonded zone and airport logistics area, the other near a railway freight hub. Goods can flow through Bibu Gulf Port and Xinzhou Port, then via dedicated cold chain lines into Ning City. ASEAN imported food, fruits, and local Guangxi agricultural products need such a node. Regarding land, power supply, roads, and customs coordination, we want just say, in principle, no problem. What we can commit to, well, put in writing officially. What we can't, we want dare say a word about. Yibei listened, picking up a strand of sweet noodle salad. Mayor, I don't understand these professional details. And I can't decide on this project alone. Walmart and Siemens will both be evaluating. I understand, Du Chunlin nodded. We're not here to pressure you into a decision. We just want you to know that Ning City isn't here to make up the numbers. Wherever the project goes, it should be decided on the merits. This statement resonated well with Yibei. He detested the kind of approach where people pile on personal favors, connections, and face-saving only to conclude with the project must stay here. Doing business isn't like a blind date. If your conditions aren't up to par, trying to keep someone with a can't you do it for the sake of our connection isn't cooperation, it's moral. All right, Yibei nodded. Give the materials to Gu Qinghe and follow the normal process. Do the site visits and feasibility studies as needed. As long as the conditions are genuinely right, Beichin won't reject you just because it's a different city. Du Chinglin's smile became more genuine. That's all I needed to hear from you, Boss Liu. He placed the folder back in his briefcase, refraining from immediately shoving a pile of blueprints at Yibei. We'll head back to the hotel tonight and refine the formal proposal. Whenever the Beichin team is ready to take a look, Ning City will welcome you. When it's time to talk business, we'll do it in the conference room. But tonight, let's just talk about the food. Yibei nodded. This sense of propriety was far more refreshing than someone starting with you must support local development. Luo Qiming chimed in immediately. Boss Liu, Ning City's pickled fruits, Laoyu noodles, and lemon duck are also top-notch. Whenever you have time, we'll arrange everything. No work talk, just getting to know the cuisine. Master Zheng finally couldn't help but interject. About that even better place I promised for our next outing. Are we still on? A moment of silence fell over. Yibei slapped the table, laughing. Master Zheng, let's do it. Eating is my top priority no matter what. Du Chunlin joined in the laughter. Master Zheng's face broke into a wide grin. He felt that his service fee for the day suddenly didn't matter anymore. From now on, Master Zheng could put on his resume that he had once hosted a deputy mayor and an entire prefecture-level city working group. Just then Lu Yibi's phone buzzed. A message from Mengyi. Brother Bei Liang Zhiqing is on a plane with Pengcheng's materials. He says he's not coming to talk business, just to have a meal with you. Lu Yibei finished reading, looked up at the nearly finished table, and said, Mayor Du, looks like we might need to add another seat to this late-night snack. Du Chunlin put down his chopsticks, his smile unwavering. That's perfect. Being able to talk at the same table is much better than fighting it out from a distance. At Rongqing Airport, a flight from Pengcheng descended through the thick clouds above the city, touching down gently on the runway. The cabin announcement chimed. Ladies and gentlemen, this flight has arrived safely in Rongqing. As the cabin door opened, he was the first to step out, clutching his folder of documents. 2 staff members who had landed with him followed, dragging luggage. Just as they exited the jet bridge, Liang Zhiqing turned and asked, Have you located Director Liu? One of the staffers quickly checked his phone. Director Liang, young Master Ming didn't specify where Director Liu is. We'll need to confirm the exact location with the local then confirm it quickly. My left eyelid hasn't stopped twitching. Liang Zhiqing kept walking, asking again as they crossed the arrivals hall, What about now? Found him yet? Still on it. These things take time, sir. Exiting the airport, Liang Zhiqing headed for the car with his luggage, but stopped midway. Forget it. Let's go straight to the hotel. 20 minutes later, in the hotel lobby, Liang Zhiqing shoved his luggage towards the front desk, not even pocketing the room key. Have it sent up to my room. Just as a staffer was about to suggest, Liang Zhiqing's phone rang. Director Liang, we've found Director Liu's location. Where? On Yulin Road, a small place serving Zhigung and Jianghu cuisine. Young Master Lu and his party just went in. Liang Ziqing turned and headed out immediately. Bring the documents. Hurry up. We can't let them finish their late-night meal while we're still here at the hotel. The car pulled back into the night. Liang Ziqing leaned back in the rear seat, holding the dossier compiled overnight in Pingqing. It contained 2 alternative sites, bonded port connections, road construction milestones, power supply expansion plans, responsible units, and contact persons, all of it. Meng Huichuan had been adamant this time. Write down what can be done clearly. Cross out what cannot. If anyone dares to write feasible in principle again, they'll face the principle themselves. Half an hour later, Liang Ziqing pushed open the glass door of the small eatery. The aroma of chili and Sichuan peppercorns hit him instantly. The place was cramped, tables squeezed together, handwritten menus plastered across the walls. Lu Yibei sat at a table in the back, several empty plates stacked before him. Chef Zeng was carefully sipping a glass of iced tofu pudding. Du Chunglin sat across from Lu Yibei, lowering his head to pick up a piece of rabbit kidney. Hearing the commotion, he looked up. The 2 men locked eyes for a couple of seconds. Du Chunglin set down his chopsticks, a smile spreading across his face. Well, if it isn't Monitor Liang. He gave Liang Ziqing an appraising look. What brings you here? The food here is quite spicy. You should head back, you can't handle it. Chef Zeng bit his spoon, his gaze flickering between the 2 men. They know each other too. Liang Ziqing was momentarily taken aback, then set his luggage aside, returning an equally genial smile. Du Qinglin, you old dog. I was wondering who had the audacity to poach projects right from under Pingqing's nose. So it's you, do go. Du Chunglin clicked his tongue. After all these years, Monitor Liang, you still have that sharp tongue. Back in college you loved taking attendance. Now that you're a director, you've flown all the way to Rongqing to claim projects. Cut the crap. Liang Ziqing pulled out a plastic stool and sat down. Back in university you'd skip class and have me cover for you. Now you've got the nerve to poach project. Poach? Du Chunglin retorted, offended. The project isn't your family's heirloom. If Pingqing can't offer the right conditions, why shouldn't others come and ask? Do go, you can eat all the spicy food you want here, but that doesn't prove your city can handle it. Monitor Liang, you can fly all night to Rongqing, but that doesn't prove you can hold onto the project either. And you have the nerve to bring up me skipping class, Du Chunglin said, picking up a piece of rabbit kidney, not holding back. Who was it that as Monitor checked my dorm bed during You confiscated 2 packs of instant noodles I had hidden. Liang Ziqing remained unfazed. That's because you were cooking luossifin in the dorms with an electric pot. The neighbors thought the septic tank had exploded. That's called passion for life. That's called a fire hazard. Lu Yibei chuckled at the exchange. What on earth did you 2 major in? Such colorful lives. Economics and management, Du Chunglin and Liang Ziqing said in unison. Chef Zeng nodded along, but inwardly mused that even leaders were just as unreliable as everyone else before they rose to power. The pace of their banter quickened, but the atmosphere at the table remained light. Lu Yibei picked up a piece of spicy chicken, chewed it slowly, and then raised a hand to calm them down. Hold on, you 2. I'm here for a late-night snack, not to watch a live taping of Run Investment Bureau. If you keep arguing, the owner will think you're trying to take over the place. Chef Zeng couldn't help but burst out laughing. He had assumed a figure like Mayor Du would exude a meeting room aura even while sitting on a plastic stool. But the moment Director Liang arrived, the 2 regressed from investment officials to dorm mates fighting over the water heater. This dinner was getting harder to follow. Liang Ziqing's smile faded as he took the dossier from his staff member. Young Master Lu, I'm not here to make excuses for Pingqing. The original land being taken by Qinghai put our project team in a tight spot. Mayor Meng and Secretary Lu both know that saying we're coordinating won't retain any project. He placed the documents on the corner of the table, not pushing them towards Lu. Pingqing has prepared 2 new proposals. Land area, warehouse space, bonded logistics integration, freight roads, and power expansion. All are detailed with specific responsible units and milestones. Anything we can't deliver, we've left out. I'm here for one reason, to ask the teams from Beichin, Walmart, and Siemens to give Pingqing one more chance for a full evaluation. Du Qinglin took a slow sip of his iced tofu pudding. Monitor Liang, that's what you said before. It took losing the land to Qinghai before you decided to put your promises in right. Liang Ziqing didn't look at him. Do your proposal is decent too. The China ASEAN and Southwest cold chain node. The direction is sound. But whether you can pull it off isn't decided by your smooth talk here. Du Qinglin smiled. Exactly. Projects are evaluated on the merits of the proposal, not on who shouts the loudest. Lu Yibei wiped his hands with a napkin. Let me say this again. I don't understand the technicalities of freight bonded zones or cold chains, and I want make professional decisions for Walmart or Siemens. Whether it's Pingqing or Ningxi, submit your materials to Guqingha. State your conditions clearly. The proposal that's strongest and most credible advances to the next. Liang Ziqing nodded. Du Chunglin nodded as well. This time neither of them tried to undermine the other. Chef Zeng, flipping through the menu, stayed out of their project discussion entirely. He was just a temporary driver and guide hired by Lu Yibei, responsible for navigation, finding scenic spots, and taking people to good food. As for bonded zones, cold chains, and power grids, it all sounded like a jumbled mess that had nothing to do with him. Once the 3 men had finally said their piece, Chef Zeng handed the menu to Lu Yibei. Boss Lu, their boiled beef is worth another order. And this pickled pepper duck tongue, I'd recommend it if you're up for it. Lu Yibei glanced at it. Order it. No more project talk today. These two chance-met extras can't ruin my dinner plans. Otherwise, why would I have come all this way? Chef Zeng smiled and called for the owner to add the dishes, silently planning where to take Boss Lu tomorrow. Just then Liang Zicheng's phone vibrated. He glanced at the caller, his expression turning more serious. Mayor Ming. The voice on the other end was low, but the table fell silent. After listening for a few seconds, Liang Zicheng replied, understood. He'll head back early tomorrow morning. Hanging up, he looked at Du Qinglin. Secretary Lu has called for a final resource coordination meeting tomorrow morning. Han Changfeng must be present. Du Qinglin raised an eyebrow. So is Pengqing finally ready to lay its cards on the table? Liang Zicheng pocketed his phone with a smile. Do ergo starting tomorrow, it's a real fight. At the investment promotion department of Rongqing Grand Courtyard, two groups of out-of-town investors both looking for the same person. He Pingchuan, deputy director of the Rongqing Municipal Investment Promotion Bureau, set down his teacup and looked up at the staff member standing before his desk. Yes. The staff member placed 2 visitor registration forms on the desk. The work group from Ningshi Gui province came the day before yesterday, and another from Pengqing arrived last night. A young man named Lu Yibei. They didn't ask for private information. The staff member added, both groups inquired about his whereabouts and current location through the normal investment supervisor contact channels. But 2 groups traveling across provinces to Rongqing both fixated on the same person. That's highly unusual. He Pingchuan remained silent. In the investment game, the real fear wasn't someone merely mentioning a project, but failing to understand why they suddenly made a move. The Ningshi delegation's arrival, he could comprehend. Gui province's interest in the ASEAN and Southwest cold chain project was clear. But when Pengqing's people showed up, the dynamics shifted entirely. A core coastal city and a southwestern gateway city arriving one after another in Rongqing to find the same young man. To claim it was merely a casual dinner or social call would be as naive as treating investment promotion like a dating show. There had to be something more beneath the surface. Look into it quickly. He Pingchuan snapped the lid back onto his cup. Don't touch personal privacy. Check public business registrations, industry information, and any recent projects these 2 cities have disclosed. Half an hour later, the materials were laid out on his desk. Lu Yibei's Beijing capital had just publicly solicited proposals for a smart warehousing and cold chain system project with Walmart's initial investment of 3 billion yuan. Pengqing had originally held the prime location, but lost it to the Qinghai automobile supply chain, forcing the project to look elsewhere for land. Ningshi had already arrived in Rongqing with their proposal, and Liang Zicheng from Pengqing had chased after them last night. He Pingchuan stared at the documents for a long moment, then suddenly smiled. So this isn't 2 men coming to Rongqing for late-night snacks. It's 2 cities chasing a project right to our doorstep. The staff member cautiously asked, Director, what should we do? He Pingchuan stood up and grabbed his coat. Since they're both here in Rongqing, the least we can do is show our face first. This is a promising opportunity, a solid potential winner. Even if we don't land it this time, I should at least get a contact. And have the industry division pull out all the materials on Rongqing's comprehensive bonded zone dual airport cargo railway port and cold chain park. Just a light touch to get involved. The next morning in Pengqing, the projection screen in the municipal party committee meeting room was lit with 3 freshly printed project documents laid out on the table. Lu Qingda sat in the main seat, his expression far from pleased. Has Liang Zicheng returned yet? He's on a video call now, the secretary replied. As the words left his mouth, the screen on the wall lit up. Liang Zicheng was seated on the high-speed rail back to Pengqing with gray-white platforms flashing past behind him. Secretary Lu, I can hear you clearly. Lu Qingda nodded and turned to the other side of the table. Han Changfeng, you go first on the new alternative sites and supporting plan. Han Changfeng opened the folder. Baoan has offered 2 plots. One is larger and can accommodate warehousing and future expansion. The other is closer to the airport cargo and bonded logistics corridors. Roads, power supply, and approval milestones have all been assigned to specific personnel at the relevant departments. Are the conditions no worse than the original site? Lu Qingda asked. Han Changfeng paused. Each location has its own pros and cons, but overall they can meet the project's requirements. A planning official beside the table quietly added, the cargo access road for the first plot needs to be newly built, and the timeline and budget have been outlined for the second plot. Power capacity expansion must be coordinated with the grid department. Both items can be written into the delivery checklist. Lu Qingda raised his eyes. Being able to write it into a checklist and actually delivering on time, are those the same thing? The man's forehead immediately broke into a sweat. The responsible departments are verifying the schedule and will provide the final milestones by noon today. Liang Zicheng spoke up from the screen. Mayor Han, that still sounds a bit vague. What does overall can meet mean? What Walmart wants to see isn't good enough, but whether every single item can be delivered on schedule. Han Changfeng's face darkened. Director Liang, you go out of town for 1 meal and come back ready to teach me how to run a project. I wouldn't dare. Liang Zicheng smiled. I'm just worried that if we present another in principle feasible proposal, Beijing will block us outright. The room fell silent. Lu Qingda turned to Meng Huaichuan. Comrade Huaichuan, your thoughts. Meng Huichuan, who had been deliberately disengaged since entering, finally set down his pen. I don't have much of a say here. Han Changfeng frowned. Meng Huichuan continued. I know Liu Yibei personally, and my son is close with him too. But this project isn't my family's business, nor is it his alone to decide. Each party has its own evaluation process. If you're hoping he'll call him and use personal connections to keep the project in Pengcheng, I can't do that, and I shouldn't. The only thing I can do is follow Pengcheng's investment promotion protocols to the letter and showcase the city's proper investment appeal. Is the land sufficient? When will the roads be open? When will the power arrive? Who's responsible? Who signs off? Put it all in writing clearly. If our conditions are solid enough, they'll naturally stay. If not, and they choose another city, we can't stop them. Meng Huichuan paused, then added one more point. Also, I suggest we make things clear-cut. Regarding project evaluation, land resources, and policy implementation, I'll directly request to recuse myself and submit to oversight procedures. I won't use my position as vice mayor to influence corporate decisions. I don't have that kind of influence, and I don't want to be the scapegoat. His words were impeccably formal, almost to the point of calculated disengagement. Yet everyone could hear it clearly. He was pushing every expectation that Meng Huichuan could leverage relationships for Pengcheng straight back into the framework of rules and paperwork. Han Changfeng said coldly, then what's the point of this meeting? Meng Huichuan looked up at him. The point is to finish what we can actually do. Don't assume that just because they have a project they must land it in Pengcheng. In the past we chose companies because they lacked capital and channels. This principle, Mayor Han, should be clearer to you than to me. Now with companies that have money and channels, it's not us choosing them, it's them choosing us. Han Changfeng said nothing. Lu Qingde tapped the table. Enough. Comrade Huichuan is right. What the government can do is lay out the business environment and supporting conditions on the table, not force companies to pick us. Han Changfeng by noon today turned all the ambiguous items in the two proposals into definitive commitments. After Liang Zhiqing returns, he'll formally liaise with Director Gu of Beichen. We can't let the plan stay stuck in internal documents. And no one should be prying into how far Beichen has gotten with other cities. Playing our own hand well is what matters most. Just before the meeting adjourned, Liang Zhiqing's phone suddenly buzzed. It was a message from Gu Qinghe. The Rongqing Investment Promotion Bureau just formally requested a meeting through official channels with the first version of their resource list attached. Attached to the message was a document of over a dozen pages with every annotation on the comprehensive bonded zone airport, cargo railway, port, and cold chain park accounted for. Liang Zhiqing stared at the screen, speechless for a long time. In the Pengcheng meeting room, Meng Huichuan was the first to notice his expression. What's wrong? Liang Zhiqing looked up with a wry smile. Mayor Meng Rongqing has entered the game too. Received. Just watch. In the high-speed rail carriage, Liang Zhiqing stared at the reply from Meng Huichuan, wondering if his eyes were playing tricks on him. He immediately dialed the phone. Chief, how can we just watch? Rongqing has already made its move, and Du Chenglin from Ningshi is also watching in Rongqing. If we lag behind any further, someone else will take the project away. On the other end of the line, Meng Huichuan was brewing tea in his office. He chuckled upon hearing this. Look at you, always in such a hurry. Does rushing? Liang Zhiqing opened his mouth, but had no retort. Meng Huichuan continued leisurely. You head back with a cheerful demeanor, putting on a show for Han Changfeng. Let them think we've been squeezed out, scurrying around in a panic. But they'll give you the inside scoop. Meng Huichuan set down his teacup, lowering his voice. That rascal of mine is usually a slacker, but he's been off lately. He was desperate to prove his worth. When Yibei went on his trip, he didn't tag along. He's likely holed up in the Beichen office playing games, watching the group chats, and pretending to be busy. Liang Zhiqing was baffled. What does that prove? It proves he's not worried, Meng Huichuan said calmly. If Meng Yi truly thought the project was doomed, he'd be tearing down my study door. The fact that he can squat in the office gaming means he knows there's a backup plan, or at least he's not taking the Qinghai project seriously. Liang Zhiqing leaned back in his seat, unable to resist, asking, couldn't the young master just be carefree and unconcerned? Of course he could, Meng Huichuan laughed. But these past 2 days he's been posting his game scores in the group, saying things like Beichen will prevail. If he didn't hear something from Liu Yibei, he'd be feeling extremely confident. I've raised him for over 20 years, I can tell if he's faking calm or playing dumb. Besides, think about it. Would a normal person be in the mood for a trip after their land deal was snatched away? Liang Zhiqing pondered for a moment. A normal person wouldn't. Exactly. Meng Huichuan's tone settled back into calmness. There must be something about Qinghai's situation that we haven't figured out yet. There's no use being anxious now. Just watch. Liang Zhiqing was silent for a few seconds. Meng Huichuan added, also I visited Yibei before he left. He was humming, today is a great day at home, as happy as if he'd won the lottery. Qinghai got the land, so why was he so pleased? So I suspect there's a hidden trap in Qinghai's project. It's just a matter of when Beichen will strike back. Rest assured, Beichen probably has some cunning scheme waiting for them. After hearing this, Liang Zhiqing finally felt more settled. What about Rongqing and Ningshi? Talk to them as needed, Meng Huichuan said. We can't make decisions for the companies, nor can we forbid them from talking to others. But we should offer Pengcheng's terms and prepare the necessary material. The win or loss doesn't have to be decided in this round. After the call ended, Liang Zhiqing watched the rapidly receding night outside the window and let out a long sigh. He suddenly felt he had been blindly charging around in a chess game without seeing the board. The chief truly thinks on a much broader scale than he did. Meanwhile, Meng Huichuan sat outside the game, simply telling him to watch. The next morning at Quanzhai Alley in Rongqing, the alley with its gray bricks and tiles was packed with tourists. Low stools were set outside tea houses, and visitors in Hanfu held up their phones searching for the perfect angle. Master Zeng led the way, explaining which shop had the most authentic cover bowl tea, and noting that although the line for Sanda Pao was long, it could be tried later. Yibei had just taken a photo when he turned to see Du Qinglin and Luo Qiming accompanied by 2 staff members following at a deliberate distance. He held back for a while before finally speaking. Mayor Du, this really isn't necessary. Du Qinglin looked puzzled. What's not necessary? You have an entire work group accompanying me around a scenic spot. People might think I'm on a grade school field trip with a bunch of chaperones. Luo Qiming nearly burst out laughing. Du Qinglin waved his hand dismissively. Everyone here hasn't had a real break or a proper holiday in a long time. I'm here as a tourist, and I just happened to run into President Liu. We're just making friends and having a good time. Look, is Quanzhai Alley your property? Can I come here? Liu Yibei's mouth twitched. Fine, sure. Whatever you say. Du Qinglin pretended not to hear and turned to ask Master Zeng. Master Zeng, where to next? Master Zeng held the guidebook and answered seriously, Wuhou Shrine. After that, we'll head for lunch. It's the most convenient route. Mayor Du, if it's on your way, you're welcome to join. If you have other plans, feel free to go your own way. The words were polite, but Master Zeng was screaming internally. Is this how the big shots operate? What a coincidental meeting. Why doesn't anyone ever bump into me? He wouldn't have minded someone chasing him from another province just to chat about life and ideals. But despite his grumbling, he diligently managed Liu Yibei's schedule. After all, his current job was to ensure Boss Liu played well and ate well. At the entrance of Wuhou Shrine, Du Qinglin actually bought a ticket. Luo Qiming tried to use the queue time to bring up the project again, but as soon as he pulled out his phone, a single look from Du Qinglin silenced him. No work talk today, Du Qinglin said in a low voice. We're all on a team-building break. Discussing business would be inappropriate. Luo Qiming had no choice but to... Liu Yibei took a couple of photos in front of the red walls and bamboo shadows, then turned to witness the scene. Mayor Du, are you really here for sightseeing this time? What else would it be? Du Qinglin spread his hands. The project materials have been handed to President Gu. If I kept hounding you, it would make Ningxi look insecure. We're here to make friends, see the sights, and share a meal. If a deal comes out of it, great. If not, at least you won't think your trip to Rongqing was just a series of meetings with people carrying... Liu Yibei smiled. Well said. If I had to deal with work while on vacation, I might as well just head back to Pengcheng and lie down. I'm not even this busy when I'm in Pengcheng. Du Qinglin pointed to the sign ahead. Then let's drop the work talk. President Liu, you know Zhuge Liang, right? Let me tell you how he... Mayor Du. Liu Yibei quickly raised a hand to stop him. Let's leave this to Master Zeng. I believe you when you talk about investment, but if you start on the 3 kingdoms, I'm afraid you'll end up hearing a pitch for a Longzhong strategic partnership plan. Master Zeng nearly laughed out loud, but quickly took over the narrative, telling the group about the history of Wuhou Shrine and Jinli Old Street. As the group reached the end of the alley, someone suddenly blocked their path. He Pingchuan, accompanied by 2 staff members from the Rongqing Investment Promotion Bureau, stood under an old tree, as if he had been waiting for a while. He didn't rush to hand over materials, but spoke with a smile first. Ah, is this President Liu? Liu Yibei stopped, glancing at Du Qinglin and then at the newcomers. Quite a few people seem to have signed up for this coincidental meeting in Quanzhai Alley today. He Pingchuan's smile remained, and he extended his hand. He Pingchuan from the Rongqing Municipal Investment Promotion Bureau. We mean no harm. We just saw that President Liu was touring Rongqing and wanted to fulfill our duties as hosts. And of course to make a formal acquaintance. He spoke politely, but the 2 staff members behind him were already holding their document bags neatly, clearly having put in considerable effort overnight. Du Qinglin stood to the side, his eyes narrowing slightly. Liu Yibei meanwhile looked at the bulging document bag behind He Pingchuan and suddenly smiled. Director He Rongqing's hospitality is certainly intense. He Pingchuan remained unperturbed, his smile utterly natural. How could that be? I simply saw the materials your company sent out. I had my team study them as homework. And as luck would have it, I ran into you here in Rongqing, Boss Liu. Since the one who set the questions is right here, we junior folks figured we'd bring our homework for your inspection to see if we've got... He paused, gesturing at the tourists milling about the entrance of Wuhou Shrine. As for the project itself, the materials have been submitted to General Manager Gu through the official channels. Today is not about work. Let us simply fulfill our duties as hosts. All of Boss Liu's expenses during this trip to Rongqing will be covered by us. After all, what kind of friends would we be if we let you pay your own way? Liu Yibei was momentarily taken aback. This director, he certainly knows how to play the game. Though he wasn't exactly strapped for cash these days, as the saying goes, you don't hit a smile. When someone has said their piece, so graciously continuing to hold back would just seem ungrateful. All right, Liu Yibei nodded. But let's get this straight, we can eat and drink, but no talk of the project. Absolutely not a word, He Pingchuan interjected immediately. The contract is General Manager Gus' affair. Boss Liu, your only job today is to enjoy yourself. If you're not satisfied, then we at Rongqing's Cultural Tourism Department haven't done our job. Behind him a young man in glasses was scribbling furiously in his notebook, the tip of his pen nearly catching fire. Yibei glanced over. There written clearly was a single line: build trust through service, demonstrate professionalism through boundaries. Never turn investment negotiations into a hard sell. Pingchuan caught the movement from the corner of his eye and gave a soft cough. The young man's face flushed, and he quickly flipped the page. Yibei was amused. Young comrade taking notes, that seriously? Boss Liu, I've only just started working, the young man answered honestly. Director, he always says that whether a deal goes through is one thing, but making people feel comfortable is another. I don't think I'll ever master this art of language in my lifetime. Pingchuan waved a hand, feigning modesty. Enough with the flattery. Shaochen, Boss Liu rarely visits Rongqing, and since he's right here, why don't you tell him about our rich cultural history? Yes, Director, he. Shaochen immediately tucked his notebook under his arm and switched into professional mode. Boss Liu, the Wuhou Shrine's origins can be traced back to the Zhaolai Temple of the Shuhan period, which was later merged with the Temple of Zhuge. The red-walled corridor you're standing in now is what many tourists call a prime photo spot, but actually, Du Chonglin rolled his eyes from the side. Even better at performing than I am. He looked at Pingchuan, his tone sour enough to dress 3 bowls of ice jelly. If you're not at this year's film awards, I can't be bothered to watch. You even prepared a cultural tourism guide for this chance encounter. Pingchuan wasn't flustered in the slightest. Mayor, you can't say that. Shaochen just happens to be on rotation in our Investment Promotion Bureau's general office, and since his family is local, it's only natural he knows a bit about history and culture. Natural. Du Chonglin nodded. No one in the world would dare say that's unnatural. Shaochen opened his mouth wanting to defend his boss, but realized any attempt would only make things worse. In the end, he could only cast a helpless look at Pingchuan. Pingchuan, however, just smiled. This is what we call thorough preparation. Mayor Du, didn't you fly all the way from Ningshi to accompany Boss Liu through Quanzhai Alley just to show him your sincerity? Ours was a chance encounter. Du Chonglin said, his expression unwavering. What a coincidence, so was ours. The 2 leaders in charge of investment promotion stood at the entrance of Wuhou Shrine, uttering the words chance encounter with the gravity of a state secret. Luo Qiming and the other 2 staff members lowered their heads in unison, struggling to keep their lips from twitching. Master Zeng stood nearby, having completely given up on understanding the situation. He was just a paid Bithade tour guide originally tasked with showing Boss Liu a good time. Now 3 separate groups around him had turned a chance encounter into a municipal-level He silently flipped to the next page of the guidebook. As long as he didn't have to deliver an investment pitch, everything else was fine. Yibei, having enjoyed the spectacle, raised a hand. Alright, you lot, stop competing for best actor at the scenic spot entrance. Director, let me make things clear. Rongqing having ideas is all well and good, but the materials need to be submitted to our company's general manager Gu Qinghe. The Walmart and Siemens teams will also be reviewing them. Whoever can deliver on their conditions, whoever can fulfill their promises, moves on to the next round. I won't make a decision today, and I won't make one tomorrow. I can't even decide what to eat this afternoon without asking Master Zeng, so I'm certainly not going to make a snap decision on a project. Master Zeng, upon being mentioned, straightened his back immediately. Boss Liu, I can decide what we eat this afternoon. As for the project, that definitely needs the professionals. A flicker of seriousness passed through Pingchuan's eyes, and he nodded in agreement without hesitation. That's exactly what we want. Rongqing doesn't rely on personal connections to win projects, and we're not asking you to commit right now. We'll go back and clearly document our resources, our implementation milestones, and any potential constraints, then put it all on the same table for a fair comparison with others. Du Chonglin shot him a look, his own expression turning more serious. Now that's what I like to hear. Everyone lays their cards on the table. No more fobbing people off with vague in principle. We support. The project doesn't go to whoever shouts the loudest, but to whoever can actually provide the roads, the land, the electricity, the warehousing, and the people. Exactly, Pingchuan agreed. We've also clearly stated Rongqing's positioning. We're not vying with Pingqing for the South China Gateway, nor are we trying to take over Ningxi's ASEAN corridor. But if the project allows for a multi-node national layout, Rongqing can serve as the Western hub for smart warehousing and distribution and air-based cold chain logistics. We'll state what we can handle and nothing more. No empty promises. Yibei nodded. This was far more agreeable to the ear than we can do everything. His phone buzzed then. It was a message from Gu Qinghe. Received Rongqing's resource list. They proactively flagged the constraints of 2 selected sites, not dodging the issues. The Walmart project team is asking if we can arrange an online presentation for the proposals from the 3 cities. Yibei flipped the phone face down, not replying immediately. He looked at Pingchuan, then at Du Chonglin. Stop hovering around here. Rongqing's treating, isn't it? Pingchuan's eyes lit up. Of course. What would you like to eat, Boss Liu? Yibei waved a hand. Ask Master Zeng. He was saying yesterday there's an even better place. I'm trusting him again today. Master Zeng's spirits lifted immediately, and he pointed towards Jinli. Then let's go. He'll take you all to a place that's been open for over 20 years. It's a real hole in the wall, nothing fancy, but the flavors are absolutely top-notch. Du Chonglin glanced at Pingchuan. Director, since you're the host, can you handle the spice? Pingchuan smiled. For the project I can handle it. For the food I can handle it too, Yibei added. But if anyone pulls out a bottle of liquor at the table, I'm out of here on the spot. The group laughed and moved on. Yiping Chuan lingered at the back, pulling out his phone to reply to an office message. Notify the project team. Finalize the 3-city comparison table tonight. Tomorrow's online meeting with General Manager Gu is a chance we can't afford to miss even if the odds are stacked against us. Just as he sent it, a second message from Gu Qinghe popped up on his screen. Pengcheng's updated proposal includes a supporting metric that overlaps with the Qinghai project. Needs verification. Yiping Chuan's steps faltered for a moment. He looked up at Liu Yibei and Du Chenglin laughing ahead, and his gaze darkened. This chance encounter was perhaps only just beginning. The alley outside Jinli was narrow, but turning into it revealed a hidden world. The restaurant Master Zeng mentioned had a modest facade, its sign yellowed by years of kitchen smoke, and the tables inside were packed as tightly as a rush-hour subway car. Before they even stepped through the door, a fragrant blend of chili and Sichuan peppercorn rushed out to greet them, instantly summoning Liu Yibei's appetite to a fervent committee meeting. This is the place, Master Zeng said, patting his chest. The setting is simple, but the taste is top-notch. Boss Liu, I told you yesterday, it was something special. Was I? The aroma certainly confirms your claim, Liu Yibei nodded. As they settled into their seats, Xiao Chun had already grabbed the menu, looking as if had just been handed his annual performance targets. Boss Liu, the must order here is the sizzling kidney flowers. But if you're not into organ meat, go for the young ginger rabbit. The twice-cooked pork is also a specialty. They use the perfect cut with just the right balance of fat and lean. We should also get the charred pepper and preserved egg and the chicken shreds with cold noodles. And, he paused, flipping to the edge of the menu. The candied fruit balls are a great sweet treat for after the meal. They won't weigh you down. Don't overorder on the staples. These dishes are rich and flavorful. It would be a shame to fill up too quickly. He added seriously, we can have the spiciness level set to mild. But the mild here in Rongqing is probably equivalent to medium hot anywhere else. Liu Yibei looked up at him. Xiao Chun, are you really from the Investment Promotion Bureau, or are you secretly a scout sent by this restaurant to lure in customers? Xiao Chen's ears turned red. No, as a local, isn't it reasonable to know a thing or two? Yiping Chuan, cradling his teacup, added in a calm tone. It's rare for Boss Liu to visit Rongqing. We can't have him hitting a culinary minefield. Master Zeng's mouth twitched slightly. Just yesterday had been telling Boss Liu about which places had long lines and which were local favorites. Now he felt like a novice guide stumbling by instinct, while Xiao Chun was the seasoned pro arriving with the ultimate strategy guide. Indeed, some things are best left to the experts. But Master Zeng wasn't one to back down easily. He quickly added, Xiao Chun is certainly professional at ordering, but once the food arrives, the eating technique is my department. Take these cold noodles for instance. You have to mix them gently first. Don't just attack them with your chopsticks, or you'll splatter chili oil all over your clothes. Liu Yibei looked at him, then at Xiao Chun. Alright, we've got a very well-rounded team today. One handles the preliminary research, the other handles the on-site delivery. Everyone laughed. The dishes arrived quickly. The sizzling kidney flowers were perfectly crisp, the young ginger rabbit provided a fiery kick that made one's scalp tingle, and the twice-cooked pork wrapped with garlic sprouts was so delicious that Liu Yibei felt all his previous meals had been relegated to the sidelines. He ate and took photos. This place is great. I've got new material for my 9-grid photo post. Du Chenglin, picking up a piece of rabbit meat, finally wore a genuine smile. Boss Liu, this is what a vacation should be like. Don't turn a meal into a project pitch. It's exhausting for everyone. Yiping Chuan raised his teacup. Are you taking a jab at me? We're not talking business today. If we've managed to host Boss Liu properly, that's half the battle won for our city. And the other half? Liu Yibei asked. The other half depends on whether you're satisfied, isn't that right? Yiping Chuan replied without hesitation. As the meal progressed, the atmosphere at the table became completely relaxed. Du Chenglin and Yiping Chuan bickered about who could handle more spice, which led to tales of who got the worst of it during grassroots work. Luo Qiming listened with amusement. No one pulled out documents and no one raised a glass, shouting the usual drinking toasts. Liu Yibei appreciated this sense of propriety. Satisfied and full, he wiped his hands and stood up, phone in hand. What a coincidence, all of us being here today. Du Chenglin and Yiping Chuan exchanged a glance, chuckling without taking the bait. Liu Yibei smiled and continued. Let's take a group photo to contribute to my 9-grid post. Today marks the end of my Rongqing trip. They'll head back to Pengcheng tomorrow and crash. Great, Yiping Chuan said, getting up immediately. Xiao Chun, find a spot with good lighting. Xiao Chun instinctively reached for his phone, then realizing, quickly handed it to Master Zeng, if you would. Master Zeng took the phone, instantly back in his element. Everyone squeeze in a bit. Don't block your faces with that sign behind you. Mayor Du, don't look so stiff. Smile like you've already secured the deal. Can't you say something decent? Du Chenglin laughed and chided. Click. The photo was taken. Liu Yibei glanced at it, nodded in satisfaction, and put his phone away, his smile fading slightly. Since we're all here by such a coincidence, let me be clear with you. The table fell silent. Beichen's projects won't be prioritized just because someone has a closer relationship. Whether it's Pengcheng Ningshi or Rongqing, it's the same. Beichen has always only cared about strength, real delivery, and whether the services and policies can be put down on. Whoever offers the best terms, whoever can deliver on their promises, is who the Gu family and the project team will talk to. Don't let me end up seeing a bunch of in-principle support and active coordination. No matter how pretty those words are, they can't be used as a warehouse, and they can't power cold chain equipment. Luo Qiming instinctively glanced at the document bag beside him, then silently pushed it further under his chair. Fortunately, Ningxi's proposal was substantial enough. If it came down to a line-by-line comparison, at least he wouldn't have to look for a hole to crawl into on the spot. Pingquan's expression turned serious. Understood. Rongqing will clearly state what we can offer and what we cannot. If we don't get the project, it's because our terms aren't good enough. If we get it and fail to deliver, we'll have tarnished our own reputation. We won't make you bear the risk for us, Boss Lu. Du Qinglin also nodded. Same for Ningshi. It's an honest competition. Whoever cheats will end up at the bottom. Lu Yibei raised his teacup. Good. Let's compete on our own merits. No more beating around the bush. As the dinner party dispersed, Pingquan and Du Qinglin each led their team. Master Zeng drove Lu Yibei back to the hotel to collect his luggage. As the car stopped at the hotel entrance, Lu Yibei transferred the past few days' fare and fuel costs, plus an additional tip for the trouble. Master Zeng looked at his phone and quickly waved his hand. Boss Lu, the agreed-upon fee is more than enough. I can't accept the rest. Then consider it a prepayment, Lu Yibei said, pulling his suitcase towards the entrance. Next time I'm in Rongqing, I'll be calling you to be my guide again. Master Zeng was taken aback for a moment, then broke into a wide, toothy grin. You got it. Next time I'll upgrade my food map for you, guaranteed professional. Just as Lu Yibei finished checking out, his phone rang. It was Gu Qinghe. Boss Lu, there's a new development in Pengqing. Let's hear it. Mayor Han Changfeng has requested the working group to form an internal record essentially stating that Beichen's delay in finalizing a landing plan is impacting the project's progress. He also proposed that if Beichen can't provide a letter of intent for investment, soon there's no reason to reserve supporting resources on a long-term basis. Lu Yibei's hand holding the suitcase handle paused. Aren't those supporting resources overlapping with Qin Heis? That's exactly why he's trying to frame the narrative first. Gu Qing has said, her voice calm. He's spinning the resource conflict as Beichen's delay. Lu Yibei stood by the floor-to-ceiling window in the hotel lobby, watching the sky darken outside, and suddenly smiled. All right, my trip is over. Book me the earliest flight back to Pengqing. There was a brief silence on the other end of the line. Understood. I'll note these issues and await your decision. Lu Yibei grabbed his suitcase. Time to go back and see how Mayor Han plans to spin black into white. Early the next morning, Master Zeng parked the car punctually at the hotel entrance. He got out, walked around to the trunk, and with practiced ease lifted Lu Yibei's suitcase. Mr. Lu, did you rest well last night? Lu Yibei stifled a yawn. The phone call with Gu Qinghe last night had left his mind churning with thoughts of Han Changfeng and the supporting infrastructure quotas. He hadn't slept early, but the hotel bed was indeed soft enough. Very comfortable. He patted the suitcase handle. Let's get going. Master Zeng stepped on the gas, leaving the hotel. On the way, he couldn't resist one last act of tour guide duty, pointing out the window and explaining which elevated road gets congested in the morning and which breakfast spot was worth a special detour. Lu Yibei leaned back in the seat listening and started to smile. Master Zeng, you're quite good at this service. Next time I'm here, I'll leave all my food choices in Rongqing to you. Absolutely. Master Zeng said cheerfully. Next time I'll start my research a month in advance. I guarantee no one can outdo my planning, let alone someone from a... The car stopped at the airport departure level. Master Zeng placed the luggage on a cart and stepped back 2 paces. Mr. Lu, have a safe journey. Thanks. Lu Yibei waved his hand. See you next time. He pushed the luggage cart into the VIP passage. Security check-in and waiting for the flight. The entire process flowed as smoothly as if the system had an acceleration pack installed. Before long, the plane pierced through the clouds, leaving behind the lingering spicy memories of Rongqing. Hours later, Pengqing Airport. Meng Yu was already waiting early at the arrival gate, his hair looking like he'd just had a fierce wrestling match with his blanket, holding 2 cups of iced Americano. Seeing Lu Yibei emerge, he immediately jogged over. Brother Bei, you're finally back. I've been suffocating at the company while you were on vacation. Sister Gu has 3 meetings a day, though I haven't even dared to open a game. Lu Yibei took the coffee and sipped it. Oh, really? I'm not so sure. Open up your game app and show me your stats. Forget it, let's not dwell on that. Haven't you always wanted to take charge on your own? Meng Yu was taken aback. Huh. I'm not going to the meeting later. Lu Yibei walked towards the parking lot. I'm going home to catch up on sleep. You and Gu Qinghe handle it. Meng Yu's steps faltered for a moment. Brother Bei, such a big occasion, and you want me to go? Why not? Continue hiding at home, being a keyboard warrior. Lu Yibei opened the car door, his tone casual. First, highlight that sentence Han Changfeng demanded last night. If Beichen cannot provide an investment intention promptly, there is no justification for reserving supporting resources long-term. At the meeting, throw that line right back in his face. Second, stand firm against them, don't be afraid. The money is in our hands, the project is in our hands. Beichen's initial investment exceeds 3 billion yuan. Anywhere we go, it's a landmark project. Wherever we go, they'll find ways to provide resource support. It's not like Beichen stops turning just because we're not in Pengqing. Meng Yu felt the adrenaline surge. Right? Worst case, we go to Ningshi, they're all eager to have us. Third. Lu Yibei looked up at him. Be magnanimous and put all the blame on old dog Han. Since he insists on prioritizing the Qin family's project and trying to squeeze us out, let him. Meng Yi gripped the steering wheel, silent for a moment. Brother Bei, don't worry. Today I'm not Meng Xiao. I'm Meng Zhong. Yibei closed his eyes. And listen to what Gu Qinghe has to say before you speak. Whoever she tells you to strike, you strike. Understood. Meng Yi nodded solemnly. Sister Gu handles the evidence, I handle the pressure. The car stopped at the entrance of Pingqing Bay 1. Before getting out, Yibei gave one final instruction. Sync with Gu Qinghe, tell her to maintain a firm stance. No need to spare anyone's feelings. Got it. Meng Yi pressed the accelerator, and the car headed towards the company. Yibei returned home, tossed his jacket onto the sofa, and fell asleep without even bothering to check his social media feed. At 2 p.m., in the Pingqing City Project Coordination Meeting Room. On one side of the long table sat Han Changfeng and several department heads. On the other side were Gu Qinghe, Song Wenba, and Meng Yi, attending his first formal coordination meeting as a Beichin representative. Meng Yi had made a rare effort today, wearing a proper dress shirt with the collar button meticulously fastened. However, his knees were shaking rapidly under the table, still looking like a scrappy upstart with dyed hair. Gu Qinghe leaned over and whispered, "Don't be nervous, just do as Mr. Lu said." Meng Yi took a deep breath. "I'm not nervous." "Then stop shaking your leg." Meng Yi immediately pressed his hand on his leg. "I'm not shaking because I'm nervous." Han Changfeng opened the file in front of him, his tone calm and measured. "We have always attached great importance to Beichin's project. But resources are limited and project advancement also has a time window. Qinghai has already completed its initial capital injection. Since Beichin has yet to confirm its implementation plan, it is indeed difficult for the government to hold resources vacant indefinitely for an uncertain intention." His words were airtight, as if he were simply explaining the process. But Meng Yi suddenly smiled. "Mayor Han, what you're saying makes a lot of sense." Han Changfeng looked up at him. "So what does Beichin intend to do?" Meng Yi slid a printed copy of the call log to the center of the table. "Our point is, you've already said this sentence yesterday. If Beichin cannot provide an investment intention promptly, there is no justification for long-term reservation of supporting resources, right?" The meeting room fell silent. The smile on Han Changfeng's face faded slightly. Meng Yi continued. "But the problem is, it's not that we refuse to sign, it's that we can't. In the new plan, Pingqing provided to Beichin the bonded warehouse support, cold chain capacity, and power expansion quotas overlap with some of the resources registered for the Qinghai project. How can Beichin sign when one set of resources is meant to be shared by two? Sign for thin air." A department head nearby frowned. "Mr. Meng, mind your wording." "My wording is already quite careful." Meng Yi leaned back. "Or should I call it a resource-sharing virtual industrial park? Doesn't that sound much more high-end?" Gu Qinghe took over, and the projection screen lit up. Beichin has commissioned a professional team to verify the publicly registered information and the written materials provided by the working group. According to this, the power supply expansion node for the Qinghai project is marked for completion in Q3 2027, while Beichin's plan states can be guaranteed simultaneously. She flipped to the next page. In other words, the so-called simultaneous guarantee currently does not exist. What Walmart and Siemens require are verifiable operational infrastructure conditions, not verbal promises that might materialize 2 years from now. For Beichin to sign an intention based on this would be irresponsible to our partners and investors. Han Changfeng tapped his fingers on the table. "Project construction can be advanced in phases. The government will coordinate. Then please put it in writing as a formal commitment." Gu Qinghe looked at him. "Responsible unit completion date and breach liability, not one item can be omitted." Han Changfeng didn't answer immediately. Meng Yi seized the opening and delivered the finishing blow. "Mayor Han, you just said that resources shouldn't be left vacant for an uncertain intention. Then Beichin shouldn't gamble over 3 billion yuan in initial investment on uncertain supporting infrastructure either. If Pingqing truly believes Qinghai is a better fit, well, gladly step aside. Give them the land, give them the resources. Beichin will just take its money and project elsewhere. Rongqing and Ningshi are all waiting for us. It saves everyone the trouble." At these words, the expressions of several department heads who had been merely observing changed drastically. Han Changfeng stared at Meng Yi, his gaze finally turning cold. "Young man, investment promotion is not about throwing a tantrum. Beichin is not here to throw a tantrum either." Gu Qinghe has set her tone calm, but unyielding. "We are only here for facts and written conditions today. If Pingqing is currently unable to provide them, Beichin will truthfully include this in the project assessment report. As for any internal records that attribute project delays to Beichin, we will request corrections and reserve the right to submit all relevant materials." Meng Yi listened, feeling that Gu Qing's few sentences were even more ruthless than his own speech. When a professional unleashes their full power, even the damage is dealt in segments. The meeting fell into a brief stalemate. Han Changfeng closed the file, his voice regaining its calm. "Since Beichin's stance is so clear, the working group will verify. However, I hope your side will be cautious. Opportunities in Pingqing are not always available." Meng Yi stood up, helping Gu Qinghe pack up the documents. "They'll return that sentiment to you, Mayor Han. Opportunities for Beichin are not always available either." Gu Qinghe nodded to everyone. "Please record today's meeting minutes verbatim." Beichen will discuss the next steps only after receiving concrete actionable written conditions. As the two walked out of the meeting room, Meng Yes back was already soaked with sweat. Just as he was about to text Lu Yibei, brother Bei, I held the line. His phone buzzed first. Gu Qinghe glanced at the screen, her expression darkening slightly. What's wrong? Meng Yi asked. A local financial news account just published an article. Gu Qinghe handed him her phone. The headline was striking. Beichen Capital Project yet to materialize. Pengcheng's 3 billion supply chain project faces new uncertainty. Meng Yi stared at the headline, the excitement on his face gradually draining away. Old Dog Han wants to play the media game with us. Mr. Meng. Meng Yi turned around. Gu Qinghe, holding a folder, spoke in a calm tone. I've been working at Beichen for a while now, so I should meet the boss and report in person, right? Meng Yi blinked and thought for 2 seconds. That makes sense. He slapped his forehead. Brother Bei is probably napping at home. He'll take you over. Gu Qinghe nodded, continuing to focus on the content of her phone. She then added screenshots of the article from the financial account, the first round of forwarding records and resource verification materials, into the folder. Meng Yi watched her actions and couldn't help but ask, Gu, have you been wanting to meet Brother Bei for a long time? What I want to meet is the decision-maker of the company. Gu Qinghe glanced at him, as for whether Mr. Lu is that university student who even the mayor has to give face to, it has no direct relation to my... That makes sense. Meng Yi smacked his lips, but once you meet him you'll find he's not quite as people say. Half an hour later, the doorbell of Pengcheng Bei No. 1 rang. Lu Yibei had just woken up not long ago wearing a loose home outfit, leaning on the living room sofa while scrolling through his phone. The article from the financial account had already been reposted by several local influencers, and the comment section was as chaotic as a market fighting over discounted eggs. On the screen was a financial account named Pengcheng Business Observation. The title was long and quite catchy. Beichen Capital's project has yet to land, and Pengcheng's 3 billion supply chain project may see changes. The text didn't directly criticize Beichen, but it wrote an insider close to the project revealed that the company has yet to provide a clear commitment regarding the landing plan, and some supporting resources may remain idle for a long time as a result. The comments below had piled up into hundreds of layers. Pengcheng worker A Chong, the new company is impressive, the government provides land and resources, but still nitpicks, a strong background is indeed different. Curious boss Chen, just saying the initial 3 billion won't happen. This isn't investment attraction. This is treating Pengcheng as a back. Industry chain observer suggests checking whether Beichen actually has a real industry. Let's not end up with empty promises while everyone plays along. Lu Yibei watched for 2 minutes, swiped his finger, and exited. He couldn't understand it and didn't want to. When the door opened, Meng Yi entered first, followed by Gu Qinghe. Gu Qinghe was still dressed in a neat professional outfit today, holding the folder, her hair perfectly in place. After entering, she first glanced at the living room. Then her gaze fell on Lu Yibei, her expression more serious than in the conference room. This was still her first time meeting the true boss of Beichen at such a close distance outside the company. Hello, Mr. Lu, I am Gu Qinghe. Lu Yibei didn't look up. He merely shifted to a comfortable position, crossed his legs, and continued looking at his phone. I know. He gestured toward the sofa across. Sit. Gu Qinghe paused for half a second, walked over, and sat down. Meng Yi skillfully grabbed 2 bottles of water from the fridge, handed one to Gu Qinghe, and opened one for himself, drinking heavily. Brother Bei, how did I perform in today's meeting? Not bad. Lu Yibei didn't even lift his head, much calmer than when you get ambushed in the bushes during ranked games. Meng Yi was about to refute, but Gu Qinghe had already opened the folder. Mr. Lu, I'd like to report on the situation. In today's coordination meeting, Han Changfeng still insisted that Beichen must quickly provide an investment intention, otherwise it cannot continue to reserve related resources for the project. We have clearly responded that the existing plan has substantial resource overlap, and Beichen will not sign for conditions that cannot be fulfilled. The meeting minutes are being confirmed. Song Wenba has backed up the data and recording, and the verification documents for electricity bonded warehouse distribution and cold chain capacity will also be archived. Additionally, the earliest publishing account of that financial article was registered not long ago, but the first round of forwarding was very concentrated. We cannot prove the source. However, the other party clearly wants to create an impression that Beichen is delaying the project. Based on the current situation, we definitely cannot compete with them in public opinion. Meng Yi frowned. So is that it? They are skilled at this, we are not. Lu Yibei shrugged. I haven't even registered a Weibo account. Gu Qinghe almost couldn't hold back her laughter, but quickly regained her professional expression. Then does Beichen need to issue a clarification? No need to rush. Lu Yibei looked at her. Gu, you don't need to worry about these things. I just need to tell you one thing. The projects of the Qin family and Han Laogo are doomed. You can rest assured about that. The living room was quiet for 2 seconds. Gu Qinghe did not ask why. She merely tightened her grip on the folder and nodded. Understood. Just do what you need to do. Lu Yibei continued. Complete our client's tasks normally. The requirements from Walmart and the technical specifications from Siemens should be addressed as they are. Go ahead with the usual inspections in Ningshi, but don't let anyone think we are only treating them as a backup. Rongqing is too far. I can't spare the time recently, so let He Pingchuan and the others come to Pengcheng to talk to you. Materials, data, and conditions must all follow the formal process. Whoever performs well will get opportunities. Whoever does poorly will be replaced. Gu Qing's gaze gradually steadied. Before coming to Beichin, her biggest worry was that her boss was young, had a lot of money, and many ideas, changing directions every day, treating the professional team as mere air. Now it seems that aside from a slightly casual way of speaking, Yibei at least knows which matters should be left to professionals. All right, Mr. Liu. She closed the folder. I will proceed according to the evaluation standards. The public opinion part will only be for evidence retention, not for ineffective confrontation. Right, that would only... Yibei nodded. Just do your normal work, Gu. He paused and added, you see, public opinion can write black as white today and white as black tomorrow. We don't need to argue with it. Once the project truly lands and goods start moving, someone will naturally bring today's words back for review. But if anyone dares to touch the client's materials, spread malicious rumors, or affect the normal progress of the project, keep the evidence and take action when it's time. Gu Qinghe replied, understood. I will make sure the project team and external communications all leave traces preventing anyone from exploiting information. After he finished speaking, he turned to Meng Yi. Meng Yi, take me to school. I need to take care of some matters. Now. Meng Yi was taken aback. You just woke up. Aren't you going to lie? If I lie down any longer, I'll just feel lethargic. Yibei got up and went into the room to change clothes. Let's go. Gu Qinghe, understanding the hint, took her leave, taking the meeting minutes and materials with her to stay on top of the subsequent process back at the office. Half an hour later, Meng Yi's car stopped in front of the administration building of Pengqing University. Brother Bei, what business do you have at school? Yibei got out of the car. I previously promised Vice Principal Su that once Beichin starts operating, we would prioritize giving some opportunities to this year's graduates from Pengda. Meng Yi blinked. You really remember? I'm not you. Yibei shot him a glance. If I promised it verbally, I'll do it if I can. What Beichin needs in the future are capable workers, not people who just shout about how great Brother Bei is in their social circles. Meng Yi grinned. Then I'm also a capable worker. You should finish reading today's meeting minutes first. Vice Principal Su had received the news long ago and was waiting at the office door. Upon seeing Yibei, he quickly approached with a very warm smile. Liu, it's rare for you to return to school. I heard you've been busy with company matters these days. Just busy. Yibei walked into the office. Principal Su, the matter I mentioned before still stands. Beichin will initially offer a batch of internship and campus recruitment positions during the preparatory phase. Specific requirements for candidates will be coordinated with Gu and the employment center. Su's eyes lit up. He wasn't sure how solid Beichin really was. However, a project with an initial investment of 3 billion, which several cities were vying to attract, would surely be attractive enough for students, even if only a few positions were released. No problem. He immediately replied, the school's employment center will fully cooperate. We won't do any internal arrangements. We'll screen according to your requirements and recommend only those who are truly suitable. Job requirements cannot be lowered. Yibei reminded, working is not as simple as hosting a dinner. Those who get in must genuinely contribute in the future. If the school finds suitable students, they can notify us first. It's fine. If they aren't suitable, we'll proceed according to protocol. Su nodded repeatedly. That's what we should do. What we fear the most is when enterprises show face, but students lack skills, leading to awkwardness on both sides. The employment center will first do a basic screening, and we will never push students with quality issues to Beichin. Let's go with that. Yibei nodded. After finishing the matters, he didn't sit for long and turned to leave. Just as he stepped down the stairs of the administration building, his phone, it was a message from Marcus coming from across the ocean. Marcus, Director Liu, the Qin family is preparing to sign the overseas automotive supply chain project through a third party, and it will enter the final signing process tomorrow. Should we proceed as originally planned? Immediately after, there was another long message. Marcus, I heard you were traveling a while back, so I didn't have anyone disturb you. And a small gift. One brand under Volkswagen has a long inventory car which happens to coincide with a similar model that one of my friend's companies is holding. I took the liberty of arranging both cars as gifts to be sent to Huagua as a thank you for your previous assistance in resolving the chip issue for Volkswagen. According to the timeline, they should be arriving at the port soon, at the latest within 2 to 3 days in Pengqing. You don't mind, do you, dear director? Though it was called a long inventory car, Yibei understood clearly. Marcus, having reached his current position, could not genuinely regard 2 inventory cars as a favor. What he was sending was an attitude, and also a lock added to the relationship between both sides. What Volkswagen lacks most now isn't just selling 2 more cars, but a stable channel to connect with Jiden Group, ensuring that the chip supply is no longer controlled by others. And Yibei just happened to be that key. Yibei halted his steps, a smile slowly rising at the corners of his mouth. He looked up at the sky above the teaching building in the distance and replied, Then thank you, Marcus. Across the ocean at the headquarters of the Volkswagen Group in Germany, the sky outside Marcus' office window was overcast. Several office buildings stood quietly in the distance like dutiful employees awaiting their year-end reviews. The secretary holding the confirmed transport documents stood before the desk and hesitated before finally speaking up. Sir, is it really necessary to send such an extravagant gift? Marcus didn't look up, still flipping through delivery data for the Chinese market. The secretary clenched her jaw and continued, Those are a Lamborghini Veneno and an Apollo. Many people would pay any price to get one, yet we're giving them away. Besides, Chairman Liu is also a shareholder of Volkswagen. Isn't he helping his own company by solving our chip problem? The office fell silent for 2 seconds. Then Marcus slammed his hand on the desk. Shut up, you fool. The secretary flinched, nearly dropping the documents. Marcus stood up, pointing at the delivery report on the desk, his face as grim as if he had just endured 3 hours of bored questioning about why profits hadn't risen. That's all the ambition you have. Volkswagen has many shareholders, but have any of them come forward to solve the problem? They only offer moral support. When trouble arises, they sit in board meetings, pound the table, and say management must come up with a solution, then wait for year-end dividends. The secretary lowered her head, not daring to respond. Marcus said coldly, "Who truly helps? Who solved our problem when we were stuck with chips and facing supply cuts in the Chinese? No one. At year-end, they'll only question why we earned so much less. They won't care why we didn't get chips, why we lost the Chinese market, or why consumers had money but couldn't buy cars." He picked up the 2 vehicle transport orders, his voice lower but more forceful. "These cars aren't gifts, they're a gesture of goodwill. It's about the personal connection between me and Chairman Liu. As long as I hold this position, Chairman Liu will recognize me. In the future, if Volkswagen faces difficulties, he might out of this favor use his network to help me out." The secretary finally looked up and asked cautiously, "But are 2 cars really worth it?" Marcus looked at him and suddenly smiled. "Do you know how many orders a stable supply line of automotive-grade chips can secure for Volkswagen in China?" The secretary shook his head. "You don't know," Marcus said, tucking the transport orders back into the folder. "That's why you only see 2 cars. We're giving away 2 collector cars, but in return, we might secure supply chain stability for years, or even a director who genuinely works for the group. Even my elementary school son can do this math, you fool." The secretary swallowed hard. "But Chairman Liu might not always help us just because of 2 cars. "Of course not," Marcus replied quickly. "You've misunderstood from the start. I'm not buying his favor with cars. Truly valuable people are annoyed by those who immediately ask for things. Do you think Chairman Liu can't afford these 2 cars? I'm just letting him know after he helped Volkswagen solve problems and opened up SMIC's channels that Volkswagen remembers this favor and is willing to show sincerity when he needs it." Marcus tapped the desk. "Relationships aren't a lock. Once locked, everything's safe. They're more like a road. Today you pave a stretch for me, tomorrow I pave one for you. Walk it often enough, and in critical moments each will pull the other up." The secretary seemed thoughtful. Marcus added, "Also ensure all the gift procedures go through taxes and paperwork must be in order. We're showing goodwill, not creating trouble for others." "Understood, sir." The secretary's face flushed, then paled, and finally she said softly, "I understand, sir." "Then get it done," Marcus said, sitting back down. "Transport, insurance, customs, delivery. Don't mess up any step. When they arrive in Pengcheng, the cars must be handed over to Chairman Liu in pristine condition. Also keep a close eye on the Qin family project." "Yes." The secretary hurried out with the documents. The office fell silent again. Marcus looked at the Chinese market figures on the screen, tapping his fingers lightly on the desk. He wasn't afraid of spending money. He was afraid of spending it on someone unworthy. And Liu Yibei was clearly worthy. More precisely, Marcus had never cared about the 1% stake Liu Yibei held. That small stake might get Liu Yibei a seat on the board, but it wouldn't earn him everyone's respect. What truly made Marcus take him seriously was the young man's ability to secure chips from SMIC and bring Walmart, Volkswagen China, and the Pengcheng officials to the same table for a project. In business, money is never the scarcest resource. What's scarce is the person who can make money, goods, relationships, and opportunities flow in the same direction. Meanwhile, at Pengcheng University, the setting sun brightened the main campus road as Liu Yibei walked out of the administration building, strolling leisurely toward the dormitory. He had dismissed Meng Yi with a "go back to the company and keep an eye on things," and without a car he decided to walk. Halfway, he remembered the photos Head taken in Rongqing still sitting in his album. Before the trip, Head thought it would be nothing more than a change of scenery to lounge around, but along the way Head ended up eating countless meals and meeting countless people who happened to. Now flipping through the album, he realized that aside from a few useless project group photos, the rest looked like a genuine vacation. At least on the surface. The Min River at Dujianjian, clouds beside the stone steps of Qingqing Mountain, gray tiles of Quanzhai Alley, red walls of Wuhou Shrine, lanterns at Jinli's entrance, steaming spicy kidney flowers, twice-cooked pork, sugar oil fruits, and Master Zhang's back, with a thumbs up in front of the steering wheel. Standing in the shade, Liu Yibei sorted through the album. Master Zhang's slightly blurry back, keep it. The group photo from the final dinner was there too. In the photo, Du Qinglin was picking up a piece of ginger rabbit. He Ping Chuan held a teacup. Xiao Chun huddled in a corner studying sugar oil fruits, and behind them were plates near. At first glance, it looked like an investment promotion shot, but when zoomed in, there were no document folders, no banners, and no one standing in the spotlight. Liu Yibei thought for a moment and decided to keep it. Rare to meet 2 groups of such coincidental travel companions. The sugar oil fruits had a good color. Keep it. The Dujianjian photo of the Min River was well taken, but he was caught drinking water with his mouth open. Delete it. The Qingqing Mountain stone steps had clouds and trees full of atmosphere. Keep it. The Wuhou Shrine red wall photo almost captured half of He Pingchuan's face. Liu Yibei zoomed in for a long time, then decisively cropped it. A social media post is a travel archive, not material for anyone's investment promotion. He moved a photo of spicy kidney flowers to the front, then reconsidered, and swapped it for the lanterns of Jinli at night. Food was important, but 9 photos all of dishes would make it look less like a trip and more like he was taking a chef certification exam in Rongqing. In the end, he carefully selected 9 photos. From river water to mountain gates, from old streets to red walls, and then to tables of glistening spicy dishes. At least at a glance, it would seem Head spent his days quite simply. As for how many people with documents had coincidentally met him, or how many cities were vying for the same project behind those photos, that was a matter for another chapter. Travel is travel, work is work. Liu Yibei kept that boundary clear. The caption was simple too: Rongqing chapter cleared, spice level off the charts, but my behinds, requesting to return to Pengqing and lie flat. Since successfully. They quickly reached the dormitory door, which was pushed open to reveal a heated battle inside. Zhao Liyuan, wearing headphones, was practically glued to the screen, unleashing a torrent of words. Where's the jungler? I'm getting farm top lane like an ATM, and you're still sightseeing in the river. Zhou Shuheng calmly last hit minions as he spoke. Don't blame me. When you were 05, I told you their top laner was a one-trick pony. So what if I'm 05? Once I get my items, they'll smash. Zhao Liyuan retorted defiantly. Chun Jiashu, sitting in the farthest corner, was typing furiously when he suddenly shouted, "Stop arguing. Let's group for a fight we can win." The sound of the door opening finally drew the attention of all three. Liu Yibei leaned against the doorframe, first adjusting his collar with a raised hand, then flicking his hair back with a flourish, and finally spreading his arms wide like he was returning triumphant from a red carpet event. "Long time no see, my sons. Your daddy is back." The dorm was silent for less than a second. Scram. 3 voices chorused in perfect unison, making Liu Yibei's ears ring. Zhao Liyuan took off his headphones and slammed the table in frustration. "You finally decide to show up. While you were living large in Rongqing, I was here getting my Dao heart shattered by Zhou Shuheng's trash talk." Zhou Shuheng didn't even turn around. "I'm just stating the objective fact that you're bad." Chun Jiashu also took off his headphones, but his gaze was already fixed on the empty suitcase in Liu Yibei. "Where are the local specialties?" "Don't have any." "Then why are you back?" Chun Jiashu's expression turned sour instantly. "The door is behind you. Goodbye, don't let the door hit you on the way out." Liu Yibei chuckled and shoved the suitcase towards his own bed. "You guys really treat me like a mobile food delivery service. What else would you be?" Zhao Liyuan said with absolute conviction. "Your moments had 9 photos, 8 of them were food, and the last one was also food. Did you go to Rongqing for a vacation or to participate in a Southwest regional stomach capacity test? Can you watch your mouth?" Liu Yibei pulled out a chair and sat down. "That's called experiencing the local food culture." Zhou Shuheng glanced at him. "Looks like you experienced quite a lot. Dujianjian, Qingsheng Mountain, Quanzhai Alley, Wuhou Shrine, Jinli, and a group of people who clearly weren't ordinary tourists. You noticed that?" "Obviously," Zhou Shuheng said. "Who eats with such perfect posture on a trip? I even saw them holding their chopsticks like they were signing." Liu Yibei didn't respond, just pulled a charging cable from the drawer and plugged in his phone. "Stop analyzing my moments. Are you guys playing this match?" Zhao Liyuan immediately put his headphones back on. "We're playing. Since Brother Bei is back, you can be our coach from the sidelines. If we don't win this one, I'll write my surname Zhao upside down." "Even upside down, it's still Zhao," Chun Jiashu added with a deadpan tone. The dorm erupted into chaos once again. Liu Yibei watched for 2 minutes and quickly understood the trio's gaming dynamic. Zhao Lian was shouting, "I can carry." Yet his last hit count was lower than the enemy supports. Zhou Shuheng looked the calmest, but he was pounding the keyboard as if trying to break the keycaps. Chun Jiashu was the only one seriously studying tactics, but every time he was about to engage, Zhao Liyuan would charge in first and soak up all the enemy's abilities. Zhao Lian Liu Yibei couldn't help but say, "Can you wait for your team before starting a fight?" "Can't wait even a second," Zhao Liyuan said with mock righteousness. "I'm initiating the team fight for my brothers." "That's not initiating a fight, that's initiating a feast," Zhou Shuheng retorted quickly. "They're treating you as the first course." Chun Jiashu let out a long sigh as he stared at his grayed-out screen. "Brother Bei, how about you come and lead us to a win? Finally, all 4 of us are here." Liu Yibei put down his charging phone, put on his headphones, and said, "All right, let me show you the master-level moves I brought back from Rongqing." Zhao Liyuan's eyes lit up. "What are you playing?" "Support. A big shot like you playing support." "This is called resource allocation," Liu Yibei said as he logged into the game. "You guys handle the damage, I'll handle the assists. Clear division of labor." Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory, Zhang Zihan was lying on her bed scrolling through her moments when she saw Liu Yibei's new post with 9 photos. She tapped on the first photo of the Min River, then scrolled through Qingqing Mountain red walls and a screen full of food, clicking her tongue. This guy really knows how to live it up. She casually typed a comment below. "I'm tired of saying I'm envious, but I have to say it again. Not envious of Mandarin ducks or immortals, just envious of Master Liu." After posting, Zhang Zihan was about to exit when she stopped on the last photo of the dinner gathering. In the photo, Liu Yibei was sitting casually with rabbit meat and a teacup in front of him, but the posture of the 2 middle-aged men on either side of him didn't look like ordinary tourists. One was smiling with a composed demeanor, and the other was picking up food with an aura of a board meeting. The more Zhang Zihan looked, the more something felt off. "Chen Shishir, come and check this out." Chen Shishir poked her head down from the top bunk. What's wrong? Who is Liu Yibei having dinner with on his trip? Don't start analyzing him again, Chen Shishir said, but she still came over to look. The two stared at the photo for a long time. Chen Shishir adjusted her glasses. I think I've seen this man on the left in the news. I thought so too. Zhang Zihan's eyes lit up. She immediately cropped the photo and opened a reverse image search. The loading icon spun for a couple of seconds before a stream of similar images and public info. He Pingchuan, Deputy Director of the Rongqing Investment Promotion Bureau. Du Qinglin, Deputy Mayor of Ningshi Gui Province. Zhang Zihan's expression gradually froze. Chen Shishir was silent too. She looked at the photo again and lowered her voice. Zihan, don't spread this around in the class group chat. Public records can show their titles, but it doesn't mean they were discussing business with Liu Yibei. If you shout it out, ITLL turn into Deputy Mayor dines with Liu Yibei and become another campus hot topic. Zhang Zihan pouted. I didn't say they were accompanying him for a meal, I just said the scale of Liu Yibei's trip was absurd. It's basically the same thing. Don't worry, Zhang Zihan said, shaking her phone. He'll just post in the comments of his moments. The shock within my circle of friends shouldn't be kept bottled up. After a few seconds, Zhang Zihan took a deep breath, switched back to her moments, and furiously typed another comment. Master Liu, you even have cadres accompanying you on a trip. I thought I overestimated you, but it turns out I underestimated you. Chen Shishir looked at her. You're really going to post that? Why not? Zhang Zihan said with confidence. This is what I call a reasonable expression of shock. At the same time, Cheng Xiu was in a coffee shop off campus revising her resume. She also saw Liu Yibei's moments post. She was initially tempted by the food photos, then she clicked on the final group photo. Zhang Zihan's comment was already hanging there, quite conspicuous. Following Zhang Zihan's hint, she searched and saw the public information, her finger pausing on the screen. Deputy Director of Rongqing Investment Promotion Bureau, Deputy Mayor of Ningshi. She suddenly recalled the relaxed Liu Yibei on the yacht who spoke without airs, and then the scene of Qin Xiaohui personally coming to find him. It turned out she hadn't misjudged him before. She just hadn't seen the whole picture. Have I stumbled into the imperial court? Cheng Xiu muttered softly. She closed her laptop and stared at the dinner photo, her gaze gradually deepening with thought. On the day of the yacht, she thought she had been proactive enough and tactful enough. Offering a bottle of sparkling water, chatting about internships, and using a group photo to exchange contact information didn't seem too deliberate and left room for both parties. Looking back now, those little tricks felt like setting up a stall at the entrance of a max-level player's novice village. But the more she realized this, the less Cheng Xiu wanted to give up. It seemed she needed to find an opportunity to get closer to this Master Liu again. As the night deepened at the Meng residence, Meng Yi returned home and unusually didn't head straight to his room with his phone. As soon as he entered, he saw Meng Huichuan sitting on the living room sofa holding a newspaper, but his gaze wasn't on it. Dad, you're still up. Meng Huichuan put down the newspaper and looked at his son. Shall Yi come to the study? Meng Yi paused. Huh. There are some things we need to talk about tonight, just the two of us. The study door closed softly behind Meng Yi. The study door clicked shut, muffling the sound of the television in the living room. Meng Huichuan didn't speak immediately. He walked to the desk, poured himself a glass of hot water, and poured one for Meng Yi as well. Meng Yi sat on the sofa, unusually not reaching for his phone, instead feeling a bit uneasy. Ever since he was a child, being summoned to his father's study meant one of two things. Either his report card was out, or he had gotten into trouble again. Today it seemed to be a third category. Dad, don't look at me like that. Meng Yi spoke first, unable to hold back. I haven't done anything wrong lately, have I? Brother Bei even said I can handle things on my own now. Meng Huichuan smiled. You've done well. Just as Meng Yi was about to get cocky, Meng Huichuan added, a little better than I expected. What do you mean a little better? Meng Yi protested. I verbally sparred with old dog Han in the meeting room and nearly gave him a stroke. All right, verbally sparred. Meng Huichuan didn't argue, but after a moment of silence he slowly began. Xiao Yi, I know you have a contingency plan. Meng Yi's expression turned serious. I don't know what your plan is exactly. Can you tell me in advance? It would help me be mentally prepared. Meng Yi tilted his head. I honestly don't know. Brother Bei didn't tell me. Meng Huichuan looked at his son as if trying to gauge the truth of his words. Meng Yi spread his hands. Don't look at me like that. I really don't know. He only told me one thing: the Qin family and old dog Han are heading for how exactly they'll fall, when, and how ugly it'll get. I want to know even more than you do. Meng Huichuan picked up his cup and didn't press further. This surprised Meng Yi. He hesitated for a moment, and for the first time, without joking around, he asked seriously, Dad, is this matter really important to you? Meng Huichuan looked up. His son rarely spoke to him in such a serious tone anymore. He leaned back in his chair and let out a long sigh. It is. People see your father's glamorous side, thinking a deputy mayor's life must be smooth sailing. But at our level, every step must be carefully calculated. Han Changfeng and I have never seen eye to eye. He wants a position in the ministry, and so do I. Meng Yi listened quietly without interrupting. Meng Huichuan continued, Secretary Liu will maintain the overall situation, and he'll want us to get things done. But he'll also look at the results. Whoever can bring in projects, build up industries, solve employment, tax, and development issues, that person has a stronger claim to move. The old mayor will eventually step down, and the position won't remain vacant. When that time comes, what's on the table is who has truly delivered tangible achievements. Your father has never been one to yield to others. I brought our family from a small mountain village all the way up to where we are now. Meng Weichuan's voice was not loud. Of course I want to enter the ministry. Not for the extra toast at the dinner table, but because the higher the position, the more I can accomplish and the more I can protect. Meng Yi frowned. But isn't this Brother Bai's company's project? Whether it succeeds or not, how does it reflect on you? The project isn't mine, of course. Meng Weichuan shook his head. But in my position, I'm in charge of investment promotion. If a company comes and you can't handle them, or they leave and you can't retain them, people won't ask if it was the company's own decision. They'll only look at the results. If a project like Walmart leaves Pengcheng because conditions weren't met, what will people say? That Pengcheng isn't sincere or that the person in charge is incompetent. Old bastard Han Changfeng would be thrilled enough to throw a celebration banquet, and others wouldn't be far behind. Conversely, if the project actually lands, the warehouses are built, orders start flowing, young people get jobs, surrounding businesses thrive, I get political achievements, then Han Changfeng's position becomes precarious. Meng Weichuan took a sip of water. So I'm anxious, but I can't afford to be rash. Especially at a time like this, I can't give anyone a handle to accuse me of abusing power or forcing corporate decisions. Meng Yi looked down at the cup in his hand, and after a long pause spoke. What about Brother Bai's side? He has very deep resources behind him. Meng Weichuan didn't avoid the question. Walmart, SMC, Volkswagen, these are all major players that ordinary people can't even get close to. I want to use your relationship with him to secure more projects that can truly take root to build achievements for Pengcheng and for myself. He paused, then added, of course I won't force it, and I certainly want trade on your friendship. Whether a project comes in depends first on what Pengcheng can offer and whether Beichen is. We only provide the necessary services. We don't make decisions for him, and we can't force him to stay. After hearing this, Meng Yi suddenly smiled. Dad, why didn't you just say all this from the start? I thought you were going to ask me to go cry poverty to Brother Bei, saying stuff like the Meng family's future hinges on this one move. Meng Weichuan shot him a glare. Your father isn't that desperate yet. Good then. Meng Yi stood up. I don't know Brother Bai's plan, but I know he never lets his own people down. You do things by the book, don't cause him any trouble, and he'll help you find out what I can. Meng Weichuan looked at his son, and after a brief silence chuckled. You focus on getting your own work right first. That goes without saying. Meng Yi patted his chest. I'm now President Meng of Beichen Capital, certified by Brother Bei. Then maybe start by fixing that nervous leg-shaking habit of yours. That's tactical leg-shaking. The father and son looked at each other and both laughed. A few days later at Pengcheng University dormitory, Yibei packed his backpack ready to head back to his place at Pengcheng Bay 1. With one thing after another piling up at Beichen recently, he couldn't be bothered to commute between the two places every day, so he decided to move back for now. Zhao Liyuan was still at his computer arguing with Zhou Shuhang about who had fed the enemy more in the last game, while Chun Jiashu sat with headphones on watching an open course with a notebook by his side. Yibei stood at the door watching for a moment, then spoke up. I'm heading out. Zhao Liyuan didn't even turn around. Go on, go on. Don't forget to bring your dad some food. Cut the crap. Yibei laughed, but his tone turned a bit more serious. Don't try to tough things out on your own anymore. Call me, text me, I'll help if I can. The dorm room fell silent for a moment. Coming from Yibei, these words sounded like his usual flashy catchphrase, but Zhao Liyuan and the others knew this wasn't just a joke. Back in the day when there was a fight, Yibei could rally them, and when things blew up he could protect them. They didn't need another brother declaration, what they needed was someone who truly. Zhou Shuhang was the first to look up. Got it. Chen Jiashu also nodded. Don't worry, Brother Bei. Zhao Lin was silent for a moment, then waved his hand dismissively. Alright, why so sentimental? Get out of here. If I actually get moved, you'll just say I'm trash. Yibei laughed, and pulled the door open. Just as he reached the bottom of the building, his phone rang. The caller ID showed an unfamiliar local number. Hello, is this Mr. Yibei? A very polite female voice came through the line. This is Pengcheng Luxury Auto Service Center. The customs clearance and paperwork for the 2 vehicles under your name are complete. May I ask where you'd like them delivered? Yibei paused mid-step. 2 cars. Yes, the Lamborghini Veneno and the Apollo Intensa Emozione. All the necessary documents are in order. You can inspect them at your convenience. Yibei looked up at the dormitory building, then recalled Marcus' words, Dear Director, and a smile slowly spread across his face. Deliver them to Pengcheng Bay 1. Very well, Mr. Lu. Well, arrange it right away. At the entrance of Pengcheng Bay No. 1, Yibei leaned against a stone bollard by the roadside, holding an iced coffee in his hand, his gaze occasionally drifting toward the park. He had been waiting for nearly 20 minutes. His phone suddenly rang. Bei, you home? I need to see you about something. The voice on the other end was Meng Yi, sounding a bit mysterious. I'm here, Yibei said, taking a sip of his coffee. Just come over. I'm waiting for my car at the entrance. Meng Yi was taken aback for a moment. Waiting for a car? You finally decided to buy one. Cut the crap. Alright, I'll be right there. In the Meng family's living room, Meng Yi hung up, pocketed his phone, and dashed out the door. Shin Qinglan, who was picking out fruit on the sofa, frowned immediately upon seeing him rush out, without even properly putting on his shoes. Meng Yi, must you always be so reckless? You're a grown man acting like a dog is chasing you. Mom, I'm out. Meng Yi grabbed his car keys without looking back. I've got to go dig up some info for old Meng. What info? Bei is waiting for a car. I got to see what new trick he's pulled off. Shen Qinglan wanted to say more, but Meng Yi had already bolted out the door. On the other side, after hanging up, Yibei sent a message to Li Mingwei. Coming to Pingqing Bei no. 1 now. I have something to brief you on. Li Mingwei replied almost instantly. Okay, Mr. Lu. He'll be there in 20 minutes. Not long after Meng Yi arrived first. He parked his car by the roadside and got out looking around. Apart from a few residents walking their dogs and the security guards, nothing seemed out of the ordinary. Bei, what car are you waiting for? Yibei glanced at him. You'll see in a moment. Meng Yi hated riddles and was about to press further when a low rumble of a diesel engine echoed from the entrance. At the security booth of Pingqing Bei no. One of the guard on duty was startled at first, then instinctively straightened his back. 2 white, fully enclosed container trucks drove into the compound one after the other. Their bodies were so clean they looked like they had just rolled out of a showroom with the logo of an overseas vehicle transport company printed on the sides. The front truck's nose sat low and the rear truck's container door was marked with conspicuous red seals. This spectacle made even the luxury cars entering and exiting around them unconsciously slow down. Meng Yi's jaw slowly dropped. Damn, Bei, you bought a car that needs 2 containers to ship. Yibei shrugged. They were a gift. Listen to yourself, that's insane. Li Mingwei arrived just in time to hear the last remark. She walked over quickly in high heels, dressed in a light gray professional skirt suit today. She had been wondering what Yibei urgently needed her for, but upon arrival, she saw the 2 massive trucks blocking the main road. Mr. Lu, this is... You'll help me handle the insurance registration and subsequent asset services in a bit, Yibei said casually. The cars just arrived. Li Mingwei nodded but was inwardly stunned. Cars that needed to be transported in containers were rarely cheap. But when 2 delivery personnel in matching uniforms confirmed Yibei's identity and brought out a thick stack of customs transport insurance and delivery documents, she realized she had underestimated the scale. Mr. Lu, hello, the lead delivery manager said, presenting a tablet with both hands. Both vehicles have completed customs clearance transport and related procedure. Please inspect the vehicle's exterior and serial numbers before signing. Yibei glanced over. Open them. The manager signaled the drivers to cut the engines, and the rear doors of both trucks slowly lowered. The hydraulic systems hummed deeply as interior lights flickered on. When the second container's door opened, the gathered onlookers fell silent for a moment. An Apollo Intensa Emozione. Deep blue all over with extensive exposed carbon fiber on the body, its aggressive aerodynamic kit resembling a It sat there silently, not started, not roaring, yet carrying more presence than any exhaust note. The 2 cars stood one behind the other in the half-opened containers like exhibits temporarily placed at the community's entrance. Sunlight slanted down between the high-rises of the compound, illuminating the carbon fiber weave and metallic paint with striking clarity. Someone recognized the Lamborghini Veneno and let out a low gasp. Others who had merely come down to pick up packages stood rooted to the spot for a long while before quietly tucking their parcels under their arms and whipping out their phones to snap photos. The property manager came jogging over, first confirming the vehicles weren't blocking the fire lane, then signaling the security guards to set up a small perimeter. Everyone can look, but please don't get too close and don't photograph the owner's face or residence. He handled it very professionally. Meng Yi stared at the 2 cars speechless for a long time. Bei, moi, I used to think supercars were rich men's toys. And now I think the supercars I've seen before were just toy cars at best. Yibei laughed. That's a pretty accurate analogy. The delivery crew carefully guided the 2 cars down from the containers onto a specially made metal ramp that settled smoothly. More and more residents gathered, some holding up their phones to record videos, but they were politely reminded by the property staff not to film the owner or any private information. Li Mingwei stood beside Yibei, gazing at the 2 cars, her breathing growing shallow. She had dealt with many of the bank's top clients and handled files on luxury homes, yachts, and private jets, but witnessing 2 globally rare collector cars arrive at a residential entrance with her own eyes was a first. Mr. Lu, she whispered, these 2 cars. Both for you. Yeah. Li Mingwei looked at the cars, her mind already racing through the logistics, high-value property insurance, professional storage, transport records, overseas gift documentation. None of these were the standards she dealt with when arranging fund subscriptions for regular clients. But she quickly suppressed her astonishment and pulled out her phone to note down the delivery manager's name and team contact. Yibei had entrusted her with this task, not to stand around in awe. Mr. Lu will verify all the documents item by item. Li Mingwei said softly. Once the insurance plan and storage services are confirmed, he'll compile a summary for you right away. Good, Yibei nodded. I'm leaving it to you. Who sent them? Meng Yi blurted out. Yibei looked at him. Guess. Meng Yi shut his mouth immediately. He had learned his lesson. When Bei didn't want to talk, pressing further just made him look like a walking question mark. After verifying the exterior's mileage and accessories, the delivery manager respectfully handed 2 bespoke keys to Yibei. Mr. Lu, for the vehicle's future maintenance, insurance, and storage, will have a dedicated specialist liaise with your advisor. Mr. Lu, congratulations on becoming the proud owner of a Lamborghini Veneno and an Apollo Intensa Emozione. It's an honor to serve you. Li Mingyue immediately interjected. He'll be the single point of contact for all subsequent documents. Please coordinate the insurance and asset registration with me. The delivery manager nodded. Lu Yibei weighed the 2 keys in his hand, thinking that Marcus really knew how to make an impression. A Lamborghini Veneno and Apollo Intensa Emozione. This wasn't just a gift. This was practically stuffing 2 mobile trending topics into his garage. Meng Yi circled the Lamborghini Veneno once before stopping beside Lu Yibei and asking quietly, "Bei, can I sit inside for a sec?" Lu Yibei dangled one of the keys in front of him. "Call me Dad." Meng Yi took a deep breath. "Dad, Dad, 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 my lord." Lu Yibei nodded with satisfaction and handed over the key. "You have absolutely no shame." Meng Yi grabbed the key, grinning like a child. Meng Yi's hands trembled as he opened the car door and slid inside. He sat frozen for 2 seconds, then whipped out his phone and began snapping photos, a shot of the steering wheel, a shot of the dashboard. After opening the door, he deliberately tilted his head against the frame, angling himself, so the emblem and his profile were both in the frame, his expression as smug as if he'd just found this car in a shared bike parking lot. "Young Master Meng, lower your head a bit more," Lu Yibei reminded him, leaning against the Apollo sun god. "The emblem isn't visible enough." "Brother Bei, you don't get it." Meng Yi didn't look up. "Posting on moments is a fine art. If the angle is off, people will think I'm just posing with someone else's car." He tried 3 different angles, then ran over to the front of the Apollo sun god and snapped a few more shots until his 9-grid photo layout was finally complete. He scrolled through the results, so satisfied, he nearly floated off the ground. Li Mingyue was far more composed. She only took a few shots of the exterior, the chassis numbers, and a panoramic view of both cars together, documenting them for insurance, asset registration, and storage plans. When she finished, she put her phone away, walked back to stand beside Lu Yibei, and her expression settled back into that sharp professional demeanor. The delivery team slowly maneuvered both cars into their separate spots in the underground garage, recovered them with protective shrouds, and completed the paperwork piece by piece. Once the last delivery staff member left, Lu Yibei led Meng Yi and Li Mingyue back inside. Meng Yi was glued to his phone the entire way, posting to moments, the notification chimes ringing out endlessly like an auto-refresh on overdrive. The grin on his face was impossible to suppress, as if he'd just claimed the #1 title on the server. Lu Yibei settled onto the sofa and poured himself a glass of Mingyue. "Yes, Mr. Lu." Li Mingyue looked over immediately. "Find me a standalone house." Meng Yi finally looked up from his likes. "You're buying another place." "I'm selling this one," Lu Yibei said, glancing at the sea view outside the window. "A loss is fine. The garage is too cramped for 2 cars, and the place feels dull. Find something quieter, more private, with a big enough garage. I don't want the whole neighborhood knowing my business the moment I step out." Li Mingyue quickly jotted down notes. "I'll shortlist a few areas and properties, prioritizing private garages, security, waterfront access, and commute. I can also handle the sale of your current property through a confidential mandate to protect your privacy." "Good." Lu Yibei nodded, then added, "Also tell President Tang to prepare an offshore company for me." Li Mingyue looked up, her expression growing more serious. "Mr. Lu, are you planning for overseas asset holding and cross-border investment structures?" "Something like that," Lu Yibei said. "Beichin will still operate domestically, but the holding structure needs to shift offshore. Figure out the specifics, where and how, with lawyers, tax experts, and compliance. All filings, taxes, and disclosures must follow the rules. Don't get creative with anything shady. The level of support you can provide will determine the level of business you'll route to Huashang in the future." Li Mingyue felt a jolt. This was about gradually integrating future overseas assets, cross-border settlements, financing, and investment channels into Huashang's service system. "Understood," she said solemnly. "I'll report to President Tang immediately and organize our legal, tax, and cross-border teams to develop a compliance plan. I'll confirm every step with you first." "All right." Lu Yibei waved a hand. "Get to it. Safe travels." After Li Mingyue left, Meng Yi was still grinning at his phone. Lu Yibei glanced at him. "Didn't you say you had some weird thing to talk to me about?" Meng Yi's smile slowly faded, like had been yanked back to reality from a legendary skin gotcha page. "Huh. All right." He set his phone aside and scratched his head. "It's my dad. He can't sleep. Old dog Han's trap has him fuming. I can't stand watching him suffer, so I came to ask, what's our actual counter move?" Lu Yibei laughed. "That's it." He leaned back into the sofa, pausing for a moment. Giving Meng Huichuan a little heads up wouldn't hurt. Meng Yi might be chatty, but he knew when to keep his mouth shut. "The biggest client for Old Dog Han and the Qin Group's project is the Volkswagen Group," Lu Yibei began. "These 2 cars. A gift from the CEO of Volkswagen." Meng Yi blinked. "Gifted to you?" "No charge," Lu Yibei said flatly. "He told me they were dead stock. Couldn't sell them, so he just gave them to me." Li Mingyue, who was about to leave, stopped mid-step and shot him a look of utter disbelief. "Dead stock, my ass. A Lamborghini Veneno and an Apollo sun god. If those were actually in inventory, the news alone would have buyers scrambling. Couldn't sell them." Only Lu Yibei could keep a straight face hearing that. She suddenly realized she wasn't dealing with just a wealthy young client who knew how to spend money. This was someone who could get a multinational conglomerate CEO to send 2 collector cars just to maintain a relationship. Liu Yibei, oblivious to her reaction, continued, I've already spoken with Volkswagen. Once the Qin Group and Hyman actually sink their money into the project, funds, factories, equipment, personnel, Volkswagen will cut their contract outright. Meng Yi frowned. Cut the contract. Not a breach, Liu Yibei shook his head. They only have a supplier framework, not a fixed purchase volume. It's just that they've been working with Volkswagen for so many years they assumed it would continue. Without orders, a 10-year framework means nothing. Hyman Group, the major shareholder behind Qin gets about 20% of its revenue from Volkswagen. Most of what the new Qin project produces was meant for Volkswagen orders anyway. Once Volkswagen tightens the reins, their project loses its lifeline. Factories depreciate, equipment loans come due, workers need wages, and the land and infrastructure keep demanding more capital. Money goes in, but orders don't come. How do they recoup their investment? Meng Yi's jaw slowly dropped. Damn. He fell silent for a moment, then shuddered. Brother Bei, this counter-move of yours is ruthless. Ruthless? Liu Yibei raised an eyebrow. It's just market rules. When the Qin Group tried to squeeze out the Walmart project through connections, they never asked if we could survive. Business is a battlefield. They made the first move, so we respond. But don't go spreading this around. Meng Yi nodded immediately. Got it. He'll just give my dad the gist, so he can sleep. He doesn't need the details. Liu Yibei picked up the car keys from the table and gave them a casual. Tell Uncle Meng to keep competing for projects in Pengcheng by the rules. As for Qin, let them dig their own grave. Meng Yi stared at those two keys and suddenly felt that all those likes on his Moments post weren't so satisfying anymore. Meng Yi rose to head home, but paused at the door, realizing he still clutched the keys to the Lamborghini Veneno in his hand. He glanced down, a flicker of reluctance crossing his face before casually tossing them back to Liu Yibei. Forget it, Brother Bei, he said. I'm not driving this home. It's too flashy. If my old man sees it, he'll threaten to break my legs again. Liu Yibei caught the keys with a chuckle. You didn't seem to mind the attention when you were taking those 9-grid photos earlier. Ideals are grand, but reality is harsh, Meng Yi shot back. He pulled open the door. Posting on Moments is just a little show-off, and the best part is the thrill of posting and running. He headed downstairs, got into his own car, and drove straight home. Upon entering, he was surprised to find Meng Huichuan still sitting in the living room sipping tea, not yet changed or off to the office. Meng Yi changed his shoes, deliberately drawing out his words. Oh, Mayor Meng hasn't left for work yet. What a shock. Meng Huichuan cast him a glance. Spare me the sarcasm. Your mother mentioned you went to Yibei to ask about something. How did it go? Any good news? Meng Yi didn't answer right away. He ambled over to the tea table, sat down, and poured himself a cup. The moment the water touched his lips, he winced, his eyebrows jumping from the heat, yet he forced an inscrutable expression. Meng Huichuan watched him, utterly speechless. If you have something to say, just say it. Drop the act. What's the rush? Meng Yi set down the cup. Right now, for that old dog Hans project, the biggest client is the Meng Huichuan's hand holding his teacup paused. Volkswagen. Exactly, Meng Yi lowered his voice. Our company has already coordinated with them. Once Qin's and Hyman's sink substantial manpower, resources, and capital into it, Volkswagen will sever the contracts and orders for their new base. By then, the Qinhai project will be a hollow shell. Factories, equipment, and personnel will all be stuck there with a massive investment going down the drain. Instead of looking pleased, Meng Huichuan frowned. Volkswagen is just going to break the contract. No, Meng Yi quickly explained, recounting what Liu Yibei had told him. They only have a supplier framework agreement with no fixed purchase volume, so it doesn't count as a breach. Hyman gets nearly 20% of its annual revenue from Volkswagen, and most of the Qinhai project's products were meant to be sold to them. Once the orders stopped their cash flow, Meng Huichuan leaned back into the sofa, finally understanding why Liu Yibei could be humming "Today is a good day" at home even after the Qin Group had taken the land parcel. It wasn't that he was carefree. It was that he had seen through the Qin Group's retreat from the very start. How did Yibei get Volkswagen to cooperate? Meng Huichuan asked. I can't say. Meng Yi shook his head. I don't know the details either. But those two new cars of his, the Lamborghini Veneno and the Apollo Intensa Emozione, were gifts from the CEO of Volkswagen. Not a cent was paid. The CEO personally gave him cars. Yes, Meng Yi nodded. So don't worry about Brother Bei bluffing. When he says the Qin Group is doomed, at least the Volkswagen angle is. Meng Huichuan was silent for a long time. He didn't relax upon learning of the hidden strategy. Instead, he grew more cautious. Don't breathe a word of this to anyone else. I know, not even your mother. At that moment, Xin Qinglan, who was cutting fruit in the kitchen, poked her head out. What's not supposed to be known by me? Both father and son turned their heads simultaneously. Meng Yi reacted instantly. Dad's hiding his secret stash of money. Meng Yi. The living room immediately erupted into a playful uproar. Once Xin Qinglan returned to the kitchen, Meng Huichuan lowered his voice to warn again. And another thing, that phrase severing contracts you used earlier, don't ever say that outside. One wrong word can completely change the nature of the situation. Meng Yi nodded. Understood. As for Pengcheng, we'll still compete for the Walmart project according to the rules. Meng Huichuan looked out the window. Just because we know the Qin Group is heading for trouble, we don't trip them up. We continue to provide the services we should and maintain the oversight. If it eventually collapses, it must be due to business logic, not because we pushed it over. At the same time, in Ning City, Gu Qinghe, wearing a safety helmet, stood before a plot of industrial land outside the Ning City Comprehensive Bonded Zone. The sun was bright. In the distance, several operational logistics warehouses were visible, with trucks constantly moving along the park roads. Du Qinglin and Luo Qiming were by her side, followed by staff from planning, power supply, custom services, and park operations. There were no welcome banners, no media. This was a request Gu Qinghe had made in advance. She wasn't here for an investment commendation ceremony. She was here for an inspection. I need the official documents for this land's red line supply status and delivery time. Gu Qinghe flipped through the materials in her hands. I can't just rely on what I see on site. Luo Qiming immediately responded. The first draft has been sent to the Beichen project team. The sections concerning power capacity expansion and road nodes will have the responsible units' stamped pages completed this afternoon. Gu Qinghe looked up at the substation facilities in the distance. The power load for cold chain storage is not something an ordinary logistics park can handle. If the first phase is built according to Walmart and Siemens calculations, the current capacity can only support a fraction of the equipment. The head of the power supply department nodded in agreement. That's correct. The current capacity can't handle the entire load at once. A new dedicated line will be necessary. Du Qinglin didn't sugarcoat it and asked directly, what's the fastest timeline? Factoring in design approval and construction, a conservative estimate is 8 months. Gu Qinghe wrote down 8 months on the document. Write 8 months, don't tell them 6. Finishing early shows competence. Promising a date we can't meet is a breach of trust. After hearing this, Du Qinglin nodded to the official. Stick with 8 months. Don't pad the numbers just to make it look good. The group continued deeper into the park. Ning City's advantages were clear: the comprehensive bonded zone, the international railway, port, the airport logistics, and the cross-border corridors to ASEAN could all be linked. Land and labor costs were also far lower than in Pengcheng. But the problems were equally evident. It couldn't cover same-day delivery for the core consumer market of the Pearl River Delta. Port connectivity relied on the Bibu Gulf direction, and the existing scale of air cold chain logistics needed expansion. Gu Qinghe never hid a city's shortcomings. Mayor, do let me give you my conclusion first. Everyone stopped. Ning City is not suitable to replace Pengcheng as the main distribution center for South China. Luo Qiming's expression tensed slightly. Du Qinglin, however, maintained a cheerful smile. Very objective. Please continue. But Ning City is well suited to be a node for ASEAN cross-border cold chain and regional warehousing and distribution for the Southwest. Gu Qinghe closed her folder. If Walmart accepts a multi-node layout, Ning City has the conditions to enter the next round of discussions. Provided that power supply, railway, port connections, bonded processing, and the project land all come with concrete, deliverable written commitments. Du Qinglin's smile widened. That's enough, that's enough. We don't dare claim to be the next Pengcheng. We just want to do what we can do well and solve the employment problem for our people. If it's about ASEAN and the Southwest, well, make this part the best it can be. Gu Qinghe was about to respond when her phone suddenly buzzed. It was a message from Robert, the Walmart project lead. Ms. Gu, the project team has reviewed Ning City's preliminary materials. If Beichen's on-site evaluation passes, we would like to conduct the first joint inspection trip to Ning City within 3 days. After reading it, Gu Qinghe showed the screen to Du Qinglin. He glanced at it and immediately turned to Luo Qiming. Notify all departments. Every issue raised today must be answered in writing by tonight. In 3 days, the Walmart people are coming. Upon returning to the hotel, Gu Qing's first order of business was to message Lu Yibei. Mr. Lu, the Walmart inspection team is expected to arrive in Ning City in 3 days. I will need to remain here for 4 more days to complete the on-site inspection, issue verification, and preliminary report. After the message was sent, there was no reply for a long time. Gu Qinghe was long accustomed to this. If Lu Yibei were to diligently reply to every work message, she would find it highly unusual. At that moment, Lu Yibei was lounging on the sofa at his Pengcheng Bay residence, munching on potato chips while surfing the internet. A message from Gu Qinghe popped up at the top of his screen. He glanced at it, didn't even open the chat window, and continued scrolling with his finger. Professionals handle professional matters. As a boss whose job was to take it easy, he saw no need to micromanage experts. However, he had to admit the internet was incredibly entertaining. The financial news platform's homepage was featuring an interview video about the Qinghai Automotive Systems project with a grand and imposing headline. 6 billion yuan automotive supply chain project officially lands in Pengcheng. Qinghai Automotive Systems boosts the Bay Area's high-end manufacturing upgrade. In the video, Qin, dressed in a dark suit with slick back hair, stood in front of the freshly leveled project site, with a massive display board of Qinghai Automotive Systems behind him. A reporter extended a microphone towards him. Mr. Qin, the public is very interested in what changes the Qinghai project will bring to Pengcheng in the future. Qin offered a slight smile. Qinghai is not just a simple factory, but an automotive supply chain system oriented towards the Asia-Pacific market. Upon completion, the project will form a complete industrial cluster, focusing on intelligent cockpits, thermal management, and core components. We anticipate directly creating a significant number of high-paying technical positions, and through upstream and downstream enterprises drive even broader employment opportunities. He spoke with such pride and confidence that one might think the factory was already built, the assembly lines already running, and hundreds of thousands of people were queuing up to collect. The camera quickly cut to Han Changfeng. Han Changfeng stood before the project planning map, his expression steady. Pengcheng welcomes enterprises with genuine technology capital and long-term planning. The swift contract signing and initial capital injection for the Qinghai project demonstrate the company's execution capability and also prove the attractiveness of Pengcheng's business environment. The relevant departments will continue to provide services in accordance with laws and regulations promoting the project's early construction, early operation, and early results. On the surface, these words were unassailable, but paired with the reporter's fervent narration, they created the impression that Qinghai had already solved employment for hundreds of thousands and incidentally completed a round of high-wage reforms. On the right side of the video, a beautifully crafted data chart was displayed. Total investment of 6 billion yuan. Projected to drive upstream and downstream output value of tens of billions of yuan. Projected to benefit tens of thousands of jobs, creating happiness for at least 100,000 or even several 100,000 families. Each figure was preceded by a faint projected the font, so light it nearly blended into the background. However, the main numbers themselves were displayed in large bold red, as if eager to leap out of the screen and toast the audience. Yibei dragged the progress bar back twice, but still didn't see the reporter ask a single question about firm orders, the initial construction timeline, or whether the 60 billion yuan would be invested over several years. For an interview, all that mattered was projecting festivity. Yibei found it hilarious. He grabbed a chip, tossed it into his mouth, and mumbled indistinctly, "Go on, laugh. Laugh as happily as you can. The louder you laugh, now the more tragic your fall will be." The comment section below the video was equally lively. This is what real industry looks like. Billions in investment the moment it lands. Some capital firms just shop their projects around for policy perks. It's a whole different level of ambition. Young Master Qin may be flashy, but he's putting real money down. What about Beichin? Support Pengcheng's manufacturing. Stop listening to those overseas capital fairy tales. Yibei scrolled down casually and soon encountered a post with a complete. The poster's username was Myanmar, a escape guide. His avatar was a green leek cut down to its very root. The post itself was just a few lines long, but exceptionally provocative. Great news for all the folks still losing money in Myanmar. Use 2x leverage to short the Qin family. Hold for a few months, and you might get back everything you've lost. No more waiting for a miracle bailout. Personally, I am rock-solid bearish on the Qinghai project. The reason is simple: they're touting tens of billions in output based on a 500 million initial investment. That's a leverage ratio higher than my perpetual contracts. Also, if the Qin family's own supply chain in their home base of Modu isn't this impressive, why would they come to Pengcheng to do something even more ambitious? Does that even make sense? This is not investment advice. If you actually lose money, don't come crying to me. I don't have any money either. Yibei sat up a little straighter when he read this. This guy's got something. This self-proclaimed prophet clearly had no knowledge of the public's future plans, yet just by analyzing publicly available information, he had pinpointed the danger for Qinghai. However, the netizens in the comment section were not buying it. Being proud of shorting local manufacturing. That's classic self-hatred. These bootlickers start wagging their tails at the scent of foreign companies. Volkswagen already signed a 5-year framework. Do you think you know better than VW's management? The Qin family builds factories and creates jobs while you teach people to short online. We should check your background. Holding 2x leverage for a few months. The project won't collapse. You'll get margin called first. Just another finance blogger trashing domestic companies for clicks. Block. Some people even dragged Beichin into the fray. Could this be a Beichin Capital sock puppet account? They lost the project bid to the Qin family and are now spreading bearish rumors online. Isn't Beichin supposed to be rich? Let them put 500 million into the project account and see. Capital loves this kind of thing. They don't build factories themselves. They just nitpick real businesses. Of course, a few netizens tried to be reasonable. Physical investment deserves support, but building a factory doesn't guarantee you can sell the products. Asking about the source of orders isn't the same as being bearish, is it? This comment had barely been posted when someone replied below it. Can't you see the 5-year framework with Volkswagen? Did Beichin pay you too? The original commenter clearly hadn't expected to be remotely compensated by an international capital group for a casual question, and it took them a while to reply. Where do I collect the money? Please send the address. I could use 200 yuan for my phone bill. Myanmar A escape guide was no pushover and responded to each attack. You call me a foreign admirer, but isn't Qinghai's biggest customer still Germany's Volkswagen? The agreement is public, but the content isn't. Please learn to read before you come and insult me. The 2x leverage was for show. Anyone who actually goes Allen on that should just send their money directly to me. As for whether Beichin paid me, I don't know. All I know is that Qinghai is telling a 6 billion story with 500 million. That takes more guts than my account balance. The comment section grew increasingly heated, and the post's popularity skyrocketed. Yibei watched with great amusement. That was the internet for you. No one believes the truth, but a loud marketing stunt gets a standing ovation. Occasionally someone guesses the right answer, but they first get branded as a bootlicker, an overseas capital spokesperson, or a bearish pawn. A few months from now, if Qin Hai actually runs into trouble, this post will likely be dug up, and the blogger will be instantly upgraded from trader to modern-day Warren Buffett. Yibei had no intention of joining the discussion. He didn't even have an account on that platform. The more chaotic it got now, the better. The higher Qin Fun and Han Changfeng inflated the project, the louder the crash would be when it fell. Just then the doorbell rang. Yibei tossed his phone onto the sofa and shuffled to the door in his slippers. Through the video intercom, he saw Li Mingyue standing quietly outside, holding a document bag. When the door opened, she offered him a smile first. Mr. Liu, the preliminary proposals for the standalone property and the offshore company are ready. Li Mingyue placed the document folder on the coffee table and pulled out the first property file. Mr. Liu, this residence currently best matches your requirements. The aerial drone footage on the tablet began to play. The standalone villa was built right by the sea with 3 main floors, its facade dominated by light gray stone and expansive glass panel. The yard wasn't cluttered with ostentatious European fountains, but featured only a lawn, a swimming pool, and a driveway leading to a private garage. It looked clean and the practical usable area is approximately 4,500 square meters. The third floor has a large viewing terrace, Li Mingyue said, swiping through photos. In the evening you can directly watch the sea and feel the breeze. It suits your lifestyle. Yibei glanced at her. My, what lifestyle? Lying down, Li Mingyue said with a deadpan expression. Yibei's mouth twitched. You're getting to know your boss quite well now. Li Mingyue suppressed a smile and continued her report. The drawback is that the registered area on the property certificate is only 300 square meters. The remainder primarily consists of underground ancillary spaces, open terraces, and supporting areas not counted in the property rights, which are not included in the property rights valuation and cannot be mortgaged or traded separately as formal floor area. Legal has already verified the original planning and acceptance documents. No new unauthorized structures were found. However, the rights boundary for this portion of the area needs to be clearly defined in the contract. The asking price is $125 million. It's fully furnished with all smart systems included, ready to move in. The owner is in a tight spot with capital turnover and considers it fortunate to sell it at the original purchase price. So as long as you confirm all the paperwork can be complete. Yibei scrubbed the video back to the third floor terrace. The platform faced the open sea directly with a sheltered lounge area beside it, more than enough space for a few reclining chairs. It truly suited him. Expensive things, aside from being expensive, have no other flaws. Handle it. He handed the tablet back to Li Mingyue. If this one sells, good. If not, so be it. Let it be, no forcing it. Understood. Li Mingyue packed away the property documents. They'll first arrange the new house's transfer and handover. The current property will be listed confidentially without rushing to lower the price. After finishing with the house, she pulled out another document. The cover bore a title, Initial Framework Proposal for Beichin International Capital Holdings. The offshore holding framework was personally crafted by President Tang. He's already held 2 consecutive internal meetings and brought in cross-border lawyers and a tax. The top layer retains the Beichin name, tentatively set as Beichin International Capital. Domestic operations will still be handled by the local operating company, while the offshore entity will manage future overseas asset holdings, international investments, and cross-border financing. Yibei flipped through a couple of pages, the dense legal jargon, giving him a headache. In plain language, Li Mingyue was prepared. The offshore company's statutory representative won't be you. Well, appoint a professional manager meeting local requirements. You'll be registered as the capital shareholder and ultimate beneficiary, but you won't hold a direct role in daily operations. Without personal guarantees, and provided the company operates compliantly, ordinary business risks are generally borne by the company. Your maximum financial loss would be the Yibei understood. If normal operations hit problems, the worst-case scenario is losing money. Fine. He placed the file back on the coffee table. Let President Tang continue. Don't cut corners and leave me a hidden time bomb. Understood. Li Mingyue stood up. They'll first handle the property procedures and update you once the framework plan is refined. Thanks for your hard work. Li Mingyue left, clutching the files. Meanwhile, in the temporary office of Beichin Capital, Meng Yi was feeling incredibly frustrated. His computer screen still displayed the video of Qin Fin's interview alongside a news screenshot of Han Changfeng's comment about corporate execution. The more Meng Yi looked, the angrier he grew. No way. He leaned back in his chair, grinding his teeth. I have to find a way to spite them, or I won't be able to swallow this. But Yibei had explicitly stated they shouldn't engage in meaningless public opinion battles, and the news about Dazhong tightening orders couldn't be leaked prematurely. Staring at his computer, lost in thought, he suddenly noticed an itinerary update from Gu Qinghe in the work group. The Walmart team was scheduled to visit Ningxi for an inspection in 3 days. His eyes lit up. He couldn't spread rumors or reveal insider secrets, but he could publish facts. Sometimes the truth stings far more than insults. Meng Yi immediately dialed Gu Qing's number. President Gu, can we make the Walmart visit to Ningxi public? What are you planning to do? Gu Qinghe asked cautiously. Nothing much, Meng Yi replied with utmost sincerity. Just showcasing our project progress normally. Aren't people saying Beichin lacks investment intention and the project is stalled? Well, show everyone whether the project is moving or not. Gu Qinghe was silent for a few seconds. You can ask Walmart and the Ningxi authorities, but only publish confirmed. Don't claim the project has landed and don't hint that Ningxi has secured the entire 3 billion yuan investment. No problem. An hour later, the Walmart project team confirmed the inspection itinerary could be announced. The Ningxi side had no reason to refuse. Luo Qiming had his staff prepare a concise project update overnight. The official account of Ningxi's investment promotion department announced the news first. A joint project team from Walmart, Beichin Capital, and Siemens will visit Ningxi in 3 days to conduct an on-site assessment for the construction of the China-ASEAN Smart Warehousing and Cross-Border Cold Chain Node. Ningxi has now entered the on-site evaluation stage for candidate cities for the first phase 3 billion yuan level supply chain project. Beichin Capital's official account subsequently reposted it with a short caption. Everything is progressing. Stay tuned. Within half an hour of the news breaking, the tone of comments under Qin Hai's interview began to shift noticeably. Didn't they say Beichin had no clear investment intention? Why is Walmart already heading to Ningxi for an inspection? The project isn't stalled, it's just not happening in Pengcheng anymore. First they say they want reserve long-term resources for Beichin, and then Beichin takes Walmart elsewhere. That's a bit absurd. Qin Hai took the land, Ningxi took the inspection opportunity. What exactly did Pengcheng win? Watching the comments, Meng Yi finally felt satisfied. He hadn't insulted Qin Fan, mentioned Han Chongfeng, or leaked a single detail about the Dazhong undercurrent. He had simply presented a genuine project update for everyone to see. The same news was quickly forwarded into the Pengcheng Municipal Project Workgroup chat. Lu Qingde sent only one message. Please have the relevant responsible comrades explain why was Beichin's investment intention previously reported as unclear, yet now the Walmart team is confirmed to be visiting Ningxi for an inspection. Seeing the message Liang Zhiqing typed, because they didn't lack intention, they lacked intention for Pengcheng's proposal, into the input box, thought better of it, and deleted it all. In the end, he only sent a resource verification report that had been submitted previously. Secretary, the working group has already stated in writing that Beichin's alternative proposal had issues with overlapping infrastructure and unclear delivery timelines. The Ningxi inspection is a standard evaluation process conducted by the company according to public criteria. Meng Huichuan remained silent throughout. His relationship with Liu Yibei and Meng Yi was too sensitive, the less said the better. But as he read the phrase visit to Ningxi for an inspection, he still picked up his teacup and took a slow, deliberate sip. This little one's actions this time at least weren't those of a game-obsessed rascal. Han Chongfeng stared at the news for a long time without replying. The following morning at Beichin Capital's temporary office. Seriously, why is he playing vain top lane? Don't you know the cardinal sin of filial piety is playing vain top? Meng Yi stared at the Malphite with only a sliver of health left, a vein throbbing in his forehead. The enemy Vayne hovered at the edge of the tower, weaving in for an auto attack every time he raised his hand to last hit. The third proc of silver bolts detonated, and the Malphite collapsed on the spot. The screen faded to gray. Even in death, Meng Yi saw the enemy flash the weak. No way. A ranged top laner flashing weak. Is there no justice left in this world? He slammed his headset onto the desk, his frustration mounting with every He couldn't punch someone through the internet for the grievance in game, but Han Chongfeng in the real world was still there to stoke the fire. Damn it, no, I need to keep putting the pressure on that old dog. A sly glint flashed in Meng Yi's eyes as he suddenly sat up straight. Ha ha ha. He pulled out his phone and opened the group chat. Pengcheng Leisure Club. The group had over 100 members, all friends had made over meals, drinks, boating trips, and gaming sessions. Some had relatives who ran media companies, some managed local influencers, and a few were autobloggers with millions of followers themselves. Meng Yi fired off several messages in quick succession. Who here has media connections? Influencers work, 2 big accounts, finance blogs, auto channels, MCNs, whatever you've got. Today I want everyone to push positive news about the Qinhai project. Go hard, go all out. Do a good job and young Master Meng will reward you handsomely. They'll set up a gathering in a few days and young Master Meng is covering the entire bill. The group chat fell silent for a full 5 seconds. Then a person with a sports car avatar was the first to speak up. Wait, young Master Meng, if I remember correctly, didn't Qinhai snatch that land from you guys at Beichin? Are you getting so heated you're planning to defect? All 3 of my finance accounts can post it, but I just don't get the angle here. Did that vain game fry young Master Meng's brain? Do we need to get you to a hospital? Meng Yi's face darkened as his fingers flew across the keyboard. You know what they call vision. Qinhai is a key industrial project for Pengcheng. As a local company, why shouldn't Beichin support the city's development? Stop asking questions. Just post what I told you to post. Although the group members were puzzled, they quickly got to work. Meng Yi, the son of a deputy mayor, usually seemed unreliable, but when it came to mobilizing the local media circle, a single word from him was more effective than a company's PR department running around for half a month. Friends brought in friends, and connections layered upon connections. Within 20 minutes, over a dozen drafts with different angles were delivered to his phone. Meng Yi skimmed through a few and added a specific instruction. Use exactly what's in the public records, nothing more. The 6 billion total investment, the first phase of 2 2 billion, the initial 500 million already in the account. Hyman securing the 5-year supplier framework with Volkswagen. All of that can be analyzed in a positive light. We can be enthusiastic, we can be optimistic, but we cannot spread rumors. Got it. A wave of young mastermind is wise flooded the chat. Soon the tide began to turn. Local finance accounts were the first to publish long articles calling Qinghai a key piece in Pengcheng's auto supply chain upgrade, focusing on the appeal of the 6 billion yuan planned investment to upstream and downstream companies. Auto bloggers spoke eloquently to the camera, stating that Hyman's ability to renew the 5-year supplier framework was itself proof of its technical and delivery capability. Once Qinghai begins production, Pengcheng will fill a critical gap in the high-end auto parts sector. Recruitment accounts were even more direct, with headlines like First Phase 2. 2 billion, what high-paying jobs will the Qinghai project bring? Even a few influencers who usually only posted about luxury cars and private clubs reluctantly shared the news. I didn't understand much else, but I understood that the first 500 million has already hit the account. If that's not strength, what is? Initially, it was only accounts from Meng Yes group chat posting. Once the buzz started, other self-media outlets noticed the traffic and jumped on the bandwagon. Within 2 hours, Qinghai auto supply chain base had shot up the local trending list. The comment section was buzzing. The 6 billion isn't just a pie in the sky. The first 500 million has already arrived. They have the land, the capital, the overseas technology, and the 5-year Volkswagen framework. How can this project possibly lose? Where's that blogger who told everyone to short Qin Group with double leverage? Come out and take a bow. Me on a escape guide teacher, I've already done the opposite trade. When do I get to celebrate with a Pengcheng Bay apartment? Hilarious. While others are still analyzing, Qinghai is already throwing money at equipment. The blogger who had publicly shorted Qinghai was quickly swarmed in the comments, with netizens visiting his page just to check in. When Qinfen scrolled to the trending list, he had to read it 3 times. Just yesterday, people were still comparing Ning City and Qinghai online. Today, the tide had turned almost completely in Qinghai's favor. He didn't know who had sparked the fire, but he felt that the public's eyes had finally seen the light. I've said it all along. What can little Beichin possibly compare to Qin Group? Qinfen forwarded an analysis article and added a comment. Real industry is never built on words alone. Thank you for your attention. Qinghai will not let Pengcheng down. This statement pushed the buzz up another notch. In Han Changfeng's office, as the secretary placed the public opinion briefing on the desk, the tension that had gripped his face for days finally relaxed. This is the kind of judgment the market should have. He flipped through pages of positive coverage, his finger tapping on the phrase landmark manufacturing project. The PR department can follow up appropriately, but must not exaggerate. Also, the construction equipment and personnel mobilization at Qinghai need to be accelerated. The whole city is watching now, we can't let the momentum fizzle out. The secretary nodded and left. At the same time, the Qin family in Modu also received the complete public opinion report. Qin Jinghua wasn't as excited as Qinfen. Instead, he stared at the sudden surge of positive articles for a long time. Have you found out who's behind this push? It started with some local Pengcheng accounts, then media outlets followed on their own, the assistant replied. The content mostly cites public information. There's nothing obvious. The Pengcheng side also wants Qinghai to release more concrete progress as soon as possible. Qinfen dismissed it. Dad, if the project is good, people will naturally say good things. It's not like Beichin would pay to help us with PR, right? Qin Jinghua glanced at him, but didn't respond. The logic was sound. But the higher Qinghai was lifted, the less Qin Group could afford to slow down. If they delayed the second capital injection, now the outside world would question their cash flow. If they postponed equipment purchases, the full-scale launch touted by the media would instantly become a joke. Hyman was also pressing for progress, as the validity of quotes from Siemens and several other equipment suppliers was about to expire. The 2 billion yuan first phase plan was already in motion. Qin Group couldn't slam on the brakes just because of some vague, unverifiable suspicion. Qin Jinghua closed his eyes to weigh the options, then finally flipped open the documents on his desk. Notify the project company. Inject the second 500 million ahead of schedule. The first batch of equipment procurement contracts will be finalized today and signed tomorrow morning. Doesn't Pengcheng want tangible progress? Then we'll give them tangible. Qinfen broke into a grin. I told you I'd win this one. The pen touched the paper and Qin Jinghua signed his name. The assistant picked up the documents and left quickly. As this second 500 million entered Qinghai, the project took another solid, significant step into the deep waters of heavy assets. 3 days later, the buzz surrounding the Qinghai project showed no signs of waning. If anything, it grew more intense with each passing day. During these 3 days, Meng Yi had practically turned the Pengcheng Idle Folks Mutual Aid Society into his temporary propaganda department. One day, he'd have financial analysts dissect how much upstream and downstream industry a 6 billion yuan investment would stimulate. The next head get auto bloggers talking about Hyman's technological prowess. The day after that, he'd have recruitment accounts gush about Qinghai's future job creation plans. His only requirement remained a strict ban on fabricating outright falsehoods. Yet from the same public materials, a pessimist could spot risks, while an optimist could just as easily spin them into a blooming flower. Young Master Meng Qinghai just announced that the second tranche of 500 million yuan has arrived. Then what are we waiting for? Meng Yi said without looking up from his desk. The headline should be Capital Infusion Speed Hits New Highs, Qinghai Enters Full Construction Phase. But they've only signed the contract for the initial batch of equipment. They haven't started full construction yet, have they? So add a question mark at the end. Understood. Brilliant young master Meng. Meng Yi looked at the barrage of flattery in the group, his smile exceptionally innocent. The more people focused on Qinghai now, the harder it would be for the Qin family and Han Changfeng to stop. Plans for equipment construction and staffing that would normally take half a year to finalize were being squeezed tighter and tighter amidst the chorus of cheers calling it the new landmark of Pengqing manufacturing. The moment Qinghai released one progress update, the media would immediately hound them about the next step. The moment Qinfen declared the project would never let Pengqing down, someone would ask when the factory construction would break ground. If the Qin Corporation paused to deliberate and budget meticulously, the outside world would suspect problems with funds or orders. If they wanted to maintain the hype, they'd have to keep pouring real money into it. Meng Yi's goal was precisely to deny them the luxury of time to think things through. In just 3 days, Qinghai not only paid the initial equipment deposit ahead of schedule, but also accelerated everything that was originally planned for phased rollout, including geological surveys, site leveling, and the deployment of technical personnel. Haiman's technical team had barely arrived in Pengqing before the main construction contractor was pressured into submitting the final plan. Every progress update released to the public generated even higher expectations, and each expectation in turn forced Qinghai to cough up the next sum of money. Others stirred up hype to lift a palanquin, but Meng Yi's intention was to wait until someone was seated inside, and then weld the doors shut. Praise it even higher. He sent a voice message to the group. Qinghai is our city's prized project. We must make sure the entire nation knows about it. As for how far it would eventually fall from that height, that would be Qinfen's own problem. Far away in Ning City, the joint inspection was also drawing to a close that day. Inside the conference room of the comprehensive bonded zone, a transportation map of Ning City and its surrounding areas hung on the wall. The table was laden with 3 days' worth of assessment reports. Several candidate sites, railway freight nodes, air cargo routes, and cold chain distribution ranges were all marked with different colored lines. Attending this session were not just Du Qinglin and Luo Qiming. Ning City's party secretary Yan Xishan had also personally arrived, bringing along the heads of transportation, commerce planning, and municipal industrial platforms. They listened from morning until afternoon. Robert closed the final report and offered a fairly positive assessment. Ning City's land cost, location facing ASEAN, and the conditions of the railway and comprehensive bonded zone are all very good. The efficiency you've demonstrated over these past few days has also left a deep impression on me. Just as Du Qinglin's face began to brighten, with a smile Robert continued. But problems still exist. This city is not coastal. If bulk cargo and certain imported cold chain goods have to rely entirely on road transport, some of the advantages inherent to this project simply cannot be realized. The conference room fell silent. This was not the first time someone had pointed out that Ning City lacked a coastline, but coming from the mouth of the Walmart project lead, the weight of the statement was entirely different. Yan Xishan stared at the map on the wall, pondering for a moment before speaking. Mr. Robert, if we resolve this issue of not having a seaport, can Ning City's overall conditions fully replace those of Pengqing? Gu Qinghe did not rush to make any promises. Instead, she looked towards Robert. Robert stood up, walked over to the map, and traced his finger from the Bibu Gulf coast towards. Sir, if you have a stable maritime prepositioning node, looking at this map, the distance from the seaport to Ning City is not unacceptably far. If the port deficiency can be addressed, Ning City's advantages in land operational costs and access to the ASEAN corridor would actually become even more pronounced. But whether it can fully replace Pengqing ultimately depends on transportation costs, cold chain timeliness, and headquarters evaluation. Yan Qishan's hand rested on the location of Beihai. Perhaps goods could be unloaded at Beihai. We could build a prepositioning warehouse and cold chain transfer center in Beihai. The port would handle unloading, inspection, and short-term storage, and then goods would be transported to Ning City via dedicated cold chain trunk lines. He paused, looking towards Robert. The construction of the Beihai warehouse and transfer hub will be invested in separately by Ning City's municipal platforms and logistics enterprises. It will not consume any part of your originally allocated 3 billion yuan investment. As for the coordination between Ning City and Beihai, we will handle it ourselves to avoid adding extra coordination work for Walmart. Du Qinglin immediately understood the secretary's strategy. A port prepositioning warehouse in one city, a regional central warehouse in Ning City, linking the resources of the two cities could precisely compensate for Ning City's biggest weakness. Robert reviewed the map once more. A distance of around 200 kilometers is not unacceptable provided there is a stable cold chain fleet and clear transit time. If you are willing to undertake the construction of the prepositioning warehouse and can resolve the port customs clearance and cold chain transport issues, Walmart has no objections. Of course, we will not participate in the interest or resource negotiations between Ning City and Beihai. If you can make this work, I will report the facts to President Kane and headquarters. The probability of this plan being approved will be significantly higher than the current one. Yan Xishan did not celebrate on the spot. Instead, he turned his gaze towards Gu. Mr. Gu, does Beichin have any other requirements? Gu Qinghe opened her notebook. The available berths at Beihai Port, the land for the prepositioning warehouse, the customs clearance plan, the source of construction funds, the operating entity, and the vehicle fleet size, temperature control standards, and contingency routes for extreme weather on the 200-kilometer cold chain corridor. All of these must be provided to us in formal written documents. Furthermore, since the Beihai node is an additional investment, it must be clearly stated that it will not involve robbing Peter to pay Paul from the main project's supporting facilities in Ning City. Luo Qiming felt his scalp tingle and muttered softly, Mr. Gu truly leaves us no room for verbal maneuvering. Gu Qinghe looked up at him. Once the project is operational, verbal promises can't power the cold storage units, nor can they drive the cold chain trucks on the highway. Yan Xishan surprisingly laughed. She's right. At this stage of negotiations, the thing to fear isn't the other party making demands, it's when they can't even be bothered to ask for anything. He immediately took out his phone and dialed a contact in Beihai. Old Liang Im at the Ning City Comprehensive Bonded Zone. We have a 3 billion yuan smart warehousing and cold chain project that needs to use your Beihai port to establish a prepositioning node. Whatever was said on the other end of the line, Yan Xishan glanced at the time and decisively stood up. No need to wait until tomorrow. Both working groups will meet online, and Robert and Gu Qinghe exchanged a glance, but said nothing. Yet on the table, the logistics route map that had previously ended at Ning City was now being formally extended towards Beihai Port with a red pin by a staff member. At the Beihai Municipal Government Building. We have 20 minutes left. Stop asking questions. Let's go. Liang Zhongxing, clutching his briefcase, hurried into the car at the administrative center and urged the driver to rush to the high-speed rail station before he was even settled. Chen Shengwen had been pulled out of a port coordination meeting by Liang Zhongxing and hadn't even grasped the situation during the ride. As soon as the car stopped at the station entrance, he chased after Liang Zhongxing inside. Director Liang, what's the real deal here? You're handling investment talks. Why drag me, the port guy, into this? Don't tell me you're setting me up to take the fall. We're old army buddies. You can't screw me over. Liang Zhongxing, panting from the run, shot back over his shoulder. Bullshit. When have I ever screwed you over? I'm trying to give you a leg up. Our old leader brought in a project with an initial investment of over 3 billion. If it goes well, cumulative investment could reach tens of billions. It's a legitimate industrial project that can drive smart warehousing, automated equipment, and high-precision industries. The old leader included our Beihai planning to use Taizhan Port for prepositioning warehouses and cold chain transshipment. Chen Shengwen's steps faltered, nearly getting bumped into by the person behind him. Over 3 billion. That's just the initial phase. Liang Zhongxing grabbed him. It was supposed to be an online meeting, but just talking through a screen would make us look indifferent. I checked. The high-speed rail leaves in 20 minutes, and it's an hour and 10 minutes to Ning City. Well, make it. Chen Shengwen's spirits lifted immediately. What about tickets? Only standing room. Liang Zhongxing glanced at him. What, you think you've forgotten how to stand at attention from our army days? Don't tell me you're too old for it now. That's nothing. Chen Shengwen thumped his chest. Forget an hour and 10 minutes if this project is real. ID stand for 10 hours and 10 days to get there. The two jogged through security and squeezed into the carriage just 2 minutes before the doors closed. There were indeed no seats. Leaning against the carriage connection, Liang Zhongxing opened his phone and handed the requirement list sent by Yan Xishan to Chen Shengwen. The two directors, both in their 40s, each held on to a handrail, swaying with the train's motion, and standing they worked through the details of the port cold storage, customs clearance, and transport routes. Existing cold storage can't handle this volume, Chen Shengwen frowned. It's doable, but we'll need new construction. The berths at Taizhan Port, the land behind it, and the access roads also need to be recalculated. We can't just throw out numbers in a meeting. Liang Zhongxing nodded. That's why I dragged you along. It's not about fearing difficulties, but about being able to articulate exactly where the difficulties lie. An hour and 10 minutes later, the two men, briefcases in hand, were dashing out of Ning City East Station. When they pushed open the door of the comprehensive bonded zone meeting room, the Beihai subvenue on the big screen had just finished its setup. Yan Xishan was taken aback at the sight of the two sweating men. Weren't we doing this online? Why did you come all the way here? Liang Zhongxing, catching his breath against the doorframe, smiled. Secretary Yin, Beihai isn't far from Ning City. With a project worth over 3 billion on the table, hiding behind a screen for our discussion would be inappropriate. It's just an hour's standing room on the train we can manage. Chen Shengwen nodded in agreement beside him. Port matters can't be fully explained over a screen. I'm here to answer questions in person. At these words, Robert's gaze towards them noticeably sharpened with seriousness. After brief introductions, the meeting resumed. Chen Shengwen didn't overpromise. He laid out the current environmental conditions and supporting facilities. Taizhan Port has the foundation to take on this project. The access channels, deep water berths, and port roads can all be coordinated. But let me be upfront, the current turnover capacity of professional cold storage and reefer containers is not enough to support your entire planned volume. To do this, we'll need to build new prepositioning warehouses, expand the cold chain yard, and add dispatch systems. Customs inspection, intraport transport, and contingency storage plans for extreme weather will also need to be completely reevaluated. Robert asked, how soon can you provide a realistic assessment? Initial data within 48 hours, Chen Shengwen replied quickly. I can't give you a full construction timeline right now. Tomorrow, after you've seen the port, the land, and the roads, we'll have the Design Institute calculate based on actual conditions. What I can guarantee is that we will be truthful, practical, and deliver quality results on time. Gu Qinghe jotted down a note. Compared to empty promises of completion within 6 months, she preferred this kind of measured, boundary-conscious response. Liang Zhongxing took over. Regarding funding, Ning City proposes that its municipal platforms and logistics companies make separate investments. Beihai can organize port operators, industrial platforms, and social capital to participate. The specific ratios can be negotiated between the two cities later. We won't ask Walmart to coordinate for us, nor will we touch the original 3 billion yuan project investment. He didn't mince words here. However, since Beihai is responsible for the port land and prepositioning warehouses, it can't end up with just a few trucks passing through. Beihai should also get its share of the port throughput, employment, and reasonable industrial support that the prepositioning node brings. Yin Qishan looked at him. Functions should be located where they logically belong. Ning City won't take the whole pie, but let's get the project done first. Don't argue over slicing the cake before it's even in the oven. With you saying that, old leader, Im reassured. Liang Zhongxing laughed heartily. But it was then that Gu Qinghe tapped the table. Beichin and Walmart won't be involved in how the two cities divide the benefits. However, there must be a single unified coordination window for the project. If there's a port issue, we shouldn't have to go to Beihai. If there's a mainline issue, you can't send us back to Ning City. Du Qinglin immediately added, Ning City will take the lead in forming a joint task force, and Beihai will send personnel to join. For the enterprise, there will be only one window. Internal issues will be coordinated by us. Liang Zhongxing didn't vie for the lead role. Agreed. Beihai will be responsible for the port node, and all responsibilities and timelines will be written into the joint document. Robert then fired off questions about customs clearance, efficiency, temperature control tracking, and the 200-kilometer cold chain mainline. Chen Shengwen answered directly what he could and noted down everything he couldn't confirm without a single, in principle, no problem. The Siemens technical lead on the video feed also spoke up at this point. There's no technical obstacle for the dual node setup. The Beihai prepositioning warehouse and the Ning City regional main warehouse can share a single system for warehouse management, cargo tracking, and temperature control alerts. Once goods clear customs at the port, the data can sync directly to the Ning City dispatch center. However, this will add equipment and system maintenance costs that need to be re-evaluated. Robert followed up, the prepositioning warehouse can be built by the local platform, but who bears the long-term operating costs? Walmart will not accept a low price that relies on short-term subsidies. Liang Zhongxing's smile faded as he answered seriously. During the construction phase, the industrial platform and enterprises can invest jointly. For operations, we'll calculate based on market prices. We'll list the actual costs for port loading, warehousing, and cold chain mainlines. We won't use 1 or 2 years of subsidies to lower the price, only to raise it later after the project is established. If the numbers don't add up, we'll optimize. If they do, we'll present them for your decision. Gu Qinghe looked up at Liang Zhongxing and put a checkmark next to operational sustainability. Over an hour later, the map, which originally had only one red line, was now covered with the names and to-do items of officials from both cities. Robert studied it for a long time, then turned to his assistant. We're scheduled to fly back to Pingqing tomorrow afternoon, right? Yes. Change the tickets. He closed his folder and looked at Liang Zhongxing and Chen Xingwen. Tomorrow morning, I want to see Taizhan Port in person. Chen Xingwen's eyes lit up, and he immediately called the port duty officer. Don't leave tonight. Pull out all the original documentation for the berths, cold storage yards, and the land behind the port. No brochures, no beautified PPTs overnight. What we show that foreign enterprise group tomorrow must be the real deal that Beihai can genuinely deliver. The next morning, Liu Yibei had just crawled out of bed when he received a message from Gu Qinghe. Mr. Liu, the Beihai team rushed to Ning City overnight. I need to postpone my return to Pingqing again. Today, we'll first verify the berths, pre-warehouse land, cold chain turnover, and port transport at Taizhan Port. After the full inspection, I'll report back to you in person. Liu Yibei skimmed the message and deftly exited the chat window. Read. No reply. He stood in the living room, cup in hand, once again confirming that hiring a professional manager like Gu Qinghe was a truly wise decision. If Beichin didn't have her, he would likely be the one running between Ning City and Beihai with a hard hat, wrangling with port's cold storage power suppliers and construction crews. And with his meager professional knowledge, after someone spent ages explaining cold chain scheduling, he'd probably just ask one question. So is this fridge big enough? Liu Yibei shuddered. This was no life for a boss. A boss should be at home, leaving professional matters to the professionals. The doorbell rang at that moment. Liu Yibei opened the door in his slippers, first seeing Li Mingyue holding a folder, and then further back over a dozen uniformed staff members standing in the hallway. Some pushed packing boxes, others carried protective materials, and 2 were already checking the house number against an item list. Liu Yibei was stunned. What's going on? Li Mingyue sidled into the house, her tone as natural as if she were announcing the lunch menu. Mr. Liu, the property transfer for the new house is complete. Property registration, security access, internet, water, electricity, air conditioning, and smart home systems are all debugged and ready. Deep cleaning and fresh linens were done last night. You can move in today. She gestured outside. So, I've called a professional moving company. We're moving now. Yibei looked at the living room, then at the staff, already consulting their lists. Alright, fine. What followed proved once again that professionals are indeed effective. Yibei had expected the move to take all day, but all his clothes, computers, documents, and miscellaneous items were sorted and numbered by category. Fragile items were packed separately, valuables were double-checked by 2 people, and 2 vehicles were arranged as enclosed transport to deliver everything to the new houses. His only task was sitting on the sofa deciding what to take. 3 hours later, all traces of his old life had been transferred. By the time the last truck entered the seaside standalone house, and the staff began resetting items by number, Yibei was already standing on the 3rd floor terrace. The sea view here was closer than at Pingqing Bay No. 1. The courtyard walls and greenery blocked outside views, and the wind blowing in from the sea carried a hint of moisture. The terrace was excessively spacious. Even with furniture set up, there was still enough room for Meng Yi to bring a crowd and make a mess. The furniture inside was newer than the last place, clean and sharp in style, without those expensive-looking pieces that were uncomfortable to sit on. Li Mingwei walked up from behind and leaned on the terrace railing, gazing out. 4,500 square meters. Mr. Lu, won't you get lost moving around? Yibei turned and walked back to the living room. A house isn't about size, it's about comfort. Besides, I've known poverty before. So now for me, the bigger the better. He flopped onto the sofa, turned on the AC, and savored the first cool breeze in his new home. Li Mingwei followed him in and pressed the remote. The curtains over the floor-to-ceiling windows slowly drew shut, gradually blocking out the sea and sunlight. She turned back to Yibei, a hint of a smile in her eyes. Oh, is that so? Only the size makes it comfortable. As she spoke, she slowly knelt down in front of the sofa. The AC hummed quietly, and only a thin sliver of light remained behind the curtains. For the next 20 minutes, no one discussed the house's size, and the moving company's inventory sheet was casually pushed under the coffee table. When Li Mingwei stood up again, a flush colored her cheeks. She smoothed her slightly tousled hair and glanced towards the stairs. Want to test if the new bed is comfortable and see if this house truly suits you? Yibei naturally didn't refuse this professional inspection. An hour later, leaning against the headboard of the master bedroom, he delivered his first review after moving in. Indeed, the fire safety is really good. And I've discovered it's not just the house size that's comfortable. There are many meaningful and comfortable things in life worth exploring slowly. Li Mingwei, wrapped in a thin blanket, shot him a look of feigned annoyance. Just then the phone on the bedside table rang. Yibei glanced at the caller ID and answered. Kane. A not-so-standard but intensely excited Mandarin came through the line. Chairman Liu Robert just finished his on-site inspection of Taizhan Port. The plan to use Ning City as the regional hub and Beihai as the port front-end node is excellent. It solves the port land and cold chain trunk line issues. The HQ's calculations have also passed the initial review. I don't think we should waste any more time. Let's finalize it. Yibei sat up a little straighter. If you're sure that's good enough for me. I don't know warehousing. Kane chuckled. Chairman Liu, you don't need to know. Robert will handle it. I've already instructed finance to initiate the first tranche of project funds, approximately 5. Once the formal agreements and compliance documents are confirmed, the funds will quickly move into the regulated account Beichin has set up for the project. You can arrange the media, announce it as you see fit. No need for a big spectacle, and no need to prepare a celebration for me. All right. Yibei replied decisively. Send the formal documents to Gu Qinghe for review. The funds go through the project's dedicated account separate from Beichin's own capital. After hanging up, he handed the phone to Li Mingwei. Notify Tang Jiangwo. Walmart is bringing in a 5 billion yuan project fund. Have Huashang prepare cross-border settlement, a regulated account, and compliance documents. The flush on Li Mingyu's face hadn't fully faded, but her expression had already snapped back to professional banking mode. They'll contact President Tang right away. Yibei, in a rare move, also proactively opened his chat with Gu Qinghe. Kane just spoke with me. Finalize the Ning City plus Beihai plan through the proper process. You'll be responsible for the legal, financial, and project documents. No need for a grand announcement. Just state the facts clearly. Gu Qinghe replied almost instantly. Understood. Half an hour later, the official account of Beichin Capital, usually so quiet it seemed like the password was forgotten, finally logged in and published a new message. The Walmart Smart Warehousing and Cross-Border Cold Chain project has completed its joint evaluation. The project plans to adopt a coordinated scheme using Ning City as the regional hub and Beihai Port as the front-end node. The first tranche of special funds, approximately 5 billion yuan, has entered the disbursement process. We thank the working teams of Ning City, Beihai City, and all parties for their professional cooperation. Subsequently, the official accounts of Ning City and Beihai City made their moves in succession. Ning City released 6 on-site photographs. In the photos, Yin Qishan led the team personally. Du Qinglin, Luo Qiming, and officials from relevant departments of both cities, all wearing safety helmets, accompanied Gu Qinghe and Robert's delegation on the reserved land at Taizhan Port. Some crouched on the ground examining pipeline diagrams, while others stood by the storage yard verifying cold chain container turnover data. Yan Kishin's trousers were still dusted with grime. This was hardly a pose struck for the cameras. The announcement was equally straightforward. Living up to expectations, all for the people's employment. Serving enterprises and fostering a first-class business environment is our unwavering pursuit now and in the future. The first phase of the Walmart and Beijing Capital Intelligent Warehousing and Cross-Border Cold Chain project is officially confirmed to be established in Ning City with co-development of the port front-end node with Beihai City. We thank the enterprises for their trust and look forward to collaborative efforts to advance the development of next-generation intelligent logistics, intelligent warehousing, and new retail systems. Beihai City promptly reposted adding photos of Liang Zhongxing and Chun Sheng when leading inspections of berths, cold storage facilities, and port access roads. Ning City manages the regional central warehouse. Beihai manages the port front-end node. The two cities coordinate, complementing each other's strengths, serving enterprise development with real conditions and delivery capabilities. With both official accounts confirming simultaneously, the nature of the matter changed entirely. The online discourse erupted instantly. 5 billion yuan in initial funding. Now that's what you call real implementation, right? Who was saying just days ago that Beijing had no money and was just trying to secure policy benefits with empty promises? Beijing was always the project integrator. The one actually paying is Walmart. Checking whether Beijing has 3 billion in its account is like checking if a construction company has enough money to buy an entire mall. Ning City isn't coastal, so they simply brought Beihai in to collaborate. Pengcheng has a port and a bonded zone, and they still let the project slip away. The most ironic part is that Beijing is called Beijing Capital. This comment was quickly pinned to the top. That same afternoon in the Pengcheng Municipal Party Committee meeting room, Lu Qingda slammed printed copies of the Ning and Beihai announcements onto the table, his face a ghastly green. The heads of departments involved in the project sat on both sides of the table, none daring to speak first. Take a look. Ning City plus Beihai. Two cities just to fill a port node gap, with the party secretary personally putting on a safety helmet and visiting the site. What do we have? We have everything. Port comprehensive bonded zone roads consumer market. All right at our doorstep. Yet the project still got away, and the initial 5 billion went with it. The more Lu Qingda spoke, the angrier he became. This wasn't just losing sight of the forest for the trees, it was having a watermelon right on the table, complaining it wasn't cut yet, and handing it to someone else. Han Shangfeng remained silent for a moment before finally explaining. Secretary Lu at the time Beijing had been delaying signing the investment intention. Pengcheng couldn't indefinitely reserve core industrial resources for a company with insufficient book funds. Qinghai had already completed its initial capital injection with a total project scale of 6 billion yuan. Based on the information available, then prioritizing the mature project did not violate any procedures. You're still talking to me about Beijing's book funds. Lu Qingda's voice rose sharply. Who's putting up the money now? It's Walmart. Beijing was the resource integrator and project executor all along. Who told you the 3 billion had to sit in Beijing's own account first? Han Shangfeng opened his mouth, but said nothing. Lu Qingda rubbed his brow, forcing down his anger. I bear some responsibility for this too. I had the project due diligence procedures used to verify Beijing's financial capacity. The credit materials provided by Huashang Bank based on the company's authorization showed that Beijing's corporate account lacked sufficient cell phone funds to independently cover the 3 billion yuan investment. Lu Yibei's personal credit was strong, and he had considerable personal assets, but he hadn't injected them into Beijing. Seeing that result, I also assumed Walmart might just be making a token gesture with Beijing using the project to leverage policy benefits. He paused, sweeping his gaze across the meeting table. But I forgot to ask the most fundamental question. Why did Yibei have to pay for this project himself? Walmart is the client and investor, Siemens handles the technology, and Beijing handles resource integration. It was all clearly written in the materials, yet we stared at Beijing's corporate account for ages. Lu Qingda pulled the earliest investment attraction form from the pile of documents and flipped to the first page. Investment entity Walmart Group. Core technology and automation systems Siemens. Domestic project integration and execution services Beijing Capital. With each line, he read Han Shangfeng's expression darkened further. These materials never changed. So why did the subsequent funding risk reports keep hammering on the fact that Beijing's account lacked 3 billion yuan? The head of the department responsible for compiling the materials broke into a sweat and said cautiously, the coordination group under Mayor Han's purview believed that Walmart hadn't issued an irrevocable investment commitment, so they required verification of Beijing's capacity to undertake the project first. Verification is fine, Lu Qingda said coldly, looking at Han Shangfeng. But who made the professional judgment to extrapolate from the integrator's lack of independent funding capability to the entire project having no money? No one answered. Meng Huichuan finally set down his pen. Secretary Comrade Liang Zhiqing and I both raised this point at the previous meetings. However, due to my sensitive relationship with Lu Yibei, I recused myself. Some comrades then interpreted the risk opinions submitted by the working group as me trying to fight for resources for Beijing. Liang Zhiqing had been stewing with anger and didn't hold back now. Let me be more direct. Ning City didn't fully meet the conditions either, but when they realized they lacked a port, they went to Beihai. When Beihai got the call, two of their bureau chiefs took standing tickets to rush over to Ning City. What about us? After the original plot of land was given to Qinghai, the working group submitted two alternative plans, neither of which could resolve the overlapping issues of power supply, bonded warehousing, and cold chain support. They were busy finding ways to shore up their weaknesses while we were busy debating whether Beichin had any money. The meeting room fell silent save for the hum of the air conditioning. Han Changfeng's face darkened. Liang Zhiqing Qinghai is also a major industrial project for Pingqing, not the sesame seed you speak of. I never said Qinghai was a sesame seed. Liang Zhiqing met his gaze. What I'm saying is, was it worth pushing out Walmart, Siemens, Beichin, and the potential smart logistics and new retail industry chain that could follow just to grab a short-term achievement that could be booked quickly? Lu Qingde tapped the table to silence their argument. Continue to service Qinghai properly, we can't take out the loss of the Walmart project on the inner, but this decision-making process must be reviewed. The Municipal Party Committee Inspection Office will lead an investigation into why the Beichin project risk report wasn't part of the final decision-making basis and why the overlapping support issues weren't resolved sooner. Comrade Han Changfeng, submit a written explanation regarding your project, judgment, resource adjustments, and subsequent coordination. Han Changfeng's fingers clenched tightly. At that moment, the meeting room door swung open. Lu Qingde's secretary hurried in and placed a phone before him. Beichin Capital had just updated its announcement. Per confirmation from all project parties, the initial special funds equivalent to 5 billion yuan have completed cross-border settlement and have been transferred into Beichin's project supervision account. Attached below was the compliance receipt certificate issued by Huashang Bank with the amount clearly stated. Lu Qingde stared at the certificate for a few seconds, then slowly raised his head to look at Han Changfeng. And this is what you call a token gesture. In the city of Modu at the Qin residence, Qin Jingyue sat in the seat of honor, his gaze fixed on the tablet before him, which displayed the joint announcement released by Ningshi. 5 billion yuan in special funds had arrived, the regional central warehouse in Ningshi, the preposition node at Beihai port. These keywords, no matter where they were placed, constituted a major project. Qin Jingyue stared at the screen for a long while before lightly tapping his fingers on the desk twice. It seems this gambit in Pingqing was indeed our victory. Qin Fen, seated below, smiled. Beichin didn't even secure the land, they had to slink off to Ningshi with Walmart. Qinghai remains in Pingqing. Even if they book 5 billion in revenue now, it has nothing to do with Pingqing anymore. Qin Jingyue looked up at him. Don't dismiss them as losers. They've merely been temporarily forced into other cities. The project and the money are still intact. To attract his project, the party secretaries of both Ningshi and Beihai personally visited the ports. Beichin managed to piece together a port solution for Ningshi, a city without a coastline. That's not losing, that's capability. The smile on Qin Fen's face faded somewhat. Qin Jingyue picked up his teacup and took a leisurely sip. But for the Qin Corporation, this is indeed good news. With Beichin out of Pingqing, Qinghai secured the original land parcels, supporting facilities, and policy windows. At least in this small patch of Pingqing we have one. With that, he leaned back in his chair. Han Changfeng must be feeling quite uncomfortable right now. With Walmart's first 5 billion yuan arriving, Lu Qingde is bound to demand explanations. It might not just be Lu Qingde. Perhaps the entire province will question why a genuine project was pushed towards Ningshi and Beihai. Qin Fen frowned. Could Han Changfeng crack under pressure and drag the Qin Corporation into this? No. Qin Jingyue replied with certainty. He has known from the very beginning that the Beichin project was most likely real. The problem is that project was brought in by Meng Huichuan. If Walmart had stayed in Pingqing, the credit would have gone to Meng Huichuan with little benefit for Han Changfeng. If Han Changfeng wants to climb higher, he needs his own industrial project. Qinghai is his necessary path to suppress Meng Huichuan and build his personal achievement. It's best if he can secure the mayor's seat himself. Even if he doesn't, as long as that chair doesn't fall to Meng Huichuan, he can accept it. Qin Fen nodded thoughtfully. But if Han Changfeng gets marginalized because of this review, will Qinghai's resources in Pingqing be affected? That's why I've always insisted on completing every procedure properly, Qin Jingyue said, looking at him. As long as the land funds, equipment, and government agreements are legal and valid, they cannot be overturned just because a different leader takes charge. The Qin Corporation can leverage Han Changfeng's influence, but we cannot tie a 6 billion yuan project solely to him. Otherwise, if he falls, Qinghai will be buried with him. Qin Fen felt a chill run down his spine, finally understanding why his father repeatedly emphasized documents and procedures. However, Qin Jingyue did not relax. Now the question is whether Han Changfeng's actions are clean enough. If all decision-making procedures, project assessments, and resource adjustments have complete documentation, then Lu Qingde, no matter how angry, can only accuse him of misjudgment. But if people find out the materials were tampered with or discover direct evidence of exchange between the Qin Corporation and him, then it's no longer just about losing a project. He looked towards his assistant. Do not proactively contact Han Changfeng during this period, and do not ask about the results of the review meeting. The more critical the moment, the less we should appear eager to prove our innocence. The assistant nodded immediately. Understood. How is Qinghai's progress? The second tranche of 500 million yuan has entered the project account, and the initial payment for equipment has been completed. Haimon's technical team has arrived in Pengcheng, and geological surveys and site preparation have started ahead of schedule. Good. Qin Zhengyue set down his teacup. Continue the project according to the public plan. Not a single required procedure can be skipped, and not a single necessary document. The more the media praises Qin Hai, the more we need to show real progress. He was unaware that his statement about showing real progress was exactly what Meng Yi hoped to hear. Just as the assistant was about to leave, he remembered something else. Chairman Pengcheng University is holding its anniversary celebration next week and has invited the Qin Corporation to attend as a key industrial partner. The university hopes Qin Hai will sign a letter of intent for an internship and employment base with them, and they also want to discuss joint training programs in automotive supply chain automation and materials science. Qin Zhengyue considered it briefly. Qin Hai would soon need to hire a large number of technical and operational staff, and Pengcheng University is a local institution. There was no reason to refuse such cooperation. Tell them I will attend. Meanwhile, at a seaside villa in Pengcheng, Lu Yibei, holding a bottle of ice water, wandered around the second floor for a while, before finally finding the stairs leading down to the living room. Just yesterday, he had confidently told Li Mingyue that a bigger house is more comfortable. Now he realized it was indeed comfortable, but it was also true that it was easy. His phone rang just as he reached the living room. Hello, President Su. Vice President Zu's cheerful voice came through the phone. Lu Yibei, the school's anniversary celebration is next week. You haven't gone out of town, have you? Lu Yibei unscrewed the bottle cap. Not for now. What's up? The school would like to invite you to participate in the anniversary activities. Invite me? Lu Yibei was a bit puzzled. President Su, I haven't even graduated yet. Am I already an alumnus? Who says current students can't attend the anniversary? Vice President Su chuckled. You are both a student of Pengda and a business owner now. The school has arranged an industry cooperation roundtable, an alumni business exchange, and a graduate recruitment fair. Beichen has already communicated with the career center about internship positions. You should at least show your face right. Hearing he had to show his face, Lu Yibei became wary. Let's get this straight, I'm not giving a speech. Someone like me who hasn't even attended all his classes telling others how to start a business, that would be disrespecting knowledge. There was a brief silence on the other end, followed by Vice President Zu's irrepressible laughter. You don't need to give a success story talk. Just attend the industry roundtable and meet with alumni and corporate representatives. Beichen needs to recruit, and the school needs to find internships and jobs for students. It's a mutually beneficial arrangement. Lu Yibei thought about it, and figured when he had originally enrolled in university, besides getting a diploma to make finding a job easier, he had also intended to make some friends and build up his network. Now a diploma wasn't that important to him anymore, but having more connections was always beneficial. Since this networking opportunity was being handed to him, he had to show up no matter how troublesome. All right then, Lu Yibei agreed readily. For specific positions and cooperation documents, talk to Gu Qinghe. She knows about these things. Just make sure you show up. Vice President Su added as if casually, the school won't force companies to donate, so you don't need to worry. Lu Yibei paused. President Su, I wouldn't have thought about that if you hadn't specifically mentioned it. Haha, how could I? It's all voluntary. Stop, don't lay the groundwork for me. He'll attend, but donating a building is off the table. He'll improvise. They exchanged a few more words before hanging up. Not long after, the school office sent over the electronic invitation and preliminary activity list. Lu Yibei initially just casually scrolled through, but his gaze Ma Teng, founder and chairman of the board of Penguin Technology. Zhang Qidong, co-founder and chief technical advisor of Penguin Technology. Meng Qingzhou, vice chairman and rotating chairman of Huaxin Communications. Chen Dan, founder of the Yidong Public Welfare Foundation. Although the school, to avoid premature publicity, had marked the names as tentatively confirmed, just these prominent alumni who had graduated from Pengda were enough to prove the significance of this anniversary celebration. Lu Yibei stroked his chin. No wonder President Su insisted on me coming. He continued scrolling until he saw another familiar name in the industry roundtable guest, Qin Zhengyue, chairman of Qin Holdings. Followed by a line of small text, proposed to represent Qin Hai Automotive Systems in signing a letter of intent for an internship and employment base with Pengcheng University. Lu Yibei stared at those two lines for a few seconds, then suddenly let out a sly chuckle. This anniversary celebration might actually be quite interesting. Lu Yibei exited the school anniversary invitation interface, a question suddenly surfacing in his mind. Beichen Capital, it hadn't officially launched yet, had it? The company was registered and Walmart's 5 billion yuan had entered the project escrow account, but in his mind Beichen was still that temporary office with a few rows of computers. At the anniversary celebration in a few days, if Vice Principal Su were to introduce him as the boss of Beichen Capital, and someone casually asked how many employees the company had or where its headquarters was, he couldn't very well answer in preparation or address pending. Lu Yibei pondered for a moment, then called Meng Yi. As soon as the call connected, the sound of moving things came through. Xiao Yi, shouldn't our company hire some people and find There was a brief silence on the other end. Brother Bei, you finally remembered you own a company. Meng Yi's voice was full of resentment. President Gu returned to Pengcheng last night. Recruitment has already started, and we're almost done moving the office. I'm here slaving away like a beast of burden. Yibei was stunned. Wait, why didn't I, the boss, know about this? President Gu sent you messages, office plans, recruitment plans, relocation requests. She sent them all. Since you didn't reply to a single one, she just assumed it was approved and went ahead. Yibei opened his chat history and scrolled up. Gu Qinghe had indeed sent him the office plans, recruitment plans, and relocation requests. Next to each message it showed read, but there were no replies beneath them. Read but unanswered. Yibei was silent for a moment, then said with unshakable confidence, I have full trust in my management team. If you say so. Meng Yi clearly didn't believe him. About the office, President Tang Jingwo said they have a client who bought several floors in the Pingqing Bay business district. Now that client can't repay the loan, and the building is mortgaged to Huashan Bank, just sitting there empty. President Tang is planning to let us use it for free for now. President Gu is arranging the move right now. But I don't quite get the details of the free arrangement. You should come and ask President Gu yourself. She also has a few funding documents that require your personal decision. Send me the location. Half an hour later, Yibei arrived at the Pingqing Bay business district. The new office was located on a high floor of a financial office tower. As the elevator doors opened, he could see workers bustling about, moving computers and filing. Gu Qinghe had secured 3 consecutive floors for Beichin, totaling over 5,000 square meters. The reception area, meeting rooms, and workstations were already renovated, needing only company signage, a new access control system, and some office furniture to be ready for use. Yibei walked around, growing more pleased with each step. Meng Yi said this place is free for us. It's a 2-year rent-free period, not free forever. Gu Qinghe corrected him. President Tang said these 3 floors were originally purchased by a corporate client of Huashan Bank. Later, when their capital chain broke, they mortgaged the property to the bank and entrusted them to help revitalize the asset. The property has been vacant, generating no rental income while incurring maintenance costs every month. Huashan coordinated the owner, the asset management company, and Beichin to sign a tripartite agreement. For 2 years, Beichin pays no rent, but covers property management, utilities, basic renovations, and daily maintenance. After 2 years, we can renew at market rates, and under equal conditions, we have the right of first refusal to purchase. Yibei understood. The owner reduced vacancy costs, Huashan revitalized a mortgaged asset, and Beichin saved a significant amount on rent. As for Tang Jingwo, he gets Beichin's financial business. No one loses out. Old Tang is a solid guy, Yibei commented. He knows what we need and sent it over. That shows real consideration. Let me reiterate, it's just rent-free, Gu Qinghe said with a hint of helplessness. As they were talking, Meng Yi walked out of the elevator carrying a cardboard box. The box was filled with file folders, and on top sat 2 potted plants of questionable origin. Seeing Yibei standing there empty-handed, his face darkened instantly. Brother Bei, doesn't your conscience hurt? Feel it. I'm here working like a mule, and you come for an inspection without even bringing a bottle of water. Yibei patted him on the shoulder. When heaven is about to assign a great task to a person, it first exercises their mind and wearies their bones. Why do they get to direct while I do the heavy lifting? Because you're starting from the ground up, Gu Qinghe said coolly from the side. Meng Yi looked down at the box, then at Gu Qinghe. President Gu, I thought starting from the ground up meant being a project specialist, not a moving man. Once you're done moving, you'll still be a project specialist. Meng Yi opened his mouth to protest, but ultimately just hugged the box and continued walking inside. A Blackheart boss and an ice-cold CEO. This company is bound to grow big and strong. Gu Qinghe ignored him and led Yibei into a temporarily arranged meeting room. On the table lay the Walmart project report, the organizational structure draft, and the recruitment plan. Currently, the preparatory team has 17 official members handling finance, legal, compliance, HR, and project support. But with Beichin set to take on projects in Ning City and Beihai were severely understaffed. The first batch of recruitment targets 96 people with a focus on strengthening finance, legal, project delivery, smart, warehousing, cold chain operations, supply chain, and information systems teams. Pingqing University graduates will be given priority under equal conditions, but we want lower our hiring standards. Yibei flipped through a few pages, not quite grasping the differences between the positions, and set the document down. Hire whoever you think we need. There's one more issue. Gu Qinghe opened the funding page. Walmart's 5 billion yuan is designated escrow funds usable only for project expenditures specified in the contract. Beichin cannot use it for headquarters salaries, office expenses, or daily operational costs. The funds we can freely use right now are still just the operational capital from the preparatory phase. This was also why the earlier verification in Pingqing found that Beichin's own funds were not substantial. Yibei nodded. Then he'll transfer 1 billion yuan into Beichin's corporate account as the company's own operational funds. Gu Qinghe had already witnessed the 5 billion yuan arrival and didn't flinch at this number. She simply confirmed all at once. All at once. Have Li Mingyue and Tang Jingwo handle the transfer and registration. Get it done today. With this billion yuan, Beichin would no longer have to pinch pennies on hiring office space or initial project investments. Yibei picked up the organizational structure draft again and tapped on Gu Qing's name. Your 3-month preparatory probation period is over. Starting today, you are officially the president of Beichin Capital. You're in charge of daily operations. Equity matters, major investments, and anything beyond your authority must be reported to me. Your annual salary is 5 million. For any project you lead and successfully land in the future, you'll receive a 2% dividend of the project's net profit. Gu Qinghe froze for 2 seconds, her eyes visibly brightening as a smile she couldn't suppress tugged at her lips. She was only 34 years old. Few people her age reached the position of company president, and even fewer earned a 5 million annual salary. To say she wasn't thrilled would be a lie. And then there was the 2% dividend on project net profit. Given the scale of projects Beichin was currently pursuing, if she successfully closed, even won her bonus, could very well exceed her annual salary. She had completed the Walmart project evaluation and shuttled between Pingchengming City and Beihai for so long. This formal appointment was exactly what she had been waiting for. Have legal prepare the documents. They'll sign. All right. Gu Qinghe said nothing more, just gave a solemn acknowledgement. Just then a head poked through the doorway. Meng Yi had clearly overheard their conversation. Brother Bei President Gu is now officially the president. What about me? Project operations specialist and that sounds like your secretary. An assistant to the chairman is a high-level role. Can just anyone be a secretary? Meng Yi stared at him for a long moment, certain that he was being played. Fine, I'll tolerate it for now. Once I achieve results, if you don't promote me, I'm poisoning your mineral water. The meeting room was filled with rare laughter. The official opening date was ultimately set for 3 days before the Punda University anniversary. Office signage, access control, and the first batch of workstations would all be completed by then, while recruitment would continue immediately, without waiting for the opening. As the discussion was wrapping up, Gu Qinghe pulled 2 more lists from her folder. There's one more situation. Qinghai is also recruiting on a large scale. Their needs for automation, supply chain, project delivery, and operations talent overlap significantly with ours. Headhunters have already reported that several candidates who received our final interview notices have also received higher offers from Qinghai. It seems they're specifically targeting our recruitment list. Yibei glanced at the list. They really like snatching things away. Gu Qinghe nodded. From what we can see, yes. Meng Yi's eyes lit up at this. Brother Bei, let them have it. Let them have it all. Yibei and Gu Qinghe both turned to look at him simultaneously. Gu Qinghe genuinely didn't understand. No, what do you mean? She looked at Meng Yi, then at Yibei, the joy of her recent promotion and raise completely erased from. We need talent too. The first batch has 96 positions, and we haven't even filled half of them. Why should we give them all to Qinghai? Do we lack money, or what? Meng Yi slapped his forehead. Damn, he had let it slip. The plan for Volkswagen to cut orders after Qinghai's heavy assets were established had only been mentioned to him and Li Mingyue by Yibei. Gu Qinghe had been in Ningshi or Beihai recently, and upon returning, she was busy moving offices and setting up the company structure. No one had told her about this hidden. Meng Yi let out a dry laugh. President Gu, would you believe me if I said I was just joking? Guess if I believe you. Meng Yi decisively looked at Yibei. Bro, save me. Yibei didn't intend to keep it a secret any longer. Gu Qinghe was only the head of the preparatory group before. There was no need to tell her all the connections. But now that she had confirmed her stay and officially assumed the role of Beichin's president, if she didn't even know the company's key strategies, she would inevitably be constrained in her work. Close the door. Meng Yi immediately ran over to shut it. Seeing the two suddenly become serious, Gu Qinghe also set aside the recruitment list on the table. Yibei shifted to a more comfortable position. In this Qinghai project, the largest client in the current plan is Volkswagen. Hyman Group, which backs Qinghai, gets nearly 20% of its annual group revenue from the Volkswagen system. Most of the capacity of this new production line is also prepared according to Volkswagen's subsequent orders. Gu Qing's brows furrowed slightly. She knew these figures. She used to be a vice president at Qin's Automotive Technology and had even seen some materials from the early contacts between Qin's and Hyman. So what? So, I am a member of the board of directors of the Volkswagen Group. Yibei said this as casually as if he were mentioning getting a supermarket membership card. My shareholding ranking is also quite high, so my words carry some weight. The meeting room was silent for a full 5 seconds. Gu Qinghe stared at Yibei as if seeing her boss for the You're on Volkswagen's board. Does Qin's know? They only know I can influence Volkswagen, but not why. So those 2 cars Meng Yi showed on his social media? Gifts from Volkswagen's CEO Marcus. Gu Qinghe finally understood the origin of those 2 so-called unsellable inventory cars in the garage downstairs. Inventory cars, my ass. They were clearly Marcus currying favor with a Volkswagen board member. Yibei continued. I've already spoken. Qinghai hasn't fully committed yet. If we cut off the follow-up cooperation now, they can at most withdraw their investment and cut their losses. Once the factory's equipment, personnel, and supporting facilities are all invested, Volkswagen will terminate Qinghai's orders according to supplier management and subsequent procurement rules. Whether a supplier remains on the list is entirely Volkswagen's decision. Meng Yi nodded vigorously beside them. So the more people they hire now, the greater their monthly fixed expenses. Ideally, they fill the office staff up, production, operations, procurement, and finance completely, and hire a few hundred more for 3 shifts. And when the orders are cut off, he didn't finish the sentence, just made an explosive gesture with his hands. Gu Qinghe understood. Then she immediately launched into a furious tirade. Are you two seriously setting me up like this? I've held 4 meetings with HR over the past few days, revised the salary bandwidth 3 times, and reproved the headhunting fees, all to prevent core talent from being poached by Qinghai. And all this time you two had already dug the pit watching me try to compete with them for people. Yibei rubbed his nose. You didn't ask. Gu Qinghe nearly laughed in exasperation. Who asks about that on a normal day at work? I'm just an office worker. My eyes and brain can only see and think about what's right in front of me. They'll keep that in mind next time. Gu Qinghe took a deep breath, remembering that the man before her was not only her boss, but had just offered her an annual salary of 5 million. She picked up the recruitment list again, grabbed a red pen, and started slashing through names. We can't really give them everyone. The positions of Chief Intelligent Warehousing Engineer, Cold Chain Operations Manager, Information Systems Architect, and Project Delivery Manager are core roles for Beichen's future. We still need to compete for these. But for the other positions, we don't need to get into a price war with Qinghai. If they want to leave because the other side offers 30% more, we won't block them, and we won't make last-minute counteroffers either. Meng Yi leaned in and asked, should we quietly have headhunters recommend a few more candidates to Qinghai? Preferably all high-salary ones. No. Gu Qinghe shot him a glare. Candidate information constitutes recruitment data and cannot be freely shared without their consent. We can choose not to compete, but we cannot use job seekers as bait. Besides, if Beichen pulls a stunt like that, what's left of our reputation? Meng Yi obediently sat back down. All right, you're the president, you know best. Gu Qinghe then looked back at Yibei. And one more thing. From now on, I must be informed of any key strategy that could affect the company's direction. I don't need to know how much money you have, and I won't pry into your personal connections. But if you're planning to set a trap for someone, at least give me a heads up first. Otherwise, you're digging the pit, and I'm out here with a shovel helping the other side fill it in. This company will eventually be the death of us. Yibei nodded. Agreed. However, my shareholding and board position at Volkswagen must not be disclosed. This isn't meant to be public. Understood. Gu Qinghe agreed without hesitation. She understood the weight of this information better than anyone. If this ever got back to Qin's, they would immediately deduce that there were problems with Volkswagen's orders, and Qinghai's heavy asset investment would come to a screeching halt. And then all their careful planning would be for nothing. That evening, Beichen's HR team uniformly adjusted their recruitment approach. They continued to pursue candidates for core positions, negotiating salaries normally based on ability. For ordinary positions, they stopped trying to match Qinghai's offers, and certainly didn't engage in spite-driven salary increases. The shift in strategy quickly reached Qinghai. President Qin's 6 more candidates have accepted our offers. In the temporary office for the Qinghai project, the HR manager placed the latest list in front of Qinfen. Beichen didn't counteroffer. 2 of them even voluntarily gave up their follow-up interviews with Beichen. Qinfen leaned back in his executive chair, his smile growing wide. I thought Beichen was tougher than this. What, they just got their 5 billion yuan project funds in Ningxi, and now they're reluctant to hire people in Pengcheng. The HR manager cautioned, our salaries are generally 30% above the market rate. If we keep expanding recruitment, our labor costs will exceed the original. Let them exceed. Qinfen didn't even bat an eyelid. The most important thing now is to get Qinghai operational as quickly as possible. The faster we get people in place, the easier it is for Mayor Han to showcase the project's progress externally. Inform the headhunters anyone who received a follow-up interview notice from Beichen and is competent, Qinghai will prioritize hiring them. Offer 30% more than Beichen for the same position. For truly core talent, we can go up to 50% more. The HR manager hesitated for a moment, but nodded and made a note of it. Qinfen picked up the opening ceremony plan on the table and added another instruction. Isn't Beichen planning to officially open 3 days before the Pengda University anniversary? Schedule the Qinghai Phase 1 team onboarding and talent signing ceremony. They want to compete with us for talent, don't they? Qinfen tossed his pen onto the table, laughing with unrestrained glee. Well then, let the whole of Pengcheng see who can truly hold on to their people. Qinfen wanted the entire city of Pengcheng to take notice, and indeed Pengcheng did. Within just 3 days, Qinghai had plastered advertisements for the Phase 1 team induction and talent signing ceremony across all local financial media. Headlines about dozens of high-salaried talents signing en masse. Han Changfeng's personal attendance and Qin Corporation's key investment projects for the next 5 years were blasted out almost 8 times a day. So on the morning of the 3rd day, 2 welcome signs went up simultaneously in Pengcheng. One stood outside Qinghai's temporary project headquarters in Baoan District. The other was placed downstairs at Beichen Capital's office in the Pengcheng Bay Business District. As Yibei got out of the car, Meng Yi, dressed in a suit, was standing at the entrance welcoming guests. He looked quite presentable, even sporting a work badge that read assistant to the chairman. Brother Bei, you're finally here. Meng Yi pulled him aside and handed him his phone. Qinghai has already started. 46 people are signing contracts collectively. That bastard Qinfen also had the media specifically highlight 6 people, saying they all gave up on Beichen to choose the more promising Qinghai. Yibei glanced at the live stream. Red carpet, signing wall, champagne tower, all the trappings were there. Han Changfeng and Qinfen sat in the front row, grinning ear to ear. Nice, huh? Send them a flower basket. Yibei handed the phone back. Right on it, Beichin Capital wishes Qin Hai great success in attracting talent and abundant prosperity. Meng Yes lips slowly curled into a grin. Still as sly as ever, Brother Bei. It's just well wishes between colleagues. Over at Beichin, there was no red carpet, nor dozens of people queuing to sign contracts. The 3 floors of office space were fully prepared. A red cloth covered the wall behind the front desk. The first batch of new employees and candidates still processing their paperwork sat in the reception area. There were fewer people than at Qin Hai's event, but no one seemed flustered. Tang Jingwo arrived first, clutching a red gift box. Inside was a small sailboat ornament with the words "Fair Winds" engraved on its base. Young Master Lu, congratulations on the grand opening. Tang Jingwo handed it over with a smile. I didn't know what you young folks like these days, so I took my time picking this out. It's not expensive, mainly for the good omen. Thoughtful of you. Lu Yibei gave it a once-over, and passed it to Meng Yi. Put it in my office. Don't drop it. Meng Yi held the sailboat, looked down at his badge, and muttered, so this is what the assistant to the chairman does. Young people need more experience. Liang Zhiqing then arrived, accompanying Meng Huichuan. As soon as they entered, Liang Zhiqing proactively took the guest list from the staff and started checking who hadn't arrived yet, as if he were the one organizing the whole event. Vice Principal Su came with the Career Center staff from Peng University specifically to check the campus recruitment booths set up for their graduates. Robert from Walmart and Martin from Siemens also came bearing gifts, the former presenting the latest joint progress schedule for the Ning City and Beihai projects, the latter bringing the first version of the equipment layout plan from the Siemens technical team. The Ning City and Beihai delegations didn't send representatives, but they did send congratulatory videos and 2 flower baskets. At 9:58 a.m., Gu Qinghe checked the time and pushed Lu Yibei to the front. Mr. Lu, time for your speech. Is this really necessary? You're the boss. Lu Yibei took the microphone, looked at the dozens of pairs of eyes before him, and took 2 seconds to prepare. I'm not one for empty promises, and I'm not going to talk about being listed in 3 years or making the Fortune 505. Here at Beichin, you do your work and you get paid on time. When projects go well, you get promoted and you get your bonuses. Our goal is to outlast our competitors. We aim to be the top one. As for the more detailed corporate vision, he turned to look at Gu Qinghe. Let Ms. Gu paint that picture for everyone in a moment. The audience burst into laughter. Gu Qinghe, holding the next speech draft, barely managed to keep her smile. Mr. Lu, you certainly have a way with words. You flatter me. After the simple opening ceremony, Lu Yibei and Gu Qinghe pulled down the red cloth together, revealing the metallic letters spelling Beichin Capital to the applause of the crowd. At that exact moment, a familiar chime echoed in Lu Yibei's mind. Detected hosts, first enterprise officially operational. Enterprise achievement reward issued. Congratulations, host, you have received 5 equity in Blackwater International Security Group. The group's current valuation is approximately $3 billion. Your stake is worth roughly $150 million. The reward is stored in the system space. Please claim it at your convenience. Lu Yibei stood amidst the applause, stunned for a moment. Blackwater. When other bosses open their companies, they receive golden toads or money trees. But for him, the system handed over a private security group. It seemed a bit ominous, yet oddly practical. After the opening ceremony, Gu Qinghe led the media and guests to the project exhibition area. Lu Yibei excused himself to change clothes and entered the chairman's office alone. Once the door closed, he mentally commanded, "System claim the Blackwater shares." Claim successful. The relevant equity has been transferred via the offshore entity Beichin International Capital under your control. Huashang Bank will receive the complete ownership certificates and compliance documents in due course. Just as Lu Yibei sat down in the executive chair, his phone rang. An unfamiliar international number. Mr. Lu, hello. The Mandarin on the other end was stiff, but each word was clearly spoken. I am Jonathan Reed, president of Blackwater International Security Group. The group has just completed a significant share transfer. You now hold 5 of Blackwater, making you one of our key shareholders. Lu Yibei was already accustomed to the system's efficiency. Mr. Reed, your call is perfectly timed. I currently need a long-term personal security plan covering myself, my residence, my vehicles, and the company headquarters. Jonathan didn't make empty promises just because he was a shareholder. No problem. However, since you are currently in China, we will need to provide services through a locally licensed partner. Group personnel can handle risk assessment, training, strategy development, and overseas travel protection. All operations within China must comply with local laws. That's fine. We'll pay standard contract rates. I won't ask for free work just because I hold shares. As for any future needs Blackwater might have for vehicles, industrial equipment, logistics, or financial services, we can also discuss those normally. Jonathan paused, surprised. Mr. Lu, you have connections in those areas as well. A little. Lu Yibei didn't elaborate further. If you have a genuine need in the future, send me a list. If I can help coordinate, I will. If I can't, I'll tell you directly. This time Jonathan was silent for even longer. He had only called to verify the new shareholder's identity, but instead the man was willing to purchase security services at full price and proactively offered a potential partnership channel to Blackwater. Mr. Lu, I appreciate your approach to business. The group will dispatch our Asia-Pacific security director to Pengcheng within 48 hours. For the first phase, we recommend forming a 68-person executive protection team and completing security assessments for your residence office and primary vehicles. Overseas operations will be staffed separately based on your specific itinerary. Alright, let's proceed with that. Just before hanging up, Jonathan asked one more question. Mr. Liu, between your residence office and yourself, where would you like us to start? Yibei walked to the floor-to-ceiling window and glanced down at the street below. The opening event wasn't over yet. Several streamers were loitering outside the office building trying to film, while property security guards prevented them from following employees. Let's start with me. He ended the call. Standing in the chairman's office, Yibei suddenly felt the system had been quite thoughtful this time. The first multinational company he received after opening wasn't meant to help him make money. It was meant to ensure he lived long enough to spend it. His phone buzzed a message from John. Mr. Liu, Owen Cross, our Asia-Pacific security director, and his advanced team have booked their flights. They will arrive in Pingching tomorrow evening. Yibei replied with 4 words. Contact me upon arrival. Just as Yibei finished the call, someone knocked on the office door. Mr. Liu, Gu King's voice came from outside. Have you finished the call? Everyone is waiting for you to take a group photo. I'm coming. Yibei tucked his phone into his pocket and returned to the front desk. The necessary blessings had been given, and the ribbon-cutting ceremony was quickly coming to an end. The first batch of employees from Beichin stood in the middle with Yibei and Gu Qinghe on either side. Meng Yi originally wanted to squeeze in next to Yibei, but was pulled to the second row by the HR manager. I'm the assistant to the chairman, why should I stand in the back? Because the front row is already full. Then let Brother Bei move a little to the side. Meng Yi, if you keep causing trouble, you'll end up in the third row. With just one sentence from Gu Qinghe, Meng Yi immediately behaved. The photographer clicked several times to capture the first group photo of Beichin Capital's official opening. Once the photo was taken, the opening event was considered officially over. Robert still had to attend a Walmart project video meeting in the afternoon, so he bid farewell to the team. Martin left with him, and before departing, he reminded Gu Qinghe that the first version of the Siemens equipment list needed to be confirmed as soon as possible. Vice Principal Su approached the elevator, but turned back to give one last reminder. Don't be late for the school anniversary in 3 days. You are now a roundtable guest, not just a student sitting at the back dozing off. Understood. Vice Principal Su clearly didn't believe him. Tang Zhengwo didn't stay long either. Lu Xiao, there are so many people today, I won't take up your time. He'll come by another day when I have time. Alright, thank you President Tang for your support. What are you being polite with me for? Tang Zhengwo waved his hand with a smile and left with the Huashang group. Guests were sent into the elevator in batches, and the originally lively reception area quickly. Once most of the guests had left, Liang Zhiqing suddenly smiled and moved closer to Yibei. Lu Xiao, now that the company has opened, isn't there some business we can do here in Ping? I'm really struggling right now, just a little push, just a little push. Meng Huichuan's expression darkened beside him. Little Liang. Yibei will naturally think of Pingching if there are suitable business opportunities. The company just opened and you come over asking for projects. How does that look? After hearing this, Liang Zhiqing's eyes lit up. Here comes the opportunity. This statement from the leadership sounded like criticism, but it actually conveyed that if there are business opportunities, think of Pingching. If he still didn't understand, he would have wasted years in the office. Lu Xiao don't mind what Mayor Meng said, he has his difficulties. Liang Zhiqing decisively shoved his face into his pocket, speaking more directly. There are some things he can't say, oh, I'll boldly say them for him. Just see if we have any business to put in Pingching. As long as the project comes, I will definitely go through fire and water. Meng Huichuan furrowed his brows even tighter. Little Liang, you can't say that. Although he was stopping him, he hadn't moved an inch from his spot. Yibei looked at the troubled Meng Huichuan, and then at Liang Zhiqing, who looked like he wanted to write a military order right on the spot. He could hardly misunderstand what the one was responsible for maintaining image. The other was responsible for shamelessness. They made a good pair. Yibei recalled the local licensed partners Jonathan had just mentioned and thought about the vehicles, equipment, and office spaces that Heishui might need later. There were indeed opportunities, just big and small ones. However, how to proceed specifically still depended on Owen Cross bringing the proposal over. Alright, Director Liang, there will probably be some business soon. You all wait, I will contact you once it's confirmed. Liang Zhiqing's smile instantly brightened. As long as Lu Xiao says this, it's enough. Meng Huichuan coughed. Don't spread anything about matters that aren't confirmed. Don't worry, I'm very tight-lipped. Meng Huichuan was too lazy to look at him anymore and walked toward the elevator with the staff. Liang Zhiqing followed a few steps, but turned back anxiously. Lu Xiao, I will go through fire and water. Just as the elevator doors were about to close, he stuck his head out and yelled again. Go through fire and water. Only when the elevator doors completely closed did Yibei retract his gaze. With this kind of spirit, it's strange if Director Liang can't be a leader. He just knows what he wants. Gu Qinghe walked over with some documents. But what you just said about business coming soon, what specifically is it? An overseas security group is preparing to send people to Pingching needing local services and some support. It's still just a possibility, wait until the other party arrives before discussing. Gu Qinghe nodded to indicate she understood. I will handle the matters after the opening. You still have to attend the anniversary at Pingda in 3 days. The invitation and schedule are on your desk. Got it. Upon returning to the chairman's office, Yibei indeed found the printed anniversary schedule on the desk. In the morning there would be an anniversary ceremony and an alumni enterprise exhibition, while in the afternoon there would be a roundtable on industrial cooperation and a school enterprise recruitment match. Qin Hai would sign the intention for the internship and employment base at the roundtable, and Beichin was also scheduled for recruitment and exchange time. Yibei initially planned to just make an appearance and then leave after having a meal. Now that the company was truly operational and dozens of people were waiting for projects, he couldn't treat the anniversary as just an ordinary gathering. It would be somewhat of a waste of opportunity. He reopened the guest list of alumni and carefully read through it from the beginning. Ma Teng and Zhang Shidong from Penguin Technology. Beichin would later engage in intelligent warehousing and cross-border cold chain logistics, and it couldn't avoid order coordination, enterprise communication, cloud data, and Penguin Technology's ready-made enterprise service system is at least worth having a conversation about. Meng Qingzhou from Huaxin Communication reminded him of the industrial network between the Ning City Central Warehouse and Beihai Port nodes. Siemens is responsible for equipment and automation solutions, but how to connect the equipment, how to transmit cold chain data in real time, and how to maintain stable communication between the port and central warehouse would require another technical system. As for Chun Dan from the Yidong Public Welfare Foundation, while not directly related to Beichin's commercial projects, he could start with school recruitment, internships, and talent cultivation. The company's first batch needs to recruit 96 people, and as the Ning City and Beihai projects truly commence, the number of needed personnel will only increase. Yibei took out a pen and wrote a few lines after the names of the three individuals: cloud services and enterprise collaboration, industrial network and cold chain data, school enterprise talent cultivation. After finishing, he took a photo and sent it to Gu Qingha. Have someone prepare some materials according to these three directions, but don't make it too thick. I won't be able to finish it. Gu Qingha quickly replied. Mr. Liu finally started to actively research the company's business. With an annual salary of 5 million, I can't be doing everything myself, can I? Yeah. You've only researched for 20 minutes. Yibei chose to ignore it. He found Vice Principal Su's number again and sent a message. Principal Su, could you please introduce me to those alumni guests at the anniversary roundtable? I would like to discuss cooperation with them. Vice Principal Su replied after half a minute. Sure, but Qin Zhengyue will also be there. You two are not allowed to turn the school anniversary into a contest. Yibei glanced at Qin Zhengyue at the end of the list and casually replied, Don't worry, I'm a... Vice Principal Su replied almost instantly. The more you say that, the more uneasy I feel. Yibei looked at the message and couldn't help but chuckle. What kind of image did he have in Vice Principal Su's eyes? To be fair, he had been a law-abiding citizen ever since he started university. Apart from nearly driving a family and a company to bankruptcy, he hadn't done anything else bad. And that incident was justified, wasn't it? Why couldn't he be considered a civilized person? Yibei didn't bother to explain further. He lowered his head and opened the anniversary ceremony schedule that Vice Principal Su had just... This was the first time he had seriously studied Peng University's anniversary celebration. The morning session was the main ceremony, attended by university leaders, invited guests, and returning alumni. The afternoon was divided into several different sessions, including an industry cooperation roundtable, a university enterprise talent exchange, and alumni entrepreneurship share. Ma Teng and Zhang Shidong from Penguin Technology, Meng Qingzhou from Huaxin Communications, and Chun Dan from the Yidong Public Welfare Foundation were all on the industry cooperation roundtable list. Yibei had already seen these names yesterday. What made him pause for an extra 2 seconds was another name with the surname Qin further down the list. Qin Fun, not Qin Zhengyue. Yibei flipped back a few pages and finally found Qin Zhengyue on the list of invited guests for the main anniversary event. Qin Zhengyue would indeed attend the Peng University anniversary, but only as the chairman of the Qin Holdings and a representative of a key alumni enterprise. He would attend the main event, meet with university leaders and old friends, but would not speak at the afternoon industry roundtable. The person truly representing Qin Hai at the roundtable and signing the internship and employment base agreement was Qin Fun. Coincidentally, their speaking slots were adjacent. Fourth speaker Yibei, chairman of Beichin Capital. Fifth speaker Qin Fun, head of Qin Hai Automotive Systems. Yibei read it twice and muttered under his breath, Is it really that much of a coincidence? He didn't dwell on it too much. The roundtable speech was only 5 minutes long, essentially just a chance for everyone to introduce their company, the positions they could offer the school, and potential areas of cooperation. For him, it was just a formality. What truly mattered was using the anniversary to get to know people like Ma Teng, Zhang Qidong, Meng Qingzhou, and Chun Dan. Whether or not a deal could be reached, at least they could exchange contact information. If Beichin ever encountered a suitable business opportunity, they would have a direct line of communication. Yibei picked up a pen and circled several items on the roundtable list. Cloud services, enterprise collaboration, industrial networks, cold chain data, and university enterprise talent cultivation. These were the topics he planned to discuss at the anniversary. As for what Qin Fun wanted to say, he could say whatever he wanted as long as he didn't cause trouble. Just as he was about to continue reviewing the alumni profiles, a local news notification popped up in the bottom right corner of his computer. Same day opening, 2 different scenes. Qinghai Automobile Base makes a grand debut. Beichin Capital unveils quietly. Yibei clicked on it to take a look. The article began with photos of the Qinghai project base. A red carpet stretched from the office building all the way outside with dozens of new employees seated neatly in the audience. There was a signing wall, project display boards, and a public roadshow area. Han Changfeng stood in the center surrounded by Qinghai's management team and reporters from several media outlets. Facing the cameras, Han Changfeng spoke flawlessly about the Qinghai project, covering everything from funding land and industrial planning to future employment opportunities. The Qinghai project is a crucial component of Pengcheng's automotive supply chain reinforcement and strengthening. The first batch of funds and personnel are already in place. The project will proceed steadily according to the set plan, creating more high-quality job opportunities for Peng. After the interview, Qin personally took the stage for a public roadshow. The large screen displayed Qinghai's development plan for the next 5 years: overseas supply chains, intelligent automotive parts, and a South China production base. Each term sounded more impressive than the last. The applause was continuous, and the news photos looked incredibly lively. When it was Beichin Capital's turn, the tone shifted dramatically. There was no red carpet, no roadshow, and no invited reporters. Only a few simple flower baskets stood at the entrance. The only public photos were of the company plaque and a group photo of the first batch of employees. The number of people was small, not even half of those at the Qinghai signing ceremony. Beichin only posted a simple update on their company account, officially open for business. Time to work hard. The two events, deliberately placed side by side, immediately created a stark contrast. The comment section quickly grew, with people piling on. Pengcheng old leak, didn't they say Beichin had strong backing? Is this all the people they have at the opening? Magic City financial worker, the Qin family are the local big shots wherever they go. Nanshan brick carrier, they thrived in Magic City, and in Pengcheng, they still got the deputy mayor to show up. That's real power. Don't want to work today. After Beichin's Walmart project went to Ningshi, even their headquarters opening feels lackluster. Industry chain observer 1 is building a base with real money, the other seems more like a project intermediary. They're not even in the same league. Just passing by, so the nouveau riche can't compete with the old family dynasties. The Qin family's decades of foundation speak for themselves. Occasionally someone mentioned that Beichin had just taken on the 5 billion yuan Walmart project, and that the presence of reporters at an opening wasn't necessarily indicative of a company. But in the face of a lineup of Qinghai project photos, these explanations seemed unconvincing and were quickly drowned out by more comments. The office door was pushed open from the outside. Meng Yi walked in holding his phone, clearly having seen the article too. Brother Bei, are these people blind? Robert Martin, Old Meng, President Tang. Any one of them has more weight than the reporters they found. Just because we don't make things public, they think no one showed up. Yibei continued flipping through the alumni profiles without looking up. What's the rush? Let me post the opening photos and show them what real don't. Yibei closed the file in his hands. It's a good thing they're helping promote Qinghai. The more attention it gets now, the faster Qinghai has to move on the project. Otherwise, how will Han Changfeng and Qinfen answer to the public? They're just holding Qinfen's head down for us, forcing him to pour money into it. Meng Yi blinked, the anger on his face slowly fading. So they're on our side after all. At least for now. Then should I like that comment about local big shots wherever they go? Use your personal account. Don't go causing trouble with the chairman's assistant verification. I don't have a verification. Then don't go reminding people to give you one. Meng Yi thought about it, found it reasonable, and obediently put his phone away. Yibei reopened the roundtable schedule and casually circled Qinfen's name. Same day opening, same roundtable, and their speaking slots one after another. It was quite a coincidence. But that was all it was. Compared to competing with Qinfen for those 5 minutes on stage, he was more concerned about whether the alumni would be willing to sit down and discuss real cooperation with Beichin. Just then Tang Zhengwo's call came in. Mr. Liu Huashang has received a batch of equity documents sent from the United States. They state a 5% stake in Blackwater International Security Group. Yes, that's correct. Yibei leaned back in his chair, replying with alacrity. My family gave them to me. Just process them through the normal procedures. There was a brief silence on the other end of the line. Tang Zhengwo seemed to want to confirm something further, but in the end he slowly let out a single word. All right. The call ended. Yibei casually placed his phone back on the table and resumed scrolling through his short videos, occasionally letting out a soft chuckle. On the other side, Tang Zhengwo remained seated in his office, still holding the phone in the same position, unmoving for a long time. On his desk, several documents, just delivered by the cross-border business department, lay neatly arranged. The equity transfer agreement, the declaration of ultimate beneficial owner, proof of shareholding for the offshore entity, the legal opinion issued by A.U.S. law firm, and the latest shareholder register of Blackwater International Security Group. 5%. The percentage might not seem like much, but when placed on a company like Blackwater, its significance was entirely different. He had initially assumed Liu Yibei's family was likely a large overseas commercial clan, gradually transferring shares for the protagonist to inherit. And this time the inheritance was a 5% stake in a private security group. Other people's elders would ask their children if they had enough money to spend outside. Liu Yibei's elders might ask, son, do you have enough firepower out there? At this thought, Tang Jiangwo's eyelid twitched involuntarily. He lowered his head and reopened Blackwater's file. The company's ostensible main businesses were security consulting, risk assessment, overseas facility protection, and personnel escort in high-risk areas. In reality, however, it possessed a full suite of military contracting capabilities. To put it politely, it was called an international security group. To put it bluntly, this was a private company capable of executing armed missions in certain overseas regions. Now Liu Yibei had suddenly acquired 5% of Blackwater's shares gifted by his family. Did that mean Liu Yibei's never-before-seen overseas family, besides being wealthy and possessing multinational corporate resources, might also be involved in armed forces? The moment this thought surfaced, Tang Jiangwo broke into a cold sweat. Should he report this matter up the chain? His hand was already on the keyboard, having even created a new document titled Explanation of Special Clients Overseas Asset Situation. After typing the title, the first sentence of the main text stumped him. According to our bank's investigation, client Liu Yibei. What had the investigation actually found? That the client had lawfully acquired shares in an overseas company, or that Blackwater's official website publicly stated it could provide security services in high-risk areas overseas. All this information was already in the compliance department's possession, and normal regulatory channels would leave records. There was absolutely no need for him to write an additional essay filled with personal speculation. Moreover, once such a document was submitted, the first question asked would inevitably be, what evidence do you have that Liu Yibei's family is involved with armed forces? He couldn't very well answer, I have no evidence, but I suspect a family that gives such gifts must have quite a few guns and cannons. Tang Jiangwo stared at the blank document for a long time, then silently pressed the delete key. If he did report it, how would he phrase it? Suspecting that a key client's overseas relatives hold a private army. On what basis? The basis being that the family gave their child a legally registered, clearly titled equity stake. Tang Jiangwo reviewed the materials from start to finish again. Huashang's cross-border compliance department had already completed verification of the funding source, equity source, ultimate beneficial owner, and transaction chain. The U.S. law firm's documents were valid. Blackwater was not on the current restricted transaction list, and Beichin International Capital's filing documents were everything that needed filing was filed, everything that needed review was reviewed, and every page that needed to be kept on record was accounted for. From a banking perspective, this was an overseas equity transfer with documentation so complete, it couldn't be more complete. As for what Liu Yibei's family actually did, that was purely Tang Jiangwo's own speculation. Since when did banks have to concern themselves with what relatives a client had, and whether those relatives knew how to fire a gun? Just then a soft knock came at the office door. The head of the cross-border business department walked in carrying a folder. President Tang, the first round of verification on the Blackwater documents is complete. What did legal and compliance say? Ownership is clear, and the transaction path is closed loop. Based on the existing materials, we can proceed with the normal custody registration and regulatory filing. The other person paused, then lowered their voice to ask, however, given the company's rather unique business scope, should we add a special notation in the internal risk remarks? Tang Jiangwo didn't answer immediately. He looked up at the window, his mind racing through everything that had happened since Liu Yibei first walked into Huashang. From the initial cross-border funds from the Walmart dividend to the SMIC Group and Volkswagen Group deals, and then to the 5 billion yuan special fund from Walmart. Transactions that most people wouldn't encounter even once in their lifetime came to Liu Yibei one after another, like queuing up to enter a venue. And every single transaction ultimately landed firmly with Huashang. With a client like this, why would he not try his best to serve them well instead of spreading baseless rumors based on his own unfounded suspicions and driving them straight into the arms of another bank? Besides, the normal regulatory filings would be done and objective risks would be documented. As for those baseless speculations about the family background, writing them in would serve no purpose other than proving he had a vivid imagination. The more Tang Jiangwo thought about it, the clearer his thinking became. After a few seconds, he suddenly felt a sense of clarity wash over him, and he leaned back into his chair. Make the notation based on objective business nature and follow the normal process. Don't add a single word about anything not supported by the materials. The subordinate nodded. Understood. Should the original documents be placed in the bank's important certificate vault with electronic copies archived simultaneously? Yes, and assign a dedicated person to liaise with Beichin International Capital. Don't delay things just because the documents come from the U.S. All right, President Tang. After the office door closed again, Tang Jiangwo looked at the black logo of the Blackwater Group on his desk. The more he looked at it, the more pleasing he found it. He gritted his teeth and muttered softly to himself, Armed Forces. I don't know anything about that. The client has asset management needs, and I'm simply performing my duty. They aren't armed militants. They are my ticket to glory. After saying this, he felt the statement was profoundly true. Tang Jiangwo picked up the desk phone, his tone noticeably lighter than before. Notify the cross-border business department to prioritize processing this batch of documents. Compliance standards must not be compromised and processing speed must not lag. For the next 2 days, nothing happened. Beichin continued its recruitment drive, with Gu Qinghe leading the management team in building the company's systems. Xinhai, meanwhile, was still aggressively publicizing the project's progress, practically posting construction site photos 3 times a day. Liu Yibei, for his part, stayed home preparing for the school anniversary. His preparation entailed having Gu Qing's team compress the materials to 10 pages, which he found too wordy after reading 3 pages, and then having them compress it further to 3 pages. On the evening of the second day, he checked his phone several times. No one contacted him. At noon on the third day, still no one contacted him. Liu Yibei sat on the living room sofa and pulled up the message Jonathan had sent earlier to reread it. It clearly stated that Owen Cross and the advanced team would arrive in Pingcheng the following evening. By his calculations, they should have arrived long ago. Liu Yibei put down his phone and couldn't help murmuring to himself, "Is this Blackwater reliable or not? They said they'd arrive the next evening, but it's already been day." Just as he finished speaking, his phone suddenly rang. Another unfamiliar overseas number. Liu Yibei stared at the screen, pausing for 2 seconds before pressing answer. "Hello." A deep male voice came through the line. "Boss, this is Akshay from Blackwater International. The company sent us to China to liaise with you. Come to my place." After listening to the caller's self-introduction, Liu Yibei didn't even ask where they were. He simply recited the address of his seaside villa. "See you in an hour." Akshay agreed readily. The call ended and Liu Yibei glanced at the messy living room, then casually pushed the school anniversary documents aside. He wasn't worried about Blackwater's people failing to find the location. If they couldn't manage that much, they might as well quit international security and start squeezing lemonade. An hour later, the doorbell rang on time. Liu Yibei opened the door to find 6 people standing outside. The man at the front was tall with a buzz cut, wearing a dark jacket. He stopped at the sight of Liu Yibei and snapped a crisp military salute. "Boss, good afternoon. I'm Akshay. Owen was tied up, so the company sent our squad ahead to handle your long-term security in China." The 5 men behind him stood ramrod straight, their movements perfectly synchronized, clearly professionals. Liu Yibei studied their tense shoulders and darting gazes, then raised a hand in resignation. "All right, come in." Liu Yibei was speechless. "I said come and not seize the high ground at the door." Only then did they follow him into the living room. Before sitting, Akshay swept his eyes across the windows, the staircase, the kitchen, and the back door. Only after confirming no anomalies did he lower himself onto the sofa. The others dispersed to various positions, their eyes never leaving the entry points. "You're in China now? No assassination attempts every other day, no gunfire ringing out at all hours." Liu Yibei sat across from them. "You can relax a little. No need to stay in combat mode. This is my home, and nobody's planning to crawl down the chimney anytime soon." Akshay's lips twitched. "Boss, it's a professional habit." "I know." Liu Yibei gestured at their positions and stances. "Right now you look like you're about to rob a bank or pull off a kidnapping." That finally broke the tension in the room. "On Chinese soil, we operate strictly within local law." Akshay pulled a slim mission confirmation document from his briefcase. "We carry no weapons, and we won't mobilize any unauthorized. Phase 1 focuses on assessing your residence office vehicles and daily routes. If necessary, we coordinate support through licensed local partners." "That's your call." Liu Yibei didn't even glance at the document. "And when push comes to shove, a blade can do the job just fine, right?" Akshay, rest assured. "If it ever comes to that, and I can't pull you out, I'll make sure your families are taken care of for life." "Understood." Akshay nodded. "For a long-term assignment, we'll also need a safe house and a basic training facility. The team needs to live together for shift rotations, communications, and emergency drills. I've got another property not far from here." Liu Yibei recalled the penthouse at Pingcheng Bay 1 that had been sitting on the market. "It's empty, but the property management and cleaning staff have kept it maintained. Plenty of room for all of you and enough space for daily physical training and equipment testing. Use it as your quarters and training base. For anything requiring specialized facilities, you can find a venue according to protocol." Akshay visibly relaxed. "That's excellent. Now let's get to work." Liu Yibei pointed at the floor. "Run a full security assessment on this house. List everything that needs reinforcement. Don't give me any vague, comprehensively upgrade security levels nonsense. Be specific about doors, windows, surveillance, and power." "Roger." Akshay rose immediately. The 6 of them snapped into professional mode. Moments ago, they were chatting on the sofa. Now they split into 2 teams. One man inspected the lock cylinder and door frame of the entrance. Another circled to the backyard to measure the distance between the wall and the neighboring house. A third crouched by the floor-to-ceiling windows with measuring tools to verify the glass specifications. Liu Yibei watched for a few minutes and found himself thinking the money was well spent. These men didn't need him to point out the problems. One look and they knew exactly where the vulnerabilities were. Half an hour later, a floor plan of the house was spread across the dining table. Akshay circled several spots with the front door needs a multi-point locking system and a pry-resistant frame. The backyard wall needs a section of hidden lighting. ID recommend magnetic alarm contacts for the west side, floor-to-ceiling windows, and a closable partition at the top of the stairs on the 2nd floor. The garage roller door and backup power supply need upgrading too. And here, he tapped a corner of the floor plan. The route from the master bedroom to the backyard is too direct. No buffer zone in an emergency. We suggest converting the adjacent storage room into a temporary safe room at minimum, ensuring communications and power. Liu Yibei studied the plan. "How much will it cost?" Akshay quoted a range. Yibei nodded and pulled out his phone to call Meng Yi. The call connected and the faint clatter of keyboard and game audio filtered through. Brother Bei, I'm kind of busy. With what? I'm reviewing supplier quotes for Mr. Gu. Been at it for hours, and let me tell you, their prices spike my blood pressure more than my ranked games. I've got a more meaningful job for you. Yibei forwarded Akshay's marked up plan. Find a reliable construction and security team. Have them rework my place according to this. Don't wing it. Put them in direct contact with Akshay. Meng Yi's voice perked up instantly. Security upgrade? Brother Bei, are you building a safe house? Like Doomsday Prepper style? That's freaking exciting. I just don't want to come home one day and find the locks busted. Yeah, that's what they all say. Less chatter. Get the team together today. Roger that. They'll make sure they fortify that door better than a bank vault. The call ended. Yibei folded the floor plan and turned to Akshay. You oversee the reinforcement work directly. Meng Yi handles the manpower. Pick me up tonight. Yes, boss. A property manager soon arrived by car. Yibei had already called ahead, and the manager drove Akshay and his team to pay. Before leaving, Akshay cast one last glance at the villa, as if calculating exactly how much the man he was sworn to protect was worth. The car eased into the underground garage of Pengqing Bay 1. The property management had already pre-authorized the elevator access. The door opened to a pristine seaside penthouse that looked as though no one had ever lived in it. Beyond the floor-to-ceiling windows stretched the entire bay. The living room, sofa, dining table, and lounge area all sat in their original positions, and even the cups in the kitchen were arranged in perfect order. Akshay stood frozen at the doorway, completely stunned. Oh shit, he turned to the property manager. This is where the boss wants us to stay. Yes. The property manager smiled and nodded. Mr. Liu has arranged it. This will be your quarters from now on. For daily cleaning, maintenance, and access control, you can contact the property office directly. Akshay stepped back into the living room, first looking at the floor-to-ceiling windows, then the kitchen, and finally down at the carpet beneath his feet. The boss is putting us up in a place. The property manager confirmed again. It is indeed Mr. Liu's arrangement. Akshay set his documents aside, tilted his head back, and cursed. Fuck you, Owen. The team members flinched. Chief, why are you cursing Owen? He told me had been giving me the good life all these years. Akshay jabbed a finger at the sea view outside the window. And what was I living in before? That was supposed to be quarters. That was a pigsty. And I actually believed his bullshit. He whipped out his phone and snapped photos of the living room, the ocean view, and the master bedroom, then fired them off to Owen. I'm going to show him what a real life looks like. Thank God I finally escaped hell. One of the team members studied the photos and reminded him solemnly. Chief, thanking God won't do you any good. This place isn't under God's jurisdiction. It's under our new boss. Akshay paused for 2 seconds, then immediately corrected himself. Thank the new boss. May the boss live forever. That's health and safety. Fuck you. Are you here to contradict me? The property manager stood at the door, struggling to suppress a smile. Akshay clapped his hands, snapping back into squad leader mode. All right. Settle and get organized. Set up the duty roster, vehicle assignments, and communications. We're picking up the boss tonight. Before he could finish, his phone buzzed. On the screen, a message from Owen. Just one line. Don't wreck my quarters. Akshay read it, and his face darkened by degrees. This place is ours now. He gritted his teeth and stared out the window. When the boss gets back, I'm putting in a request to move Owen's bed out to the balcony. Boss, it's time. We need to head out. Akshay stood at Liu Yibei's doorstep, raising his hand to knock twice. As the door swung open, Liu Yibei paused at the sight of 6 perfectly aligned figures outside. Yesterday, they had arrived in dark jackets, looking as if they were on an over. Today, all 6 had changed into sharply tailored black suits, crisp white shirts, and polished leather shoes, with nearly invisible communication devices tucked into their ears. Finally, they looked like proper bodyguards. Not bad, Liu Yibei remarked, scanning them. You look full of spirit. This is the correct dress code for you. Akshay remained expressionless. This is the standard attire for formal occasions. Then what was that yesterday? Work from home. Liu Yibei chuckled at his response, grabbed his phone and the invitation, then closed the door and headed downstairs. 2 black sedans were already waiting outside the courtyard gate. A black Maybach led the way, followed by a Mercedes business van. The vehicles were spotless, their windows tinted with dark heat-resistant film. The driver and property management staff stood nearby waiting. The property manager stepped forward. Mr. Liu, these are the 2 vehicles you applied to use. All the paperwork is done. If you encounter any issues during the temporary rental period, just contact the property office directly. Liu Yibei glanced at the 2 cars, a thought suddenly crossing his mind. It was time to get a couple of everyday vehicles. He couldn't exactly drive his Lamborghini Veneno or Apollo IE around every day. Those 2 cars were fine for showing off occasionally, but they were more for collection. Akshay had already walked around to the front and slid into the passenger seat. After fastening his seatbelt, he frowned and inspected the door and seat area. Boss, this car's safety level doesn't meet our standards. Liu Yibei settled into the driver's seat. Do you have any other options? Akshay shook his head. Not at the moment. I have a Lamborghini Veneno and an Apollo IE. Liu Yibei started the engine. Which one would you prefer? Akshay's hand immediately gripped the door handle. I think this one is just fine. Didn't you just say it didn't meet your standards? Hey. Standards are standards, but reality is reality, Akshay said looking ahead. At least this one won't get us mobbed by a crowd and stuck. From the van behind, a team member couldn't help but chuckle at that remark. Akshay shot a glare over his shoulder. What's so funny? The first rule of protecting the boss is ensuring he reaches his destination safely. Chief, is the second rule to keep you out of a Lamborghini. Shut up. The convoy exited the residential area. Along the way, Akshay stopped criticizing the vehicle and instead constantly monitored the distance between the cars. Yibei glanced at him a few times before finally asking, do you always get this tense when protecting someone? It depends on the client. What category am I? Akshay considered this carefully. High value, low vigilance, and distinguished boss. Well summarized, Yibei nodded. I'll add a year-end bonus for you. Akshay's expression finally shifted. Boss, when you say year-end bonus, is that according to Chinese customs or Blackwater headquarters standards? Finish today's mission first. Understood. Looks like the bonus has to be earned. As the vehicles entered Pingxing University, the security guard at the gate visibly did a double take. Yibei didn't roll down his window. Akshay retrieved the anniversary guest invitation from a file bag and handed it to the guard. After reading the name on the invitation and glancing at the Mercedes van following behind, the guard quickly made a phone call to verify. Within half a minute, a member of the anniversary working group came jogging over. Mr. Lu, President Su has already given instructions. The vehicles can be driven directly to the VIP guest parking area. Thank you for your trouble. The two cars slowly made their way along the main campus road. Before the car had even come to a complete stop, people around had already started turning their heads. Yibei was the first to step out, followed closely by Akshay, who opened the door. The other 5 bodyguards exited the rear vehicle and fanned out to his sides and behind him. The 6 men made no exaggerated moves, yet they naturally created a buffer zone around him. This sight drew more attention than the cars themselves. Is that Yibei? You're not mistaken, it's him. He's that high profile now, bringing 6 bodyguards to an alumni event. Of course he's high profile. He's the one who sent Zhao Yuxuan to prison a while back, right? It was the whole Zhao family, father and son, not just one person. That's still impressive. Zhao Yuxuan used to walk around campus like he owned the place, and now the Zhao family is gone. If I had his strength, ID be even more flashy. ID bring 12, not 6. The nearby students whispered among themselves, but their eyes kept darting towards Yibei. Yibei overheard them, but didn't turn around. He just found it slightly ironic. He had been trying to keep a low profile, yet the Blackwater team had ripped that notion away from him on their very first. As he walked into the main venue, Vice President Su was already waiting at the entrance. He first looked at Yibei, then at the 6 suited bodyguards, and the corner of his mouth. Are you here for the anniversary, or are you planning to take over the school? It's a standard service from the security company. Yibei patted Akshay on the shoulder. It's their first mission in China. They might be a bit excited. Akshay corrected him very seriously. Boss, we are not excited. Having you 6 standing at the door makes the campus security seem redundant. Vice President Su rubbed his forehead. Forget it. Since you're here, we'll add a seat for you. Don't worry, I'm a civilized man today. Vice President Su looked at him with the exact same expression he had when he received that text message yesterday. The more you say that, the more worried I get. The main hall was packed with faculty, students, and returning alumni. As the stage lights came up and the host introduced the anniversary program, a choir performance, a dance, and an instrumental piece followed one after another. Yibei was actually watching with interest until the final dance concluded and the host announced the cultural performance segment was complete. Applause filled the hall. Yibei put down his bottle of water and looked around. That's it. Beside him, Vice President Su closed his eyes. What else did you expect? I wasn't done watching, Yibei said, slapping the table twice. Keep the music playing, keep the dancing going. Several school leaders in the front row turned their heads simultaneously. Vice President Su looked like he wanted to slam the event program right onto Yibei's face. Sit there and be quiet. Young people should be versatile. The stage lights shifted as the host invited Li Weiman, the president of Pingxing University, to deliver his. Li Weiman, dressed in a dark suit, walked to the front and bowed to the audience. Distinguished guests, esteemed faculty, and dear students, welcome back to Pingxing University. Applause rose from both sides of the hall. Pingxing University's journey to this day is built upon the foundation of fostering virtue and nurturing talent, and upon generations of faculty and students writing their theses on the motherland's soil, truly bringing the fruits of their laboratory research into industry, into the city, and into countless homes. Li Weiman's voice was not loud, but it was steady. Looking ahead, the university will continue to prioritize talent development using industry-academia integration as an engine to forge tighter connections between disciplines, enterprises, and the city. We hope our students will not only possess a diploma, but also the ability to solve real-world problems. At this point, his gaze lingered for a moment on the alumni and corporate representatives in the audience. This new era presents new challenges for Pingda. We will continue to be rooted in the special economic zone, face the world, learn through openness, and grow through practice, polishing the name of Pingxing University to an ever brighter shine. As Li Weiman concluded his address, the applause was even louder than before. Yibei clapped along a couple of times. At least this speech was more grounded than those corporate declarations about going public in 3 years or being #1 globally in 5. Following him, Lu Qingde, the municipal party secretary of Pingqing, took the stage. He didn't carry a thick script. He simply scanned the audience and began, Pingqing is a city forged through reform, and it is a city willing to give young people opportunity. As long as Pengda dares to charge forward, the municipal committee will provide the support. As long as students are willing to strive, this city will lift you up. Applause rippled through the audience. Lu Qingde raised his hand, waiting for the applause to subside before continuing. We'll focus on passing the torch on one hand and breaking new ground on the other. Let's polish the name of this special economic zone university until it shines brighter than the sunrise over Pingqing Bay. As he finished, applause erupted once more. Lu Yibei turned his head, slightly glancing at Qin Zhengyue not far away. The chairman of Qin Holdings was also applauding, a perfectly appropriate smile fixed on his face. As for Qin Fun, he was seated on the other side in the corporate representatives section, his gaze already sweeping towards Lu Yibei. Their eyes met across a few rows of seats. Qin Fun was the first to look away. Lu Yibei raised an eyebrow, but didn't continue to stare. With the official speeches concluded, the host was preparing to transition to the alumni roundtable discussion as per the program. However, Vice President Su walked over from the side and handed a microphone to Lu Yibei. Weren't you looking forward to the roundtable? Go up there now and take over the segment. Lu Yibei looked down at the microphone. I have to go on stage. You're a corporate representative and also a student. You're the most suitable person to introduce the alumni. President Su, this is adding a scene without notice. That'll cost extra. Cut the chatter. Get on stage. Under the gaze of the entire hall, Lu Yibei stood up and walked towards the stage. The 6 bodyguards simultaneously shifted half a step and followed him to their designated positions at the foot of the stage. Many in the audience noticed this, and phones were already being discreetly raised. Standing on the stage, Lu Yibei took the host position. He first glanced at the dense crowd below, then looked back at the large screen behind him. Thank you for the speeches from our leaders. He paused, a slight smile playing on his lips. Now it's time for the alumni roundtable we've all been waiting for. The list of panelists slowly illuminated on the big screen. Let's welcome them. Good evening, fellow students, both junior and senior. Lu Yibei stood on the stage waving to the audience below, and of course all the leaders present. He paused, nodding towards the direction of the rostrum. You all deserve a round of applause too. The audience was silent for a moment, then laughter rippled from the front rows. All the Vice Principal Su sat below, raising a hand to cover his forehead. This was the result of him rushing the man onto the stage at the last minute. Principal Li Weiman, however, smiled and clapped twice, and the corporate representatives beside him also broke into smiles. The once overly formal venue finally shed its stiff atmosphere. Holding the microphone, Lu Yibei continued. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Lu Yibei. I could be your junior or your senior. Since I haven't graduated yet, the school's system decides which cohort I officially belong to. Another wave of laughter came from the audience. He glanced down at the process card in his hand and promptly folded it in half. Today I'm here as a roundtable guest, a representative who was thrown into the deep end. I don't have a prepared speech. I'm just an ordinary student who runs a company. People handle my business affairs, teachers handle school matters, and my main job is just to show up on time. I'm a bit of a slacker, really. Someone from the audience shouted, Mr. Lu, you call that ordinary? The voice wasn't loud, but it was clearly picked up by the venue's sound system. Lu Yibei looked towards the source of the voice. Fellow students save comments like that for private conversations so the school leaders don't hear. Principal Li Weiman's smile deepened while Vice Principal Su had already started flipping through the process booklet as if searching for a segment to get him off the stage immediately. Lu Yibei handed the microphone back to the host. That's all I have to say. He'll leave the rest to the host. Let the professionals handle the professional stuff. The host quickly took the microphone, fearing he might improvise further. Thank you, President Lu. I mean Senior Lu, for your wonderful speech. I didn't say anything just now, but your opening remarks have already made an impression, the host smoothly interjected. Next, let's officially begin the Alumni Industry Cooperation Roundtable. Please welcome all roundtable guests to the stage. The side lights of the stage illuminated simultaneously. On the big screen, the names of the guests appeared one by one. Ma Tung, founder of Penguin Technology. Zhang Qidong, head of enterprise services at Penguin Technology. Meng Qingzhou, director of Huaxin Communications. Lu Yibei, chairman of Beichin Capital. Qin Fen, head of the automotive systems division at Qinghai Automobile. Chen Dan, initiator of the Edan Public Welfare Foundation. With each name that appeared, a wave of applause of varying intensity echoed through the audience. When the names of Lu Yibei and Qin Fen appeared, the applause was noticeably mixed with murmurs of discussion. Why are they seated next to each other? Is the organizing committee doing this on purpose? One is the recently prominent Qinghai, the other is Beichin, who brought the Walmart project to Ningxi. Won't they clash? It's the school anniversary, don't turn this into a business battleground. As Lu Yibei walked from the audience towards the roundtable, Akshay and his 5 other bodyguards stopped at the edge of the stage, not following him up. They formed 2 fan shapes covering the front and back passages of the stage. Their movements were restrained, yet it instinctively prompted the on-site security personnel to adjust their positions. Liu Yibei reached his seat and noticed a glass of warm water next to his nameplate. He sat down and casually moved the cup aside. Qinfen took his seat right after. The nameplates were close enough that they could easily reach each other's documents. Qinfen turned his head and lowered his voice. President Liu, I didn't expect our first formal joint appearance to be here at Peng University. Neither did I. It seems the school believes our two companies have plenty of areas for potential cooperation. Liu Yibei glanced at their nameplates. Or maybe they just ran out of seats. Qinfen's smile froze for a moment before quickly returning. The host stood at the center of the round table and introduced the event's rules. Each guest had 3 minutes for a keynote speech followed by questions from the host, and finally 10 minutes for questions from the faculty and students. The topics could cover enterprise development, university industry cooperation, or how young people can apply what they learn in real industries. Let's start with our alum. Ma Teng stood up and nodded to the audience. Without notes, he first shared a few experiences from his own time at the university, then steered the conversation towards enterprise services and technical talent development. What companies lack most is never just people who can write code, but people who understand the business and are committed to truly solving problems. Schools provide students with methods, companies provide them with the real-world arena. If both sides connect, this middle ground, talent won't just remain confined to resumes. The speech was brief but concrete. Zhang Qidong took over the conversation, discussing cloud services, enterprise collaboration, and data security. He avoided making technology sound esoteric, instead citing a few minor issues companies face in order management, permission allocation, and cross-departmental communication. Many companies don't lack data, it's just scattered across different departments. No one has the full picture and no one dares to take responsibility. Future enterprise services should enable information to flow, but with every access permission traceable. Hearing this, Liu Yibei lowered his head and wrote 2 words on the material on the table: cloud end. When Meng Qingzhou from Huaxin Communications spoke, the topic shifted from cloud services to industrial networks and foundational communications. Smart warehousing isn't just about buying the equipment. If the communication between ports, warehouses, vehicles, and back-end systems is unstable, the more advanced the equipment, the harder it is to diagnose problems when they occur. Meng Qingzhou spoke slowly, but every point was grounded in practical operations. That's why we're willing to conduct long-term testing with universities and enterprises. First, get the data flowing smoothly, then we can talk about scaling it up. The host glanced at the process card and said with a smile, the 3 predecessors have all spoken very professionally. Next up is our junior, or should I say senior, Liu Yibei. Just call me Xiao Lu. Alright, let's invite Xiao Lu to share Beichin Capital's views on university-industry cooperation. Liu Yibei picked up the microphone without rushing to look at his notes. They've all said what needed to be said, so I won't repeat it. Laughter came from the audience. Beichin is currently a new company with a small team and a newly opened office. We're not in a position to talk about century-old visions, nor will we promise that joining Beichin after graduation will change the world. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the students who were listening intently. But there's one thing we can guarantee. The positions are real, the projects are real, and if you perform well, you can move. As for the specific work, it's not about painting a rosy picture and then resorting to PUA once you join. It's about directly facing real clients, real equipment, and real delivery deadlines. The venue gradually fell silent. Beichin welcomes graduates from Peng University, but we won't lower our standards just because you're from Peng University. If you have the ability, we have the position. If you're willing to learn, we'll give you the time. If you're just looking to coast, by then let's not waste each other's time. These words weren't exactly polished, but they sounded more like a real recruitment pitch than many beautiful promises. Some students in the audience started taking notes, while a few career center teachers exchanged glances. The host pressed further, so what type of talent does Beichin currently need? People who can get things done. Liu Yibei answered quickly. We can discuss specific majors later, and education isn't the only criterion. We work on projects, and projects don't deliver themselves just because your resume is impressive. Beside him, Qinfen lightly tapped the table. The host looked at him. President Qin, do you have anything to add? Qinfen picked up the microphone, his smile more practiced than before. Qinghai also values talent and welcomes all junior and senior students to join us. However, I'd like to add that automotive supply chain projects involve equipment processes, certifications, and long-term customer orders. They can't be completed by a few people renting an office. Industry requires time and stable capital investment. His words were polite, but his gaze lingered on Liu Yibei for a moment. Some in the audience understood the implication. Is he talking about Beichin? Seems like it. He didn't name names. Why are you getting excited? Qinfen continued. The first phase of Qinghai has completed the initial team signings and equipment planning. In the future, we will co-build internship and employment bases with the university, allowing students to experience the industry on real production lines. The applause was more intense than before. Liu Yibei leaned back in his chair, fingers drumming lightly on the table, his face expressionless. The host seized the opportunity to ask, Xiao Lu, President Qin mentioned stable investment. As a newly established capital holding group, will Beichin also continue to invest in Pengqing? The microphone was handed back to Liu Yibei. The entire venue fell silent. Liu Yibei glanced at Qinfen, then at the 2 company names on the big screen, and slowly took the microphone. Liu Yibei took the microphone and glanced at the audience below. The students who had been murmuring fell silent at once, and even the officials in the front row who had been about to look down at their phones raised their heads again. The host's question was direct. As a capital holding group that had only recently been registered, did Beichin intend to remain in Pengcheng? The question carried both the university's expectations and the curiosity of many in the room who were eager to see a spectacle. Instead of rushing to answer Qin Fin's earlier rhetoric about stable capital investment, Liu Yibei smiled at the audience first. Beichin is an enterprise registered in Pengcheng, so we will certainly prioritize sustained investment here. A round of applause rippled through the hall. However, our investment will not be limited to Pengcheng alone. The applause paused for a beat. Leaning back in his chair, Liu Yibei spoke with a natural tone. Wherever a project can take root, wherever conditions can be fulfilled, and wherever supporting infrastructure can keep pace, that is where we will operate. An enterprise exists to make a profit, not to do charity. Someone in the audience chuckled. Lu Qingda, seated at the side of the rostrum, tapped his finger lightly on the table. This answer neither committed fully to Pengcheng nor offered anyone an empty promise. It struck precisely the most uncomfortable balance. The host quickly interjected. So Mr. Lu's point is that Beichin will choose based on project conditions. Correct? Liu Yibei nodded. When a company spends its own money, it must be accountable for the results. He paused, then turned to glance at Qin Fin. As for what President Qin mentioned earlier, I sincerely wish the Qin Hai project all the best. A faint smile of relief appeared on Qin Fin's face. Liu Yibei raised the microphone and added deliberately, word by word, "May the Qin Hai project prosper abundantly, with wealth pouring in from all directions." Applause resumed. A few students even shouted bravo. Qin Fin had no choice but to nod and smile as he took the microphone from the host. Thank you for the well wishes, Student Liu. He emphasized the word student with deliberate clarity, as if reminding everyone in the room that the two of them were not equals. One was still an ungraduated student, and the other was a manager of real industrial projects. However, since Student Liu brought up project conditions, I would also like to clarify a few things. Qin Fin turned to the audience, his tone sounding as sincere. Initially, Qin Hai and Beichin competed for the same piece of land. Later, both companies began competing for the same pool of talent. The students in the audience slowly, this was the part they cared about the most. Currently, the salaries offered by the Qin Group are 35 to 50% higher than the posted rates for Beichin's open positions. Qin Fin paused briefly, then added with a smile, "What we offer is industry standard pay, and it reflects the Qin Group's genuine commitment to talent. So I'd like to ask Student Liu, why does your company offer salaries so far below the industry benchmark?" The audience erupted instantly. President Qin is a true hero. This is really fighting for higher pay for us. Is Qin Hai about to drive up the whole industry's wages? If Qin Group keeps offering prices like this, we'll have real leverage when we graduate and look for jobs. The students' murmurs surged like a tide, and some had already aimed their phone cameras at the stage. Vice President Zu's expression shifted. He leaned sideways and frantically signaled Liu Yibei with his eyes. The message in his gaze was unmistakable. Please, you, be civil, be prosperous, be harmonious, be kind. Don't draw blood from anyone at the alma mater's anniversary celebration. Liu Yibei saw it all, but pretended not to. He brought the microphone closer. Beichin has always offered industry standard salaries. The noise in the room gradually subsided. If Qin Hai is willing to pay higher prices to poach talent, that's your own business, and it has nothing to do with Beichin. Qin Fin immediately pressed on. But if everyone knows Qin Hai is willing to offer higher salaries, shouldn't Beichin reconsider its own compensation? Whether we adjust our compensation is a decision made by Beichin's HR team based on the value of each position. It's not determined by whoever else is willing to throw money around to poach people. Liu Yibei's tone remained calm. A high salary can buy a resume, but it can't buy delivery. Those who want to go to Qin Hai, I wish them a bright future. Those who want to come to Beichin, well, give them a position based on their ability. We're all adults here. There's no need to frame normal career choices as one side doing charity for the other. After he finished, the applause was scattered and sparse. Qin Fin's smile had faded noticeably, but he didn't stop, or it seemed he had already prepared his next line of attack. Student Liu makes a very valid point. He turned the microphone in his hand half a circle. But as far as I understand, Beichin Capital doesn't have a particularly large amount of liquid capital at the moment, and its main project funds are already earmarked for specific purposes. If you continue to expand, cash flow might become a real problem. The air around the round table suddenly froze. This was no longer about talent. Qin Fin was publicly questioning Beichin's financial strength. Ma Teng's smile vanished. Zhang Qidong glanced up at the host, and Meng Qingzhou simply set his water cup back down on the table. Liu Qingda's brow furrowed as well. Qin Jingyu's face darkened at a visible speed, turning as black as the bottom of a pot. He cursed inwardly. Hopeless. Completely useless. At an occasion like this, instead of clearly laying out the cooperation between the project and the university, he had to trade barbs with Liu Yibei. The other party didn't even take the bait, yet he kept pushing forward. Stupid. Qin Fin, seemingly oblivious to the changing atmosphere around him, continued. That's why I formally proposed earlier that the Qin Group should take a stake in Beichin. We're all in business here. The Qin Group has industry capital and supply chain experience, while Beichin has channels and project resources. Wouldn't it be better for both sides to cooperate? The students below began exchanging bewildered looks. The Qin Group wants to invest in Beichin. Isn't that a win-win partnership? Weren't they just competing for the Vice President Su was nearly crushing the event program in his hands. He glanced at Lu Qingde, then looked at Lu Yibei, his lips moving silently. Ancestor, please show some face. Lu Yibei looked at Qin Fun and suddenly thought this guy must be a professional horse herder. Every word he said was like flipping over the opponent's cards one by one for Beichin's benefit. He placed the microphone on the table, tapped it twice with his fingers, then picked it up again. President Qin. Qin Fun wore an expression of eager attention. Your Qin Group comes to invest in Beichin at a beggar's price and asks me if it's a good deal. The entire venue fell silent. Vice President Zu's vision went dark and he nearly jumped out of his chair. Lu Yibei didn't stop. I'm a key maker. Qin Fen's face flushed with rising anger. How many keys do you make? Everyone in the audience and at the round table froze as if they had misheard. Qin Jingyue closed his eyes and took a deep breath. At this moment, he didn't even want to acknowledge that the young man on stage was his son's opponent. This was no longer a business confrontation, it was the Qin Group's face being ground into the floor. Lu Yibei continued, the Qinhai project was us at Beichin letting you have it. With your paltry scraps you really think you can go head-to-head with Beichin? Beichin is not short of money, nor is it short of partners. If President Qin only wanted to prove himself on the stage of Peng University, then you've proven it. Qin Fen slammed his hand on the table. Lu Yibei, watch your tone. My tone? Lu Yibei laughed. I'm the chairman of Beichin Capital, and I'm a student of Peng U. If you think I'm wrong, bring out something to refute me. Are you trying to scare me with your ancestral Qin family shrine tablets? I was raised at Peng University, not scared into submission. The host quickly stepped forward. Let's all calm down. This is an anniversary event. Let's keep it as an exchange of ideas. There's nothing to exchange. I can't hold a conversation with a fool. Whoever talks to him is a fool too. Lu Yibei raised a hand to cut him off. He looked at the rostrum, then at the several senior figures at the round table, who clearly wanted no part in this. Respected leaders, respected seniors at the round table today, seems to be an unlucky day. I came to celebrate the alma mater's anniversary, and ended up running into a fool like this. The venue descended into complete chaos. Some were stunned, some were shocked, and some had already raised their phones as high as they could. The live stream comments flooded the screen instantly. Young Master Lu's tongue is as sharp as ever. Qin Fen just walked straight into the line of fire. The anniversary round table has turned into a live-action corporate brawl. Vice President Zu's expression is going to make me laugh for a year. Lu Qingde rubbed his brow and said in a low voice, Student Lu Yibei, mind the occasion. Secretary Lu, I've already been very mindful. Lu Yibei nodded. Otherwise that last remark wouldn't have just been a fool. Lu Qingde was left completely speechless. Qin Jingyu's eyes snapped open, staring hard at Qin Fun. Enough. This sharp rebuke finally brought Qin Fun to a halt. But Lu Yibei had already risen. I'm heading out now. He set the microphone back on the table and straightened his clothes. For any future business cooperation, contact the president for my details. Beichin welcomes all legitimate partnerships, and we welcome everyone to come with real proposals. Lu Yibei turned to Qin Fun, his eyes devoid of any trace of a smile. As for you, Qin Fun, bring whatever dirty tricks you have. If you want to threaten someone or find anyone to fight against Beichin, don't hide it. He lifted his chin slightly. Bring it on. Akshay and the other 5 bodyguards immediately stepped up from the front. Lu Yibei turned and walked toward the side door, leaving only 2 final words. I'm out. 2 black sedans pulled into the seaside villa. The moment the doors stopped moving, Lu Yibei stepped out. Throughout the drive back from Pengqing University, he had not spoken. Akshay, seated in the front passenger seat, kept glancing at him through the rearview mirror, but ultimately held back from breaking the silence. It wasn't until Lu Yibei entered the living room, tossed his phone onto the coffee table, and sank deep into the sofa that Akshay and his 2 team members stepped forward. Stand. Boss, what do you need us to do? Lu Yibei leaned back, staring at the ceiling for a few seconds. Qin Fen liked to flaunt the Qin family's industrial might and capital. Then let him witness something beyond mere industry. Channels. Time to show them the power of channels. Lu Yibei straightened up, grabbed his phone, and dialed Martin Weber's number. When the call connected, Martin seemed to be in a meeting. Chairman Lu, good evening. Martin, did the Qinhai project place an order for core equipment with Siemens? Martin didn't answer immediately, first instructing his secretary to pull up the Asia-Pacific orders. After a dozen or so seconds of keyboard clacking, his voice returned. Yes. The Qinhai project, a joint venture between Hyman and the Qin Group, has procured industrial control production line drive and inspection equipment from Siemens and 2 system partners. They've paid the initial deposit, but the core equipment is only at a locked price quote. The final production slots haven't been fully secured yet. Is Siemens' production line busy right now? Extremely busy. Martin had already grasped Lu Yibei's intent. Several automotive projects are vying for the same delivery window. If Qinhai sticks to its original phased payment plan, the earliest delivery date could still shift. Lu Yibei smiled. Then just tell them per the standard contract. Now if they transfer the next stage equipment payment, Siemens will lock in the production line and delivery time for them. If the money doesn't arrive, the slot goes to other clients. If they ask why, tell them the production line is full. Martin flipped through the contract. No need to make up excuses. Our lines are indeed full, and the contract states that the deposit only reserves the price quote, not permanent manufacturing capacity. Excellent. Yibei shifted into a more comfortable position. Notify them now. They want to get into production quickly, right? The opportunity is there. Let's see if they're willing to keep paying. Understood. Martin agreed, without hesitation. They'll have the order department send a formal email to Qinhai and Hyman. Complete the stage payment within 48 hours for the original delivery window, otherwise rescheduling applies. The call ended. Yibei didn't pause dialing Marcus next. This time Marcus picked up after just one ring. Dear Director, is the anniversary celebration over? It's over, and I got a lesson from someone. Yibei recounted how Qin Fun had publicly questioned Beichen's capital and once again proposed the Qin Group's investment. Marcus burst into laughter. He publicly questioned a Volkswagen board member's wealth. So I'm planning to give him a bit more to be happy about. Yibei tapped the sofa armrest. Didn't Hyman just renew the 5-year supplier framework? Have Volkswagen's global purchasing department demand they accelerate the Qinhai project. Report production capacity, submit samples, and conduct the new base audit ahead of schedule. The pressure goes on Hyman, and Hyman will naturally push the Qin Group. Marcus quickly shifted into work mode. Agreed. Volkswagen already requires Hyman to continuously disclose Qinhai's equity financing and capacity chain. Now that the new base is publicly under construction, we have grounds to demand an early submission of their trial production plan and sample validation milestones. They'll have the purchasing department inform Hyman that if Qinhai wants future orders from Volkswagen, it must complete the new base audit within a specified timeframe. How tight can the deadline be? Within reason, 3 months. What was their original plan? At least 6 months. A smile curled at the corner of Yibei's mouth. That's enough. Compressing 6 months into 3 months, Qinhai could only keep pouring money in to meet the demands of site equipment team and trial production. The Qin Group was now caught in a bind. Qin Fun had just publicly boasted about the stable investment in Qinhai at the Pengda University anniversary, and the video was still circulating online. With Siemens demanding locked equipment slots and Volkswagen demanding an early audit, the Qin Group simply couldn't afford to stop. Stopping would be an admission that Beichen. One more thing, Marcus cautioned. Chairman Liu, these actions will be executed strictly in accordance with supplier regulations. We can conduct early audits, demand disclosures, and decide future order allocations, but we cannot fabricate risks. No fabrication needed. Yibei's tone was calm. They'll create the risks themselves. Marcus laughed even more heartily. You're becoming a very seasoned director. Thanks, I learned from you. The call ended, and the living room fell silent. Akshay, who had been listening the whole time, now looked at Yibei with a different expression than when he had initially expected Yibei's counterattack to involve the media, lawyers, or local Pengqin connections. But the boss hadn't cursed, nor had he contacted any government. He simply made 2 phone calls. One moved up the equipment payment deadline. The other compressed the new base's audit schedule. And just like that, the Qin Group's multi-billion yuan project was forced to accelerate its spending. Yibei looked up at him. Akshay. Yes, boss. Contact Blackwater headquarters. Have their commercial intelligence team map out all of the Qin Group's overseas industrial chains. Akshay's expression turned serious. To what extent should we investigate? Kids make choices. I want everything. Yibei paused, then added, use whatever means necessary. I only care about the results. Understood. Akshay pulled out his portable terminal and began taking notes. Also tell your leadership about the resources we can mobilize. Volkswagen, SMIC, Siemens, Walmart. Yibei listed them one by one. If any of the Qin Group's overseas projects have genuine business intersections with these companies, have headquarters report back to me. They'll have them cut ties to. If there's no intersection, don't force anything. Then we'll wait until their Pengqin operations go live. As for their Shanghai operations, we won't touch those for now. No point in venturing into territory we don't control. Yibei glanced at the sea view outside. Let's focus on their overseas presence. Roger. Akshay immediately compiled the information into an encrypted task brief and sent it to Owen and Blackwater's commercial risk division. A few minutes later, a reply came through. Task received. Initial report submitted within 12 hours. On the other side of Pengqin, Qin Zhengyue had just brought Qin Fun back to the hotel from the anniversary event. Neither father nor son spoke on the way. As the door closed, Qin Zhengyue was about to explode in anger, but his secretary hurried in with a phone in hand. Chairman Qin, the Qinhai project just received 2 urgent notices. Qin Zhengyue looked up. What notices? Hey. Siemens is demanding the project company pay the next stage equipment fee within 48 hours, or the core equipment manufacturing slots will be released to other clients. The secretary swallowed hard. Hyman's headquarters also forwarded a request from Volkswagen's global purchasing department. The trial production sample submission and audit timeline for the new Qinhai base have all been moved up by 3 months. Qin Zhengyue stared at the 2 emails, his expression darkening by the second. Qin Fun, however, still didn't get it. Isn't this a good thing? Earlier production, earlier results. Qin Zhengyue suddenly raised his hand and slapped him across the face. You idiot. This isn't about speeding things up. Someone is forcing us to keep pouring money in. Beichin has made his move. Qin Zhengyue stared at the hand that had just struck Qin Fen, his chest still heaving. Qin Fen clutched his face, defiance still flickering in his dad. Siemens production line is stretched thin, and Volkswagen's early audit of the new base is only natural. What makes you so sure it's Beichin? Because it came too fast. Qin Zhengyue thrust the secretary's phone with 2 emails in front of him. You had barely clashed with Yibei on stage when within 3 hours Siemens was pressing for equipment payments and Volkswagen was pushing Hyman for an early trial production. One thing could be a coincidence, but 2 things hitting at once, both squeezing Qinghai exactly where it's most strapped for cash and time. That's called having a knife held to your throat. Qin Fen stared at the emails, the defiance in his eyes finally fading. But how can Beichin get Volkswagen to act? Chips. Qin Zhengyue answered quickly. Beichin pressures Volkswagen with access to the chip channels they desperately need. Volkswagen then legitimately pressures our shareholder. Still unaware that Yibei was a Volkswagen board member, he could only piece together an answer that seemed plausible from what he knew. Beichin gets chips for Volkswagen. Volkswagen moves against the supply chain for Beichin. Beichin brought in Walmart, and Siemens is the technical partner for the Walmart project. Follow the threads around, and they all end up looped tightly around Qinghai's neck. Originally Beichin retreating, handing us the land, and going to develop in Ningxi was the best possible outcome. This round of confrontation should have been a measured give and take, leaving everyone with some dignity. Qin Zhengyue pointed at Qin Fen, his voice dropping to a near whisper. But you fool had to go and ignite the flames of war. And to propose investing in Beichin again right in front of Lu Qingda and all those entrepreneurs. Do you want everyone to know the Qin family has its eye on their... Qin Fen gritted his teeth. He humiliated me in front of everyone. Was I supposed to do nothing? He insulted you after you provoked him first. Qin Zhengyue, furious, raised his hand again, but forced himself to stop. The secretary standing nearby asked cautiously, Chairman Qin, what about the equipment payment for Siemens? If they didn't pay, the slot for the core equipment would be released, and Qinghai's goal of passing the new base audit within 3 months would become a joke. If they paid, hundreds of millions would be locked into the equipment. It seemed like 2 choices, but there was only one real answer. Pay. Qin Zhengyue closed his eyes. Complete the payment within 48 hours. Hyman needs to reschedule its construction and trial production plans. All external publicity must be toned down immediately. He opened his eyes again, glaring coldly at Qin Fen. From today onwards, you are not to publicly respond to Yibei without my permission. Do you hear me? Yes, I hear you. Get out. Qin Fen slammed the door as he left. Qin Zhengyue walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, but the unease in his heart refused to dissipate. Those 2 emails from Siemens and Volkswagen were probably just the beginning. In the seaside villa, Yibei had just finished his shower when Akshay walked into the living room with a tablet. Boss, the report from Blackwater HQ is in. Yibei glanced at the time. It had been less than 4 hours since he gave the order. Didn't you guys say 12 hours? HQ mobilized the commercial intelligence units from 3 regions. Akshay placed the tablet on the coffee table. The Qin family isn't as strong overseas as it appears, but a few of their lines are critical. The screen first showed 2 warehouses. One was located in Jurong, Singapore, and the other in the Batam Island Free Trade Zone. Qin Group's global supply chain handles equipment procurement, parts transshipment, and foreign currency settlements. Last year the volume they handled was close to $1.8 billion. Its real lifeline isn't the offices, it's these 2 warehouses. Most of the equipment, automotive-grade electronics and precision components that Qin Group buys from overseas have to pass through here. Yibei looked up. Can they be hit? Akshay smirked. Boss, Blackwater isn't an accounting firm. We're a private military company. If you want the result, these 2 warehouses can be wiped off the map. Yibei looked at the information on the screen. All right. Akshay's tone was as if the outcome was already decided, like crushing an ant. The one on Batam is bigger, but the security is worse. If it goes down, the Singapore warehouse can't handle the full volume alone. Qin Group's overseas trade lines will be in chaos for at least a month. Get the people out. Yibei leaned back into the sofa. Burn the goods, but don't touch the people. We maintain a certain standard of humanity. Understood. Akshay tapped on the target. There was no detailed plan, no stack of risk waivers to sign. Just a single red marker. The map then shifted towards Europe. Qin Group holds 62 of Hungary's Qin Europe Automotive Systems, which primarily makes thermal management valve bodies, electronic steering housings, and chassis. Last year's revenue was equivalent to 4.6 billion yuan. Over half of its goods are sold to Hyman and 2 other first-tier Volkswagen suppliers. Yibei picked up his phone. When the call connected, he only said a company name. Hungary Qin Europe Automotive Systems. Marcus tapped on his keyboard on the other end and found the information quickly. A second-tier supplier for Volkswagen. Not anymore. There was a 2-second silence on the line. Understood. Marcus didn't ask what had happened, there was no need. Volkswagen will notify 3 first-tier suppliers to replace them. Deliveries already completed will be left alone, but all new procurement and model projects will be cancelled. How long until the Qin family gets the message? Before sunrise on your end. Good. The call ended, and Akshay shifted the map to North America. Northline Travel Products controlled by Qin Group. They mainly sell car refrigerators, inverters, portable chargers, and emergency jump starters. Walmart accounts for 41% of its sales, making it their biggest sales channel. Without a moment's hesitation, Yibei dialed Kane. Kane, there's a company called Northline among Walmart's North American suppliers. Cut them out. Kane had his assistant look up the name. No problem. Walmart's shelves belong to Walmart. We don't need to explain ourselves to low-quality suppliers. Cancel outstanding purchase orders, clear out any inventory already in our warehouses by a set deadline, and delist all new products immediately. Should we give them a grade? No. Then well, execute tonight. With 2 sentences, a channel that accounted for nearly half of Chain Group's North American consumer business revenue was severed. Akshay watched Yibei and finally understood why HQ had listed this young shareholder as a top priority. Blackwater could make a warehouse disappear, but Yibei could make a market disappear. Only one line remained on the tablet. The Chen family has an automotive electronics procurement company in Malaysia that buys chips made with SMIC processes through 3 distributors. They don't have a direct contract with SMIC, but the distributors do. Yibei found Lin Ziyuan's number. Uncle Ziyuan, the chips used by the Chen family's company in Malaysia. Can you cut them off? After hearing the company name, Lin Ziyuan had someone check for a few minutes. 3 distributors get chips from SMIC, then supply the Chen family. There's no direct contract, but I can have the distributors reallocate that capacity to other customers. Then do it. All right. I thought you were calling this late to ask if I'd eaten yet. They'll treat you another time. You always say another time. The call ended. Volkswagen, Walmart, SMIC, Siemens. For channels were all set in motion on the same night. Yibei put his phone back on the coffee table. We want touch Modu for now. It's the Chen family's stronghold. We can't reach it yet. He looked at Akshay. Hit everything of theirs overseas that can be hit. Got it, boss. Akshay turned and left the living room. At 2:17 a.m., the Batam Island Free Trade Zone was completely quiet. The loading operations at the main warehouse had ended for the night, the last group of workers having left over 10 minutes ago. Only automated equipment and stacks upon stacks of goods remained inside. The next second, a blinding exhaust trail streaked across the night sky. Boom. The outer wall of Chen Group's main warehouse exploded, the massive shockwave rattling the surrounding shipping containers. Shattered steel plates were hurled into the air by the blast, followed by a series of dull explosions from within the warehouse. Flames shot up to the roof in an instant, illuminating half the industrial park as bright as day. Only then did the entire park's fire alarms begin to wail in a frantic chorus. Patrol cars screeched to a halt and security personnel from nearby guard posts rushed out, but all they could do was watch as the main warehouse, stocked with equipment and precision components, was swallowed by the sea of fire. No one saw where the attackers came from. All that remained at the scene was a tail trail captured on surveillance footage. Akshay's phone vibrated. An 11-second video appeared on the screen. Below the video, a cold mission receipt was attached. Mission complete. Cost incurred 1 RPG. Boss, mission accomplished. As per your instructions, the operatives avoided civilians as much as possible. No casualties, and the warehouse is confirmed to be gone. Yibei rolled his eyes. You used an RPG on it. How could it possibly still be there? Even if something remained, it'd be scattered in pieces by now. Akshay thought seriously for a moment, then nodded. Based on the surveillance footage, your assessment is highly accurate. Yibei couldn't tell if this guy was just flattering him or simply lacking a few screws. But the job was done exceptionally well. Not a single crate of the target goods was left intact. The explosion was a masterpiece of chain detonations. Time for bonuses. Yibei picked up his phone and said casually, "You 6 will each get 50,000 Yuan tomorrow. If you want it in dollars or another currency, exchange it yourself." Akshay's eyes lit up instantly. "Boss, can we get cash?" "What do you need that much cash for?" "The 6 of us want to spread it out on our beds for a photo, then record a video to send to Owen. Before he came, he kept saying this was just a routine long-term job and told us not to expect a bonus." Akshay grinned wide. "We're going to piss him off." Yibei's mouth twitched. Sometimes he genuinely wondered if these guys had lost their minds on the battlefield. "Fine, but be discreet. Don't disrupt the balance within the team." Akshay immediately wiped the grin off his face and nodded earnestly. Yibei gave him a second look. All right, his thought process might be skewed, but his professionalism was intact. "Fine, we'll talk tomorrow." "Thanks, boss." Akshay retreated satisfied. Just as he reached the door, he lowered his head and sent a message to the other 5. "Get your sunglasses ready. We're shooting the fortune video tomorrow." The night passed without incident. The next morning at Chen Holdings headquarters in Modu, the boardroom curtains were drawn tight. The main screen displayed a frozen image of the Batam Island main warehouse engulfed in flames. Chen Jingyue sat at the head of the table, his face dark enough to drip water. Flanking the conference table besides the business unit heads sat 3 of the most senior Chen family directors. Chen Shoushan, Chen Shouheng, and Chen Shouchuan. These 3 usually had no hand in the group's daily operations, yet today, not one was absent. The head of overseas operations stood beside the screen, his voice tight. Walmart has officially removed Northline from its North American supply system. All outstanding purchase orders are canceled, and existing inventory must be cleared immediately. Walmart accounts for over 40% of Northline's sales. Once the news broke, several other regional distributors also suspended new orders. Qin Shouheng tapped the table. So this company effectively has no sales channels now. That's essentially correct. The overseas operations head nodded grimly. What about Kino Automotive Systems in Hungary? 3 of Volkswagen's Tier 1 suppliers have simultaneously cancelled Kino's follow-up procurement and model projects. Existing orders can sustain us for a while, but all new capacity has been left idle. As for the Malaysian procurement company, 3 chip distributors notified us early this morning that future capacity has been allocated to other clients. The room fell into a suffocating silence. Northlane had lost its sales channels. Kino Automotive had lost its future orders. The Malaysian procurement company had lost its chip supply. These were the Qin family's genuinely profitable overseas ventures. Yet in just one night, all 3 lifelines had been severed almost simultaneously. The overseas operations head swallowed hard and flipped to the final slide. The screen changed to show steel plates blown apart, the warehouse roof completely collapsed, and the equipment and parts inside burnt to a charred mess. The Batam Island main warehouse was hit by a malicious armed attack last night. According to local employees, the attackers didn't use conventional explosives. They used rocket-propelled grenades. 1 round. A single rocket was enough to level the entire warehouse. The finance head added immediately. Preliminary estimates put direct losses from the building inventory and halted transshipment at over 1.2 billion yuan. The Singapore warehouse lacks the capacity to compensate, and we're looking at several hundred million more in breach of contract and delay losses over the next month. And this doesn't even account for the impact of mass contract terminations by overseas clients. Qin Shouchuan stared at the photos for a long time before finally looking up. Walmart, Volkswagen chip distributors, and an armed force that can deploy RPGs overseas. This isn't normal business competition. This is a vendetta. He turned to Qin Jingyue, his voice low, yet it made everyone at the table sit up straighter. Jingyue, what has your precious son done recently? Who exactly has he managed to provoke? Qin Jingyue didn't answer. Instead, he cast the video from the anniversary roundtable onto the main screen. In the video, Qin Fan first questioned Beichen's salary structure, then brought up their working capital publicly, and finally proposed that Qin Holdings take a stake. Then came Liu Yibei's now viral retort. Are you asking for a key? How many keys do you want? The video ended. Everyone's gaze landed on Qin Fan simultaneously. His face was as dark as a storm cloud. He humiliated me first. Bullshit. Qin Shouchuan slammed his palm on the table. He was on stage wishing you prosperity, and you had to chase him down asking about his company's finances, trying to force a stake with pocket change. You stuck your own face under his hand, got slapped, and now you have the nerve to say he started it. Qin Fan clenched his fists tightly. That still doesn't prove Beichen was behind the warehouse attack. Of course it doesn't. Qin Zhengfeng leaned back in his chair, staring at him coldly. If they dared to do it, they wouldn't leave their name for you to find. A while back, my son used over 1 billion yuan from Wanheng to teach them a lesson and ended up getting. Now you're using the entire Qin group to give them another lesson. Is our family's money blown in by the wind, or do we have so many idiot sons that they can line up to throw it away? Qin Shaohui slouched in a corner, wishing he could crawl under the conference table. How was it that a meeting to criticize Qin Fan ended up dragging him out for a posthumous flogging? Qin Jingyue raised his hand to quiet the room. Now is not the time to assign blame. The overseas business must be saved, and the Qinghai project cannot be halted. Qin Shouheng narrowed his eyes. Our overseas operations are already in tatters, and you still want to pour money into Qinghai. What's the alternative? Qin Jingyue pointed at the documents on the table. Siemens equipment payment is already in the pipeline, and Hyman has already started the timeline for the new base. If we stop now, all the money we've put in goes down the drain, and Han Changfeng will turn on us immediately. If we keep going, there's at least a chance to see the project through. Just as he finished speaking, the secretary suddenly pushed open the door and walked in. Chairman Qin Haimon's headquarters has sent an urgent notice. Qin Jingyu's read it. In light of the significant risks in the Qin Group's overseas supply, Chain Hyman requires an additional 800 million yuan in funding for the Qinghai project, along with a group-level guarantee from Qin Holdings. The funds must be received within 15 days. Otherwise, Hyman will reassess the partnership and hold the Qin Group liable for the Qinghai project's delays. The room fell into a dead silence once more. Qin Jingyue stared at the notice for a long time before finally closing his eyes. Beichen wasn't rushing to cut off Qinghai's final order. They were just holding a knife, forcing the Qin Group to keep pouring money into this bottomless pit. Qin Shouchuan slowly turned his head toward the pale-faced Qin Fan. That 800 million comes out of your branch's family share.